On a rainy night, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, and a cool breeze swept through, causing Guyu, who sat beneath a shelter enjoying barbecue, to shiver slightly. He had left without a coat, merely intending to grab a quick bite at a nearby stall, unaware that the rain would soon commence. Gazing at the raindrops outside, Guyu contemplated finishing his meal swiftly to return home, but his attention was soon drawn to a group of rascally youths indulging in barbecue. Homeless? Are you referring to those two twin school beauties? Yes, this morning I saw them dragging their suitcases into an underpass, seemingly without a place to stay. No way, are you joking? School beauties living in an underpass? Why would I lie? If you don't believe me, let's go take a look. Let's go, school beauties, especially twins, homeless. As they spoke, a lewd smile crept across their faces. Watching them pack up and prepare to ride off on their scooters, a sense of foreboding flashed through Guyu's mind. It was late at night, and with the rain falling, if what they said was true, setting down his barbecue, Guyu resolved to follow them, fearing for the two girls' safety. He mounted his electric scooter and trailed behind the group. They were not riding fast, and the lights on their scooters illuminated the dark road, making it easy for him to keep up. Minutes later, the group halted beneath a bridge. Guyu discreetly followed, careful not to alert them. However, he soon realized that he should have revealed himself to scare them away. By the time he came to this conclusion, the boys had already entered the underpass, prompting Guyu to follow suit. Are you sure this is the place? Absolutely, I saw them with my own eyes, dragging their suitcases inside. There's a light up ahead. Seeing the light, the boys quickened their pace. Guyu, however, discovered that the boys had disappeared into the darkness, and the rain made the footing treacherous. He had lost sight of them. Look, sister, there's light over there. Meanwhile, beneath the bridge, Jiang Yushi and her sister Jiang Yudian huddled together. Despite wearing several layers of clothing, they trembled from the cold of the rainy night. In what should have been a deserted space, the sudden appearance of lights heightened Jiang Yushi's alertness. The decision to stay in the underpass had taken considerable resolve. They had no other choice. They were apprehensive about encountering unsavory characters, hence they carried a fruit knife for protection. Now, as the lights approached, the sisters felt an anxious tension. Sister, what should we do? Could they be bad people? I don't know, sister. They'll protect you. In the older sister, it's my duty to protect you. Suddenly recalling the flashlight she had been holding, Jiang Yujian quickly turned it off. With the light extinguished, their anxiety intensified, particularly as the figures drew nearer. At that moment, they could only hope there were still good people in the world. Where did the light go? They must have spotted us. Let's go. The group hastened their steps and soon arrived at the spot where Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yudian were hiding. Startled, the sister stood up and asked, "What do you want?" The boys directed the beam of their flashlight towards the sisters, the intense light rendering them nearly blind and obscuring the boys' faces. "Well, aren't you two school beauties?" One of them smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Despite their unfortunate circumstances, Jiang Yushi still exuded beauty. Her face, devoid of makeup, bore a natural blush, and her disheveled hair only added to her allure, making her seem even more deserving of protection than any girl he had previously encountered. Oh, you know us? Jiang Yushi shielded her eyes from the glaring light, trying to discern their features. Of course, we know you, school beauty, especially you twins. Which school doesn't know you? Lower the flashlight, a school beauty can't even see my handsome and charming face. The boy stepped closer and lowered his phone. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yudian could finally see them. There were 4 of them, all exuding a delinquent aura, their gazes filled with mischief. Jiang Yushi recognized the leader. He was a notorious troublemaker from the neighboring technical school, known for skipping classes and engaging in fights. What should she do now? Jiang Yushi's heart sank facing 4 boys. She and her sister would be defenseless if they intended to harm them. Jiang, school beauty, what brings you to such a predicament? How did you end up living in an underpass? It's freezing out here. Look at you shivering. You must be cold. Come here. It's warm in my embrace. He spoke. The boy inched closer, causing the sisters to retreat in fear. Enough hiding, I'm not a bad guy. Come, I'll take you to a nice hotel. A school beauty shouldn't be sleeping in an underpass. He reached out to grab their arms, while his companions watched eagerly, not stepping forward. We're not going with you. Leave now, or well, call the police. Call the police? Am a good person wronging a good person could land you in jail. The prospect of police did not intimidate the boy. He had faced reprimands before for fighting, and without surveillance in the area, he felt no fear. Don't come any closer. At that moment, Jiang Yudian brandished the fruit knife at him. Oh, a school beauty who plays with knives? Come on, stab me. That he was wholly unperturbed, while Jiang Yushi and her sister found themselves cornered against the wall, with no escape. Just as the boy reached out toward them, Guyu arrived, shouting, "I've called the police if you don't want trouble. Leave now." Startled by his arrival, the boys turned abruptly. Guyu reiterated, "Leave now, and when the police arrive, I can say I misidentified you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. What should we do, boss?" One of the younger boys panicked at Guyu's confident demeanor. "Tiger, should we just leave?" "Yeah, Tiger, my mom is waiting for me to come home. Let's go." Dan Lianhu snorted lightly, glaring intently at Guyu. Guyu met his gaze without a hint of fear. He truly did not regard these four boys as a threat without weapons. He could subdue them in under 2 minutes as an orphan. Guyu grew up in an orphanage, enduring hardships and striving for self-sufficiency from a young age. When he first entered junior high, he stumbled upon a job opportunity as a sparring partner for kickboxing, which required candidates to be under the age of 14 and capable of withstanding blows. Though it was termed as a sparring role, it essentially meant being a target for the children of affluent families. Driven by the promise of an exceedingly high wage, Guyu dedicated considerable time to this endeavor, honing both his technical skills and resilience to impact. Now, when it came to participating in kickboxing competitions, he found that even provincial-level competitors were no match for him. He had once sparred with a wealthy young heir who earned a bronze medal in a provincial competition, and Guyu could easily defeat him. After watching several individuals depart, Guyu turned his attention to 2 girls nearby. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian had been observing him, grateful for the boy who had come to their rescue. "Are you both all right?" Guyu approached, taking a clearer look at the girls, and a multitude of words sprang to mind. Innocent, delicate, beautiful, pitiful, the list went on. He couldn't help but ponder the circumstances that had led them to this point. If he had not come along, things might have unfolded as he had feared. Few men could resist the allure of such enchanting girls. Even Guyu himself felt an overwhelming urge to protect them. "We're fine, thank you," Jiang Yunian replied, still clutching a small knife directed toward Guyu. She was uncertain whether he too might harbor ill intentions. Yet, upon closer inspection, she and her sister found him rather handsome. Their gazes, unlike those of the thugs from earlier, were devoid of any lewdness. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Guyu inquired, surveying the dismal surroundings and struggling to comprehend how 2 lovely girls could find themselves in such a place. "No," they confessed, lowering their heads, their expressions tinged with a trace of grievance. Suddenly, Guyu noticed one of the girls stifle a sob, her face contorted in distress, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In the dimness of the bridge's underpass, he could not clearly see her features, nor could he illuminate them with a flashlight, but he sensed her pain. "Elder sister," Jiang Yunian whispered gently. Sensing her sister's impending tears, in an instant, Jiang Yushi succumbed to her emotions, crying silently, her face betraying the weight of her sorrow. Guyu, watching from a distance, felt increasingly uneasy. He pondered how they had ended up here, in such a grim environment, with only a couple of suitcases and a woven bag to their name. Outside, a fine rain began to fall, the patter growing louder. The cold wind gusted through the underpass, chilling him to the bone. He glanced at the 2 girls, who huddled together, shivering as much as he was. He doubted they could endure another night in this place. If they couldn't afford food tonight, what would tomorrow hold? "I'm not a bad person," Guyu said, addressing the sisters. "The conditions here are dire. It's far too cold for you 2 to endure. I don't know if those thugs have truly left or if they are waiting above. Even if they are gone, if they discover you here tonight, what will happen tomorrow? Thus, I propose you come with me. I assure you, I am not a threat." Having been an orphan himself, Guyu held kindness in high regard, especially towards 2 such beautiful girls, which made it difficult for him to leave them in this dire situation. After his declaration, Jiang Yunian lifted her gaze to meet his, sensing the sincerity in his clear eyes. Should they follow him? She feared he might be dangerous. And what if they became prey in his home? Jiang Yushi also raised her head, looking at Guyu. An unspoken tension hung in the air as they contemplated their options. In that moment, Jiang Yushi's mind flickered with a thought. As the elder sister, it was her duty to protect her younger sibling, but they could not remain in the underpass. The young man before them seemed decent, not a villain. Even if he were, she reasoned, she could manage as long as her sister was safe. No. Thank you, Jiang Yunian began, hesitantly. Fine, Jiang Yushi countered. The two voices echoed simultaneously, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Elder sister, you. Jiang Yunian was at a loss, unsure of why her sister had agreed. Yunian, I am your elder sister, you must trust me, Jiang Yushi stated firmly. But what if he is a bad person? Do not concern yourself with that. We cannot stay here indefinitely. We are already under the thugs' scrutiny. Remaining is far more perilous. Jiang Yunian retorted, Sister, we could find another place, another underpass. We can search tomorrow. Absolutely not, Jiang Yushi replied with conviction. She could not and would not allow her sister to remain in the underpass. It was simply untenable. At that moment, Guyu interjected, Trust me, I'm not a bad person. Here, take a look at this. He rummaged through his phone, retrieving a photograph and presenting it to the sisters. This is my student ID. I am a student at Chuanhai University. As they examined the image of his student ID, Jiang Yushi gazed at Guyu again, her resolve strengthening. Jiang Yunian contemplated the implications of his being a university student. Perhaps he could be trusted. Moreover, I'm also an orphan. I once acted heroically. Guyu continued, retrieving another photo from his phone, this time with a police officer, along with a certificate of valor. This accolade had been awarded to him during high school when he rescued a drowning girl. Chapter 3. A hero to the rescue. Upon glimpsing the certificate, the two sisters exchanged a glance, their trust in Guyu deepening with each passing moment. We will accompany you. Thank you. We shall earn money for you in the future. Let us set that aside, Guyu replied. We should leave now. It is too cold here, and I do not wish for either of you to catch a cold. Observing the items strewn about, he added, I will carry this. You both can manage with one suitcase. Without further ado, Guyu picked up the belongings and led the two girls outside. I'll guide you, Jiang Yushi announced. Brandishing a flashlight and dashing ahead of Guyu, concerned that he might lose his way on the slippery ground. Thank you, Guyu replied, his thoughts swirling with complexity. He was uncertain about the two girls' circumstances. What would he do upon bringing them home? Perhaps it was best to take them back first and then inquire about their situation. Upon reaching the upper level, Guyu discovered that several motorcycles remained parked where he had left them, clearly undisturbed. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni also noticed the peculiar, colorful lights ahead, bewildered by their appearance. You two should step back for a moment, Guyu advised, aware that the group had not departed but was instead awaiting his arrival. Brother Hu, they have emerged, someone exclaimed. Finally, they dared to deceive me. Duan Lianhu wiped the rain from his face, his demeanor brimming with hostility as he approached Guyu with his entourage. It's them, they haven't left. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni whispered, retreating in fear behind Guyu. Do not worry, stay behind me, Guyu reassured them. No, we should call the police. They will resort to violence. They are troublemakers from the vocational school, frequently engaging in fights and bullying classmates. Jiang Yushi clutched Guyu's arm, attempting to pull him back. Relax, Guyu said gently, brushing her hand away. I am quite skilled in combat. Dealing with those four will pose no challenge. Well, I thought you were something special, but it seems you merely wish to play the hero and lure two school beauties to your home. Duan Lianhu sneered provocatively at Guyu, oozing arrogance. How dare you deceive me? If you had spoken amicably down there, perhaps I would have allowed you a chance to redeem yourself, but now, daring to trick me, I will have you dealt with. With a furious roar, Duan Lianhu commanded his three lackeys to charge at Guyu. Run! Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni screamed in terror, instinctively attempting to flee. However, remembering Guyu's presence, they hurriedly grasped his arm, urging him to escape with them. Do not fret, Guyu insisted, shaking off their grasp and stepping forward to confront the advancing trio. As the three assailants approached, their mouths spewing foul language, they prepared to strike Guyu. Guyu's actions were remarkably swift. As the foremost assailant approached him, his fist yet to be unleashed, Guyu delivered a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling. The second assailant, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, had no time to react before Guyu's fist struck him in the abdomen, eliciting a pained cry. The final adversary, witnessing this spectacle, wore a bewildered expression. What manner of sorcery was this? Before he could even strike a blow, two of his companions lay defeated. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, But Gu Yu was relentless, seizing his clothing and yanking him back with force. Once apprehended, the man realized escape was futile. Years of brawling had rendered him formidable, and he quickly retaliated with a punch aimed at Gu Yu's head, hoping to exploit any lapse in his opponent's guard. However, Gu Yu anticipated the move, grasping the man's arm and executing a shoulder throw, followed by a howl of agony. From engagement to the resolution of the three attackers, Gu Yu accomplished this in less than a minute, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Duan Lianhu, observing this scene, felt a flicker of panic. He was hardly a match for the others. Even 3 against 1 proved too great a challenge. "Boss, we can't win. What should we do?" The underling who had been kicked aside earlier had scrambled back to Duan Lianhu's side, clutching his stomach in pain. Duan Lianhu's eyelids trembled as he exclaimed, "Listen, my friend. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Let's call it a day. This one is yours." He called out to his subordinates and prepared to mount his motorcycle to make a hasty retreat. Yet, Gu Yu would not allow them to escape so easily. He had overheard Jiang Yushi mention that these individuals were notorious troublemakers from a vocational school. Moreover, they were acquainted with 2 young women, knowing them to be the school's beauties, and had offended them that day. The prospect of future retaliation loomed, compelling Gu Yu to subdue them thoroughly. "Huge brother, are we just going to walk away like this?" Duan Lianhu glared menacingly at Gu Yu, muttering, "We're outnumbered today. A wise man does not seek unnecessary conflict. I'll deal with this brat when we cross paths again." He scoffed. "Next time. Though, this kid hits hard. After that throw, I felt as if my bones were about to shatter." Their voices were hushed, but Gu Yu caught snippets of their conversation. He had no intention of letting them off the hook, and their resolve only fueled his determination. "Boss, he's coming," one of them shouted. "Let us take him down." As Duan Lianhu observed Gu Yu charging toward them, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. With a commanding shout, he was surprised when his subordinates did not advance, but instead cowered behind him. "If I ignore you, you think you can get braver?" Duan Lianhu retorted, producing a small folding knife from his pocket. "Today, you shall learn the meaning of regret." As the blade glimmered ominously in the light, Gu Yu paused momentarily. Despite its diminutive size, the knife still evoked a sense of dread. "Let us get out of here, he has a knife." The 2 young women behind them cried out in fear. Just moments ago, witnessing Gu Yu's remarkable prowess as he effortlessly took down 3 opponents ignited a spark of hope within them. However, upon seeing Duan Lianhu and his companions preparing to leave, their tension eased considerably. Yet, they were perplexed. Why was Gu Yu pursuing them when they were clearly retreating? Now, with a knife drawn, the situation had become perilous. The 2 sisters exchanged glances and hurried to Gu Yu's side, attempting to pull him away. "You should go. We will too. You just said you were leaving." Jiang Yushi anxiously implored Duan Lianhu. Her concern heightened as they found themselves unable to budge Gu Yu. "We need to leave. They have knives." "No need. I can handle this." "Stay back," Gu Yu insisted, pushing the sisters aside as he faced Duan Lianhu. "Are you still daring to taunt me? Come at me." Duan Lianhu roared, and this time, seeing their leader armed, his 3 lackeys charged at Gu Yu once more. Gu Yu responded by rushing towards them. Yet his focus remained on the knife-wielding Duan Lianhu, wary of a potential ambush. As anticipated, Duan Lianhu attempted to catch him off guard, but to no avail, as Gu Yu swiftly subdued him with just 2 moves. Chapter 4. Let us not be bullied, bro. Let it go. I apologize for my earlier offense. Duan Lianhu winced as Gu Yu twisted his arm, cold sweat trickling down his face, compounded by the relentless rain striking him. Gu Yu remained silent, forcing Duan Lianhu toward the riverbank. "What do you intend to do?" Duan Lianhu stammered, terrified at the prospect of being thrown into the water below, beneath the bridge. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, witnessing the 2 descend, hurriedly followed. Gu Yu's earlier demeanor had been so grave that they were at a loss for words. "What should we do now that the big guy has been taken down?" The small-time lackeys, recovering from the ground, hesitated, unsure whether to follow. Their instincts urged them to stay back, not wishing to endure another beating. "I'll go get help," one declared, mounting his motorcycle, while the other 2 quickly chimed in. "I'll come with you to gather support." Before long, Gu Yu returned with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, only to find the area deserted, and the motorcycle was nowhere in sight. "Let's south go to my place," he suggested. "All right." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang clasped each other's hands tightly, trailing behind Gu Yu in silence, still shaken by his earlier ferocity. At that moment, Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, She would have never agreed to accompany Guyu. Yet, refusing him would leave them vulnerable to the lingering threats. Guyu had insisted they join him. And with no alternative, they complied. He too pondered whether the sisters viewed this encounter as a brush with the underworld. After all, the earlier version of myself was indeed rather ruthless. However, my intentions were merely to thwart any potential retaliation from those ruffians, thus my actions were somewhat severe. Upon arriving before my little scooter, I beheld it lying amidst the fish pit, besieged by a multitude of stones, utterly battered beyond recognition. Witnessing the pitiable state of my scooter, I felt no remorse for my earlier harshness. Rather, I thought I should have been even more merciless. Let us go. I shall take a cab home. My original plan was to hail a taxi for the two of them to return to my place, as my little scooter, burdened with luggage, was insufficient for the task. With my scooter now rendered useless, taking a taxi became the only viable option. As I pulled out my phone, I realized I was drenched to the skin. Turning to the two sisters, I noted they were not much better off, with hair and clothes soaked through. I wondered if it would still be possible to find a cab at this hour. If not, we would have to walk home. I entered our location to see if any drivers were available. The result revealed that for a 2-kilometer journey, the fare had inflated to 30 yuan before a single driver accepted the request. Upon the arrival of the vehicle, I placed my luggage inside, ushered the sisters to take their seats, and joined them. The driver, observing the three of us thoroughly drenched, could only speculate how long we had been caught in the rain. He refrained from questioning us and drove towards our destination. Meanwhile, after we departed, Duan Lianhu emerged in disarray from below, cursing his lackluster underlings for their disloyalty as he surveyed the empty roadside. "Where have you all gone? Come back and fetch me." Upon answering the call, his subordinate hastily responded, "Boss, we went to gather support. Are you all right? Is that fellow still around? I'll bring people to deal with him." "What a load of nonsense. Just hurry back to get me." "Understood, boss." Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the three of us disembarked. "Follow me," I instructed. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni trailed closely behind as we entered the complex. Arriving at the foot of the building, I turned and said, "My apartment is on the 6th floor. Can you two manage the luggage?" Jiang Yuni promptly replied, "Yes, we can." "All right, let us proceed. You can take turns carrying it." I took up 2 pieces of luggage, leading the way while glancing back occasionally. Upon arriving at my doorstep, I unlocked the door. My rented space was modest, comprising merely a 1-bedroom apartment. After all, I lived alone and had no girlfriend. Renting a 2-bedroom place would be superfluous. Once inside, I looked back to see the sisters had followed me in. "Close the door," I commanded. As the sisters complied, their hearts raced with anticipation. Surveying the furnishings of the room, I noted the living area was small, containing only a sofa and a dining table, with a few miscellaneous items piled in a corner, nothing more. As I bent to change my shoes, the sisters stood at the doorway, observing. It appeared all the shoes were male. Surely, I had no girlfriend. Jiang Yunyang realized how foolish she was. If she had a girlfriend, how could she possibly bring herself and her sister home? Jiang Yushi, however, paid no heed to such matters. Unlike her meticulous sister, her gaze had been fixated on Guyu since they entered. Guyu had changed into his slippers and remarked, "I only have 1 pair of slippers. Do you have shoes? You're all soaked. You can take a shower in the bathroom first. We have shoes and clothes." Jiang Yushi replied as she rummaged through her bag. However, as her hand delved into the depths of the bag, her spirits plummeted upon discovering that the clothes inside were drenched. "Oh, and the blankets and such were left under the bridge." "Sister, what's wrong?" Jiang Yunyang inquired upon noticing her sister's sudden stillness. "All the clothes are wet," Jiang Yushi responded. And Guyu suddenly grasped the situation. The sister's bag had endured the downpour for so long that it was no surprise the contents were soaked. "What should we do now?" The sisters exchanged glances, and Jiang Yushi suggested, "You go take a shower. We can manage without washing." As Guyu entered his room, he pondered that he could not allow the sisters to remain in wet clothes. He would have to offer them his own. Opening the wardrobe, he found he did not have many clothes either. After a brief survey, he selected 2 shirts and a couple of pairs of shorts. "Sister, our books are still in the suitcase. They shouldn't have gotten wet, right?" Jiang Yunyang asked. "The suitcase should be fine. We'll check it shortly," Jiang Yushi replied. "Sister, I noticed earlier that he only has 1 room. Will it be all right when we sleep tonight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi scrutinized her surroundings and confirmed that Guyu indeed had only 1 room. "Sister, don't worry. I won't let anyone bully you." "No, we mustn't be bullied at all. Jiang Yunyang grasped Jiang Yushi's arm, fully aware of the implications of her sister's words. Jiang Yushi remained silent, uncertain of what to say, and could only hope that Gu Yu was a good person. Chapter 5. You two go to the room. I'll sleep on the sofa. Gu Yu emerged from his room to find the sisters still standing in the living room, seemingly frozen in place. Here are some clothes for you both. You should go wash up in the bathroom. Will you both go together, or who will go first? Sister, you go first. Jiang Yushi took the clothes and attempted to usher Jiang Yunyang inside. However, Jiang Yunyang resisted, saying, No, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I want to go in by myself. Just do as I say. No, I'm the elder sister. I want to listen to you. Gu Yu watched the sisters bicker over this matter, surprised by their quarrel. He proposed, Why don't you both go together? The bathroom is spacious enough for two. Sister, let us go together. Upon hearing Gu Yu's suggestion, Jiang Yunyang clung to Jiang Yushi even more tightly. All right then. Jiang Yushi gazed into her sister's resolute eyes, realizing that she could not persuade her otherwise. The two ventured inside together. As Gu Yu observed the retreating figures of the two girls, he fell into deep contemplation in the living room. He decided to inquire about the sisters' situation later. They could not possibly remain in his home indefinitely. Tonight, he resolved to sleep in the living room. Gu Yu made his way to his room to fetch a piece of clothing, preparing to change in the bathroom shortly. Glancing at the sofa, he opted against sitting down. His clothes were still damp, and he intended to change them later while bathing. He mused. It seemed he had no blanket to cover himself with. With only a single quilt at his disposal, he had not prepared any extras for himself. Thus, he rummaged through the cupboard to find a sheet. Settling on one, he thought it would suffice for the night. After all, he had endured far worse during his childhood. So this was nothing to fret over. In the bathroom, the sisters had begun their shower. They remained silent, each lost in her own thoughts. After finishing, Jiang Yuni realized there were no towels in the bathroom. What were they to use to dry off? Gu Yu typically brought a towel while bathing, rinsed himself off, and hung it on the balcony, hence the absence of towels in the bathroom. Sister, what shall we use to dry our bodies? Jiang Yushi momentarily faltered, glancing around before realizing the bathroom was devoid of towels. Shall we use our wet clothes? All right. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had not even considered asking Gu Yu for towels. Instead, they resorted to using their damp garments to dry off. However, they soon encountered another dilemma. Their undergarments were also wet. Sister, what should we do about our underwear? Well, Jiang Yushi was at a loss, and the two stood there, contemplating. They considered putting them on, yet they were truly too soaked, which would dampen the clothes Gu Yu had lent them. However, not wearing anything was not an option. Gu Yu, growing somewhat impatient after nearly 20 minutes, wondered if girls typically took so long to shower. He had read online that showers for girls often exceeded half an hour, and it appeared to be true. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni emerged from the bathroom. Gu Yu inquired if they had finished. Then I shall take my turn, Gu Yu said as he passed by them, failing to notice their slightly unusual demeanor. Sister, shall we take a look at the books in our suitcase? Sure. The sisters opened the suitcase, discovering a slight amount of water had leaked in. Fortunately, the books remained mostly dry. They then squatted beside the suitcase, uncertain of what to do next. In the unfamiliar home of a man, they were filled with anxiety, their minds racing with wild thoughts, lacking any clear direction. Sister, shall we ask him if we can spread out on the floor in the living room? All right. Silently, they continued to wait until Gu Yu emerged from the bathroom. Gazing at the two sisters squatting on the ground, he noticed the suitcase before them, filled with an array of books. Previously, he had pondered the contents of the suitcase, questioning why it lacked clothing. Upon seeing it brimming with literature, the reason became clear to him. Gu Yu ran his fingers through his hair and suddenly realized that the girl's hair was still damp, cascading over their shoulders. Are you still busy? He inquired. No, not at all. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang shook their heads and stood up. As they rose, Gu Yu caught sight of their long, slender legs, fair and delicate, reminiscent of figures stepping out from a comic book. He was aware that it was inappropriate to scrutinize a girl's legs, so he swiftly averted his gaze. There's a hairdryer over here. Why don't you dry your hair first? Gu Yu offered, handing them the dryer. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yunyang replied, You should use it first. Your hair is wet too. It's unnecessary, Gu Yu responded, tousling his hair lightly. Mine dries quickly. You both should hurry up. This time, he did not wait for their objections, but directly placed the hairdryer in their hands. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, realizing this, plugged in the device and began drying each other's hair. After they finished, Jiang Yushi nervously asked, "Shall I dry your hair too?" "No, I can manage myself," Guyu insisted, swiftly taking control of the hairdryer to dry his own hair. Then he turned to the sisters and inquired, "May I ask you a few questions?" Jiang Yunyang nodded in agreement. "Let us sit on the sofa first," Guyu suggested. The three settled onto the sofa, and Guyu began. "I was curious as to why you chose to live under the bridge." The sisters had already anticipated that he would inquire about their family. Jiang Yunyang replied, "My parents passed away in a car accident 4 months ago. Our house was bought with a loan, and after their departure, we couldn't keep up with the payments. So it was foreclosed." She continued, "We had nowhere to go, stayed in a hotel for a couple of days, and to save money, we decided to make do under the bridge." A look of sadness crossed the sisters' faces, stirring a sense of discomfort within Guyu. He gently reassured them, "Do not grieve. Your parents would not want you to be sad. They would wish for your happiness." "Thank you for your help," they replied. Guyu softly responded, "There's no need for thanks. I grew up as an orphan and received much assistance from kind-hearted individuals. You may consider me one of them." Hearing his words warmed the sisters' hearts, and their gazes toward him softened, losing some of their wariness. "Now, let us not dwell on this. You should go to your room. There's only one room in my home, and I can sleep on the sofa tonight." "No, we can sleep on the sofa." Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang declined in unison. Guyu countered, "The sofa is too small for the two of you to share." However, they fell silent, lowering their heads, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 6. Sleep well. Do not overthink. After a brief pause, Jiang Yunyang lifted her gaze and suggested, "One of us can sleep on the sofa while the other takes the floor. My home lacks even a mattress or blankets. How could you manage?" Guyu was genuinely taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The two sisters were merely being modest, which spoke volumes of their kindness and good nature. "Just listen to me. Go to the room," Guyu instructed, glancing at the clock which displayed midnight. "Hurry, it's getting late," Jiang Yushi timidly suggested. "Perhaps we should sleep outside." Seeing their reluctance, Guyu said sternly, "Trust me, go inside quickly, or I may resort to scolding." At his words, he noticed the sisters shiver slightly, instinctively drawing closer together. "Go to the room now," Guyu urged, prompting Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to spring to their feet and enter the room. He followed, advising, "Sleep well and do not overthink." With that, he closed the door behind them. Once the door was shut, the sisters exchanged glances and whispered, "He seems quite nice." "Yes, very nice. Yet, we still do not know his name." "Yunyang, do you recall the name on the student ID?" "I do not. We shall ask him tomorrow. It appears he is also unaware of our names." Having reached an agreement, they surveyed Guyu's room, which was tidy and minimally furnished. Only a desk with a laptop and a few cups scattered about. The bed was unmade, likely a reflection of typical male habits. "Sister, shall we sleep?" Indeed. Feeling a bit awkward, they sat on the bed and lay down, only to be greeted by the sound of their growling stomachs. "Sister, are you hungry? Are you hungry too?" Both had skipped dinner, having also missed lunch, and had only consumed a bun for breakfast, rationalizing that skipping a meal would save money. Their earlier nervousness had caused them to forget their hunger, but now, lying down, their stomachs protested. "Let us sleep. Once we are asleep, we shall not feel hungry." Meanwhile, Guyu lay on the sofa, struggling to find slumber. With two stunning young women suddenly residing in his home, how could anyone possibly sleep? By the way, have those girls had dinner? Guyu pondered, suddenly struck by the thought. Given their circumstances, they probably cannot afford a meal. A series of knocks echoed through the space, startling Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang within the room. "Is there something you need?" The sisters rose, preparing to open the door for Guyu. "I merely wish to inquire if you have had dinner," Guyu called out. As the door swung open, the two stood there, looking quite charming. "Have you eaten dinner?" Guyu asked again when he received no immediate response. "We have eaten," Jiang Yunyang replied, followed by Jiang Yushi, who said, "We ate and are not hungry." However, it was evident from their hesitant exchange and mutual glances that they were communicating how to respond. Just then, a rather unfortunate rumble from their stomachs interrupted the moment. Upon glancing at the two sisters, she noticed their heads bowed and their cheeks slightly flushed, the earlier fib causing them considerable anxiety. I surveyed the kitchen for any available food. Guyu seldom cooked at home. He either dined at school or indulged in fast food, resulting in a sparse pantry. Opening the refrigerator, it was as empty as he remembered. There should still be some instant noodles. Guyu dashed into the kitchen, prompting Jiang Yunyang to suggest, "Sister, should we follow him to see? Should we? If he is cooking, we can help. Let us not let him do it alone. All right, let us go." Thus, the two sisters entered the kitchen, where Guyu had already unearthed 2 packets of instant noodles, preparing to boil them. Noticing their entrance, he remarked, "There is not much to eat at home. Let us just have instant noodles." "Sounds good. Let us cook," came the reply. "I'll handle it. Boiling noodles is quite simple." Guyu brought the water to a boil, then added the noodles and seasoning, and the enticing aroma soon wafted through the kitchen, causing the sisters' stomachs to grumble in unison. Their eyes fixed on the simmering noodles. All set, Guyu announced as he turned off the heat, retrieving a large bowl to transfer the noodles. He then carried the bowl to the dining table. "Let us eat." He returned with 2 small bowls and chopsticks, noticing how intently the sisters stared at the noodles. Understanding well how hungry they were, the sisters picked up their bowls, with the elder one scooping noodles from the large bowl, while the younger sister, glancing at Guyu, inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes." Looking into Jiang Yunyang's wide eyes, Guyu thought, "This girl is rather charming." If he had said he hadn't eaten, she might have offered him her bowl. "I was out for a late-night snack and happened to encounter those ruffians at the night stall. Upon overhearing them mention you too, I decided to follow." "Thank you." Jiang Yunyang had previously harbored doubts about whether Guyu was allied with those ruffians, possibly using the guise of a hero to rescue her and her sister. However, upon seeing his student ID and the commendations for his bravery, her skepticism vanished. Witnessing Guyu decisively confront the gangsters thoroughly dispelled any lingering doubts. Yet, she pondered how he had ended up beneath the bridge and seemed to know those troublemakers were looking for her and her sister. She had intended to inquire about it later, but Guyu had preempted her curiosity with his explanation. "I am Jiang Yunyang, the younger sister," she introduced herself, finding herself at a loss for words. Jiang Yushi, upon hearing this, paused her chopsticks and said, "My name is Jiang Yushi, and I am the elder sister." Jiang Yinian commented, "Jiang Yushi, what a beautiful name." "I am Guyu," he replied. "Guyu, is it?" The sisters regarded him, now aware of each other's names. "Your name is lovely as well. Let us eat." With that, the sisters resumed their meal, clutching the instant noodles. Having gone several days without a satisfying meal, even this simple fare brought them immense satisfaction. Observing the two sisters devour their food, Guyu found them rather endearing. It was also a testament to their beauty. After all, aesthetics often dictate fairness. "Is there enough for you?" Guyu inquired, as only 2 packets of noodles remained in his home. Watching the sisters eat with urgency, he began to worry about their sustenance. Jiang Yushi looked up and assured him, "It is sufficient." She then set her chopsticks down, saying, "You should have the rest." "My sister." Jiang Yinian protested, "No, sister, you eat. You have a larger appetite than I." "It's all right. I am no longer hungry." "Neither am I. You both continue eating. I recall there are snacks in the room." Chapter 7. 18 years old Guyu stood up and returned to his room. Upon opening the cupboard, he discovered that only spicy strips remained. He rarely purchased other snacks, but he had bought plenty of spicy strips, which were quite delightful. "Spicy strips, would you like some?" he asked. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian both shook their heads. "No, thank you. We are full." "Very well. You may take some to your room later if you feel hungry." Guyu, aware of the sisters' reluctance, did not press the matter further. Within a minute, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian had finished all the noodles, leaving the broth completely consumed. "We shall wash the dishes." "All right." Guyu did not interfere. Instead, seating himself on the sofa, he pondered their ages. When the 2 girls emerged, he asked, "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yinian, how old are you?" "We are 18, they replied. Guyu muttered, "Oh, that is acceptable. You should go to sleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow." "All right, thank you." As he watched the sisters enter their room, Guyu reclined on the sofa, contemplating their newfound adulthood. Upon opening his eyes again, Guyu realized it was morning. Shifting slightly, he found sleeping on the sofa rather uncomfortable. It was 7 in the morning. After glancing at the time, he wondered if the 2 girls had awoken. "I shall wash up first." Guyu proceeded to the bathroom, and after freshening up, he went to knock on the door of their room. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian were nestled together, soundly asleep, only to be roused by the knocking. They had stayed up late the previous night, struggling to find rest in an unfamiliar place. As the night wore on, they felt both cold and feverish, making sleep elusive. After much tossing and turning, they finally managed to doze off, only to be interrupted by the sound of knocking. The 2 sisters opened their eyes, only to recall that they were in someone else's home resting upon another's bed. Sister, it was Guyu who knocked on the door just now, right? Yes. Let's get up quickly. They were uncertain of the time, but understood the urgency to rise. Climbing out of bed, they found no need to dress, as they had slept in their clothes from the previous night. As the door swung open, Guyu observed the sisters, their eyes still heavy with slumber and their cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Are you not awake yet? He inquired. We are awake. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni replied in unison. It's past 7. I have class today, so I thought to take you both out for breakfast. By the way, do you wish to attend class? The sisters exchanged glances, uncertain about their attendance. Jiang Yuni responded, we have nowhere to stay now, so we requested an extended leave from our teacher. She understands our parents are no longer with us, and thus agreed. We haven't attended school for several days. All right, I understand. Guyu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, how about this? You two should skip class today, and we can discuss it tomorrow. First, let me take you both for breakfast. After we eat, you can return home, rest well, and then think about other matters. Okay, the sisters agreed. Let's go for breakfast, Guyu said, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he was halted by Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni's voices. Guyu, what's wrong? He asked, turning back to see them with their heads bowed, appearing hesitant. Our clothes are yours, they murmured. Guyu quickly grasped the situation, realizing that it was indeed somewhat embarrassing for the girls to be wearing a boy's attire. Not only was it embarrassing, but he also noticed something peculiar about their outfits, which seemed disheveled, likely due to their early awakening. Guyu felt his heart race slightly and averted his gaze, saying, how about I go buy breakfast for you? You can stay at home. Is that all right? We don't want to trouble you, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni said, their heads still lowered, feeling somewhat burdensome, yet acutely aware of their hunger. It's no trouble at all. I'm off now, Guyu replied as he exited, leaving the sisters behind. As the door shut, Jiang Yushi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She touched her forehead, finding it somewhat warm, yet reassured herself that she was fine. She then glanced at Jiang Yuni. Sister, you're not coming down with a cold, are you? Jiang Yuni shook her head. I don't think so, she replied, also checking her forehead, finding it warm but feeling it was nothing serious, and chose to remain silent. Looking down at her attire, Jiang Yuni's face flushed slightly. Guyu probably didn't notice this morning, did he? Sister, shall we wash our clothes? Yes, came the reply. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni diligently removed their damp clothes from the luggage bag, which had yet to dry. They then ventured into the bathroom, where they discovered a washing machine, something they had overlooked the previous day. Shall we wash these in the machine? Suggested Jiang Yushi. That sounds agreeable. Guyu would likely approve, responded Jiang Yuni, acknowledging his amiable nature. After placing the clothes in the washing machine, the sisters decided to hand wash their undergarments, as they could only find one basin. After a thorough search, they located a single basin at Guyu's residence, which sufficed for their needs. They placed the undergarments inside, added some laundry detergent, and began to wash. Meanwhile, Guyu stepped outside, arriving at the entrance of the old neighborhood, where food vendors were plentiful. Upon exiting, he encountered several breakfast shops and purchased 3 steam baskets of dumplings. Concerned there wouldn't be enough, he also acquired 3 large meat buns. Upon returning home and discovering the sisters were not in the living room, he called out, "It's time for breakfast." Hearing his voice from the bathroom, the two emerged, explaining that they had been washing their clothes. "All right then, let us eat," Guyu replied, setting the breakfast on the table and bringing out bowls, chopsticks, vinegar, and chili, inviting the sisters to sit down and enjoy their meal. At the dining table, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni appeared somewhat reserved. It was only after Guyu took the first bite that they began to eat. Observing the two sisters as they dined, Guyu couldn't help but label them as endearingly adorable in his mind. Their striking beauty was truly captivating. Flawless porcelain skin with a hint of rosy blush, exuding an aura of shyness. Their cherry-like lips, willow-like brows, and sparkling, gem-like eyes radiated liveliness and charm. Noticing Guyu's gaze upon her, Jiang Yushi lifted her head. And in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Guyu quickly averted his eyes, feeling a touch of awkwardness at being caught staring. He soon realized that his attempt to avoid her gaze only heightened the awkwardness. In Chapter 8, Guyu spoke again. "I might not return home for lunch. I will do my best to come back. If I do, I will pack some food for you. However, if I am not back by 12:30, feel free to go out for something to eat or order takeout." "Do you both have mobile phones?" "Yes," Jiang Yushi replied, rising to fetch a small backpack, from which she extracted 4 mobile phones, 2 belonging to their parents and 2 of their own. Oh, splendid. Let us exchange contact information. I can transfer some money to you. Guyu offered. Jiang Yuni, having listened attentively, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, but we have a little money left, although our accounts are frozen. Moreover, since you have assisted us, we wish to repay you, but our funds are limited. Only a few hundred remain. Would it suffice if we wrote you an IOU? Upon hearing this, Guyu realized that if credit was not an option, cash would have to suffice. He had initially envisioned that the 2 sisters could order takeout on their phones, thus alleviating any concerns about their attire or the inability to dine out. However, this revelation indicated that he must return at noon, otherwise, they might find themselves hungry. Guyu remarked, how about this? I will return at noon and bring you lunch. So you need not venture out to buy anything. Thank you. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang replied, their politeness ever present, with gratitude perpetually on their lips. Once carefree and innocent, the sisters had become more discerning after enduring numerous trials. Having encountered someone genuinely kind-hearted who treated them well, they approached many aspects of their interactions with caution, carefully contemplating their words before speaking. All right, I have finished eating. You should tidy up once you've finished. I will take my leave. Okay. After Guyu departed, the sisters quickly finished their breakfast. Sister, should we help Guyu tidy up his home? Jiang Yushi proposed. Tidy up? Jiang Yushi assessed Guyu's residence, noting that it was not dirty. The sparse belongings lent an air of neatness. I suppose we could. Previously, they had not been particularly adept at household chores, but after the passing of their parents, they had learned to live independently. Now residing in Guyu's home, they had promised to contribute financially, though they could not do so immediately. Thus, they sought to assist him in any way they could. However, lacking skills, they concluded that cleaning would be their best option. While organizing, Jiang Yushi discovered several articles of clothing draped over a stool. Upon closer inspection, she found them damp. A thought crossed her mind. Could these be the clothes Guyu had changed out of the previous night? She intended to wash them. But as she examined the 4 items, her cheeks flushed upon seeing intimate apparel. Having never before encountered a boy's undergarments, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, momentarily frozen in place. Sister, what are you holding? At that moment, Jiang Yunyang emerged from her room and inquired upon seeing her sisters standing in the living room, seemingly clutching clothing. In nothing, Jiang Yushi stammered, nervously cradling the garments in her arms. These are Guyu's clothes from last night. You needn't concern yourself with them. I will wash them. With her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment, she dashed into the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Jiang Yunyang quickly noticed her sister's unusual demeanor, particularly the flush on her face. Guyu's clothes from last night must certainly include intimate items, she thought, instantly grasping the reason behind Jiang Yushi's blush and her decision to close the bathroom door. Washing a boy's intimate apparel, especially one she had only met the night before, would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment for anyone. Jiang Yunyang chose not to seek her sister, but instead continued to tidy up the household, pretending that she was oblivious to everything. As she arranged the room, she recalled the issue she intended to discuss with her sister earlier. She had stepped out with the intention of consulting her sister on what to do, yet before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Yushi had dashed into the bathroom. Now residing at Guyu's place, both she and her sister shared a bed at night. If it was manageable for one night, perhaps 2 would suffice. But it was unreasonable to expect Guyu to sleep on the bed indefinitely. Moreover, did she and her sister intend to remain at Guyu's indefinitely? However, if they left, they would be without funds and might end up back in the underpass, which could jeopardize their education. Jiang Yunyang felt deeply conflicted, pondering that even while at Guyu's home, it was inappropriate for her and her sister to occupy the bed while Guyu slept on the sofa. She ventured into the living room and noticed there was ample space on the sofa. If they were to lay down on the floor, one person could easily fit. In that case, she and her sister could sleep on the floor while Guyu rested in the room. This was his home, and he had graciously taken them in. It was unthinkable for them to allow their benefactor to sleep on the sofa every night. She would discuss this with her sister later and see if they could set up a sleeping arrangement on the floor for that night. As Guyu stepped out of the house, he instinctively reached for the keys to his electric scooter, only to suddenly recall that it had been vandalized by a group of ruffians the previous day. Frustrated, he realized he would have to take the bus to school that morning. Walking would take too long. Upon arriving at school, Guyu glanced at the classroom, noticing that his roommates had yet to arrive, so he took a seat at the back. Just as he settled in, 2 roommates entered, one of them looking dejected, as if bearing a hint of sorrow, evidently having spent the night gaming. Zhong Qingyu plopped down beside him, carelessly tossing his books onto the desk before resting his head on it. Yu Hanfeng also sat next to Gu Yu and remarked that Zhong Qingyu had experienced a breakup. A breakup? Gu Yu was taken aback and inquired when Zhong had even started dating, let alone how he had suffered a heartbreak. Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll get angry. Zhong Qingyu shot back, glaring at Yu Hanfeng with an intensity that suggested violence. Had Gu Yu not been seated between them, he might have lunged. In response to the threat, Yu Hanfeng recoiled slightly, hesitant to speak further. Why are you yelling at him? If you have the guts, challenge me to a duel, Gu Yu interjected, giving Zhong Qingyu a nudge. This fellow was the type who bullied the weak, but was fundamentally a good person. He, like many, felt a sense of superiority when comparing himself to others, yet he never mocked them. Zhong Qingyu embodied this trait. And perhaps Gu Yu too exhibited a measure of it, feeling a tinge of superiority in the presence of those he deemed lesser. Chapter 9. The Feeling of Heart Flutter. On the other hand, Yu Hanfeng came from a less fortunate background, often adopting a somewhat humble demeanor while working. To be precise, it should be about remaining unassertive and becoming a transparent individual. Gu Yu had experienced such moments before, but after receiving a profound life lesson from a compassionate individual, he underwent a complete transformation. Zhong Qingyu remained silent, prompting Gu Yu to glance at Yu Hanfeng, inquiring about the underlying situation. Gu Yu was utterly perplexed. How could Zhong Qingyu, who had only pursued a girl during his freshman year and had never been in a relationship, suddenly find himself heartbroken? Yu Hanfeng explained that just last night, Zhong Qingyu returned to the dormitory in a state of deep sorrow, lying on his bed in a stupor and refusing to speak. After observing him in silence for quite some time, Yu Hanfeng decided to inquire further. Zhong Qingyu revealed that he had previously exchanged contact information with a junior and had frequently played games with her, even gifting her presents. However, the previous night, he witnessed her strolling on the playground with another boy. Thus, he declared himself heartbroken and professed that he would no longer believe in love. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu thought to himself, was it really such a trivial matter? He held a rather laid-back perspective on such issues, which perhaps explained why he had never had a girlfriend. In his view, most girls were more interested in material wealth than genuine affection. As for the few who valued emotional connections, they were either in high school or as rare as pandas, or they were already committed to someone else. Consequently, despite having conversed and even gone out with several girls, none had led to a relationship. Let me treat you to lunch. Stop acting so melodramatic, Gu Yu said. Who's being melodramatic? I'm perfectly fine. It's just this guy Yu Hanfeng making things up. Who said I was heartbroken? I never took it seriously. Gu Yu patted Zhong Qingyu on the shoulder. I believe you. So, what shall we have for lunch? I'm in the mood for pork knuckle rice. Perhaps the deluxe version? Get out of here with that deluxe nonsense. It's enough that I'm treating you, Gu Yu retorted with a hint of annoyance. Though Zhong Qingyu had sufficient living expenses, his gaming habits led to a monthly budget of 800 yuan, out of which 800 might be spent on games, leaving him rather strapped for cash. Nevertheless, he managed to earn a bit by selling gaming accounts, yet he was the type to avoid taking orders unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, his earnings were meager, barely sufficient for his needs. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, and an instant hush fell over the students as the lesson commenced. Gu Yu was diligently attentive, as was Yu Hanfeng, in stark contrast to Zhong Qingyu, who was either lost in thought or engrossed in his phone. After an hour of lecturing, Gu Yu closed his book and opened his phone to unwind with some videos. He had forgotten to add Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni to his contact list that morning. Even if he couldn't transfer money, he could at least send them a message. Moreover, it seemed likely that these two sisters might be living with him in the future. They were short on funds and had nowhere else to go. They likely had no relatives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found themselves in such dire circumstances. However, if the two girls were to reside in his home, wouldn't he be relegated to the sofa in the living room indefinitely? Gu Yu was reluctant to accept this possibility, but what could he do? Perhaps he should consider moving into a two-bedroom apartment? He currently resides in a rather decent apartment with an affordable rent of merely 1,000 yuan in the bustling metropolis of Chuan'ai. Should he consider relocating to a two-bedroom unit? Even in an older complex, the rent would exceed 2,000 yuan, while a new building equipped with an elevator would demand an even steeper price. Thus, a change of residence seems prudent. After all, Gu Yu prefers this option over sleeping on a sofa. However, he does not envision renting a place solely for himself, but rather seeks to share a rental with his two close friends. Although he possesses a compassionate nature, he is not foolishly naive. He plans to discuss with his friends about co-renting, where he would cover the bulk of the rent while they contribute a smaller portion, with any shortfall documented as an IOU. For now, he intends to explore available properties. Additionally, his friends possess inherited properties from their parents. He will inquire about the specifics, and, should their mortgage be manageable, he may assist them in settling it. As class concluded, Johanfeng nudged Guyu, who looked up to find that the teacher had already departed and many students were rising to leave. Stop fooling around. Let us go. Wait, I'm almost done. After a few minutes, the trio exited the classroom and made their way to their next lecture. Suddenly, Zhong Qingyu became animated, prompting Guyu to follow his gaze. And indeed, it was the campus belle, Su Muling, clad in a flowing white dress, with long hair cascading gracefully and a gentle smile adorning her lips. She truly embodied the title of Chuanhai University's flower. Moreover, Su Muling is a social media influencer, boasting an impressive following of over 500,000 fans, often attracting requests for photographs from admirers. Among them was Zhong Qingyu, though he hesitated, too bashful to approach her. Yet, Guyu found himself pondering why he did not perceive Su Muling as extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps it was simply that he had witnessed Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian, her two sisters, who he believed were equally enchanting. Both sisters shared a gentle and endearing demeanor, characteristics that naturally endeared them to young men. In terms of beauty, Guyu felt a sense of awe when he observed the sisters emerging from the bathroom. Even he, who typically held little interest in women, experienced a flutter of emotion. Now, looking at Su Muling, he felt none of that. Perhaps it was simply that she had not just emerged from his home's bathroom. Upon arriving in the classroom for a lecture that was not particularly crucial, Guyu discreetly began browsing for apartments. Guyu, are you looking to rent? He was asked. He nodded and quietly replied that his current lease was nearing its end, prompting him to seek a better place. Impressive, Zhong Qingyu remarked, giving a thumbs up. He held great respect for Guyu, knowing him to be an orphan who had worked diligently since childhood after leaving the orphanage, thus earning his admiration. After reviewing several listings, Guyu also acquired contact information for a few real estate agents to inquire further. There are still numerous housing options near the school, and he has found quite a few that catch his eye, although their prices are twice as high as his current residence. After a class, the three of them strolled towards the cafeteria, occasionally glancing at the attractive female students, which provided them with a modicum of amusement. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Guyu patted Johanfeng on the shoulder and said, "Let us go together. I'll treat you to a meal." Johanfeng's immediate instinct was to refuse, stating, "No need, I can eat by myself." "Let us go," Guyu insisted, pulling on his arm, leaving him no choice but to comply. "Xiaofeng, you're mistaken. When someone offers to treat you, it's a wonderful opportunity. There's no need to feel shy. Guyu is hardly a stranger." Chapter 10. Fever. After Zhong Qingyu finished speaking, Guyu shot him a glare, saying, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Hey, how can you talk like that? Who's shameless?" Zhong Qingyu retorted. "Fine, I won't invite you to eat anymore." Guyu interrupted him, instantly silencing him. All right. I was wrong. I admit I'm shameless. Is that enough?" "Not bad," Guyu replied. "By the way, Xiaofeng, how is your mini-program coming along?" Guyu, majoring in computer science, had taken on some projects online to create mini-programs, which were straightforward and easy to accomplish. Johanfeng came from a less privileged background and previously worked delivering packages for daily wages, which was exhausting. Since the part-time job Guyu found was a bit challenging to handle alone, he invited Johanfeng to join him, as it was far more relaxed than delivering packages. Primarily, delivering packages was both tiring and poorly compensated. Working 12 hours a night only earned him 180 yuan, averaging merely 16 an hour. With such meager pay and the requirement to load 2 large trucks, Guyu had tried it once and immediately shook his head in disapproval. As they neared completion, Johanfeng mentioned, "I've conducted a trial run. It's going well, but the design is still unfinished." Guyu praised him. "Excellent. You'll take the lioness share this time. After all, I only handled the initial part. The rest was all you." Without a second thought, Johanfeng declined. No, let us split it evenly. Otherwise, I feel too embarrassed. You led this project." "All right. Then today's meal will be an extravagant treat for you," Guyu said, glancing at the cafeteria window, contemplating what to have for lunch. Just then, Zhong Qingyu interjected, "Guyu, let us go. The pig trotter rice is over there." Having not indulged in pig trotter rice for quite some time, Guyu decided to splurge today and chose the 15 yuan option. The three approached the pig trotter rice window, where a considerable queue of students had formed. Zhong Qingyu whispered to Guyu, "This place recently hired a part-time junior, and she gives a much larger portion than the previous lady, which is why so many people are coming here. Plus, it seems she is quite attractive." Upon hearing this, Guyu leaned to the side to look through the window, and indeed spotted a girl with pigtails and a mask, obscuring her features. "Is she good-looking? Don't talk to me." Guyu paid no attention to Zhong Qingyu, who wore a rather lewd expression that made Guyu apprehensive about misunderstandings from those around them. "What would you like?" As they approached the counter, the girl looked at him and inquired, her voice soft and melodious. 3 servings of pig's trotter rice, with 1 order including an extra pig's trotter. "All right." After her response, the girl began to slice the pig's trotters, assisted by an auntie beside her. Initially, it was always the auntie who did the slicing, but when the stall owner noticed the increased patronage from students, he decided to let the girl handle it. "Here are your 3 servings of pig's trotter rice." Guyu and his companions took their meals and sought a place to dine. He ate rather quickly and after finishing, remarked, "You all carry on. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Zhong Qingyu gestured for him to continue, engrossed in his meal. "What should I buy for the 2 sisters for lunch?" Guyu pondered, finding the self-service options too cumbersome. So he opted to purchase them both pig's trotter rice along with an additional clay pot rice. After securing the meals, Guyu carried the 2 takeout orders home. Lacking a small electric scooter, he had no choice but to wait at the bus stop. "Hello, may I add you on WeChat?" A girl approached him at the bus stop, and Guyu, smiling, replied, "I have a girlfriend, sorry." The girl momentarily froze before bashfully retreating. Observing her reaction, Guyu thought he should have added her on WeChat after all. However, he rarely adds girls, as his decent looks and height of 180 centimeters sometimes lead girls to approach him for their WeChat. He had added a few in the past and engaged in conversations, but gradually realized that these girls were not suitable for him. They merely sought a handsome boyfriend. Meanwhile, at home, the 2 sisters had thoroughly cleaned the house, even polishing the windows, and were now exhausted, lying on the bed. "Sister, you should be back home soon, right?" "He should be. It's already noon." "Do you think he will be happy to see that we've tidied up the house?" "He probably will." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian exchanged a few words while lying on the bed, but soon their eyelids grew heavy, having had a restless day and night. And after enduring the cold, Jiang Yushi had developed a fever that morning. Yet, neither of them mentioned it. They persevered and completed their chores, cleaning the room thoroughly. The discomfort from their fatigue caused both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian to drift into slumber within mere minutes. With a click, the door opened, and upon entering, Guyu noticed that the house appeared significantly cleaner. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed tidy. Those 2 girls must have cleaned for him. "Dinner time," Guyu called out, but the living room was empty, likely because they were in their room. He set down the takeout lunch and glanced towards the bedroom door, wondering why the girls had not yet emerged. Were they still asleep? Guyu approached, finding the door to the room ajar. Inside, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were nestled in bed, devoid of any covers, their long legs exposed to the air. They seemed a bit chilly, curled up tightly. Guyu mused internally about their lack of blankets as he moved closer, intending to rouse them for breakfast. Those 2 girls, their faces flushed even in slumber, appeared somewhat unusual. Upon entering, Guyu's gaze fell upon their rosy cheeks, which seemed rather abnormal. He gently tapped Jiang Yunyang's arm, as she lay nearest to the door. "Wake up, it's time for breakfast," he urged. Her arm felt rather cool. This season, the room was not particularly warm. Guyu once again pondered the folly of the sisters sleeping without covers, having spent the previous night on the sofa, even under a thin sheet. He had felt the chill, let alone 2 girls prone to feeling cold. "Still not awake?" Guyu called out, but Jiang Yunyang merely curled up tighter, showing no signs of waking. "It's time for breakfast." He reached out to caress her cheek and was taken aback by the warmth. "Fever?" Guyu then placed his hand on her forehead, finding it hot, significantly warmer than his own body temperature. He extended his hand to check Jiang Yushi as well, and met with the same warmth. No wonder their faces have been so flushed. Even in the morning, he had assumed it was just how girls looked upon waking. They had spent the previous day in the bridge's shelter, wearing insufficient clothing, and the drafty bridge had allowed the wind to whistle through, compounded by the rain they had faced. It was no surprise they had fallen ill. First, he would cover them with blankets, and then he would procure some medicine. Chapter 11. Is it cold under the covers? "Wake up, Guyu gently tapped Jiang Yunyang's cheek. She groggily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Guyu, rubbed her eyes and began to rise. "You're back?" Guyu inquired. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Jiang Yunyang replied, curling up slightly, feeling a bit cold. "I'm just a little sleepy." "What's wrong? You have a fever. Don't tell me you're unaware." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang felt her forehead, realizing it was indeed much hotter than when she had been working. My sister must also have a fever, she thought, but illness meant needing medicine. She had read online that drinking warm water and resting under the covers would suffice to recover. "I should be fine. It's nothing serious. I feel okay," she insisted. "Don't say such things. You're burning up. I'll go get you some medicine." Guyu glanced at Jiang Yushi, intending to refer to her as her sister, but hesitated, uncertain which of the two was the elder. "Are you the older sister or the younger one?" "I'm the younger sister, Jiang Yunyang." "Please, call your sister and cover her with a blanket. The room feels rather chilly. By the way, I brought back some food when I returned, which is on the table outside. If you're feeling unwell, you may rest for now. I'm going out to fetch some medicine. However, my sister and I are perfectly fine, so there is no need for medicine." Jiang Yunyang called out to Guyu, who was heading towards the door. She truly wished to avoid being a burden to him. Guyu did not reply, simply exiting the room. Once outside, he first filled the kettle with water and set it to boil before leaving the premises. Not far from the community, there was a pharmacy where Guyu pondered what to purchase for the sisters. He knew he needed to buy medicine for fever, as well as some cold remedies, and a substantial bag of Banlan Jin, a herbal remedy effective for various ailments. Had he given the sisters 2 packets of it last night, they likely wouldn't be suffering from fevers today. "Hello, I would like to purchase fever medication, cold medicine, and Banlan Jin, 3 types in total." "Certainly. Please take a look at this. It's quite effective for fever, priced at 38 yuan per box. And this one, while slightly more expensive at 46, is suitable for adults. For children, this one is 82 yuan per box. I'll take the ibuprofen for the cold," Guyu pointed out, recalling that he hadn't bought anything from a pharmacy in quite some time. He had seen online that pharmacies tend to recommend pricier medications, and it turned out to be true. The ordinary, less expensive medicines were just as effective. He could have easily purchased 2 boxes for the price of the 38 yuan option. The pharmacy owner reluctantly retrieved the medication and added, "Is it for a fever? I recommend some vitamin tablets to enhance immunity. And since fever is a form of inflammation, you should consider some anti-inflammatory medicine as well." "No, just these will suffice." Guyu concluded the transaction and left, preferring not to engage in further conversation. At home, after Guyu had departed, Jiang Yunyang roused Jiang Yushi. "Sister, Guyu just returned home." "Guyu? He is back?" Jiang Yushi sat up instinctively at the mention of his name, but as soon as she did, a wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a slight nausea. "Sister, it seems your fever is worse than mine." Jiang Yunyang placed her hand on her sister's forehead and then on her own, confirming that Jiang Yushi was indeed warmer. Since childhood, Jiang Yushi had always been more prone to illness than Jiang Yunyang, and this instance was no different. "Yes, I feel a bit nauseous." "Whereas Guyu? Is he still outside?" "No, he mentioned he went out to buy medicine and brought us lunch." "Do you want to eat, sister?" Jiang Yushi shook her head, disinterested in food. "All right then, let us lie down for a while and wait for Guyu to return." Jiang Yunyang urged her sister to get comfortable, and they settled back beneath their blankets. Before long, the sound of the door opening reached them. Jiang Yunyang glanced towards the entrance, anticipating Guyu's return. Observing her sister, who seemed quite unwell, she noted that Jiang Yushi hadn't even lifted her gaze. Jiang Yunyang got out of bed and walked outside, where Guyu had placed the medicine on the dining table before entering the kitchen. The water he had boiled prior to leaving was now ready. He poured it into 2 bowls. Guyu and Jiang Yunyang arrived at the kitchen door, where they spotted Guyu pouring water. She called out to her. Guyu turned and said, "I bought some medicine. Wait for the water to cool a bit, then take some." Jiang Yunyang, at a loss for words, simply replied, "Okay. Thank you." As Guyu emerged with the water, she retrieved the purchased medication, taking out 2 pills. Remembering the presence of Banlan Jin, she hurried back into the kitchen, discarding the water she had just poured and preparing 2 fresh bowls with the herbal remedy. "Let's take the medicine once it cools down. Have you eaten?" Guyu noticed that the food on the dining table remained untouched. It was evident that the 2 sisters had not eaten. "No. My sister seems to have a higher fever than I do. She feels a bit nauseous and doesn't want to eat." "Is that so?" Guyu approached the doorway of the room, deep in thought. "Let's take the medicine first. If you're still unwell after that, I'll take you both to the hospital tomorrow. She felt fortunate that she had encountered these two girls. Otherwise, they might have spent the night shivering under the bridge in the rain. And today could have easily led them to the hospital. The thought of their plight without money was too grim for Guyu to contemplate. Guyu, there's no need to go to the hospital. My sister and I are all right. Jiang Yunyang stepped closer to Guyu, lowering her head as she spoke. Going to the hospital will cost money, and it will be more debt for us to owe you. She felt that just being alive was already a significant blessing. He had rescued her and her sister, and she could hardly bear to imagine what they would have endured last night without his help. She had pondered this matter for a long time that morning, and now, the mere thought of Guyu filled her heart with boundless gratitude. He was not only handsome and tall, but also gentle, a far cry from the ruffians they had encountered last night. Let's discuss it tomorrow. For now, take your medicine. The water should be drinkable now. All right. Jiang Yunyang returned to the table, took the medicine, and swallowed it with a sip of Ban Lan General now. Your sister needs to be called. Jiang Yunyang entered the room and gently patted Jiang Yushi, saying, Sister, wake up. It's time for your medicine. Jiang Yushi had barely slept. She felt quite unwell and was reluctant to get up. She hadn't anticipated feeling so ill so suddenly. After all, she had felt fine while doing the laundry, only experiencing a slight dizziness. Here, Guyu directly brought the medicine to Jiang Yushi's mouth. With a gentle smile on his lips, Guyu made Jiang Yushi feel shy. Had her cheeks not already been flushed, they would have reddened further in mere seconds. Thank you. Jiang Yushi accepted the medicine, placed it in her mouth, and after swallowing, she began to sip the Ban Lan Gen in small gulps. Is it cold under the covers? Guyu reached in to check, uncertain of the temperature, as the two girls were always too shy to speak openly to him. Chapter 12. Buying a car wouldn't be bad. Have you both had a fever? No. Are you feeling unwell? No. He sent them to fetch medicine, but it was unnecessary. He presumed that if he inquired whether the bed was cold, the answer would undoubtedly be negative. Guyu's hand slipped beneath the covers, and he was momentarily taken aback, astonished to find himself touching Jiang Yushi's thigh. It was entirely unintentional. He had even taken the care to examine the quilt beforehand. Jiang Yushi sensed it too. Her small mouth, poised to consume the medicine, paused as she lifted her gaze to Guyu, who awkwardly averted his eyes. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment, causing Jiang Yushi to hastily lower her head, her lips gripping the bowl, intended for drinking the medicine, yet forgotten in the throes of anxiety. Guyu, feeling the tension, awkwardly explained that he was merely checking to see if the bed was cold, as the two sisters seemed reluctant to speak the truth. Jiang Yushi responded softly, her voice quickening Guyu's heartbeat. It's somewhat chilly. Shall I lay out the electric blanket for you? Guyu had previously spread the electric blanket, but with a recent warm spell, he had removed it. However, after yesterday's rain, the temperature had dropped several degrees. No need. It's not cold, she replied. Trust me. Just sit up. Changing the electric blanket will be quick. His tone bore a hint of authority, leaving no room for dissent from the sisters as he retrieved the electric blanket from the cupboard. Guyu, I'll help you lay it out, Jiang Yinian offered. But Guyu instructed, all right, first remove the bed sheet. I'll do it, Jiang Yushi said as she pulled off the bed sheet. Guyu and Jiang Yinian swiftly spread the electric blanket, followed by the bed sheet. Together, the three accomplished the task in under a minute. I'll fetch the power strip, Guyu declared, returning shortly to connect the power and adjust the settings. All set, you two lie down. If you feel hungry, call me, and I shall warm up the food I bought for you. Okay, Jiang Yushi replied, only to notice Guyu picking up the laptop from the desk, preparing to leave. Where are you going? She inquired. To the living room. You two should lie down and rest. Well, why not stay in the room? You could sit on the bed, she suggested. I'm heading to the living room, he insisted. Jiang Yushi, having just stood, was gently pressed back onto the bed by Guyu. The two girls were truly kind-hearted, good souls, though fate had dealt them a harsh hand. Had their parents been alive, they would undoubtedly be the cheerful girls they once were, living joyfully without the need for such caution in every endeavor. Settling onto the sofa, Guyu opened his laptop and published 2 chapters of the novel he had previously written, before turning his attention to the stock market. He briefly glanced at the currently popular sectors, but soon logged out. Most of his investments were in stocks meant for long-term holding. Aside from the significant fluctuations driven by the market, the short-term movements were rather modest. Each day, he merely sought to ascertain whether he had gained or lost money, or if there were any promising stocks. Presently, Guyu favored purchasing previously sound stocks, yet he found himself ensnared in a decline that had persisted for over 2 weeks. This particular stock possesses a unique characteristic. When it rises, it often reaches its peak limit in a mere 2 days. If one seizes the opportunity wisely, substantial profits can be made. However, failure to do so may lead to unfortunate entrapment. After observing the stock market, Guyu turned his attention to the mini-program developed by Yu Hanfeng. Yu Hanfeng approaches this endeavor with remarkable seriousness, producing outputs that seldom require modifications. The only drawback is the relatively slow pace of development. Yet, this may not truly be deemed a flaw, as Guyu does not always have tasks at hand, sometimes experiencing prolonged periods of inactivity. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Guyu closed his laptop and glanced at the time, realizing it was time to head to school. He had only one class that afternoon, after which he could return home. Upon reaching the doorway of his room, Guyu peered inside to find Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang nestled together in a deep slumber. Deciding against waking them, he surmised that they would likely remain asleep until his return from school. Exiting the building, Guyu boarded the bus to school. The absence of an electric bicycle proved somewhat inconvenient, and he contemplated acquiring one when time permitted, for walking indefinitely was not a sustainable option. Perhaps purchasing a vehicle would be a prudent decision. Guyu had long harbored the thought of buying a car, but had yet to commit, ultimately reluctant to part with his funds. Previously, he had considered a $30,000 electric vehicle, but given his current earnings, which barely amounted to that sum in a year, he had continuously postponed the decision. Nevertheless, a 2-wheeled electric scooter would suffice. After all, it too was a new energy vehicle, making little difference. The afternoon class was held in the computer lab, where Guyu found that his 2 roommates had already arrived. "Guyu, where did you go during lunch? You left right after eating and didn't return to the dorm?" one inquired. In the past, during afternoon classes, Guyu would typically return to the dorm, preferring it over going home. "Not much, my electric bike was stolen, and I was hoping to find a suitable replacement." "What? Your electric bike was stolen? How did that happen?" "How would I know? It was taken, obviously." "All right, don't be disheartened. How about treating me to a meal?" Zhongqingyu scratched his head. Where did it go missing? I can help you look for it. I'm a bit short on living expenses this month, but I'll treat you next month." Guyu scoffed. "Sure, go ahead. Class is starting." At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom. This lesson was conducted by a male instructor in his 30s, known for being approachable and not overly demanding with assignments. In contrast to another teacher who imposed a myriad of tasks, this one was far more lenient. He announced that in 2 weeks, there would be a computer application skills competition organized by the school, inviting those interested to sign up with the class representative, with 5 slots available per class. After the announcement, a student inquired, "Will there be any rewards for winning?" "No rewards, but you will receive a certificate, which can undoubtedly aid in scholarship applications and future job prospects." Well, in that case, the students began to murmur among themselves, and many seemed to abandon the idea. "Guyu, are you going to sign up?" "I'd like to participate," Yu Hanfeng whispered. "I have no desire to enroll. There are numerous competitions, and I have previously gathered some information, thus I wish to abstain." "Oh," Yu Hanfeng felt somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to engage Guyu, whose skills were commendable. Moreover, he felt embarrassed to participate alone. "Are you inclined to go?" Guyu discerned Yu Hanfeng's sentiments at once. The teacher had just mentioned that it would be beneficial for scholarships, and that alone was sufficient motivation for Yu Hanfeng. He nodded, albeit feeling a bit anxious. "What are you anxious about?" "It's akin to completing an assignment set by the teacher. Merely a task for 5 individuals to collaborate on. Quite simple. My reluctance stems from the fact that once registered, team members must then acclimate to one another, which is time-consuming, hence my disinclination." After explaining, Yu Hanfeng too felt a waning interest in attending, yet the thought of potential scholarship benefits left him in a state of inner conflict. Chapter 13. Frustrated with myself typically. He was invisible in class, maintaining only average relationships with his classmates, some of whom he had scarcely spoken to, compounded by a shy disposition, which left him wavering in resolve. "Let us see, perhaps I might enroll after all." "Really?" Guyu responded, "There is a scholarship at stake." Yu Hanfeng nodded. "Indeed. Let us strive to secure the top position. The scholarship for our class will surely belong to us, and we might even obtain the college scholarship." His heart began to brim with anticipation. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and Guyu exchanged brief farewells with his roommate before exiting the classroom. He wondered whether the 2 sisters had recovered from their fever, which troubled him greatly. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced his ears as he collided with the girl. "Are you all right?" Guyu asked anxiously. "Could you please watch where you're going?" The girl exclaimed, her irritation evident. Upon recognizing Guyu's appearance, she silently thought, "What a handsome guy. Was that an intentional bump? Perhaps he wishes to add me on social media?" Guyu hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. I hope I didn't T-bump into you too hard." Tong Jintang shot him a glare and admonished, "No harm done, but if you want to add a girl, just ask directly next time rather than resorting to collisions. Understood?" "Understood," Guyu replied, noting that the girl's demeanor could easily be misconstrued as an invitation. Tong Jintang's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Guyu's response. Did he actually admit to it? Shouldn't he be vehemently denying it? Oh, he even acknowledges it? Quite bold. Hearing the girl's teasing, Guyu was at a loss for words. "I assure you, I truly did not mean to. My mind was elsewhere." "I don't believe you." "Well, that's settled then. You don't believe me regardless." Guyu added, "And what about you? Where did you spring from? Is this even a proper path for you? What? Are you daring to criticize me now?" As Tong Jintang's anger escalated, she exclaimed, "You walk without paying attention. And you collide with me. You clearly intended to add me on WeChat, but now that I've exposed you, you turn around and accuse me. All right. No need to shout. I admit my fault. I apologize," Guyu hastily interjected, aware that they were on a busy path leading to the school gate, with numerous students now glancing curiously in their direction. As Tong Jintang caught Guyu's gaze, she surveyed her surroundings and suddenly realized, "Oh, weren't you just boldly admitting it? Now you're feeling embarrassed?" At that moment, she felt emboldened, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest with the poise of a character from a drama. "I apologize for the second time," Guyu stated. Upon hearing this, Tong Jintang's anger flared once more. "What's wrong with the second apology? You bumped into me, and now you don't want me to speak?" Guyu, not one to back down, retorted with irritation. "Aren't you just being unreasonable?" "Me? Unreasonable?" Tong Jintang pointed at herself, a look of disbelief on her face. She was thoroughly exasperated. Fine. Do you believe I will expose you?" Guyu was truly taken aback by her attitude. Where did this spoiled princess come from, with such a troublesome character? "My apologies for being unreasonable, but I have matters to attend to. I will properly apologize next time we meet. However, if you don't let me pass, do you believe I will confess my feelings right here? Let us see who ends up embarrassed." Fine. Is that a threat?" Tong Jintang retorted. "Do you think I'm afraid of threats? I've grown up without fear." "Tong Jintang, right? I'll remember your name." How did she just reveal her name? It's all this villain's fault for making her flustered. "You must not call me by my name," Tong Jintang commanded, pointing her finger at Guyu. "Understood. I shall take my leave, but I apologize once more. Do be careful next time. After all, you are a girl," Guyu remarked before turning away. Watching his retreating figure, Tong Jintang stomped her foot in frustration. What does being a girl even mean? What about being a boy? His words were truly unpleasant. If he was going to flirt, he should not turn defensive after being exposed. Such male chauvinism. Tong, what are you staring at?" Her friend arrived, noticing her fuming expression with curiosity. "I encountered a rude boy who intentionally bumped into me, wanted me to add him, and after being exposed, he threatened me." "What? Where is he? Has he gone far?" "I'll take you to confront him. He must apologize." Kong Jinai was taken aback, pulling Tong Jintang along, eager to confront Guyu. "No need. I won TB at a disadvantage. I'll give him a thorough scolding." "Oh, that is fair. Next time, remember to wait for me. I'll join you in scolding him." After leaving the school, Guyu contemplated preparing dinner at home, avoiding the need to go out and buy food. He wondered if the two girls had eaten the lunch he had brought them. First, he decided to head to the market to buy some groceries. "Boss, I'll take this mushroom for 10 yuan. "The boss, I would like 3 of those large chicken legs." Guyu, lacking any particular culinary inspiration, pondered for quite some time upon his arrival and decided that chicken stewed with mushrooms would be delightful, thus purchasing a selection of mushrooms. Upon reaching the poultry stall, he discovered that the price of the young chickens was comparable to that of the chicken legs. However, the former contained more bones while the latter were larger and more meaty. After careful consideration, Guyu opted for 3 chicken legs. He felt the need to acquire additional ingredients. Eating excessively greasy food while unwell would be ill-advised. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence, as he couldn't conceive of what else to cook, so he resolved to procure some meat. An added advantage of shopping for meat at the market was that the vendor would cut it for him, sparing him the effort upon returning home. After purchasing the meat, Guyu proceeded to the vegetable stall, selecting a cauliflower and a few carrots. Carrots, rich in vitamins, could bolster immunity and were also quite delectable when stir-fried. They could be deemed exceptional among vegetables. After completing his shopping, Guyu carried his purchases homeward. A large, juicy pear caught his eye along the way. Suddenly recalling that pears could be boiled to make a soothing soup with certain cold-relieving properties, he approached the vendor. "I'll take 10 yuan worth, please." "Certainly." The vendor replied briskly, packaging the fruit and handing it to Guyu. Upon returning home, Guyu placed his groceries down and glanced at the dining table, where the takeout from lunch remained untouched by his two sisters. They likely hadn't eaten enough the previous night, and he was uncertain whether they had had a sufficient breakfast that morning. Regardless, his own modest breakfast had left him unsatisfied, and he wondered if the two girls were feeling hungry. Even while ill, one must consume sustenance. Approaching the doorway of their room, he found Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang peacefully asleep in their beds, their serene expressions making them all the more endearing. Guyu entered the room and silently watched them for a couple of minutes before stepping back out. Chapter 14. In fact, quite adorable. Feeling somewhat disinterested, he decided to scroll through videos. Guyu reclined on the sofa, losing himself in videos for an hour, until the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the living room window. It was nearly 5 o'clock, time to prepare dinner. He returned to the doorway of the room, casting another glance at Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang, who were still in their previous sleeping positions, so obedient, lying on their sides with their little hands clasped together, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace them both. Glancing at the leftover lunch on the table, Guyu contemplated making a light dinner, intending to eat the remnants. Having grown up as an orphan, there were times in his childhood when he could not eat his fill. The children's welfare institution of his youth, unlike today's facilities, merely ensured that the children had food to eat, but the notion of eating freely was simply not a reality. This background instilled in him a deep sense of frugality, particularly regarding the conservation of food. Every grain and morsel was hard-won. Even our elder Yuan, before his passing, remained concerned about rice cultivation. Thus, wasting food was utterly unacceptable. He proceeded to cut the chicken legs into sizable pieces and wash them before blanching. Observing the blanched chicken, Guyu mused that the meat would undoubtedly be more fragrant if prepared as braised chicken. He added the mushrooms to the pot along with various seasonings, allowing it to stew for half an hour. After preparing the delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, Guyu began to saw it. The clattering of pans was somewhat loud, and with the door left ajar, Jiang Yunyang, who was soundly asleep in the room, was abruptly awakened. "What is that noise?" She stretched languorously, indulging in the warmth of her bed, which was heated by an electric blanket, and for a moment, she had no desire to rise. However, recalling that she was in Guyu's home, she quickly sat up, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the room, wondering if Guyu was cooking. With this thought in mind, she disregarded her still sleeping sister and hurriedly slipped on her shoes, rushing out of the room. In the kitchen, Guyu had just finished sought a dish and turned off the heat, planning to check if the two girls had awakened. Just as he extinguished the flame, he heard Jiang Yunyang's voice and turned to see her, exclaiming, "You're awake." Jiang Yunyang nodded and said, "Shall I cook?" "No need. I have already prepared it." Guyu replied as he stepped closer to her. The kitchen was rather pungent. "Oh." Jiang Yunyang turned back, and Guyu noticed her long hair was somewhat disheveled, likely from her slumber, prompting an unexpected urge to comb it. What was he thinking? Guyu found himself bemused. After all, the girl was merely staying in his home temporarily, yet he was entertaining thoughts of tending to her hair. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath, admonishing himself to refrain from such fanciful notions. This moment of self-reproach was observed by Jiang Yunyang as she turned around and saw Guyu patting his own head. Instantly, she recalled that he had also been caught in the rain the previous night. Could he be coming down with a fever? It was quite possible. Both she and her sister had fallen ill, and although he was a boy and presumably stronger than girls, he too could succumb to a fever after being drenched. "Guyu, are you feeling feverish? You should lie down on the bed. I'll fetch you some medicine." "What?" Guyu was taken aback, confused as to when he had fallen ill. "No, I'm not feverish," he insisted, trying to halt Jiang Yunyang. But she had already retrieved the medicine from the table and was examining the instructions. "Guyu, take 2 of these and 1 of those. I will get you some hot water." Jiang Yunyang paid no heed to Guyu's protestations. Her mind was solely focused on the conviction that he was indeed feverish, and she felt compelled to care for him. After all, he had looked after both her and her sister, while she had neglected to take any medicine herself, which filled her with guilt. Thus, even as Guyu reiterated that he was not unwell, Jiang Yunyang remained unconvinced. I truly am not feverish, Guyu asserted as he stepped forward, grasping Jiang Yunyang's arm and earnestly repeating, I am not feverish. How did you come to the conclusion that I am? Jiang Yunyang looked at him and replied, you just patted your head, which surely indicates a fever. Your head must be feeling fuzzy, hence the gesture. You were drenched last night. How could you not have a fever? I'm going to get you some hot water. Hot water for what? I'm not feverish, Guyu exclaimed, utterly exasperated. What kind of logic was this? Believing that being caught in the rain would inevitably lead to a fever. The act of striking one's own head is better left unmentioned. A robust man such as himself, capable of enduring not only a downpour, but even a night of cold, should be perfectly fine. Truly, he does not have a fever. Feel for yourself. Guyu held Jiang Yunyan's arm and placed her hand upon his forehead. See, no fever. Is there? Not warm at all. Jiang Yunyan's little hand felt the surface, although it was not hot. After resting there for a mere 10 seconds, a slight warmth began to emanate. She quietly remarked that it felt somewhat warm. Where is it warm? Guyu removed Jiang Yunyan's hand and placed his own in its stead. It does seem a bit warm. This is a normal temperature. Is your hand not warm? My hand. Jiang Yunyan examined her own hand and shook her head, asserting it was not warm. Guyu, at a loss, conceded that if it was not warm, then so be it. Returning to the earlier query, he asked, are you the elder sister or the younger sister? Younger sister. Oh, let me take note of that. Guyu's gaze settled on Jiang Yunyan's face, and at that moment, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth once more. Very well, I shall remember. Now, you go awaken your sister. It's time for us to eat. All right, Jiang Yunyan replied, but a moment later, she hesitated and said to Guyu, but you have a fever. I do not have a fever, Guyu retorted sharply, exasperated with the girl. His fierce tone startled Jiang Yunyan, causing her to shiver. Recalling the incident from the previous night when Guyu had struck someone, she felt a sense of dread and hurried into the room. Silly girl, Guyu murmured as he watched her retreating figure, yet he quickly followed with a thought that she was rather endearing. If his future girlfriend were to be like her. He shook his head. Having spent less than a day with these two girls, he found himself contemplating romance. Previously, he had never entertained such notions while conversing with girls, yet now his mind was consumed with thoughts of what life would be like with a girlfriend. Had he truly been oblivious all this time? In the kitchen, Guyu ladled the chicken and mushroom stew into a bowl and set it on the dining table. Noticing the leftover rice from lunch, he opted for clay pot rice and placed it in the steamer to reheat. Inside the room, after entering, Jiang Yunyan noticed Guyu had not followed. She leaned against the door, peeking outside. To her surprise, she saw him striking his own head once more. This only reinforced her conviction that Guyu must be unwell. Even if he did not have a fever, he might be suffering from a headache after being caught in the rain. Is it true that one could develop a headache from getting wet? Chapter 15, A Warm Heart. Jiang Yunyan, uncertain, picked up her phone to search for the answer, nodding as she read, yes, it is possible. But Guyu insisted he had no fever and would not heed her words. How could she persuade him? Sister, wake up, it's time to rise. Jiang Yuni gently shook Jiang Yushi, rousing her from her slumber. Jiang Yushi stretched her body and slowly opened her eyes, her small hands delicately caressing her face in an affectatious manner, making her appear utterly enchanting. Time to rise and dine. Jiang Yuni called out with exasperation, Sister, really? Sleeping in someone else's home as if it were your own. Oh, where's Guyu? Jiang Yushi's first thought was of Guyu. She glanced around the room, finding it empty, yet the enticing aroma wafting through the air made her stomach growl in anticipation. Guyu is outside, but he seems to have a fever and a headache. I asked him to lie down, but he insisted he was fine. What should I do? Guyu has a fever too? Jiang Yushi's tone shifted to one of urgency as she sprang from the bed, only to feel a wave of dizziness from her sudden movement. Yes, it's because of the headache. I saw him rubbing his temples a couple of times. Then you must insist he take some medicine. I will get up. I am fine. Call Guyu to rest here, Jiang Yushi said, her anxiety mounting as she hurried to leave the bed, only to be restrained by Jiang Yuni. Sister, please listen to me, Jiang Yuni exclaimed, her frustration evident. You didn't heed a word I said earlier. Guyu insists he is okay. I urged him to come lie down, but he refused and even snapped at me. That's why I woke you up, to think of a solution. Is that so? Jiang Yushi shook her head, momentarily at a loss for ideas. Jiang Yuni sighed. Regretting her inquiry, her sister seemed even more naive than herself. If their parents had not departed, Jiang Yushi would still be her former self. How about we have a proper conversation with him? Get up, it's time for breakfast. Aren't you feeling unwell? Gu Yu, noticing the sisters had yet to emerge, approached the doorway and saw them awake. Oh, we will be out shortly, Jiang Yuni replied. Jiang Yushi also climbed out of bed, responding, I feel fine. But Yuni mentioned you had a fever and a headache. Are you truly all right? Upon hearing this, Gu Yu glanced at Jiang Yuni, who immediately lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I am fine. I've told you I'm all right. Don't spread unfounded rumors. Oh, Jiang Yuni murmured, her voice barely audible, so faint that Gu Yu could hardly discern her reply. Why is Jiang Yushi also bowing her head? Gu Yu paused for a moment before realizing that his earlier glance at Jiang Yuni might have conveyed a sense of reproach, perhaps frightening Jiang Yushi as well. It's time for breakfast. I wasn't referring to you, Gu Yu said gently, stepping out of the room. Jiang Yuni and Jiang Yushi exchanged looks, both uncertain of how to proceed. Gu Yu had a fierce demeanor, making it difficult for them to voice their concerns. As they exited the room, the sisters reached the kitchen doorway, where Gu Yu emerged with 2 bowls of rice. Here you go, one for each of you. Passing the rice to the 2 of them, Gu Yu returned to the kitchen to fetch the leftover clay pot rice from lunch. Why are you just standing there? Eat, he urged. Turning around, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yushian had not left. Instead, they lingered at the kitchen door, appearing hesitant. The 2 sisters were likely contemplating whether to offer their assistance. Oh, Gu Yu, what is that you have? Jiang Yushin inquired, glancing at the clay pot rice that resembled what he had packed for them at noon. I packed it for you 2 during lunch, but since you didn't eat it, I thought I would heat it up, he explained. Is it leftover? Jiang Yushin felt a twinge of regret for not having eaten the meal he had brought back. Now, he was left with the remnants. Gu Yu, let me have that. You should eat the freshly made dinner, she said, reaching out her small hand, eager to take the clay pot rice. No need, I prefer leftovers. Hurry and eat, he insisted. And you, Jiang Yushi, don't dawdle. Are you hungry? Yes, Jiang Yushi replied, eyeing the fragrant dishes on the table, her stomach growling with anticipation. Then eat, Gu Yu said, and he began to serve himself. Seeing him eat, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yushin followed suit. Gu Yu, try this, Jiang Yushin said, picking up a piece of chicken leg and offering it to his bowl instead of eating it herself. After placing it there, she nervously watched for his reaction. Thank you, Gu Yu acknowledged, glancing at Jiang Yushin before savoring the piece of chicken. Observing this, Jiang Yushi also picked up a piece and offered it to him, which he accepted as well. You 2 eat as well, he encouraged. Okay, Jiang Yushin and Jiang Yushi replied, eagerly digging into the chicken leg. It was delicious, far surpassing the meals prepared by their parents, and certainly better than anything they had concocted themselves. Previously, they had not cooked at all while their parents were around, having only recently learned in the past 2 months. Yet, each time they attempted to cook, the results were either too salty or bland, or the dishes turned out burnt. With stir-fries resembling boiled meals, none of their attempts yielded satisfactory results. Earlier, when Jiang Yushin had expressed a desire to help Gu Yu with the cooking, she had felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing his disapproval of her culinary skills. Fortunately, Gu Yu had not asked her to assist, or else she would have been at a loss. Now, she regretted not learning to cook when their parents were still there, as she found herself unable to prepare even a simple meal. Noticing that both girls were enjoying their food, Gu Yu inquired, Is it good? Delicious. They both nodded in agreement. As long as you like it. Do you have any favorite dishes? Feel free to tell me, and I can get them for you next time, he offered. Jiang Yushin felt a warmth spread through her heart. Despite having known him for less than a day, he had already shown such kindness to her and her sister. He had gone out to buy medicine when they were unwell and had prepared meals for them. As he fell ill, he chose not to lie down in bed. Jiang Yunyang suddenly pondered whether Gu Yu's reluctance to rest was due to the absence of space for herself and her sister should he occupy the bed. This seemed quite plausible. In that moment, the young woman's imagination ran wild, and it would soon become a chore for Gu Yu to explain himself. I have no particular cravings, Jiang Yushi remarked. Nor do I, Gu Yu replied. You may simply purchase what you enjoy. Very well. Gu Yu did not pursue the matter further and continued his meal. Before long, Jiang Yushi's bowl of rice was nearly empty, and she began to eat in small bites. Glancing at her bowl, unsure of how much rice Gu Yu had prepared, and feeling a bit hesitant to inquire about it. Chapter 16. Abundance of rice. Guyu had taken in both herself and her sister, preparing meals for them. It was a matter she could not bring herself to voice. Within a minute, Jiang Yunyang finished her rice as well and noticed her sister had done the same. The two sisters shared a tacit understanding, sitting in silence as they awaited Guyu to finish. Have you both had enough to eat? Guyu inquired, noticing their empty bowls. Yes, we are full, they replied in unison. Guyu, perplexed, murmured, is that all? Or perhaps you lack an appetite? We are full, not lacking appetite, Jiang Yunyang responded. Very well. I was worried you two might not have enough, so I cooked extra rice. I did not anticipate you would eat so little, Guyu remarked. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged glances but remained silent, contemplating their next move. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi, displaying a cleverness that surpassed her sister addressed Guyu. If we do not eat, will the rice go to waste? Guyu looked at her and replied, leftover rice can be consumed tomorrow. Do not feel compelled to finish it all. Overeating can be uncomfortable. Jiang Yuxi found herself at a loss for words. Guyu, my sister and I have not eaten our fill. We can manage some more, Jiang Yunyang stated. Upon hearing this, Guyu seemed to grasp the situation, his expression turning serious. Are you two truly still hungry? Are you too shy to admit it? At his words, both Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang lowered their heads, their faces gradually flushing with embarrassment. Yes, Jiang Yuxi softly acknowledged. Guyu, understanding, reiterated sternly, in the future, do not hesitate to speak up if you are still hungry. What is there to be embarrassed about? Are you concerned I will begrudge you your meals? Though I may not be wealthy, I have an abundance of rice. Do you understand? As Guyu spoke, the sisters' cheeks grew even warmer, realizing he had made them feel more bashful. Jiang Yuxi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Comprehending his words, Guyu stood up and retrieved the rice cooker from the kitchen, having kept it inside to prevent it from cooling. Here, there is plenty left. Eat until you are satisfied, but do not overindulge. Okay. The two sisters shyly exchanged a few words before each began to serve themselves rice. This time, Guyu's attention was intermittently drawn to the pair, and he noted with surprise their impressive appetite, as they each consumed an ample bowl of rice. These bowls were not diminutive, measuring 4.5 inches in diameter. He himself could manage 3 bowls, yet these two girls had polished off 2.5. In truth, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunian did not possess such a large capacity for food. They had merely skipped lunch and felt ravenous from not having eaten sufficiently the previous evening and that morning. Are you full? Guyu mused, believing that this time the sisters were genuinely satiated, almost rivaling his own male appetite. Furthermore, both Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan were slender, standing quite tall at approximately 1.70 meters, yet not weighing even 100 pounds, suggesting their consumption should not be so great. As he assessed their figures, Guyu suddenly perceived a peculiar similarity. They were clad in his own garments. Have the clothes you washed on the balcony dried? He inquired. Clothes? Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan both turned towards the balcony, responding that they should be dry. Guyu suggested, if they are indeed dry, you should change out of those clothes. They surely do not fit you well. It would be best to change. All right, they replied, rising to fetch fresh attire. Guyu silently reflected on their obedience, finding such compliant girls to be a rarity in reality, and he was pleasantly surprised to encounter them. Unbeknownst to him, it was merely life's circumstances that had altered them. Had Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunan not lost their parents, they might have remained the vivacious and mischievous girls they once were. I'll help clean up, Jiang Yunan said, instinctively turning to see what Guyu was doing, only to find him tidying the remnants of their meal. She promptly dashed over. Guyu, watching her approach, was momentarily entranced by her buoyancy, standing frozen in place until she reached him. No need. I can manage this myself. You should go change, he asserted, eager to have them don their own clothing, lest he find himself restless that night. That's not right. You cooked, so my sister and I should wash the dishes, Jiang Yunan insisted. Yes, Guyu. It is only right that we both clean up, Jiang Yuxi chimed in, joining her sister to stand in front of Guyu. Very well, you may do so. He relented, realizing their stubbornness left him no choice. Upon receiving his consent, both sisters smiled brightly. Quickly devising a plan, one would wash the dishes while the other wiped the table. With no tasks left for him, Guyu followed them into the kitchen, boiling water for their medication. However, as he merely tended to the kettle, Jiang Yunan objected, rushing to his side and insisting he need not work, effectively pushing him out. With a sigh of resignation, Guyu reclined on the sofa, and opened his laptop to indulge in a novel. Though there remains half a month's worth of manuscript, Guyu still finds himself contemplating the addition of a few more words. Finished? He inquires. MHM. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang approach, and Guyu gestures for them to sit. I have a matter to discuss with the two of you. Jiang Yushi takes a seat and asks, what is it? Jiang Yunyang looks at Guyu, her expression serious. Guyu explains, as you both are currently residing in my home, it is clear that we cannot make do with just one room. Therefore, I am considering renting another place. Conveniently, my lease here expires in less than half a month. So I plan to secure a new residence beforehand and then move. However, you both cannot stay here rent-free. You will need to pay rent. I understand that you currently lack funds, but you will need to issue me an IOU, which you will repay after graduating from university. That is acceptable. Jiang Yunyang swiftly makes her decision. She had been contemplating this while Guyu spoke, recognizing that she and her sister had nowhere else to go. And given Guyu's kindness, it seemed inevitable that they would depend on him in this situation. I agree as well, Jiang Yushi adds. Her thoughts as an elder sister focused on caring for her younger sibling. She certainly does not wish to lead her sister to live under a bridge. After just one night in such conditions, she caught a cold. Without Guyu, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Medical expenses require funds, and depleting their remaining money would leave them utterly helpless. With Guyu's support, she feels reassured, knowing that her priority is ensuring her sister's well-being, even if it means enduring some mistreatment from Guyu. Furthermore, having spent a day with him, she has come to appreciate his kindness, which alleviates her grievances from the previous night. All right, since both of you have agreed, I will look for a place. He continues. The rent will be approximately 2,000 per month, but I will cover the majority. You two only need to contribute a portion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang feel a warm sense of gratitude. Guyu, you need not bear the brunt of the expense. We can split it evenly, Jiang Yushi insists. Nodding in agreement. Yes, we can share the cost. We cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Just listen to me, Guyu replies, rising to fetch some medicine from the cabinet to tend to them. Sister, Guyu just went to get the medicine. I saw that. Did you really say Guyu has a headache? Jiang Yushi asks. But he claimed he was fine. It seems genuine. I noticed him rubbing his temples twice. Jiang Yunyang remarks. How shall we approach him about this? Should we suggest he sleep in the room tonight? Jiang Yunyang feels a twinge of uncertainty, yet resolutely states. What if we simply sleep on the floor? That works. Sister, do you still feel dizzy? Jiang Yushi inquires, to which she shakes her head. No. I feel much better now. That is good. At that moment, Guyu emerges with the medicine, balancing a bowl in his hands. Here you go. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni hurriedly extended their hands to receive the medicine. Are you still running a fever? Guyu realized he had forgotten to purchase a thermometer. He hadn't been ill for quite some time and therefore had no need for one at home. Jiang Yuni replied, I should no longer have a fever. Let me check. Guyu, without hesitation, placed the back of his hand against Jiang Yuni's forehead, and it seemed indeed cool to the touch. He then checked Jiang Yushi's forehead, noticing that she felt slightly warmer than her sister. Take your medicine. I will prepare some pear soup for you, which can alleviate your cold. After saying this, Jiang Yuni stood up and tugged at Guyu's sleeve with one hand. I'll go. Guyu inquired, can you cook? Jiang Yuni opened her mouth, realizing she didn't know how to prepare it. I can manage. You two just take your medicine and rest in your room. With that, Guyu departed, leaving behind a flicker of guilt on the sisters' faces. Sister, we can't cook. We can't even make soup. We can't always rely on Guyu to prepare our meals. Can we? Jiang Yushi also acknowledged the concern, saying, Yuni, let's look up some cooking videos on our phones later. Surely, we will learn. Feeling reassured, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni finished their medicine and proceeded to the balcony to collect their clothes. Sister, should we put our clothes away? It's not proper to leave them hanging in the living room. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement, her cheeks slightly flushed. Guyu would undoubtedly notice the clothes hanging on the balcony. In the kitchen, Guyu sliced the pears, discarding the inedible cores, and placed them in a pot to boil. There was no need for additional seasonings. Merely adding some sugar would sweeten the broth, as the pears themselves had a hint of tartness. Here comes the pear soup. Guyu entered the room with 2 small bowls, finding the sisters already dressed in their shirts and skirts, lying on the bed engrossed in their phones. The moment he stepped inside, Guyu was struck by the sight of 4 long, fair legs sprawled across the bed, a vision so captivating it was hard to look away. Upon hearing Guyu's voice, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni sat up, eagerly taking the bowls from his hands. It's a bit hot. Let it cool before drinking. All right. The two girls nodded in agreement, noticing that Guyu had only brought 2 bowls. Jiang Yuni asked, "Do you have some for yourself?" "I do," Guyu reassured them, rushing back to the kitchen to fill a large bowl for himself. He had prepared a generous amount, with just 2 pairs left from his 10 yuan purchase. There was enough for all 3 of them. When he returned with a large bowl, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni smiled sweetly at him, inexplicably delighted. "Guyu, does your head still hurt?" Upon hearing this, Guyu solemnly replied, "No, it doesn't hurt at all. Truly, it's nothing to worry about." "Oh," they responded. Jiang Yunyang felt a twinge of disbelief, yet was at a loss for words. Her gaze lowered. "You two stay here. I shall take my leave," Guyu declared before turning to exit. "Sister, shall we step outside and discuss the sleeping arrangements with Guyu?" Jiang Yunyang suggested. Though she firmly believed that Guyu would not acquiesce, Jiang Yushi concurred. "Indeed, I doubt he would agree. But what will we do tonight? Will he sleep on the sofa? I noticed there seemed to be no blankets on it," Jiang Yushi remarked. At her words, Jiang Yunyang raised an eyebrow. "Is there really no blanket for Guyu?" "None on the sofa," Jiang Yushi confirmed. "Let us go out and sit with him for a while." With that, the 2 sisters emerged with their bowls, finding Guyu seated on the sofa, engrossed in writing his novel. "Guyu," Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang called out, then settled beside him. "What brings you 2 out here?" Guyu inquired. Jiang Yushi replied, "We wanted to keep you company for a bit." Instinctively, Guyu declined. "No need. You both still have fevers. You should lie down. By the way, is the pear soup enjoyable?" he asked upon noticing the sisters still holding their bowls. "Oh." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had yet to sip it, but upon Guyu's prompt, they took small sips. "Delicious. It's sweet with a hint of tartness, truly delightful." "Yes, it's very good. Guyu, you should try some too." Seeing the sisters beam with delight, Guyu felt an inexplicable joy wash over him. "As long as you enjoy it, that suffices. There's more pears simmering in the pot, which is quite tasty as well. After finishing the soup, you should give it a try." "All right, Guyu, you should drink some too," Jiang Yunyang insisted. With no other choice, Guyu took a hearty sip of the pear soup, recalling the long stretch since his last indulgence. As he savored the soup, memories of his childhood flooded back. He recalled how, when he had a cold, a kind aunt at the orphanage would prepare pear soup for him. Drinking it then felt like the epitome of happiness. He even found himself envious of other children who got to drink pear soup when unwell, almost wishing to catch a cold just to relive that moment. "Guyu, what are you doing?" Jiang Yushi asked, sitting beside him, her curious eyes sneaking a glance at his computer as he drank. "Writing a novel, but you two mustn't peek," Guyu replied, closing his laptop. It was an urban-themed story, and he was reluctant for the sisters to see it. Upon hearing Guyu's venture into novel writing, Jiang Yushi was instantly captivated. "Wow, that is impressive. I love reading novels too." Guyu scratched his head, modestly responding, "Oh, it's nothing special. It's geared towards boys, so you probably wouldn't enjoy it." "Oh," Jiang Yushi murmured, her curiosity piqued about the content of Guyu's novel. She thought to herself that with Guyu's talents, his writing must be remarkable and captivating, and above all, she wished to see what kind of stories he crafted. "All right, you two should return to your room. I need to write for a while longer," Guyu urged the pair to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang inquired, "We were just discussing, and my sister and I thought of offering you our room. We can sleep on the floor." Guyu turned to them, his expression one of reluctant disapproval. "I cannot allow you 2 young ladies to sleep on the floor. I sleep quite well on the sofa. If you 2 aren't in your room, where will you sleep? Forget about the floor. There isn't even a mattress in the house. Are you suggesting you would sleep on the bare floor?" The sisters exchanged an awkward glance. "No mattress?" they echoed. Guyu shot a stern look at Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. "Just behave and return to your room." "Oh." They fell silent, hesitant to speak further. "Hurry back to your room, and remember to eat the pears simmering in the pot," Guyu urged once more. This time, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang complied and stood up, heading to the kitchen. Guyu watched their retreating figures, a smile gracing his lips. Their hearts were indeed quite kind. In the kitchen, Jiang Yushi asked, "What should we do if Guyu won't listen to us?" Jiang Yunyang shook her head, uncertain. "But it seems he truly doesn't have a blanket. Should we offer him the blankets from our room? Would he accept? Perhaps not. Have you noticed how exceptionally kind he is to us? If we give him our blankets, we would be left cold. I doubt he would accept." Jiang Yushi fell silent for a moment, peeking at Guyu, who was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in writing his novel. His profile was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a star from a television drama, perhaps even more so than a celebrity. However, she noticed another issue. Guyu was hunched over. As the height of the sofa and coffee table was the same, causing his notebook to rest too low on the table, forcing him to bend over. Yunyang. Guyu is hunching over to look at his computer. Should we say something and suggest he move to the room? Jiang Yunyang also glanced over and saw the same predicament. Will Guyu go to the room, though? Perhaps he will, she replied. All right, let's go speak to him. But first, we should bring him a few pears. We can't be the only ones enjoying them. Agreed. As they emerged from the kitchen, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang carefully prepared pears and even found a spoon for Guyu. Upon entering, Guyu glanced at them but remained silent, returning to his work. Guyu, here you go, Jiang Yushi said, placing the pears beside him. Guyu acknowledged her with a simple, thank you. No need to mention it. Jiang Yushi continued. Guyu, it seems uncomfortable for you to look at your computer like that. Why not move to the room? You used to work there. They both knew that Guyu's computer had previously been on the desk in their room and understood it was themselves occupying his space. No need. I will finish up shortly, he replied. You should return to your room. As Jiang Yushi spoke once more, Guyu raised his head and stood up. A gesture that startled the two sisters, causing their hearts to race. Would he scold her for being too talkative? To their surprise, Guyu extended his hand, prompting Jiang Yushi to instinctively retreat, genuinely believing he intended to strike her. Instead, Guyu placed his hand on her shoulder, guiding her to turn around and gently ushering both of them into the room for a proper rest. After ensuring they were settled, he uttered a brief farewell and closed the door behind him. Standing in the now closed room, the sisters found themselves at a loss for words. What should they do now? Uncertain, Jiang Yushi suddenly recalled their need to study, exclaiming, Oh right, we haven't studied in several days. Yes, studying, Jiang Yushi echoed. And the two quickly finished their pears before emerging from the room. Upon seeing them reappear, Guyu sighed, pondering what these two girls were up to now. Surely they weren't going to discuss something that would lead them back into the room again. Guyu, we would like to get our books to study, Jiang Yushi stated, retreating slightly behind her sister as she caught his gaze, feeling hesitant to speak directly. Jiang Yuni, however, confidently pointed to the suitcase in the living room and whispered, The books are in there. Upon hearing this, Guyu responded, Study, you say? Of course, that's perfectly fine. You don't need to ask me. With his approval, the sisters approached the suitcase, opening it to reveal stacks of books. Guyu had noticed them yesterday, but had chosen to ignore it. Now, observing them retrieve the books, he considered the lack of a proper study desk at home. The only table available was a small one he had purchased for his computer, measuring merely a meter in length, far too small for two. Where do you plan to study? He inquired. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni turned their heads in unison. Puzzled by his question, Guyu explained, There is only one study desk in the room, which might not accommodate both of you. If you prefer, you could study at the dining table. The sisters nodded in agreement, indicating they were fine with that arrangement. All right, you needn't keep looking at me, Guyu remarked, feeling somewhat awkward under their gaze. Okay, sister, take this, Jiang Yuni said, handing a book to Jiang Yushi. They gathered a substantial stack of books and settled at the dining table. Guyu glanced over once more, contemplating that after moving into a new house, he should consider purchasing a proper study desk for them. Otherwise, it might adversely affect their studies. He also wondered about their academic abilities. Were they managing well? Or struggling with anything? Guyu mused that if they encountered difficulties, he might be able to assist them. After all, as a student of Chuanhai University, previously ranking among the top 50 in high school, he should be able to help them without issue, allowing them some time to study independently. He planned to check on them later. Sister, are you studying? What are you looking at? Jiang Yuni asked. I don't understand this. I've forgotten. In this manner. Has she forgotten again? Oh, how can you expect to apply to the same university as me? Jiang Yunyang was utterly speechless at her sister, despite her own academic excellence. Her sister seemed to struggle with even the simplest concepts. Were it not for her constant tutoring, she suspected her sister would rank among the lowest in the class. The questions were undeniably straightforward, yet they required numerous repetitions before her sister could grasp them. Chapter 19. The bed can accommodate 3 people. Listening to the quiet conversation between the two sisters, Guyu discerned that the younger sister excelled in her studies while the elder sister faltered. One would think that twins would perform similarly, yet their personalities were strikingly alike. It baffled him. Nonetheless, Guyu resolved to see if he could assist Jiang Yushi, thus alleviating some of Jiang Yunyang's burden. Having completed his writing, Guyu approached, finding Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang diligently studying, occasionally discussing problems between themselves. As Guyu settled beside them, both turned to acknowledge his presence. It's all right, continue with your studies. I'll merely observe. Sitting next to Jiang Yuxi, he noted that she had set aside her previous mathematics problems and was now perusing English exercises, albeit with a lackluster demeanor. Guyu, I just discussed with my sister. I wish to attend school tomorrow. Attending school, is it? That sounds fine. I can take you both. However, have you recovered from your fevers? Guyu reached out to feel Jiang Yuxi's forehead, noting it still felt somewhat warm. It seems you still have a fever. Will you be able to attend class tomorrow? Jiang Yuxi hesitated before replying. I should be all right. At that moment, Jiang Yunyang interjected, Guyu, my sister and I primarily wish to visit the school. The teachers must have assigned many papers during these past days, and we thought to collect them since we have run out of exercises to complete. Guyu pondered for a moment before responding. How about this? Since you both are still unwell, I will go to your school tomorrow and retrieve the papers for you. Does that sound acceptable? Jiang Yunyang nudged Jiang Yuxi. That works. Thank you, Guyu. Guyu then inquired of Jiang Yuxi, are you still feeling unwell? You seem rather lackluster. Before Jiang Yuxi could respond, Jiang Yunyang spoke up. No, she simply doesn't want to study. She is always lackluster when it comes to learning. Don't say such things. I do want to study. Jiang Yuxi exclaimed, her temper flaring as she playfully struck her sister. I am indeed studying diligently. With a mutter, Jiang Yuxi resumed her reading with renewed seriousness. Guyu chose not to comment further, instead examining the sister's papers. To his surprise, he realized that many of the high school problems were beyond his own grasp. As he looked at the questions, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt he should know the answers, yet he was at a loss as to how to articulate them. It seemed that his endeavor to tutor these two young ladies was destined to falter. If you are feeling unwell, it would be best to refrain from studying for now. There is no need to rush. Take a good rest, for only after recuperation will you find the motivation to continue. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged a brief smile with Guyu before returning their attention to their books. Once back on the sofa, Guyu opened the message he had received. Yu Hanfeng mentioned that he had received another assignment, but he found it rather challenging. Upon reviewing the documents, Guyu concurred that it was indeed somewhat difficult, though not insurmountable, merely cumbersome. What is the fee you are being offered? Guyu inquired. I'm still negotiating. They proposed 1,000, and I was hoping to ask you what would be a suitable amount, Yu Hanfeng replied. Ask for 10,000. Their main intention is to incorporate advertisements for profit. Inquire how they wish to handle the advertising, whether they plan to manage it themselves or prefer a more casual arrangement. All right, I shall ask. Within moments, Yu Hanfeng responded, stating that they required both options and suggested that we copy and paste the code since he had seen online that this was a feasible approach. Ridiculous. Tell him to do the copying and pasting himself, Guyu retorted. Yu Hanfeng scratched his head, pondering the next steps. So what should we do? Guyu contemplated for a moment. You should check with the software company regarding their pricing. We can afford to ask for 2,000 less. I have inquired with the software company. They quoted 15,000. Guyu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the software company was quite profitable. Let us settle on 7,000. 6,000 is acceptable, 5,000 will do, and 4,000 is manageable. We can take our time to draft this, as it seems he is not in a hurry. All right, I will convey this. By the way, this task can be replicated. Have you forgotten that we have handled something similar before? Guyu remarked. Regardless, the previous version still requires modifications, which is troublesome. After a brief interval, Yu Hanfeng messaged again, indicating that the client wished to deliberate further. Guyu remained indifferent. Recognizing that such clients may not always conclude successfully, they were likely misled by the software vendors, desiring a mini-program to generate advertising revenue. He had previously attempted a similar venture, only to discover that the resultant mini-program garnered no users, and the expenditure on advertisements exceeded the cost of developing the software itself. It was an endeavor that resulted in a net loss. Sister, it's past 9. What shall we do when it's time for bed? Jiang Yunyang inquired, casting a glance at Guyu, who was seated on the sofa, as she quietly posed the question to Jiang Yuxi. I am uncertain. Guyu does not heed our concerns, Jiang Yuxi replied. Jiang Yunyang pressed further. Do you find the living room to be chilly? Jiang Yuxi touched her arm and admitted. It is a bit cool, but tolerable. Jiang Yunyang remarked that it seemed Guyu had neither a blanket nor an electric blanket, and he would surely be cold at night. Should we not suggest he borrow a blanket and an electric blanket? Jiang Yuxi sighed, knowing Guyu would likely refuse. But we cannot allow him to suffer in the cold, can we? Perhaps we could invite Guyu to the bedroom. The bed there can accommodate 3 people. As Jiang Yunyang spoke, her breath quickened, and her cheeks flushed with anxiety. That could be a possibility. Jiang Yushi contemplated and eventually concurred with her sister's idea. Though she felt a twinge of apprehension, it was indeed her first experience sharing a bed with a boy. Sister, who should go and talk to him? I will. Jiang Yusin replied. You cannot, for I will be the one sleeping next to Guyu tonight. Jiang Yusin then inquired, what if Guyu disagrees? To which Jiang Yushi responded, I am uncertain. The sisters fell into silence once more, having lost count of how many times they had lapsed into quietude today. Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yusin, it is nearly 10 o'clock. Stop studying, Guyu called out, glancing at the time. He urged the two to rest, noting that they were both still feverish and would benefit from an early night. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yusin rose, hand in hand, and approached Guyu. Guyu, do you not have a blanket for sleeping tonight? I do, he replied. Seeing their inquisitive expressions, he realized that if he admitted to not having one, the 2 girls might offer to give him theirs from the room. Is it in the room? They asked. It is not in the room. You 2 should go rest. I have a blanket, he insisted. Chapter 20. What if I were to bully the 2 of you? Guyu pressed again. Jiang Yusin felt he was deceiving her and her sister, stating, Guyu, you are lying. You do not have a blanket. If you do not show us, my sister and I will not leave. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, if you do not produce the blanket, we shall remain. All right, I do not have a blanket. Is that sufficient? Guyu had not anticipated the 2 girls to be so forthright, recognizing they had a certain tenacity. Thus he conceded. However, he continued to explain, I do not usually cover myself while sleeping, and besides, it is not cold in the house, so a blanket is unnecessary. Jiang Yusin retorted, it is cold. The house is indeed chilly. Jiang Yushi added, yes, it is very cold. If you do not want a blanket, you can sleep in the room. The bed is large enough for 3. In the room? Guyu was momentarily taken aback by their suggestion. What are these girls thinking? Could it be that they have developed feelings for me? He mused, dismissing the notion. Having known each other for only a day, he could not comprehend what allure he could possess. Otherwise, he would not have remained single until now. All right, I understand that you both do not wish for me to be cold, but do you think it is appropriate for you to share a bed with a boy? Jiang Yushi, blushing, replied, I know you are a good person, and besides, we will not be sleeping too close together. You certainly will not do anything to us. It will be fine. Guyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing for the first time how troublesome it was to refuse a girl. What if I were to bully you both? That will not happen. At this moment, Jiang Yunyang felt quite shy, yet she blushed and spoke, asserting that there was no possibility of such a scenario. If you wished to bully me and my sister, it had already happened. But you are such a kind-hearted person that you would never do so. Indeed, Nian Nian is right. You would never act in such a manner. Guyu, upon hearing this, fell into a state of speechlessness, feeling utterly at a loss for words. If you do not want the blanket and choose not to sleep in the room, then my sister and I will also forego the room. Unafraid of your wrath towards us both, Jiang Yunyang declared, her little mouth babbling away. Since the departure of our parents, you have been the kindest person to my sister and me. We do not wish for you to suffer from the cold on our account. As she spoke, a hint of grievance appeared on Jiang Yunyang's face, which made it difficult for Guyu to refuse her. However, the thought of sharing a bed with 2 girls posed a considerable challenge for him. Even lying on the same bed proved to be a daunting decision for Guyu. His heart was a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, caught in a web of indecision. Jiang Yushi gently nudged Guyu's arm, her voice laced with a charming tone, pulling him from his reverie. All right, Guyu acquiesced, eliciting gleeful smiles from Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. Their faces flushed with bashfulness, turning a vibrant shade of red akin to ripe apples, which made Guyu want to take a bite. Come, let us go to the room. Guyu, wishing to avoid further discussion, led the 2 sisters inside, stating, I will lie down here, using my clothes as a barrier, and that shall suffice. Guyu, do you have something to cover with? They inquired. Yes, there is this sheet, and the bed has an electric blanket. It won't be cold. You 2 must refrain from saying anything further. Lie down and sleep. Oh, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang scurried to the other side of the bed. Once they settled down, Guyu promptly turned off the lights. Sleep early, he thought to himself, convinced that he would not be able to sleep that night. In truth, Guyu had devised a plan to sneak out once Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were asleep, intending to purchase a blanket the next day to pacify the two girls. With the lights extinguished, the room plunged into darkness, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, wide-eyed, anxiously gazed at the ceiling. Hurry and sleep, Guyu urged as he approached the bed, captivated by their jewel-like eyes blinking in the dim light. Close your eyes. Upon his command, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang obediently shut their eyes, soon feeling Guyu join them on the bed. The distance between them remained considerable. The expansive bed allowed Guyu to reserve a mere 50 centimeters for himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang nestled closely together on the opposite side, creating a significant void in between. After lying down, Guyu found himself unable to sleep. His thoughts fixated on waiting for the two girls to drift off before he would make his exit. Truth be told, this was his first experience in such a situation, and he too felt a surge of nervousness. Though his face bore no blush, his heart raced as if on the brink of bursting. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang shared the same sentiment, pressed against one another, acutely aware of each other's racing heartbeats. The three individuals remained silent, enveloped in a profound stillness, with not even a rustle to break the serenity. Time trickled by slowly. Guyu opened his eyes, glancing sideways at Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, pondering whether they had succumbed to slumber. He was uncertain how long he had been awake, yet it felt like an eternity. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously rose from the bed, gently taking the duvet with him as he exited the room. His movements were deliberate and quiet, and upon noticing that both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang seemed undisturbed, he exhaled in relief. He reclined on the sofa, glancing at the time, past 1 in the morning, and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep within mere minutes. Around 2 in the morning, Jiang Yushi awoke, feeling exceedingly unwell. She touched her forehead, discovering a fever had returned. Sitting up, she stumbled upon Guyu's discarded clothing and suddenly recalled that she had shared the bed with him the previous night. Where could Guyu be? She wondered, glancing at the bed to find her sister on her right, while the left side lay empty. Was he in the restroom, or elsewhere? Rising from the bed, Jiang Yushi intended to search for him, also craving some medicine to alleviate her discomfort, which seemed all-encompassing. Emerging from the room, the living room was bathed in darkness. After closing the door behind her, she peered towards the direction of the sofa, sensing a presence, yet uncertain of its reality. With her vision somewhat blurred, she approached cautiously. In the pitch-black room, her focus solely on the sofa, she completely overlooked the coffee table and bumped into it. Reacting quickly, she covered her mouth, hoping she hadn't disturbed Guyu's slumber. At that moment, Guyu shifted on the sofa, confirming her suspicion. He had indeed returned and was sleeping there. Had he awakened from her misstep? Jiang Yushi tiptoed closer, and as she neared, she could see Guyu leaning against the sofa, appearing somewhat uncomfortable in his sleep. A wave of distress surged within her. The thought of him sleeping on the sofa stirred a sense of unease. What could she do to persuade Guyu to move to the bedroom? Chapter 21. No tears lost in her thoughts. Jiang Yushi momentarily forgot her own malaise, until the discomfort became unbearable, prompting her to seek medicine. Where had she placed it? The living room remained shrouded in darkness, and she hesitated to turn on the light for fear of waking Guyu, opting instead to fumble around blindly. Recalling that the medicine was on a cabinet, she approached it and indeed found the box. However, another dilemma arose. She could not discern the labels on the boxes, leaving her uncertain of which medication to take. Regardless, she decided to take both, a fever reducer and a cold remedy, believing they would do no harm. After some time, she managed to grasp the medicine, then made her way to the kitchen. Water and a cup, she continued to navigate in the dark, relying on her sense of touch. A crisp sound resonated in the tranquil living room, abruptly awakening Guyu, who opened his eyes in bewilderment. What was that noise? He glanced around the room, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps he had merely misheard. Lying back down, he soon detected a faint sound emanating from the kitchen. Guyu immediately sat up, switched on the light, and peered into the kitchen, where he beheld Jiang Yushi crouched on the floor amidst shards of a broken bowl. I'm so sorry, Jiang Yushi murmured, acutely aware that she had disturbed Guyu. She felt utterly foolish. In her attempt to pour some water, she had inadvertently shattered the bowl. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she reprimanded herself internally. Are you all right? Guyu rushed over, kneeling beside her and gently lifting her up. Did you hurt yourself? He grasped her arm and inspected it, relieved to find no apparent injuries. What's wrong? Don't cry. It was only when he noticed the glimmer of tears pooling in her bright eyes that he realized the cause of her distress. Please, don't cry. It's all right. You're not hurt, are you? Let me see. Being somewhat oblivious, Guyu mistakenly assumed her tears were due to injury, and he scrutinized her arm. This, however, had the unintended effect of making Jiang Yushi blush, her expression shifting from sorrow to embarrassment. Stop crying, Guyu reassured her after inspecting her arm, only to notice the trails of tears cascading down her cheeks, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. It's okay, you're not injured. You're not in pain, right? He wiped her tears with his sleeve, his words of comfort limited by his inexperience. Seeing Guyu's concern, Jiang Yushi felt more tears escape her eyes. Whether it was from gratitude or happiness, Guyu remained oblivious, merely noticing that she was crying again, unsure how to console her. He could only stand by in anxious silence. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yushi wiped her tears with her small hands and, with a slight quiver in her voice, reassured him. I'm fine. That's good. Let us not cry. Come, let us sit on the sofa. Be careful of the floor. You might hurt your feet. His tender words once again caused Jiang Yushi to succumb to her emotions, tears flowing anew. Fearing that Guyu would worry, she repeatedly dabbed at her face, smudging it in the process. Once seated on the sofa, Guyu retrieved a couple of tissues from the coffee table, gently dabbing at her face. Unsure how to comfort her further, he placed a large hand on her back, softly patting it. Is this sister or little sister? Guyu pondered, finding it difficult to distinguish between the two girls. Earlier that day, he could recognize them sitting together, but now he was utterly confused. Were you trying to get a drink of water? He inquired after a couple of minutes, noticing that Jiang Yushi had finally ceased her crying. Jiang Yushi softly replied, I want to take some medicine. Taking medicine? Are you feeling unwell? Guyu placed his hand on Jiang Yushi's forehead, feeling its warmth, just like during noon. Sit tight. I will fetch you some medicine. Guyu hurried away, retrieved the medication, and returned to the kitchen to prepare a packet of Banlangen for her. Watching Guyu's busy figure warmed Jiang Yushi's heart. How could he be so kind? As Guyu emerged with the medicine, his gaze upon Jiang Yushi suddenly revealed a sense of amusement at her innocence. Jiang Yushi, is it? Yes. Jiang Yushi was taken aback that Guyu recognized her, her little mouth breaking into a wide smile as she nodded enthusiastically. How did you know it was me? First, take your medicine. Guyu handed her the medication, and she took her first sip. While she drank, Guyu gently covered her legs with a blanket, noting how her short skirt left her long legs exposed to the chill. Did you refrain from turning on the light to avoid waking me? Jiang Yushi lowered her head, shyly responding with a soft Next time, don't do that. Guyu lightly ruffled her hair, speaking softly. Understood. Now, let us head to your room. You'll feel much better after taking the medicine, and you need a good rest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi did not budge. Instead, she tugged at his sleeve. You should stay with me. It's uncomfortable to sleep alone on the sofa. Be good. I'll escort you to your room. Guyu gently helped her up and guided her toward her room. On the bed lay Jiang Yuxian, still fast asleep in the darkness, making it difficult for Guyu to see clearly. He touched the bed and felt the warmth of the electric blanket. Quickly fall asleep. If you're still unwell, just rest here. If the fever persists tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital for N4. Upon hearing the mention of the hospital, Jiang Yushi immediately shook her head. No need. I'm fine. We don't have to go to the hospital. All right, then hurry and sleep. How can you feel better without resting? Guyu understood that Jiang Yushi likely avoided the hospital out of concern for expenses, so he acquiesced to her wishes. Guyu, are you leaving? Jiang Yushi grasped his sleeve, reluctant to let him go. No more talking. You'll wake Jiang Yuxian. Sleep now. Be good. Good night. Guyu turned to leave, and as he glanced at the closed door, Jiang Yushi lay back on the bed, involuntarily conjuring images of Guyu in her mind. At that moment, a new and subtle feeling toward Guyu blossomed within her, though she remained unaware. By the way, how did Guyu know I was the elder sister? Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of regret and resolved to inquire about it tomorrow. Could it be that he pays more attention to me than to my sister? With these thoughts swirling, Jiang Yushi drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Guyu soon found himself lying on the sofa, succumbing to sleep as well. In his dreams, he seemed to envision holding a girl in his arms. Upon awakening, he realized the dawn had arrived. It was just past 7 in the morning, time to fetch breakfast. Guyu swiftly tidied himself before heading out. The absence of an electric bike proved to be quite inconvenient, prompting his decision to purchase one that very afternoon. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Yunyang had awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she glanced at Jiang Yushi and then at the spot where Guyu had slumbered the previous night. Had Guyu already risen? She hastily got out of bed and ventured into the living room, only to find it empty. Perhaps he was in the bathroom? Chapter 22. The handsome cousin. She refrained from inquiring and waited patiently until the front door swung open, revealing Guyu's return. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yunyang rushed over. Guyu gestured to the items in his hands, stating, "I brought breakfast for you. Is your sister awake?" Jiang Yunyang instinctively replied, "No, I'll go wake her up." However, she soon realized something puzzling. How could Guyu discern her as the younger sister at a mere glance? Sometimes, even their parents failed to recognize them so easily. "No need," Guyu said, gently grasping Jiang Yunyang's arm. "Your sister had a fever last night, and isn't feeling well. Let her sleep a bit longer. We can eat together." "Did my sister really have a fever last night?" Jiang Yunyang exclaimed in surprise, as she was completely unaware. Guyu nodded. "She came out to take medicine, and that's when I noticed." "She came out for medicine, and you noticed?" Jiang Yunyang pondered, deducing that her sister must have gotten out of bed and inadvertently awakened Guyu. "Come, let us eat." Guyu seated himself. Having purchased 2 bowls of congee that morning, 1 bowl of oatmeal and another of pumpkin for the sisters. Choose which one you prefer. The other is for your sister. If it gets cold, just warm it up in the steamer. He also bought a portion of grilled cold noodles, just one, promising to procure more next time if they enjoyed it. "Here are pork and scallion buns, pork and mushroom buns, and pork and corn buns. Have whichever you fancy. Don't be shy." As Guyu spoke, he laid out the food before them. "It's the same as always. If Jiang Yushi wakes up late, warm it for her. Let us eat," he concluded, digging into his meal. Jiang Yunyang echoed his sentiment and began to eat as well. "Guyu, you should have some congee too," she suggested, pushing a bowl towards him. Guyu pushed it back, stating, "I don't particularly enjoy it, so I didn't buy any for myself." "Oh, all right." Jiang Yushi was unsure whether Guyu truly disliked congee, but she took him at his word. Guyu ate swiftly and soon finished, rising to say, "I'm off to school to collect your papers." "Okay, thank you." After watching Guyu depart, Jiang Yunyang lost her appetite, neatly storing away the breakfast before retreating to her room. Upon arriving at the school gate, Guyu knocked on the security office door. "Excuse me, sir, I'm a parent of a student. Do I need to register to enter?" "A parent of a student?" The 2 security guards scrutinized Guyu, who did not seem to fit the mold, as they had presumed him to be a student due to his casual attire. "What class?" "3rd grade, classes 7 and 9. Please allow me to contact the homeroom teacher." "Very well." Before Guyu arrived, he had already obtained the phone number of Jiang Yunyang's homeroom teacher. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the classroom directly. He certainly needed to make his presence known. "Hello," a feminine voice greeted him once the call connected. "Is this Wang Laosher? I am Jiang Yunyang's guardian. I am currently at the school entrance and would like to discuss a matter with you." "Jiang Yunyang's guardian?" Wang Xingzhu glanced at the phone number, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Jiang Yunyang's guardian passed away in a car accident some time ago? Was it perhaps a relative? The girl had requested leave a week prior, stating that her family could no longer afford their mortgage and she needed to find a place to stay. There had been no news for several days. "All right, you may come in." "Teacher, the security guard at the entrance won't allow me in. Could you please speak with him?" "Hand the phone to the guard." Guyu passed the phone to the security guard, and after a brief communication, he was allowed to proceed. At this moment, it was just before 8 o'clock, the time when students were arriving for school. As he walked through the campus, he was greeted by a sea of youthful figures clad in uniforms, evoking a nostalgic sensation of his own school days. "Wow, what a handsome boy. Where is he?" "There." Guyu's striking appearance quickly captured the attention of several girls, who began to whisper among themselves. "He's not wearing a uniform. Is he from our school?" "I'm not sure, but he is so handsome and radiant. I want to ask for his WeChat." "Stop. What are you thinking? Aren't we supposed to be studying right now?" "No. Don't you all think he is incredibly good looking?" "Enough with your infatuation. But how do you know he isn't a teacher? If he is a new teacher, you might end up being called to the office." "True. He isn't in uniform and is even more handsome than our school as heartthrob. He might actually be a teacher." "All right, fine." Upon entering the academic building, Guyu made his way to the 3rd floor, glancing around until he spotted the office sign. Inside, students were bustling in and out, carrying papers and homework. Guyu stood at the door, peering inside before knocking gently. "Is Wang Laosher here?" Several teachers in the office turned to look at him. Guyu introduced himself. I am Jiang Yunyang's guardian. I called earlier. Come in, one of the teachers replied, and Guyu stepped inside. Observing Jiang Yunyang's homeroom teacher, he noted that her demeanor was not particularly warm. However, it was essential for a homeroom teacher to maintain authority over their students. Wang Laosher, I am Jiang Yunyang's cousin. I am here primarily to request an additional 2 days of leave for her. She has been ill with a fever recently, and I have just assisted her and her sister in finding a place to stay. Therefore, she will be unable to attend school for the next couple of days. Additionally, I would like to collect the assignments from the past few days so that Jiang Yunyang can study at home. Wang Xingzhu responded, I see. That is fine. I will take you to the classroom to collect the materials shortly. Thank you, Teacher Wang. I would like to inquire if you are familiar with Liu, Jiang Yushi's homeroom teacher? Just then, a voice emerged from behind, saying, Yes, that would be me. Hello, Teacher Liu. Jiang Yushi also requires a leave of absence. This girl is suffering from a more severe fever. A couple of days ago, the two of them braved the rain to search for a house and ended up catching a cold. Teacher Liu nodded and said, Let them both rest for 2 days. They can return to class once they feel better. Li Qiqi, please fetch the assignments Jiang Yushi has missed over the past few days. While speaking, Teacher Liu gathered some papers from the desk. These are the assignments for today and tomorrow. Please take them. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Guyu accepted the papers. And instead of accompanying Guyu to the classroom, Teacher Wang instructed a female student to guide him there. Is he Jiang Yushi's cousin? Quite handsome. On the way back to the classroom, Han Nanxiao discreetly observed Guyu, contemplating that since Jiang Yushi's cousin had come to school, she must inquire further. Upon arriving at the classroom, Han Nanxiao said to Guyu, Please come in. This is Jiang Yushi's desk. At that moment, Jiang Yushi's deskmate glanced up at Guyu. Pondering his purpose there, Han Nanxiao asked Jiang Yushi's deskmate, Li, do you have all the assignments Jiang Yushi has missed these days? Yes. They are all in the desk, just these. Chapter 23. Ximyun Han Nanxiao retrieved the assignments, organizing them as she spoke. This is all. Please take them. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. All right. As Guyu departed, Bai Li immediately inquired, Who is he? Han Nanxiao, filled with excitement, replied, He is Jiang Yushi's cousin. Isn't he quite handsome? He is passable, Bai Li responded. She then asked, He came to collect Jiang Yushi's assignments. Does that mean Jiang Yushi isn't attending school? Han Nanxiao replied, No. I overheard in the office that Jiang Yushi seems to be unwell and cannot attend school these days. Her cousin came to request leave on her behalf and to collect her assignments. Oh, I see. By the way, did you ever hear Jiang Yushi mention having a cousin? Bai Li shook her head. Jiang Yushi never mentioned it. Her cousin is so handsome. When she returns, I must ask her about him. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, and Guyu made his way out of school, heading home. Upon arriving home, Guyu opened the door and found the living room empty. Thinking that the two girls must still be in their room, and Jiang Yushi might still be asleep. After placing the assignments down, Guyu approached their bedroom door. Jiang Yushi was lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone, while Jiang Yushi was still asleep. Guyu walked over and gently tapped Jiang Yushi, who immediately turned around, smiling upon seeing him. Come out. The two emerged, and Guyu stated, I just requested a few days off from your teacher. You can return to school next week. Here are your assignments. There are many, so take your time. It's all right if you don't finish. Just don't overexert yourselves. Still having a fever? Guyu touched Jiang Yushi's forehead, finding it cool. Did you take your medicine this morning? Jiang Yunyang shook her head, expressing that she felt better and had refrained from taking her medication. All right, what about your sister? Would you like to check on her? Guyu observed the situation and returned to the room. Jiang Yushi was sleeping soundly. The bed was warm. Thus, her sleeping posture was rather playful, with her fair arms exposed and half of her thigh uncovered. After gently tucking her in, he touched her forehead, finding it not overly warm, presumably due to the medication taken the previous night. Let your sister sleep. I must head to school now. As Guyu spoke, he prepared to leave. But Jiang Yunyang hurried after him, asking, Guyu, will you return for lunch? I should be back, he replied. In that case, let us exchange contact information so I can message you later. All right. Jiang Yunyang dashed to her room to fetch her phone, and after adding him as a contact, Guyu departed for school. It was 8:40 a.m. Guyu glanced at the time, deciding to walk to school while keeping an eye out for an electric bike along the way. Living without an electric bike was quite inconvenient. He had just taken a taxi to Jiang Yunyang's school, costing over 20 yuan for the round trip. Now he would have to take the bus, which entailed waiting for it to arrive, wasting precious time. Arriving at an electric bike shop, Guyu stepped inside. Hello. I would like to take a look at the electric bikes. A young man in his 20s approached, inquiring about the type and budget. We currently have a model on discount, originally priced at over 400 yuan, now available for just 3,000. The faster models, which are favored by delivery workers, cost over 5,000. If you are looking for something cheaper, there are options around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, albeit smaller and more suited for girls. The sales representative provided an overview, and Guyu had a price range in mind, responding, I'd like to see the 3,000 yuan model. Do you have any second-hand ones? Yes, we do have second-hand bikes outside, but to be honest, I recommend purchasing new ones. The price difference is only about 600 to 700 yuan. Let me take a look at the second-hand options first. Guyu was merely browsing, hoping for a more affordable deal. These are all second-hand, but still quite new, with production dates not exceeding 2 years. How much for this one? Brother, I can give you a good price of 2,300. We bought it for 2,000, and after refurbishing, we need to cover some labor costs. All right, I'll consider it. Guyu exited the shop, planning to inquire about prices at several other stores along the way. Boss, can you lower the price a bit more? Brother, the lowest I can offer is 2,000. We wouldn't make any profit. At other shops, they'll charge you at least 2,300. Guyu then discovered another promising option at a different shop and spent a few minutes discussing the price with the owner. In that case, brother, I'll extend a 6-month warranty for you. If it breaks within 6 months, you can come back for repairs. Typically, second-hand bikes don't come with a warranty. Does that sound fair? Guyu contemplated this. He had visited 4 or 5 shops already, and this one seemed to be the most affordable. Continuing further might not yield significantly better prices. Guyu, is that really you? Guyu turned around and saw a girl running towards him. Sure, Yuner. What brings you here? He inquired. I came to have breakfast and bought a few things, she replied. Are you intending to purchase an electric bike? Indeed. Guyu glanced at the multiple bags Sure Yuner was carrying. So, are you buying one? If so, could you give me a ride back to school? I lost track of time while wandering around this morning and missed the bus. Taking a taxi would cost over 10 yuan, and I've already walked for nearly 10 minutes. I'm exhausted. Young man, I can offer you an additional 50 off. This is quite a loss for me, the shopkeeper said again. Guyu pondered for a moment and replied, All right then. Okay, pay here, and I'll write you a receipt. Just a moment, I'll go pay. I'll join you, Sure Yuner said, following him into the shop. Seeing this, the shopkeeper remarked, Young man, is this your female classmate? Yes, truly beautiful. You bought a bike today. It would be wonderful to take her shopping in the future, wouldn't it? Guyu, rendered speechless, simply nodded and proceeded to pay. Guyu, I recall you had an electric bike before. Did you sell it? I lost it. Lost it? Sure Yuner echoed in surprise. Guyu nodded, affirming, yes. I lost it. All right then, how much did you pay for it? 1,950. Fortunately, I encountered you. The shopkeeper offered me a discount of 50 because he thought I looked good. Upon hearing this, Sure Yuner immediately broke into a proud grin. Then you should treat me to a meal. I don't have any money. Sure Yuner, initially pleased, pouted upon hearing no money, exclaiming, Humph, I saved you 50. How stingy. Guyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing he shouldn't have spoken up. I'll treat you to bubble tea sometime. Is that acceptable? Sure Yuner readily agreed. Sure, there's a bubble tea shop right at the school gate. Can't you be a little more polite? Guyu was once again taken aback by her spirited nature. He hadn't noticed before how vivacious Sure Yuner was. No way, if I'm polite. The bubble tea will disappear. Next time then. It's already 9:30. All right. Chapter 24. The gluttonous girl. The shopkeeper handed over the receipt along with a warranty valid for 6 months. Guyu took it and signaled for Sure Yuner to leave. Let us put the items under the seat, he suggested. As he mounted the electric bike, Sure Yuner promptly joined him without a hint of hesitation. Why are you out here alone? Where's your roommate? She's sleeping soundly in the dorm, Sure Yuner replied. There's a particularly delicious breakfast shop nearby, as well as a pastry shop. I was a bit tempted yesterday, so I decided to come here for a treat today. Guyu, upon hearing this, joked, Oh, so you're quite the glutton. Sure Yuner immediately reacted, pinching Guyu's waist with her small hand. You're the glutton, ah. All right. You're not. Just let go quickly, it hurts. Guyu straightened up instantly from the pinch, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. Sure Yuner released her grip. Huffing in indignation, Humph, you owe me an apology. I'm sorry. Guyu silently cursed himself once more, questioning the sensibility of his jest. And what of this girl? Shur. She had never displayed such tendencies before, to escalate a mere joke into a physical altercation. Any suitor in the future would surely rue this behavior. After hearing Gu Yu's apology, Shur remained somewhat unsatisfied, exclaiming, "You call yourself a gluttonous rascal? I am the true gluttonous rascal." "Umph, you are indeed the gluttonous rascal." At that moment, Gu Yu had already ridden his electric scooter onto campus and inquired, "Shall I escort you to your dormitory or your classroom?" Shur retorted with annoyance. "The dormitory, of course. Do you expect me to haul all this food to the classroom?" "I was merely asking," Gu Yu replied. He accompanied Shur to the foot of the dormitory stairs, though he felt a pang of regret upon noticing someone seated on the steps. Tong Fei, another student from the computer science department, but from a different class, had developed an infatuation for Shur. They had been taking some inconsequential classes together since last year, and this boy had been pursuing her for nearly a year. Although Shur harbored no feelings for him, she had initially been too shy to directly refuse him, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Consequently, the boy, mistaking her coyness for modesty, had only intensified his affections. Gu Yu had not anticipated encountering him today. He worried that Tong Fei might misconstrue the situation, thinking of him as a rival. As an electric scooter approached, Tong Fei instinctively glanced up, then quickly lowered his gaze. However, within a second, he abruptly looked up again, exclaiming, "Yuner, how is it that you are with Gu Yu?" Gu Yu hastily clarified, "No misunderstandings here. I encountered Shur on the way and brought her back." "Is that so?" Tong Fei appeared skeptical, but said nothing further, stepping forward to hand Shur a bag. "I saw your post yesterday about wanting pastries, so I bought this for you." "I don't want it." Shur retreated a step, her expression revealing her annoyance. "Gu Yu bought me food." "What?" Gu Yu, now standing aside, widened his eyes at this revelation. Shur shot him a knowing glance before angrily demanding, "Show it to me. And why did you say you met me on the road? What are you afraid to admit? Didn't you promise to protect me from now on?" Gu Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that she had unwittingly used him as a shield. "Yuner, I am at fault," he said, retrieving the food she had purchased from beneath his scooter seat. He then turned to Tong Fei, adding, "Yuner enjoys this food, and I will continue to buy it for her. Please refrain from seeking her out in the future." "You." Tong Fei glanced between Gu Yu and Shur who had already hidden behind Gu Yu. "You've interfered," he muttered, casting a fierce glare at Gu Yu before swiftly turning away and departing. Gu Yu then directed his gaze back at Shur his eyes brimming with irritation. "Yuna, Gu Yu, I apologize. May I treat you to a meal?" This would truly be a gesture of camaraderie on your part, reflecting your admirable sense of responsibility. "Do you have a girl that you fancy? If you share her name with me, I can introduce you. I must attend to other matters and head to class now, so I shall take my leave. Moreover, you once referred to me as a glutton, but I bore no ill will towards you. You must not harbor any resentment towards me either." Shur spoke rapidly, her words flowing like a stream, and after finishing, she hurriedly dashed into the dormitory building. Sighing, Gu Yu tapped his forehead. Had he known Tong Fei was present, he would never have escorted Shur here. Alas, he had unwittingly become a human shield and had also incurred someone's displeasure. What a loss indeed. He departed on his electric scooter, vowing to keep a greater distance from Shur in the future. Upon arriving at the classroom, Gu Yu found that many of his classmates had already assembled, including Yu Hanfeng, though he was the sole occupant of their group. Where was Zhongqingyu? He was preoccupied with a game that had just released an update, focused on climbing the ranks, and thus had not shown up. "All right then, did you manage to secure that order from yesterday?" Yu Hanfeng inquired, scratching his head. "Not yet. He mentioned he needed to think it over. But I sought out 2 other orders, both of which also fell through." Gu Yu offered a comforting remark. "No worries. Such orders are notoriously difficult to secure. And even if acquired, they can be troublesome to fulfill. It might be better to let them go." Yu Hanfeng nodded in agreement. "I understand, but if an opportunity arises, we should seize it. By the way, regarding the computer competition, the teacher mentioned that registrations are due next Monday. Have you made up your mind?" Yu Hanfeng continued. Gu Yu felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of letting Yu Hanfeng go alone, especially since it was merely a competition, a matter of half a day's commitment. The bond of brotherhood held greater significance. "All right, I will assist you with the registration." As Gu Yu conversed with Yu Hanfeng, Shur entered the classroom, casting a glance around before making her way toward Gu Yu's seat. When she approached, Gu Yu noticed her presence but remained silent, eager to hear what she had to say. This is for you. It's delicious. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Shiyuner stated, placing the item down before promptly turning to leave. This scene left many classmates astonished. Shiyuner had brought food for Guyu. What on earth was happening? Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? What was the meaning of this? How did Shiyuner end up giving food to Guyu? I'm not sure. I recall that Guyu and Shiyuner rarely spoke before. Shouldn't it be Guyu giving gifts to Shiyuner instead? What else with her giving him something? She is pursuing him. Guyu is quite handsome and nearly rivaling me. Surely not. I find that hard to believe. Yuner, why did you give food to Guyu? What is the story behind it? Upon returning to her seat, Shiyuner was instantly surrounded by 3 of her roommates. Please don't misunderstand. Guyu helped me earlier, so I thought I would show my gratitude with a small gift. Chapter 25. Guyu left. It seems he didn't notice you. Zhang Kurong inquired with curiosity. Helped you? Weren't you out for breakfast this morning? What did he assist you with? Shiyuner clarified. I ran into Guyu this morning while he was buying an electric scooter, and he kindly offered me a ride back to school. Then, I encountered Tong Fei beneath the dormitory, and I had Guyu pretend to be my boyfriend, leading Tong Fei to mistakenly believe that I was together with Guyu, thus preventing him from incessantly pursuing me despite my clear disinterest. Is it truly such a coincidence? Yuner, why Guyu? Could it be that? Ah, Xiao Xiao, what are you imagining? I could strangle you. Do you believe me? Upon witnessing this, Kai Si Xiao began to tease again. Yuner, have I guessed correctly? Look, you're even getting flustered. Yuner, infuriated, resorted to physical action, exclaiming, what nonsense. I could strangle you. Kai Si Xiao hurriedly interjected. All right, the teacher is coming. Yuner glanced at the door and indeed saw the teacher arriving, prompting her to relent. Humph, I shall settle this with you once we return to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Yuhan Feng, curious as a child, inquired of Guyu. Guyu, are you dating Yuner? Guyu responded with a swift punch. Hey, are you also like them? When have you ever seen me speak to Yuner? Yuhan Feng scratched his head, trying to recall. Well, you did talk quite a bit last week. And during our freshman year as well. Guyu retorted. Huh, really? Is that so? They all say that. And Yuner even brought you gifts. It's false. Guyu replied, opening the gift and tasting it. It was indeed quite delicious. He couldn't blame Yuner for rushing out to buy it early in the morning. Sweet and chewy. He thought he might ask Yuner where she procured it so he could buy some for his 2 little sisters at home during lunch. Go ahead and eat. Why the hesitation? Yuhan Feng shook his head. No thanks. It's a gift from Yuner. I won't eat it. Whether you want to or not is up to you, Guyu said as he indulged in it himself. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Yushi slept until 11 in the morning before finally awakening. What time is it? Is anyone home? Jiang Yushi glanced at the bed, noting that her sister was absent, and so was Guyu. Shielding her eyes from the sunlight streaming in through the window, she felt the warmth on her face. Has the sun risen so high? Noticing how glaring the sunlight was, she hurriedly reached for her phone and discovered it was already 11 in the morning. Where's Nian Nian? Jiang Yushi got out of bed and exited her room, finding Jiang Yunyan studying at the dining table. Nian Nian? Sister, you're awake. Jiang Yushi inquired whether Guyu had gone to school. Yes, Guyu mentioned that you had a fever last night. Why didn't you wake me? I thought I could manage with just some medicine, so I didn't call you. Jiang Yunyan said nothing further and asked, Sister, would you like to eat? Or should we wait for Guyu to return for lunch? He bought breakfast, and there is still some left. Let us wait for Guyu to return. Although she felt quite hungry, she preferred not to eat alone, as it would leave her sitting idly when Guyu came back. What is the situation with these papers? Guyu had gone to school in the morning to request leave for both of them and had brought the papers back. Is that so? As the class was nearing its end, Guyu pondered over what to have for lunch, uncertain whether the 2 girls had any cravings. He sent a message to Jiang Yunyang. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Yunyang checked her phone and saw Guyu's message. My sister and I don't have any particular cravings. We haven't finished the breakfast we bought this morning. All right, if you think of something, just let me know. Don't hesitate. Guyu exited the chat, recalling that the pig trotter rice he purchased yesterday was still in the refrigerator and would spoil if left uneaten. He decided to buy something for the 2 girls while indulging in the pig trotter rice himself, and with the leftover breakfast. There was no need to buy too much more. After a moment of reflection, Guyu inquired with Jiang Yunyang if she would like to have noodles. Seeing the message, Jiang Yunyang assumed Guyu desired noodles and promptly replied that she would like them. Braised beef noodles, or tomato and egg noodles, or perhaps spicy stir-fried meat mixed with noodles. After sending the message, Guyu remembered that the girls were still unwell and that spicy food would not be suitable. Thus, he suggested, spicy stir-fried meat mixed with noodles is not advisable. You both have fevers, so let's opt for something lighter. How about tomato and egg noodles? Sounds good. Realizing that one serving of noodles would not suffice, Guyu decided to purchase a portion of dumplings as well, this time not bothering to ask, knowing the girls would not refuse. As the class bell rang, Guyu picked up the small pastries that Yun'er had given him and left the classroom. Zhang Qiang noticed and nudged Yun'er, saying, Guyu just walked by. It seems he didn't notice you. Yun'er, feeling agitated, exclaimed, What are you looking at? He and I have nothing to do with each other. Kai Xiao nodded solemnly. Yes, you seem quite upset. Guyu, did you buy a new electric bike? Yes. Hop on. I'll take you to the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Guyu said, You can eat on your own. I have something to attend to. So I want to be joining you. All right. Yu Hanfeng thought to himself that Guyu must be off to find Yun'er for lunch. He speculated that Guyu had not yet succeeded in his pursuit, and, not wanting to display his feelings in class, had not come to the cafeteria with Yun'er, but was likely seeking her out now. Achoo! Guyu suddenly sneezed while walking, wondering internally who had spoken ill of him. It was probably that rascal Tong Fei, or perhaps even Yun'er. After finishing his meal purchase, Guyu returned home, opening the door to find the sisters sitting at the dining table, studying. Hearing the door, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang immediately looked over, knowing Guyu had returned. Though aware of his presence, they still felt a thrill of delight upon seeing him, their faces lighting up with smiles. It's time to eat, Guyu announced, prompting Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to promptly tidy up the dining table. He placed the lunch on the coffee table and headed to the kitchen to retrieve the pig trotter rice from yesterday, setting it atop the steamer to warm. Upon returning, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had already finished cleaning up. Guyu brought the lunch over, opening it to reveal steam rising from the dish. You two can start eating. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang immediately inquired of Guyu, Aren't you going to eat? Guyu explained, I did not purchase anything for myself. The pork trotter rice I bought yesterday afternoon remains uneaten. I have just reheated it and plan to consume that shortly. No way, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, rushing to Guyu's side. Last night, you only had leftovers. Jiang Yunyang echoed her sentiments, also hurrying over to admonish Guyu. It's our fault for not eating yesterday afternoon. Otherwise, you wouldn't be stuck with leftovers. You should eat the fresh meal bought today while my sister and I tackle yesterday's remnants. Chapter 26. Still wanting to acknowledge a sister, what are you saying? Guyu anticipated this outcome but felt powerless, as these two girls had behaved like this on numerous occasions before. Listen, both of you are unwell. How can you eat leftovers? Think about it. You're both sick now. If you eat leftovers and it worsens, will I need to fetch you medicine as well? Please, listen to me. No further arguments, or else I shall resort to scolding you both. As Guyu spoke, he grasped Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang's arms, gently guiding them to their seats. Eat, or I shall have no choice but to reprimand you. Yet, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang remained unmoved, exchanging silent glances. Sister, let us eat first, Jiang Yushi suggested. What will you have? I would like dumplings, came Jiang Yushi's response. Then I shall have egg noodles, declared Jiang Yunyang, who subsequently began to eat her egg noodles, while Jiang Yushi picked up a dumpling and placed it into her mouth. Guyu, you should have one too. I cannot finish. Jiang Yushi suddenly recalled that Guyu could eat as well, and thus extended a dumpling toward him. Guyu did not refuse and took a hearty bite. Guyu, have another, Jiang Yushi urged, quickly offering him another dumpling. Guyu, left with no choice, took another bite and remarked, You eat, don't keep feeding me. Fearing Jiang Yushi might disobey, Guyu stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Sister, I shall join you in the kitchen, Jiang Yunyang announced, noticing Jiang Yushi feeding Guyu dumplings. She too wished to feed Guyu her egg noodles, but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to do so directly. Hence, she resolved to fetch a bowl from the kitchen. What brings you here? Guyu asked, somewhat alarmed that Jiang Yunyang had latched onto him. Is this your sister? Guyu truly felt blind, and one could not blame him. The sisters bore an uncanny resemblance and wore identical clothing, making it difficult for anyone to distinguish between them. Casting a glance back, he noticed Jiang Yushi at the dining table, savoring her meal, though her gaze remained fixated on the kitchen. This is the younger sister, Guyu said. Jiang Yunyang, what brings you in here? I cannot finish my egg noodles, so I thought to fetch a bowl to serve you some, Jiang Yunyang replied. Upon hearing this, Guyu realized it was not as he initially feared, and he let out a sigh of relief. No need, Just finish your meal. I will take care of the leftovers. That won't do. Jiang Yunyang firmly refused, her tone tinged with a hint of dominance. However, immediately after speaking, she regretted her raised voice. Guyu, don't eat the leftovers. I'll serve you some. Jiang Yunyang, with an awkward demeanor, dared not meet Guyu's gaze. Hastily fetching a bowl from the kitchen and darting outside. This girl. A sudden thought crossed Guyu's mind. How wonderful it would be to have two such sisters. Perhaps. Could he truly consider Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang as his younger sisters? No, that won't do. They are already 18, and he still perceives them as children, yearning to adopt them as siblings. Shaking off the thought, Guyu retrieved the freshly warmed pig trotter rice and returned to the dining table, where he found Jiang Yunyang had already prepared a full small bowl of egg noodles, topped generously with dumplings. There seemed barely enough space for the bowl itself. What are you doing? You're not eating? Guyu chastised the two girls before promptly reclaiming the dumplings from Jiang Yuxi. Once the dumplings were gone, Guyu noticed his egg noodles were laden with eggs. A moment's reflection revealed that Jiang Yunyang had painstakingly picked out all the eggs for him. I don't want the eggs, they're for you. You're unwell, so you must eat better, Jiang Yunyang said, instinctively shielding her bowl as Guyu approached. I'm not sick. I've been well for ages, and I don't like eating eggs. Really don't like them? Guyu inquired, standing before Jiang Yunyang. Yes. I really don't, Jiang Yunyang nodded. Very well, but should I discover you've been deceitful in the future, just see what I do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang trembled slightly in fear. Guyu's threats had a genuine capacity to intimidate the two girls, especially considering how he had revealed his fiercest side that fateful night. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang had thought to themselves that they had just escaped a den of wolves only to enter a lair of tigers. Soon, lunch concluded, and as Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang observed Guyu finish and set down his chopsticks, they promptly declared, Guyu, we'll take care of the cleanup. All right. Go ahead, Guyu permitted, believing that chores must be done. Being overly indulgent would only spoil them. Lying on the sofa, Guyu opened his device, intending to purchase a blanket. The prices at the supermarket were exorbitant. A decent blanket would cost no less than 100. Yet online, one could acquire a quality blanket for just a few dozen. Guyu was quite astute in his calculations. Let us opt for something of good quality. As he perused the blankets, Guyu suddenly recalled that Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang were currently using one of his. It felt somewhat inappropriate for two young women to cover themselves with a blanket previously owned by a male. Thus, he resolved to buy a fine blanket for them, while he would settle for a lesser one. It was fortunate that the two girls were both beautiful and kind-hearted. Otherwise, given Guyu's character, he would never have spent over 100 on blankets for them. He chose a larger size, 2 meters by 2 meters, to prevent any tussles between the two girls over the covers. As Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang finished tidying up, they settled beside Guyu and called out to him. Guyu also noticed the two of them approaching and said, I have nothing to do. You both may take your lunch break. Jiang Yuxi replied, I just woke up and am not sleepy. Guyu, you should rest. You didn't sleep well last night. I won't take a nap. I have classes in the afternoon, and there's not enough time. If I don't sleep well, I might as well skip it altogether. Jiang Yuxi was at a loss for words, and Jiang Yun felt the same. They couldn't possibly insist that Guyu sleep when he had already expressed his fatigue. We'll keep you company for a while, they suggested. No need. What are you two going to do just sitting there? Why not grab your phones? I can take you both to play some games. Sounds good. Jiang Yuxi exclaimed with delight, I love playing games. With that, she dashed into the room to fetch her phone. Upon witnessing this, Guyu thought to himself, this girl truly is a gaming enthusiast. She enjoys it so much. I wonder if a skilled gamer could easily win her over. Guyu, what games do you enjoy? Jiang Yuxi asked, handing Jiang Yun a phone before sitting beside Guyu. Guyu, who had been reclining, now sat up and inquired, what do you like to play? I love playing Honor of Kings, PUBG, Eggy, Genshin Impact, Miracle Nikki, and tower defense games. Jiang Yuxi rambled off a long list. Guyu mused. Do girls really play so many games? His own repertoire consisted mainly of Honor of Kings, PUBG, League of Legends, Racing, Call of Duty, and more recently, a mobile game called Eternal Return. Among these, he frequently played only Honor of Kings and PUBG, while the others were merely occasional pastimes. He certainly could not match this girl's enthusiasm. Chapter 27. The Adorable Foolishness. Let me take you on to play Honor of Kings. All right. Jiang Yuxi opened her phone and immediately launched the game. Guyu took her phone to assess her skills. Star Glory rank. That's quite impressive. You mainly play as a mage and support. Jiang Yun, let me see yours as well, he requested, taking Jiang Yun's phone. Jiang Yushi chimed in, Guyu. My sister is terrible at games. Sometimes I don't even want to play with her. Hearing this, Jiang Yun retorted, you're a slacker in your studies. Do you think I want to teach you? I never asked you to teach me. Don't say that. Before Jiang Yushi could finish, Guyu scolded her. Jiang Yushi is right. If you don't study diligently and only play games, you have no justification for that attitude. As he spoke, he playfully poked Jiang Yushi's forehead twice. Your sister is kindly trying to teach you, even at the expense of her own studies, and you're ungrateful. That's unacceptable. Oh, I'm sorry, Jiang Yushi replied, not daring to argue back, especially given Guyu's stern demeanor. I won't do it again. She lowered her head in agreement. Okay. However, she secretly resented her sister for always speaking ill of her just when she had the chance to play games with Guyu. Once Guyu left, she would certainly give her sister a piece of her mind. Come, add me as a friend. Let's play together. Guyu took Jiang Yushi's phone and added himself as a friend, then inquired if they could rank. Jiang Yushi nodded. Yes, I haven't T ranked in over a week. My tier hasn't T improved. Guyu realized once again that this girl was quite the gaming enthusiast. He clicked to queue up and invited Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni to join him. When Jiang Yushi glanced at her phone, she discovered that Guyu was also at the diamond tier, instantly sparking an idea to help him rank up. Guyu, I'm really good. I'll help you rank up. Upon hearing this, Guyu looked at Jiang Yushi, who wore a serious expression, seemingly determined to assist him. All right. Guyu refrained from mentioning that he had reached Glory King last season, peaking at 1800. Of course, if he mentioned it, she might not believe him. As he was currently using a smurf account, his main account would not match with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. Okay, I'll take you. I'm excellent with Xiao Qiao. As the game commenced, Jiang Yushi, brimming with confidence, immediately selected Xiao Qiao. Sister, you're a bit inexperienced. Just play support and protect me. Using Sunbin will suffice. Oh, understood. Jiang Yuni replied reluctantly, harboring no desire to play support beside Jiang Yushi. Guyu, what are you playing? Hanxin, I suppose. Guyu assessed the opposing team's composition and noticed their fragility, opting for a jungler role. As the game unfolded, the enemy jungler was Luna, and Guyu chose to start at their red buff. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni proceeded to the mid lane. While Guyu advised Jiang Yuni, go harass the enemy jungler Luna. Head to their blue area, but don't go in. All right. Jiang Yuni obediently dashed to the enemy's blue area, effectively diverting the enemy's support's attention from their red buff, allowing Guyu to secure it. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Yuni arrived at the enemy blue area, the opposing support, Zhang Fei, rushed over to protect Luna. Guyu successfully claimed the enemy's red buff and swiftly moved to his blue area to farm. When Luna arrived at her red buff, she appeared bewildered, venting her frustrations on the neutral creeps before deciding to assist her top lane and level up to 4. Guyu anticipated Luna's intentions. After she reached the top lane, he followed suit and ambushed her along with the enemy top laner, although they did not secure a kill. Guyu, you're amazing. After securing first blood for their side, Jiang Yushi immediately praised him. It's nothing special, Guyu modestly replied, but his gameplay was anything but humble. As Luna respawned to contest his blue buff, he took her down once more, along with her blue buff. At this point, Luna's morale must have been shattered. The diamond tier proved to be rather effortless for him. Under Guyu's guidance, within 12 minutes, they decisively destroyed the enemy crystal. Jiang Yushi joyfully exclaimed, Guyu, we won. Guyu responded, our cooperation was excellent. Jiang Yushi did not concur with this statement. Rather, it was Guyu who possessed remarkable skill. Guyu remained silent, continuing to engage with the two girls in their second match. Jiang Yushi contemplated that she must perform exceptionally well in this round, especially after having claimed responsibility for Guyu's victory in the previous game, despite her only having secured 3 kills. She, being the one with the highest rank, felt the pressure to excel. Thus, she commanded Jiang Yuni to assist her. No, I wish to play as a marksman. I do not enjoy supporting, Jiang Yuni retorted. Jiang Yushi, displaying her domineering nature, insisted, no, you shall assist me. Jiang Yuni, undeterred, replied, I will not assist. What will you do about it? Do not quarrel. Guyu interjected, gently ruffling Jiang Yushi's hair. Isn't the older sister supposed to accommodate the younger one? Oh. Jiang Yushi found herself without grounds for rebuttal and resigned to letting Jiang Yuni play as she wished. As the game commenced, Guyu selected the jungler role, opting for the character Lanling Wang. He began by traversing the enemy jungle. Just as he finished defeating the monsters, Jiang Yushi inadvertently gifted the first blood to the opposing team. Embarrassed by her blunder, she dared not speak and stole a glance at Guyu, worried he might think poorly of her skills. "I will avenge you," Guyu declared upon noticing her predicament, swiftly heading towards the enemy mid-tower. Jiang Yushi had previously weakened the opposing jungler, who was now retreating under the tower. Without hesitation, Guyu launched a dart and secured the kill. Hee. Jiang Yushi giggled foolishly, filled with joy at Guyu avenging her demise. However, she was resolute in her determination not to perish again, fearing it would be embarrassing to continue playing alongside Guyu, especially since her rank surpassed his. Despite believing she was more skilled than Guyu, she kept this sentiment to herself, opting instead to praise his prowess. After respawning, Jiang Yushi cleared the minion wave and positioned herself in the grass of the bottom lane. The opponents in this diamond tier match exhibited weak awareness, allowing her to ambush an enemy mage and secure a kill with a well-executed combo. Delighted with her achievement, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Guyu must have seen her success. Wonderful. Guyu indeed noticed and offered his praise to Jiang Yushi. Her lips curled into a sweet smile at the compliment, and even Guyu, who merely cast a brief glance her way, felt a surge of warmth as his lips involuntarily curved upwards. This girl, when she smiles, is truly enchanting. Guyu felt a swell of happiness, finding Jiang Yushi's naive demeanor irresistibly charming. He then glanced at Jiang Yuni, who, in contrast, exhibited a more composed demeanor, playing the game with utmost seriousness and devoid of the myriad of thoughts that occupied Jiang Yushi's mind. Chapter 28. One-on-one, do you dare? Over the course of 2 days spent with the sisters, Guyu had gleaned a fair understanding of their personalities. The elder sister, Jiang Yushi, was of a naive and endearing disposition, possessing the temperament of a young lady, albeit rarely displaying it. She loved to play, was less inclined towards studying, and was always cheerful, though at times, she exhibited a certain timidity. Sister Jiang Yunyang embodies a mature and composed demeanor. On the very first day of their acquaintance, it often seemed that Jiang Yunyang engaged in a dialogue with herself, her actions always accompanied by careful deliberation. She could undoubtedly be regarded as the ideal child in the eyes of many parents. Upon familiarizing himself with the personalities of the two sisters, Guyu could easily discern who was the elder sister and who was the younger. For instance, just moments ago, when Jiang Yushi sat down to converse with Guyu, he immediately recognized her. Additionally, it is worth noting that one's character often influences their voice. Guyu felt confident he could distinguish between the sisters solely by their tones. Before long, they triumphed in their game once again, and the three of them were in high spirits. Glancing at the time, Guyu announced that it was time to stop playing as he needed to head to school. "All right," he said, observing Guyu exit the game. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang followed suit. "Guyu, I will study as well," Jiang Yunyang declared, then turned to her sister. "Sister, would you like to study with us?" "Fine," Jiang Yushi replied reluctantly as Jiang Yunyang pulled her along. Guyu accompanied them as well, playfully admonishing, "Study diligently. When I return home, I shall check how much you have learned. If you haven't learned enough, you shall forfeit dinner, understand?" "What?" Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her mouth agape, shocked by his words. "Are you really going to check when we get home?" she thought, feeling as though the sky was falling, internally pleading for it not to be so. Yet she dared not contradict Guyu. As Guyu spoke, he noticed a box of pastries gifted by Shi Yuner and remarked, "Here is a box of pastries. You might want to try them. They are quite delicious. I must take my leave now. Study well, and I will return to check," he concluded. Jiang Yunyang nodded with a smile, while Jiang Yushi remained silent, her expression less than cheerful. Guyu paid her no mind, affectionately tousling Jiang Yushi's hair before stepping outside. Upon arriving at school, the afternoon class was somewhat optional. Attendance was merely a formality with little consequence. On the playground, Guyu approached the gathering spot where Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Xingyu were already seated, engrossed in their phones. As he walked over, Guyu noticed a figure, Tong Fei, glaring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Ignoring him entirely, Guyu sat down beside his roommates. "You're here. By the way, why haven't you returned to the dormitory during lunch these past couple of days?" Zhong Xingyu inquired. "I had matters to attend to," Guyu replied curtly. "What kind of matters?" Zhong Xingyu asked, curiosity piqued. Guyu sighed. "I said I had matters. What more do you need to know?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Qingyu turned away, exclaiming, "Come on, it's not like we're not friends anymore. Friends care about each other. If you think I'm being nosy, then maybe you should just ignore me from now on." Guyu shrugged it off. "No problem." "What do you mean, no problem? You need to clarify that," Zhong Qingyu insisted, throwing an arm around Guyu's shoulders, determined to keep him from escaping until he received a proper response. "The teacher is coming," Guyu said. "Where?" Zhong Qingyu glanced up, and, upon seeing the teacher indeed approaching, released Guyu. For physical education class, there was no need to line up. They merely needed to gather together. Once everyone had assembled, the instructor commenced the roll call and, after finishing, casually suggested that everyone engage in some basketball practice or form teams to play before dismissing the class. Such is the nature of physical education classes at university, particularly elective ones, where the teacher's involvement is minimal, merely taking attendance. During the first year, we practiced Tai Chi, but now it has devolved to just roll call, with a half-hearted exam and a physical assessment as the semester draws to a close. With that, I decided to find a spot to sit down. After the teacher departed, Guyu felt little inclination to play basketball, especially since Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Qingyu were not participating either. Playing alone seemed rather tedious. So he opted to forego the game. As Guyu took a few steps, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "What do you want?" Guyu turned around, his tone indifferent, already knowing who it was. He had been contemplating whether Tong Fei would be petty enough to provoke a conflict, and it seemed his suspicion was confirmed. Tong Fei, adopting an air of superiority, declared, "It's nothing much, just thought I'd challenge you to a game of one-on-one basketball. Are you up for it?" "What are you doing, Tong Fei? Are you looking for trouble?" At that moment, Shi Yuner stepped forward, angrily addressing Tong Fei. She understood that he was deliberately instigating a confrontation, likely out of resentment for her relationship with Guyu. "I misspoke. That's the general idea," she thought. "Yuner, I'm not causing trouble. The teacher just suggested we pair up to play, and I merely wish to challenge Guyu." Tong Fei this time did not seek to appease Shi Yuner, yet his demeanor remained as affable as before. Guyu couldn't help but mock him internally, thinking how much better it would be to part ways amicably, especially since they had never truly gathered in the first place. Then why only challenge Guyu? Why not anyone else? Shi Yuner positioned herself protectively in front of Guyu, which inevitably sparked murmurs among their peers. "What is going on here? Anyone know? Aren't you all in the same class as Tong Fei? Do you know?" One of the students remarked, "That guy, Guyu, is stealing someone else's girl. He is with Shi Yuner now." "Seriously? Is that true?" Many began to scrutinize Guyu. When they first enrolled in the elective course, numerous admirers had been drawn to Shi Yuner. After all, in a basketball elective predominantly filled with males, the presence of such a stunning female like Shi Yuner sparked the interest of many. However, Tong Fei had promptly asserted his claim, dissuading many from pursuing her. They were aware that Tong Fei was courting Shi Yuner, yet they were taken aback to discover that Guyu had also won her affection. As for Guyu, although they had attended classes together for several months, few had formed a lasting impression of him. He merely seemed to be there to pass the time. Having failed to secure a more desirable elective, he is not bad-looking, perhaps 3 points less handsome than me. It's understandable why he could attract Shi Yuner, one commented. "What is going on, Guyu?" Zhong Qingyu inquired, bewildered, leaning closer to Guyu. Guyu casually replied, "It's nothing. I'll explain later." As Yu Hanfeng nudged Zhong Qingyu, he noticed that Shi Yuner seemed to be pursuing Guyu, which surely must have stirred jealousy in Tong Fei. "What? Shi Yuner is pursuing Guyu?" Zhong Qingyu was utterly astonished, glancing from Shi Yuner to Guyu, pondering how this fellow had managed to attract the attention of such an admirable girl. Shi Yuner, renowned for her beauty and vivacious personality in class, often exhibited a charmingly cute demeanor, which only amplified Zhong Qingyu's surprise. "Why are you shouting nonsense?" Guyu kicked Zhong Qingyu, exasperated. It was enough for him to think in silence without voicing it aloud, yet suddenly all eyes were on them. Chapter 29. There's depth to this statement. Upon hearing this, those nearby gasped in shock. "Wait, it's actually Shi Yuner pursuing Guyu? Is that for real?" They pondered the extent of Guyu's charisma. No wonder Tong Fei, having pursued her for so long without success, was infuriated. Observing the crowd's chatter, Tong Fei felt an overwhelming surge of anger, especially at Zhong Qingyu's proclamation that Shi Yuner was after Guyu, which pierced his heart like a knife. What made him inferior to Guyu? Was it merely a matter of looks? Beyond appearance, was there no other domain where he could surpass Guyu? "Guyu, dare you to face me in a duel?" Tong Fei challenged. Tong Fei, if you keep stirring trouble, I might just inform our instructor about you, Shi Yuna retorted, pointing at him. Yet, Guyu stepped forward, grasping her raised arm and gently bringing it back down. Enough of the shouting. Let's ignore him and find somewhere else to play, he said calmly, turning to Tong Fei and adding, I have no interest in such a challenge. Guyu's outright refusal left Tong Fei feeling as though he had struck a soft surface, his frustration mounting. You're such a coward. Even if we were to duel, I wouldn't consider you worthy of my time, he scoffed. Is this truly the kind of man you desire, Shi Yuna? One so cowardly that he needs you to pursue him? How embarrassing, Tong Fei ranted, his words tumbling out senselessly, eliciting a chuckle from Guyu. Shi Yuna, I choose Guyu, what is it to you? I simply find you unappealing, she shot back, her irritation flaring. Guyu joined in the mockery. Tong Fei, have you ever considered that even Shi Yuna, despite her preference for a coward, finds you even less appealing? Tong Fei was left speechless, merely glaring at Guyu. Guyu, what skill do you possess in merely exchanging words? You are just hiding behind a girl. How shameful. Do not shy away, stand like a man, or we shall genuinely believe you are of a lesser ilk. Tong Fei's companions, witnessing his speechless predicament, rallied forth to unleash a barrage of verbal assaults upon Guyu Yan. What are you all clamoring about? Do you truly believe you can contend with us? Ignoring you is merely a precaution against witnessing each of you weeping on the ground later, not out of fear. A barking dog seldom bites. You are merely indulging in impotent rage. Zhong Qingyu, observing the scene, immediately engaged in a verbal spar with the opposition, holding his own against 3 adversaries with remarkable poise. He was a man of considerable loyalty. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, it became apparent that those who chose to ignore the spectacle were fools. Guyu, assessing the situation, contemplated that if he left today, Tong Fei might seek trouble in the future. Thus, it would be better to resolve matters now to avoid future complications. Tong Fei, whether it be basketball or a one-on-one confrontation, the choice is yours. However, let us place some stakes on it, shall we? Tong Fei's eyes gleamed at the proposition. Very well, what stakes do you propose? Guyu replied, you may choose the nature of our contest, wrestling, or otherwise. Should I triumph, you shall cease to bother me henceforth, or at least announce your approach with a bark. Should I lose, I shall concede that Shi Yuna is your girlfriend, as I declare. Before Tong Fei could respond, Shi Yuna interjected, Guyu, what are you doing? Why should he be your girlfriend? As Shi Yuna and Guyu quarreled, Tong Fei's roommates began to mock. Huh? Guyu, it seems you lack conviction. Can your words hold any weight? I had anticipated more prowess from you. Yet here we are? Guyu paid no heed to their jeers. Turning to Shi Yuna with a challenge, your dissent is unwarranted. Do you doubt my ability to win? Shi Yuna, incensed by his words, stomped her foot in frustration. However, given that Guyu had shielded her from blame, she found herself unable to refuse him. Very well, I consent. You may propose the contest. Tong Fei scrutinized Guyu, weighing his options. While he felt confident in a basketball match, it would not suffice to quell his desire for retribution. Guyu had mentioned wrestling as an alternative. Assessing Guyu's physique, he noted their comparable heights, though Guyu appeared less robust and skilled. As the class representative and having trained in sports during high school, Tong Fei believed he could easily best Guyu. You mentioned wrestling. Basketball takes too long. Do you dare to wrestle? He envisioned the moment of victory, picturing Guyu sprawled on the ground in defeat. Let us proceed. Guyu spoke without hesitation, wary of Tong Fei's potential change of heart. Let it be so. The crowd, sensing the impending clash, began to part, creating space for Guyu and Tong Fei. Guyu, are you certain you can manage? Tong Fei is the class representative, Shi Yuna whispered, lingering beside Guyu, her concern palpable. Upon hearing these words, Guyu felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet he flashed a devilish smile and retorted to Shi Yuna, are you still unaware of my capabilities? This statement was uttered at a normal volume, resulting in every individual in the vicinity hearing it. Goodness, there was a hidden meaning in those words. Indeed, it was profound, albeit somewhat incomprehensible to me. Tong Fei seemed to grasp it, as evidenced by the expression on his face. At that moment, Tong Fei's gaze was akin to that of a predator, filled with murderous intent directed at Guyu, as if he wished to pummel him into submission. Meanwhile, a roommate of Shi Yuna stood in shock, pondering whether Shi Yuna and Guyu had truly become a couple. How could there be no signs whatsoever? Zhang Karong, lost in a sea of confusion, wondered when Shi Yuna and Guyu had started dating. They had never exhibited any signs of affection, and it had been ages since they exchanged a single word. How could this sudden development be possible? Especially since Yun'er typically did not go out on dates. Was it conceivable that they had been engaged in an online romance? But that notion seemed flawed, for Guyu's previous statement hinted at something entirely different. No, I must be overthinking it. Perhaps Guyu merely intended to boast about his gaming prowess. In any case, it could not be what I initially imagined. Absolutely not. If it were, the mere thought was too much for Jean Caron to bear. Guyu, are you courting disaster? Upon hearing those words, Yun'er initially failed to comprehend their implication and thought to herself, how would I know if you are capable? After all, Guyu struck her as an ordinary boy. Somewhat handsome, yet certainly not skilled in combat, which caused her a flicker of concern. Chapter 30. Who wants to hit you? My hand hurts. However, upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, Yun'er instantly understood, her anger flaring as she delivered a swift kick to Guyu's thigh. Guyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Stop shouting. There are so many people watching. Guyu had only intended to make a jest, but upon reflection, he realized he had erred and quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't shout. The more you shout, the more misunderstandings arise. Afterward, Guyu turned to Tong Fei, urging him to act swiftly, as he had matters to attend to. The earlier scuffle between Yun'er and Guyu further fueled Tong Fei's sense of affront. After pursuing her for a year, the thought that she might be clandestinely involved with another man was utterly unforgivable in Tong Fei's eyes. He wasted no time in charging at Guyu, clearly intent on either wrestling him to the ground or engaging in a brawl. Guyu, be careful. Although Guyu's earlier words were rather excessive, the fight was still instigated by Tong Fei himself. Yun'er, standing nearby, interjected with a warning. Rest assured, Guyu replied with a smile over his shoulder, inadvertently giving Tong Fei the impression that he had found an opening. You dare disregard me? Today, I shall pin you to the ground and strip you of your dignity. Guyu, don't get distracted. He's right behind you. Yun'er was exasperated, with Tong Fei charging at him. How could he remain so unfocused and look back? I told you, don't worry. As Tong Fei reached Guyu, feeling ignored yet again, he unleashed a powerful punch filled with rage. Anger had clouded your judgment, and that punch was aimed directly at Guyu's head. At that moment, Guyu became serious, swiftly grasping Tong Fei's incoming fist with both hands. With a sudden tug, he pulled Tong Fei closer, simultaneously launching a kick that sent Tong Fei sprawling to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. The sequence of moves flowed seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream, and within mere seconds, the confrontation was decisively concluded. Having accomplished this, Guyu did not wait for Tong Fei to react. He simply turned and departed, leaving behind a casual remark, I'm leaving. As Guyu walked away, Yun'er snapped back to reality and hurried after him. How had he managed that? She was still bewildered, replaying the scene in her mind, convinced that Guyu was about to be struck and almost wanting to intervene. However, as a girl, her involvement would have only invited ridicule upon Guyu, which was infuriating. To her astonishment, Guyu had effortlessly taken down Tong Fei with just a few moves. Had he practiced before? Goodness, Guyu, you were incredibly impressive just now. Zhong Xingyu caught up, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Guyu's casual maneuvers would so swiftly put Tong Fei on the ground. Previously, he had tested his strength against Guyu but found himself utterly outmatched. He had attributed it to their height and weight difference. Guyu stood over 1.8 meters tall, while he was only 1.75 meters and rather slender. Knowing Guyu's considerable strength had eased his worries. Yet he could never have imagined that it would take so little for Guyu to incapacitate Tong Fei. It was remarkable, considering Tong Fei was only a few centimeters shorter than Guyu and appeared much bulkier, being the class's sports representative with undeniable athletic prowess. The fact that he was so easily defeated by Guyu was astonishing. Just average, Guyu replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Tong Fei rose from the ground, seething with rage as he watched the figures of Guyu and the others retreat. Tong Fei, are you all right? That guy resorted to underhanded tactics. I saw it all. How shameless. One of his roommates exclaimed. Yes, Guyu ambushed you. Otherwise, you could have taken him on 3 against 1 without a problem. Concerned for Tong Fei's mental state, his roommates began to criticize Guyu. Tong Fei said nothing, brushing off the dirt from his clothes and departing in silence. The surrounding crowd, having lost interest in the spectacle, resumed their previous activities. Guyu, are you really that skilled in fighting? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yun'er exclaimed. Gu Yu smiled. Wasn't that meant to put your mind at ease? By the way, I apologize for that comment earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I do take it to heart. Shi Yuner retorted angrily, attempting to confront Gu Yu, but he deftly evaded her. You scoundrel, rogue, shameless. Keep your distance from me in the future. Frustrated that she had failed to strike him, Shi Yuner hurled insults before running off to the side. Oh, that scoundrel Gu Yu. I shall never acknowledge him again. Shi Yuner dashed away, her visage a portrait of heartbreak, prompting Gu Yu to regret his earlier words. How could he, a gentleman of integrity, behave in such a manner? Gu Yu, what are you staring at? She has already fled. Go and comfort her. Don't just stand there. Hurry. Disregard us. Zhong Qingyu nudged Gu Yu, who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, hastened after her. It was imperative to offer a sincere apology. After all, this was indeed his fault. One should never utter such hurtful words to a girl. Shi Yuner, I am truly sorry. Please, feel free to unleash your frustration upon me. Gu Yu implored as he positioned himself in front of her. Absolutely not, you scoundrel. Keep your distance. Shi Yuner exclaimed, kicking and delivering small punches to Gu Yu. The blows stung, yet Gu Yu endured in silence, understanding that acknowledging his mistake required humility. Moreover, what were these light strikes? During his days as a practice partner for a wealthy family's child, he had endured far worse without complaint. Shi Yuner, exert yourself a bit more. I hardly feel a thing, he jested. Who wants to hit you? My hand hurts. Shi Yuner retorted, her temper flaring anew, prompting her to turn away. With a sigh, Gu Yu pursued her once more, stating earnestly, I genuinely wish to apologize. I am a rogue, a scoundrel, unworthy of your forgiveness. Whenever you feel upset and need a target for your ire, seek me out. Feel free to strike me. I shall take my leave for now, but if you wish, I can treat you to dinner later. Would you like some milk tea? Shi Yuner, still irate, kicked Gu Yu once more. No? Stay away from me. At that moment, her anger had significantly subsided, yet she remained unwilling to engage with him. Fine, I shall take my leave. If you are still upset, you are welcome to hit me at any time, Gu Yu declared before swiftly departing, reminding himself that he should never provoke a girl again. It was a battle he could not win. As Gu Yu vanished from sight, Shi Yuner stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, Rogue, do not let me see you again. For every encounter will lead to a strike. Yuner, are you all right? Zhang Qiang, who had been trailing behind, approached Shi Yuner only after Gu Yu had completely retreated. Humph. That wicked Gu Yu. How did I not notice his true nature before? Indeed, he is quite the villain. Next time we meet, I shall strike him, Zhang Qiang remarked. Then tentatively inquired, So, what is your relationship with Gu Yu? Shi Yuner launched into another tirade. I have no connection with him. He is nothing but a rogue, utterly shameless. Zhang Qiang readily agreed. Yes, he is indeed a rogue, quite shameless. Chapter 31. A girl must be constantly pampered. Gu Yu, why have you returned? Just moments ago, when Gu Yu sought out Shi Yuner, Zhong Qingyu had been observing from a distance with Yu Hanfeng. Little did they anticipate that Gu Yu would be summarily rebuffed by her within mere minutes. Zhong Qingyu earnestly advised, Gu Yu, if Shi Yuner strikes you a couple of times, just let her be. Girls are like that. You must comfort them. Why have you returned? Off you go. Gu Yu shot him an exasperated glance and replied, I've already appeased her. Appeased her? Zhong Qingyu's expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had clearly witnessed Gu Yu being struck. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? Gu Yu, not wishing to engage further, retorted, Why do you have to chatter so much? Leave now, and you should head back to your dormitory as well. With a sigh, Zhong Qingyu pursued him, saying, Gu Yu, you've never been in a relationship. At times like this, you can't genuinely believe you've appeased her. Girls require constant reassurance. You ought to buy her something nice. I suggest a handbag for Shi Yuner. A handbag is rather expensive, perhaps a lipstick or some other small gift, like cosmetics. Otherwise, when she claims she's no longer angry, she might still be upset. Gu Yu sighed, wondering when Zhong Qingyu had become so tedious. He had no connection with Shi Yuner, after all. Realizing Zhong Qingyu was unaware of their situation, Gu Yu clarified, I have no relationship with Shi Yuner. I was merely apologizing earlier, nothing more. Stop babbling nonsense, I'm leaving. With that, Gu Yu walked away, leaving Zhong Qingyu several steps behind. Is there no relationship? Zhong Qingyu muttered, then turned to Yu Hanfeng, asking, What do you think? Yu Hanfeng shook his head, uncertain. He hesitated to draw conclusions, only stating, This morning, Shi Yuner gave Gu Yu a box of pastries. She gave him pastries? This morning? Zhong Qingyu suddenly realized he had missed quite a bit. Yes, this morning. You weren't in class, and there was much discussion among the classmates. However, Guyu claimed he wasn't with Shi Yuner. I thought he was pursuing her, but hadn't yet succeeded. Yu Hanfeng continued his analysis, mentioning, Tong Fei pursued her for a year without success, and our current class president, a wealthy second generation, is also in the race but hasn't won her over either. I think Guyu might face some challenges, so I believe he hasn't succeeded yet. Zhong Qingyu, having listened to the analysis, agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, Shi Yuner is quite beautiful, and attractive girls are notoriously difficult to win over. Although Guyu possesses a third of my charm, he will certainly need more time to pursue Shi Yuner. As they exited the school, Guyu had no particular plans and intended to head straight home, opting not to go out again that evening. He decided to stop by the market to buy some groceries. At the market, Guyu planned to purchase a fish to prepare a nourishing fish soup for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian. Boss, 1 crucian carp, please, and could you prepare it? Certainly. The vendor selected a large fish, cleaned it, and promptly placed it in a bag for Guyu. I'll also need tofu for the crucian carp and tofu soup. He wasn't in a rush to buy tofu, as he intended to procure some meat first to cook braised pork for the 2 girls. Since Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian's parents had left, their living conditions must have deteriorated significantly, especially since they had no place to stay. It was likely they hadn't enjoyed fragrant braised pork in quite some time. Upon arriving at the butcher's stall, Guyu, realizing the scarcity of meat at home, decided to purchase an ample quantity, specifically 5 pounds of premium pork belly. Subsequently, he proceeded to the tofu vendor, acquiring a block of tofu, along with a selection of vegetables before departing the market. On his way home, Guyu paused at a fruit shop, contemplating the purchase of some fruits for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to enjoy during their study sessions. Entering the shop, he glanced around but found no one in sight. Just then, a little girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, emerged, her voice sweet and innocent as she inquired, "What do you need?" "I would like some fruit. I can fetch it myself," Guyu replied. "All right, I'll get you a bag," the girl said, as she approached him with a bag in hand. Guyu surveyed the fruits available, considering both the prices and his choices. "I'll take some oranges, 9 bananas, 6 apples, and a generous portion of strawberries. Girls surely love strawberries." "That will be all." "Okay," the little girl responded cheerfully, leading Guyu to the checkout counter. "Do you know the price?" he asked. "Of course, it's displayed right here," she assured him. Guyu turned to glance at the screen beside the register, confirming the prices were indeed listed. After she calculated the total, the girl handed him a larger bag, signaling him to pack the fruits, while she readied the scanner for the payment. After completing the transaction, Guyu complimented her, saying, "You did wonderfully," before taking his leave. As he stepped outside, he heard her sweet voice remark, "You're very handsome, big brother." Turning back for a moment, he noted her polite demeanor with a smile. Upon returning home, Guyu found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang studying at the dining table. Their eyes brightened at his arrival, and they immediately stood up. "Guyu, why are you home so early?" Jiang Yushi asked. "I had only 1 physical education class this afternoon. After roll call, we were free to leave, so I returned," he explained. "Oh," Jiang Yushi said, her gaze shifting to the items he was carrying. Curiosity piqued about his purchases. However, after a brief glance, she redirected her attention to him, uncertain of what to say next. "For dinner, I bought ingredients to make fish soup and braised pork, along with some fruits. You can decide what you wish to eat and wash them," Guyu said, handing the fruits to Jiang Yushi as he made his way to the kitchen to store the vegetables in the refrigerator. When he emerged, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had already placed the fruits on the coffee table, sorting them out. "I'll grab a plate," Jiang Yunyang declared as she dashed into the kitchen, returning with a plate, taking a little of each fruit before heading back to wash them. "If we don't eat these right away, we can keep them in the fridge for another day," she added. "All right," Jiang Yushi concurred, following her into the kitchen while Guyu settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "Guyu, have some fruit," Jiang Yunyang urged, reappearing moments later with the fruits arranged before him. "Let's enjoy them together." Guyu gazed at the plate of fruit, pleasantly surprised to find that Jiang Yuni had cut everything into small pieces, making it much more convenient. He picked up a piece of banana and popped it into his mouth, and Jiang Yuni followed suit with a piece of her own. Jiang Yushi emerged from the kitchen, a knife in hand. "Sister, allow me." Jiang Yuni took the knife from Jiang Yushi, and Guyu watched as she picked up an apple and began to peel it. He felt a twinge of concern. Would she manage it? "Shall I do it instead?" he offered. "No, I can handle it," she insisted. "Just be careful not to cut yourself." Jiang Yuni smiled foolishly at Gu Yu's concern, her mood soaring. Chapter 32. As if I have a girlfriend, don't just watch me eat fruit. I'll have a few pieces, and you two can take the rest to the dining table to study and snack. All right, I understand. Jiang Yushi replied as she sat beside Gu Yu, tilting her head to see what he was doing. Stop peeking, Gu Yu said, gently pushing her head aside. Jiang Yushi pouted her little tongue in displeasure, but quickly complied. Here. Gu Yu observed the small hand near his mouth. Holding a piece of strawberry, was she trying to feed him? He took it from her and placed it in his mouth, saying, I can manage on my own. Oh. Gu Yu did not open his mouth to eat, and Jiang Yushi sulked slightly, feeling a mix of nerves when she had tried to offer him the fruit. Finding it somewhat ambiguous. She wished he would eat it, yet also hoped he wouldn't, leaving her conflicted. Yet when he took it from her, she felt a pang of discontent. Even she couldn't quite understand why. Gu Yu, eat the apple. Jiang Yuni had finished peeling the apple and cut a piece, holding it out to him. All right, I'll take it myself. As usual, Gu Yu accepted it with his hand. You two are quite something. Who does this? He chuckled. Just eat your own fruit and stop offering it to me. Also, let me know what fruits you like next time. If there's anything you dislike, I want to buy it again. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no dislikes. That is good to know. Gu Yu finally set his phone aside and focused on the fruit. Before long, the three of them had devoured most of the plate. Gu Yu, my sister and I are going to study now. Okay. With Gu Yu's response, Jiang Yuni took Jiang Yushi by the hand and left. Jiang Yushi's expression was one of reluctance. She wished to linger with Gu Yu a while longer, not eager to study after already dedicating over an hour to it. Once they departed to study, Gu Yu began searching for part-time jobs on various platforms. With these two girls around, it was imperative to have money. Although the money was initially lent to them and would be repaid later, that was a matter for the future. School now, college later, both required finances. And he resolved to earn as much as he could. After all, regardless of the two girls, he needed to make money for his future wife. After browsing through an order-taking application for an hour, Gu Yu communicated with several clients and finally secured a deal. Although the payment was modest, the client's tone was rather pleasant, so he decided not to dwell on the amount. He would start the work himself and later pass it on to Han Feng. Ding ding ding. Shortly after beginning his task, his phone rang. It was a call from his close friend, Honda, who he had known the longest during his time at the Children's Welfare Institute. Honda was fortunate enough to be taken home by his biological parents when he was a teenager. However, he was also somewhat unfortunate, as his parents had another son, his brother, to whom they showed only a lukewarm affection. Consequently, his life at home was only marginally better than in the Welfare Institute, with better food and new clothes. Yet lacking the joy he had experienced at the institute and feeling rather lonely. Gu Yu had moved out of the orphanage since starting middle school, as he was already capable of earning his own living. He believed it was better not to waste the resources of the Welfare Institute and found it more convenient to work outside. During that time, he often returned home with bruises from being beaten, making it undesirable to stay at the institute. He feared that well-meaning individuals might think the orphanage was mistreating children. Hey, what are you up to? Gu Yu asked. In school. And you? At home? No, I'm also at school. Previously, Honda would often come to visit Gu Yu on weekends. But now, with two girls in his home, Gu Yu felt compelled to lie to his good friend. Are you free tomorrow? Want to hang out at your place? I'm busy. I have things to do tomorrow and the day after. How about we go out instead? Honda, upon hearing this, simply lay back on his bed. All right, you do your thing. We can hang out next week. Want to play some games? That works. Let's log in. Gu Yu closed his laptop, and the two began playing games together. Jiang Yushi had been listening intently to Gu Yu's conversation and, upon hearing that he had plans tomorrow, wondered if he would not be home. She also pondered who Gu Yu was talking to. Was he truly at home? Or was he just saying it was inconvenient? Sister, you're daydreaming again. Oh, I'm just thinking for a moment. Jiang Yushi pouted and exclaimed. I've been studying for over 2 hours, and I've only taken a 5-minute break. Why are you scolding me? Aren't you the older sister? If you keep this up, I'll hit you. I'm just taking a 10-minute break. I'll be back after that. As Jiang Yushi stood up and ran towards Gu Yu, he quickly gestured for her to be quiet. She nodded and sat beside him without speaking. Such a good girl. Please don't make a sound. I'm playing games with my friend. I wouldn't want him to misunderstand. Gu Yu muted the game microphone and instinctively ruffled Jiang Yushi's hair, speaking to her in a soothing manner. Okay, I won't say anything. Jiang Yushi nodded obediently, inching even closer to Gu Yu. At that moment, A voice emerged from the phone. Guyu, why do I hear a girl speaking? Is that from your end? Do you have teammates? Guyu replied. It must be a teammate. The marksman is rather inept, likely a girl. Upon hearing this, the marksman typed in protest, you're the inept one. Neither of you is playing exceptionally well. Guyu felt a bit embarrassed and switched to team chat. The support is probably a girl too, after all. She isn't very skilled. Honda remarked, all right, but it seems like your teammates aren't using their mics. The voice is coming from your side. Are you in a classroom? No, I'm in my dorm, just by myself. Oh, while playing the game, Guyu would glance over at Jiang Yushi whenever he died. Sitting beside him was a girl who made him feel as though he had a girlfriend. He was engrossed in the game, while the girl sat quietly beside him. This scenario closely resembled his fantasies. Especially with Jiang Yushi's beauty, she was extraordinarily lovely, undoubtedly the light of many people's lives. If you're tired from studying, why not take a break? Do you want to lie down for a bit? No, I want to play games too. Later, I'll let you join for a round. Guyu quickly finished his current game and invited Jiang Yushi to log in and play alongside him. Guyu, is this your friend? Yes, just a friend, he replied. Honda greeted, hey there, brother. Guyu said, he has something to do, so he can't use the mic. Don't greet him. Haha, got it. Entering the game, Guyu played as the marksman while Jiang Yushi took the role of support. When selecting heroes, Jiang Yushi immediately chose support upon seeing Guyu pick marksman. Chapter 33. No quarreling, just stand behind me. Don't push forward. You go up and attack. This kill is for you. You can take the health pack under the tower. I bought the bloodthirsty blade. Guyu's encouragement filled Jiang Yushi with joy. He is truly kind, always ensuring she gets the best. Jiang Yushi's smile was particularly sweet, and after finishing one game, she was eager to play another. Guyu gently patted Jiang Yushi's head, saying, we'll play again tonight. I need to go cook now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi immediately stood up, declaring, I'll come with you. I can't always let you cook. I want to cook too, though I don't know how. All right, Guyu agreed, leading Jiang Yushi to the kitchen. Hee. Jiang Yushi giggled with joy, thrilled at the prospect of cooking with Guyu. Perhaps he would even teach her. Moreover, she wouldn't have to write papers, lest her sister urge her to study again. At that moment, Jiang Yushi's sister, seeing the two enter the kitchen, lost her desire to study. After watching Jiang Yushi play games with Guyu, she had no inclination to study anymore. Now, she intended to join them in cooking. Can you break the cauliflower into small pieces and wash it? You can do that, right? Jiang Yushi nodded, I can. Holding a cauliflower, she stepped aside and began to search for a small bowl in the cupboard. At that moment, Jiang Yunian entered the room, disregarding her sister who was busy with the cauliflower, and approached Guyu. Guyu, I will cook with you. No, you should focus on your studies. After all, you love learning. Before Guyu could respond, Jiang Yushi, their sister, intervened, rushing over to admonish Jiang Yunan. With a hint of defiance, Jiang Yunan retorted, you ought to be the one studying. You hardly ever do, and I can cook better than you. How can you say that? Jiang Yushi protested indignantly. I am the elder sister. Surely I am not inferior to you. You must listen to me and do your homework. Why should I? Don't try to impose your authority on me. It won't work. Jiang Yunan stood her ground. As their argument escalated, Guyu quickly grasped Jiang Yunan's arm, pulling her behind him. You both will listen to me and refrain from arguing. You two are not behaving like good sisters. Where is the sense in quarreling? Guyu commanded. Jiang Yushi, return to the cauliflower. Hurry up, or you will be doing homework instead. Jiang Yunan, could you please cut this meat into large pieces? Can you manage that? Jiang Yunan nodded affirmatively. Yes. Good. Just be careful and don't cut yourself, all right? Guyu genuinely feared for her safety, uncertain if either girl had any prior cooking experience. Nowadays, how many young women can cook? They probably had hardly ever set foot in a kitchen. Merely being able to boil instant noodles garners widespread praise online. I will be careful, Jiang Yunan assured as she picked up the knife. However, Guyu requested it back and divided the meat into 2 portions. Cut this piece, otherwise it will be too much and we won't finish it. All right. Jiang Yunan continued with her task. Jiang Yushi cast a glance at her sister while angrily tearing apart the cauliflower. This younger sister is utterly disobedient. It's so irritating. Why must she always come here to meddle? If she loves doing homework so much, she should just focus on that. Why does she keep running to the kitchen, hovering around Guyu? Who is it that called Guyu a bad person? If not for my faith in him, she would still be living under a bridge. It's maddening. Meanwhile, Guyu began preparing fish soup. The method on his phone suggested frying eggs first. Just 2 would suffice, 1 for each girl. As he heated the oil in the pan, he fried the eggs and then placed a crucian carp into the pan to fry. Once the fish turned golden brown on both sides and slightly charred, he turned off the heat, crushed it, added water, and brought it to a boil. Guyu, I've finished cutting. Is this size acceptable? Jiang Yunan nudged Guyu, who turned to her and immediately praised, excellent job. Use this pot, add water, and then put the meat in. Just bring it to a boil, and I will handle the rest. Okay, I understand. Observing Guyu commend Jiang Yunan, Jiang Yushi hurried over, positioning herself beside Guyu. Guyu, I have also finished preparing the cauliflower. Guyu took a look and praised, this is truly well done. It will save me a great deal of trouble when I cook later. Hee. Guyu, is there anything else I need to do? Jiang Yushi asked, her joy evident. Especially since Guyu had complimented her sister, but not her. Guyu replied, no, we only have one electric pot at home, no other cookware. Alright then. Jiang Yushi remained beside Guyu, assisting him. Please hand me a slotted spoon from over there. Sure. Jiang Yushi promptly dashed over to retrieve the slotted spoon. Observing the two of them leaning against each other, Jiang Enian pouted, wishing she could spend time with Guyu as well. That's enough, let it simmer like this. Guyu instructed, covering the pot before moving to Jiang Enian's side. The meat has been blanched, allow me to handle it. Oh, do we need anything else? A basin. Please. On it. Jiang Yushi swiftly opened the cupboard and handed the basin to Guyu. Humph. Jiang Enian quietly huffed, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. Guyu noticed her discontent, but was perplexed as to why the two girls were so eager to lend a hand. He could only sigh inwardly. Unfamiliar with this situation, he was at a loss for how to respond. Scoop out the meat, wash it, and then clean the basin. Guyu, let me do it, Jiang Enian insisted. Guyu gently pushed her small hand away. It's all greasy. My hands are already oily, so I won't get yours dirty. I'll call you when it's time for you to help. After cleaning the pot, Guyu poured the fish broth into the electric pot to cook, using the iron pot to saute the braised pork. While cooking, he explained, when braising meat, first blanch it, then saute it to render out excess fat. Otherwise, the dish will be overly greasy. Don't stand too close. The oil might splatter and burn you. Guyu urged the two girls to keep their distance. Sure enough, within minutes, the fat from the meat began to render out and splatter. Without needing Guyu to remind them, they instinctively stepped back. Jiang Enian, noticing the splattering fat, worriedly called out, Guyu, maybe you shouldn't fry it anymore. You might get burned. Guyu laughed reassuringly. It's fine. I won't get burned. It's sweet of you to be concerned. Jiang Enian continued to fret, but you might. Jiang Yushi joined in urging Guyu to be careful, and he, exasperated, barked. If you two want to be concerned, that's fine, but I've said it's all right. After his outburst, both Jiang Enian and Jiang Yushi fell silent. However, mere seconds later, Jiang Enian sidled up to Guyu, saying, Guyu, let me handle it. As she moved closer, Guyu was merely teasing. He could not genuinely let them take over, so he promptly ushered them out. Chapter 34. Like competing for affection, I didn't mean to scold you. I just worry you might get burned. After shooing the two girls to the kitchen doorway, Guyu affectionately ruffled Jiang Enian's hair, hoping to ease her worries. Jiang Enian nodded, feeling delighted, while Guyu noticed her smile was as sweet as her sister's, both charmingly enchanting. Returning to the kitchen, Guyu's meat was nearly cooked, and he placed it into the pressure cooker to simmer. Subsequently, he poured out the lard and began to stir-fry the cauliflower. Once the meal was prepared, Guyu glanced towards the kitchen, where the two girls had once again gathered at the door, watching eagerly. It's time to eat. You two can serve the dishes. I need not attend to such trivial matters, he remarked. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni responded in unison. No, let us handle it. With that, the two girls dashed into the kitchen, one ladling out the dishes while the other scooped rice, bustling between the kitchen and dining table. Guyu waited at the table, and soon the two had arranged all the dishes before him. Let us eat, he announced. Guyu picked up a piece of braised pork. It was tender and succulent, and with one bite, the flavor was exquisite. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni eagerly joined in, relishing the pork after a long absence from such indulgence. Since the departure of their parents, they had been frugal, avoiding restaurants and unable to cook well. Their initial attempts at cooking were either too salty or bland, and the preparation took a considerable amount of time. Observing the girls savoring their meal brought joy to Guyu's heart. Guyu, you should eat too, Jiang Yuni said. Noticing he had taken little, she then served him a piece, insisting, this one is particularly good, you must try it. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi selected an even more appealing piece from the bowl and placed it in Gu Yu's dish. "You need not serve me. You too enjoy your meal," he replied. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Jiang Yuni suddenly pondered a troubling thought. Meat was expensive, and since Gu Yu ate sparingly, could it be that he was low on funds? She recalled his words from that evening, revealing he was an orphan. Where, then, did his money come from? Moreover, he was still in school, like herself, without a job. Could it be that he occasionally took on part-time work? Gu Yu had mentioned that writing novels could provide some income, while it might yield some earnings. It likely was not substantial. His financial situation was evident from his rented accommodation. She resolved not to let Gu Yu continue to spend so much on them. It was unnecessary to feast lavishly. A simple dish each day would suffice. And with fruits being quite costly at present, she thought perhaps Gu Yu should purchase less. She remembered seeing the fridge earlier, nearly empty, indicating that Gu Yu had been quite frugal before, and now his spending was likely influenced by her and her sister. She needed to convey to Gu Yu that he need not take such care of them. Jiang Yuni took small bites of her meal, no longer enjoying it as she had before. In contrast, Jiang Yushi, with her carefree nature, was oblivious to such concerns and did not overthink, especially during times of plenty. She continued to serve Gu Yu pieces of meat, eating heartily herself, and Gu Yu found his own appetite increasing as he watched her relish her meal. "Would you both like some soup? There are still 2 eggs in it. Each of you can have one," he offered. Jiang Yuni was roused by this suggestion and promptly picked up a fried egg, placing it in Gu Yu's bowl. "This is for you. I shall not eat it." "It's mine. Take it back." Gu Yu bellowed at Jiang Yushi, just as Jiang Yunyang had placed a fried egg in her own bowl. Before she had the chance to admonish her, that girl swiftly added another egg to her bowl, displaying an unprecedented speed. "Next time, do not serve me, otherwise, I shall let you go hungry." After scolding Jiang Yushi, Gu Yu turned his ire towards Jiang Yunyang. "I prepared 2 fried eggs for the both of you. If you do not wish to eat them, so be it, but why must you insist on serving me? Are you deliberately opposing me?" He then pointed a finger at Jiang Yushi's forehead. "How is it that your hands are so swift? I had not even begun to reprimand her when you placed it in my bowl. During our studies, I have never observed such nimbleness from you. When we study later, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Dare to dawdle, and you shall see." He then turned to Jiang Yunyang. "And you, why do you bow your head?" Gu Yu glanced back at Jiang Yunyang. "Later, you shall be punished with the task of tidying up the utensils and washing the dishes." After delivering a stern lecture to both girls, who dared not utter a word in reply, Gu Yu resumed his meal. His earlier frustration had not truly stemmed from Jiang Yunyang serving him the fried egg, but rather from the competitive affection displayed between the 2 girls, which had ignited his temper. "Damn, my earlier expression was somewhat misplaced. What do you mean by competing for affection?" Gu Yu chastised himself, although he could not conjure a more suitable term to replace it. Once the meal concluded, Gu Yu served himself a bowl of fish soup, which, he had to admit, was quite delectable, though it retained a hint of fishiness. It was his first attempt at preparing fish soup. Ordinarily, he would never indulge in such a dish. He mused that next time, he might approach it with a bit more experience. "Jiang Yunyang, tidy up and place the leftovers in the refrigerator," Gu Yu commanded. Jiang Yunyang responded with a soft and began to clean up. "Jiang Yushi, time to study. I recall saying I would check how much you've written when we return home this afternoon." "Oh," Jiang Yushi replied softly, her demeanor hesitant as she rose. Her eyes averted from Gu Yu. At that moment, her heart raced anxiously, fearful of being chastised by him. Gu Yu did not finish his thought, but watched her as she cautiously approached the coffee table. During dinner, the 2 sisters had gathered their books and papers onto the table. "Let me see what you have written." Gu Yu crouched down as Jiang Yushi sifted through the papers, timidly presenting 3 sheets. 3 sheets. That's not insignificant, Gu Yu remarked, scrutinizing them closely. 1 in Chinese, 1 in mathematics, and another in English. The Chinese essay was unwritten, though the rest were completed. The mathematics section had 2 major problems left blank, and some larger questions were only partially answered. He set the English paper aside, as his proficiency in the subject was merely average, and he had little interest in reviewing it. "How much has your sister written?" "I don't know," Jiang Yushi replied. Reluctant to inquire about Jiang Yunyang's progress, Gu Yu pressed further, asking if Jiang Yunyang had written more. "Sorry, Gu Yu, shall I write it out now if you prefer?" With a sense of grievance, Jiang Yushi extended her small hand, tugging at Gu Yu's shirt corner. This endearing gesture rendered Gu Yu unable to scold her. "Let's discuss this later, once the dining table is cleared," he said, glancing at the table which had already been tidied up. Though Jiang Yunian was still busy in the kitchen. Let us wait a moment. We just finished eating, and we can study afterwards. By the way, are you still feverish? Guyu placed his hand on Jiang Yushi's forehead, feeling no embarrassment, as he had grown accustomed to it. It wasn't he warm. Realizing this, Guyu felt he had been a bit harsh earlier. The girl had suffered from a high fever the previous night, unable to sleep. And now he wanted her to study in the afternoon. I'll fetch you some medicine. Eat a little, but not too much. Or else the fever will surely be uncomfortable tonight. Observing Guyu rise, Jiang Yushi tugged at his arm again, insisting, I can go myself. Allow me, he replied. Upon entering the kitchen, Guyu noticed Jiang Yunnan was almost finished with her chores and asked, Am I only letting you clean up, while your sister does nothing? Do you think I am being partial? Jiang Yunnan shook her head, denying it. Very well, Guyu said, saying nothing further, and gently ruffled Jiang Yunnan's hair. He then began preparing the medicine. Jiang Yushi needed fever-reducing medication, while Jiang Yunnan would suffice with 2 packets of Banlangen. I'll take this out for you. Don't worry about cleaning up anymore, just come with me. Oh, Jiang Yunnan replied, washing her hands before following Guyu to the living room, where they sat on the sofa. Here, take your medicine. You can drink this as well. Watching Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunnan finish their medicine, Guyu inquired, Are you two going to stay in your room, or shall I take you both for a round of games? Let us play games. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunnan exclaimed in unison, their thoughts surprisingly aligned on this matter. After the game, you both must study. Having reached an agreement with the 2 girls, the trio commenced their gaming session. In this round, Guyu played as a support character, Lu Shan, alongside Jiang Yunnan in the bottom lane. Noticing Jiang Yunnan's average performance during their previous session, Guyu decided to play support to guide her. Jiang Yunnan, after clearing the minion wave, be mindful of whether the mid lane needs assistance. Also, keep an eye on the enemy jungler's position. You must be cautious of potential ganks. If I were the enemy jungler, I would certainly hide in that bush, Guyu remarked, stepping into the brush, only to be startled when the enemy jungler indeed emerged from it. How audacious, trying to catch me alone. Guyu swiftly utilized his skills, controlling the situation with precision. Jiang Yunnan delivered damage from the sidelines, and the enemy jungler was swiftly eliminated. The opposing marksman could only watch in frustration, having dealt a fair amount of damage, yet failing to prevent Guyu's escape. Did you grasp what I just taught you? Guyu asked. I understand, Jiang Yunnan replied. And remember, don't be reckless like I was earlier. If you're scouting a bush, always cast your skills. Guyu continued to instruct Jiang Yunnan, explaining when she could leave the bottom lane to assist her teammates. Jiang Yushi listened attentively, eager for Guyu to teach her the game as soon as he finished. You have reached the starry rank. You are so skilled yet you do not teach, she remarked. Also, you should focus on your homework. After completing a game, Guyu promptly urged both of them to study while he attended to his work. An hour later, feeling fatigued from work, Guyu stretched and took a seat beside Jiang Yushi. Let me see how much you've completed. She showed him a sheet of paper with half of it filled. Guyu glanced over and complimented her. Well done. If you're tired, take a break, balance work and rest. He then turned to Jiang Yunnan, who shook her head, asserting, I am not tired. Without responding, Guyu picked up the paper Jiang Yunnan had written on, intending to review the mathematics in hopes of teaching Jiang Yushi as well. Having observed Jiang Yunnan's earlier explanations, he considered it a distraction from her studies. Since he had a solid foundation, if he could assist Jiang Yushi, it would ease Jiang Yunnan's workload significantly. Now, let me teach you this problem, he said, analyzing a complex question for 5 minutes before finding his rhythm and beginning to instruct Jiang Yushi. We need to determine the range of this expression. The information we have includes 1. After several minutes of explanation, Guyu concluded, All right, now you try solving this problem while I cover the answer. Jiang Yushi began to write, her mind sharp, as she was a twin of Jiang Yunnan. It was improbable for one to excel academically while the other faltered. She recalled Guyu's earlier instructions, quickly jotting down the answer. Now, write this one, Guyu suggested, presenting her with a similar problem. Jiang Yushi glanced at him surreptitiously before pondering the question. She wrote slowly. Guyu moved to sit beside Jiang Yunnan, ensuring fairness between the 2 girls. Upon noticing Guyu's presence, Jiang Yunnan smiled slightly, but remained silent, diligently working on her problems. Guyu also kept quiet, accompanying her. This girl was far more studious than her sister, rarely encountering difficulties, and even if she did, she could rely on her textbooks for guidance. Do you want me to look at what I've written? Jiang Yunyang asked after finishing a paper and placing it in front of Guyu. He picked it up, glancing through it, and praised, impressive. You write so quickly. Your performance surpasses your sister's by leaps and bounds. Jiang Yunyang responded softly, yes. Guyu added, if you are tired, take a break to rejuvenate. After that, he returned to Jiang Yushi to inquire, have you finished? Earlier, she had been biting her pen. Her face etched with worry, likely struggling with the problems. I have written it, but I am unsure if it is correct. Jiang Yushi slid her paper towards Guyu, who began to evaluate it. Uncertain of its accuracy, he decided to cover her answers while attempting the problems himself. Upon examining the question, Guyu realized it was quite challenging. Earlier, upon glancing at the answer penned by Jiang Yunyang, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he had mastered the problem. However, as he confronted the current question, a frown creased his brow. Nevertheless, Guyu's mathematical prowess had always been commendable, and soon enough, he arrived at a solution. Comparing his work with Jiang Yushi's, he noted discrepancies in their methodologies, yet the final answer was indeed correct. Remarkable, truly. Guyu affectionately tousled Jiang Yushi's hair and encouraged her to continue working, promising to fetch some fruit for the two of them. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen, slicing some fruit and placing it on the dining table. Rather than overseeing their studies, he settled down at the coffee table to commence his own work. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Guyu closed his notebook and glanced towards the dining table, observing that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were still engrossed in their studies. The difference, however, was stark. Jiang Yunyang sat upright, fully focused, while Jiang Yushi appeared on the verge of resting her head on the table. Guyu approached them, and as he neared, Jiang Yushi instantly straightened, feigning concentration. What are you doing? Guyu asked, bemused by her antics. I was studying diligently just now, Jiang Yushi replied, attempting to maintain her ruse. Seeing her blatant fib, Guyu inquired with a serious tone, did I perhaps imagine what I just witnessed? Jiang Yushi pouted, lowering her gaze, unwilling to argue with him. All right, I understand. Are you feeling unwell, lacking the energy to study? Guyu offered her an excuse, gently touching her forehead. That's enough studying for now. Yunyang, what about you? Aren't you tired sitting there? Go take a shower and then head to bed. Jiang Yunyang shook her head. Guyu, I still have half of my essay to finish. Let my sister shower first. Jiang Yushi, reluctant to be the first to leave, replied, you go ahead and shower. Guyu, very well, stop writing for now. Sit on the sofa and browse your phone for a bit. With that, Guyu entered the bathroom to take a shower. His showers were usually brief, typically lasting only 5 minutes, just enough time to rinse off and wash his hair. As he emerged, he sighed. In the past, when the house was empty, he could simply step out in his shorts after a shower, but now he had to dress properly. Even at night, he found it uncomfortable to sleep in clothes. It was time to expedite his search for a new place. Fortunately, tomorrow was Saturday, and he hoped to find time to explore some options. Are you finished? Guyu inquired as he approached Jiang Yunyang. Almost done, she replied. Your handwriting is beautiful. Observing the neat, elegant characters on her test paper, he found a certain aesthetic appeal in her delicate fingers gliding over the page as she held the pen. It's decent, I suppose. Jiang Yunyang felt a smile creeping into her heart, though she blushed slightly, not quite accustomed to receiving such compliments from Guyu. It is indeed beautiful, far surpassing Jiang Yushi's handwriting. When the moment calls for confidence, one should not shy away from it. As Guyu turned her gaze towards Jiang Yushi, she couldn't help but reflect on how this girl truly lagged behind her sister in terms of academic prowess. Although both possessed equally delicate and attractive hands, Jiang Yushi's handwriting fell significantly short of Jiang Yunyang's, lacking in diligence as well. Shall we take a bath? The water temperature is just right. Jiang Yushi replied. I want to wash my hair with my sister. Very well, then we shall wait for Jiang Yunyang. Jiang Yushi stood up, dashed into the room, and emerged with 2 nightgowns, settling beside Jiang Yunyang as she waited. These nightgowns are so adorable. Guyu glanced at the garments in Jiang Yushi's hands, and an image of the 2 girls donning them flashed in her mind. Stop, she chastised herself, pushing those thoughts aside. After all, they would be living together for at least another 2 or 3 months. Guyu diverted her gaze, seated herself on the sofa, and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. Observing this, Jiang Yushi rushed over. Guyu, would you like me to dry your hair? No need. It will be done in a minute. Guyu preferred her hair to have a slight dampness, finding it refreshingly pleasant. A simple blow-dry sufficed. Oh, Jiang Yushi sat down dejectedly, as Guyu had assigned her no tasks. After Jiang Yuyun finished her homework, the two entered the bathroom. Sister, is Guyu still sleeping on the sofa tonight? He waited for us to fall asleep last night before retreating to the sofa. He went to sleep on the sofa? Jiang Yuyun exclaimed in surprise, completely unaware of this. Jiang Yushi nodded. Yes, I was unwell with a fever last night and, upon waking, discovered Guyu was missing. I found him asleep on the sofa. Well, we can't really blame Guyu, can we? Jiang Yuyun sighed, feeling helpless. Previously, she had feared Guyu might bully them. And now, she wished for him to sleep in the room, yet he declined. Jiang Yushi remained silent, sharing her sister's perplexity, unable to conceive any solutions. The two bathed in silence, maintaining their tranquility until they finished. Sister, it seems there are no towels in the bathroom. Jiang Yushi glanced around and confirmed the absence. Guyu always hung his towel up after washing. What should we do? Should we use our clothes to dry off? Or ask Guyu if he has any spare towels? Jiang Yuyun pondered, feeling conflicted. Sister, you decide. When the decision fell to Jiang Yushi, she too felt torn. Surely, they couldn't continue using their clothes. Shall we ask Guyu? All right, it's up to you, sister. Jiang Yushi clenched her small hands, nervously approaching the door, and opened it just a crack, hiding behind it. Jiang Yuyun remained tucked behind Jiang Yushi, noticing her sister's cheeks had turned crimson. Guyu. Jiang Yushi summoned all her courage to call out, her heart racing with embarrassment. What is it? Guyu sat up from the sofa, looking towards the bathroom without approaching. There are no towels in the bathroom. Do you have any at home? I believe there are some. Just a moment. Guyu entered the room. Recalling that he had purchased 2 towels initially, but had only used one for nearly 2 years. He rummaged through the cabinet to retrieve the towel and proceeded to the living room. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyin's hearts raced in anticipation as they anxiously peered outside. Guyu's voice resonated. I am coming in. Please secure the door. I will place the towel on the sink. All right, Jiang Yushi replied as she closed the door. The door is shut. Okay, I am entering now. The sisters' heartbeats quickened even more as they sensed Guyu's footsteps. Upon entering, Guyu placed the towel on the sink and then stepped out, announcing, I am out now. You may take it, as I cannot see. Understood, Jiang Yushi said, cautiously opening the door a crack and peeking outside. Seeing no one, she exchanged a nervous glance with Jiang Yushi and, disregarding everything else, swiftly grabbed the towel from the sink and dashed back inside. With a deep breath, Jiang Yushi touched her face, which felt particularly warm, akin to a fever. She glanced at her sister, who appeared only slightly less flustered. The two of them dried themselves off, and upon emerging, they found Guyu lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Guyu, Jiang Yushi called out. Her face now less flushed, the tension easing somewhat. Hearing her voice, Guyu looked up to see the 2 girls standing beside the sofa, clad in adorably charming nightgowns. Their long, slender legs elegantly exposed. For a moment, Guyu was momentarily captivated. They were far more enchanting than any online streamer. Standing in the living room, the 2 girls resembled ethereal beauties, particularly those long legs, which sparked a fleeting desire within Guyu to reach out and touch. Noticing their damp hair, Guyu handed them the hairdryer. Jiang Yushi accepted it, pulling Jiang Yunan down to sit on the sofa, prompting Guyu to shift aside. As they settled, Guyu detected a delicate fragrance in the air, the scent of the shower gel. Jiang Yushi switched on the hairdryer and began drying Jiang Yunan's hair. With each gust of air, the scent of the shower gel intensified. He pondered why he had never noticed its pleasant aroma before. Guyu seldom used shower gel himself, finding it cumbersome, yet he had indeed used it before. This was the first time he had encountered such a refreshing fragrance. Chapter 37. The first time I gazed at Guyu so intently watching Jiang Yushi tend to her sister's hair, her fingers gliding through the strands. Guyu mused that a girl's long hair must indeed feel delightful to the touch. A sudden yearning for romance blossomed within him, likely inspired by the presence of these 2 enchanting girls. After all, who wouldn't he yearn for a sweet romance while living with such beautiful and endearing companions? After Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni finished blow-drying each other's hair, they found it quite convenient to assist one another, as it would undoubtedly be cumbersome for a single girl to manage her long hair alone. Washing hair is also quite a task. Guyu had observed girls washing their hair during a live stream, and it seemed rather challenging. Once they had dried their hair, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni turned their gaze towards Guyu, who inquired whether they intended to rest. Jiang Yushi shook her head, uncertain. What did she mean by uncertain? After pondering for a moment, Guyu suggested, How about we play a game? It's 10 o'clock now, and we can go to bed by 11. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we can afford to sleep in and don't need to retire early. Sounds good, agreed Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. And Guyu led them into a gaming session. Within the game, Jiang Yushi noticed that Guyu played exceptionally well, wielding numerous heroes and demonstrating skills that appeared to surpass her own. Isn't he a diamond rank? Could it be that he simply hadn't played much before? Jiang Yushi wondered aloud. Guyu, what rank were you before? What's the matter? He replied. Nothing, just felt like you were significantly more skilled than me. Oh, I was previously a star rank, the same as you. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Jiang Yushi began to doubt her own abilities. Was she merely a faux star? Having ascended through the matchmaking system? After finishing 2 games, Guyu suggested they retire for the night, stating, I need to sleep too. Where will you sleep tonight? Guyu? Jiang Yushi tugged at his shirt. On the sofa. Don't urge me to go to the room. The sofa isn't cold. Hurry up and leave. Guyu then took hold of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni's arms, playfully tossing them into the room. I'm really worried that you two will end up feeling forlorn beside me, which puts me in quite a dilemma. By the way, I don't need a blanket either, so don't come looking for me, he added before shutting the door and returning to the sofa to lie down. Inside the room, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exchanged glances, knowing this was exactly how it would unfold. It seems Guyu didn't buy a blanket today, Jiang Yuni remarked. No, he didn't Jiang Yushi replied. Sister, it appears Guyu doesn't have much money. He mentioned he grew up in an orphanage. So he surely doesn't have a lot, Jiang Yuni observed. Perhaps we should talk to Guyu tomorrow about not needing to buy too many treats, otherwise he might spend excessively, and it's not easy for him to earn money while still attending school. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. Yes, let us suggest to Guyu that we can manage with less extravagant meals. All right, we'll discuss it with him tomorrow. Upon awakening, Jiang Yushi groggily opened her eyes. The room was dimly lit, yet not entirely dark. What time is it? She fumbled for her phone, and upon checking, realized it was just past 6 o'clock. Should I go to the restroom? Jiang Yushi felt conflicted, as the electric blanket kept her snug and warm beneath the covers, making her reluctant to venture out. However, recalling that it was Saturday and Guyu had mentioned they could sleep in, she finally mustered the resolve to rise from her bed. Upon exiting the room, Jiang Yushi's gaze immediately fell upon the sofa. As was the case the previous day, Guyu was curled up on it, appearing quite uncomfortable in his slumber. Notably, he had no pillow at all. Jiang Yushi contemplated retrieving a pillow from her and her sister's room for Guyu, but with him in the midst of sleep, it would be inconsiderate to rouse him merely for that purpose. Thus, the thought was abandoned. Approaching the sofa, Jiang Yushi gazed at Guyu, momentarily captivated by his striking handsomeness. Although she was aware of his attractiveness on a regular basis, this was the first time she observed him so intently. As she continued to watch, a smile unconsciously spread across her face, revealing a hint of infatuation. After a few minutes, Jiang Yushi rose quietly to use the restroom. Upon her return, she pondered whether she should invite Guyu to sleep in the room, as she was already awake and he could benefit from more rest. However, the fear of him declining and the potential disturbance of his sleep made her abandon the idea once again. By 8 in the morning, Jiang Yunian awakened. Her eyes fluttering open to the bright room, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the bed. To escape the glare, she shifted closer to Jiang Yushi, nearly pushing her off the bed. After getting up and adjusting her clothing, she glanced at the time before stepping out of the room. Guyu should be awake by now, she thought. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Yunian noticed that Guyu was still asleep on the sofa, undisturbed. He had stayed up late the previous night, engrossed in videos until after 1 in the morning. Still in slumber, Jiang Yunian crouched beside him, blinking curiously as she observed his peaceful visage. After a few moments, she stood and hurried back into the room, lifting the blanket that Jiang Yushi had covered herself with, and gently draping it over Guyu. She was cautious, fearing that her actions might awaken him. Guyu stirred slightly, sensing the weight of the blanket, but remained in a state of drowsiness. Not wanting to disturb him, Jiang Yunian dashed back to the room and glanced at Jiang Yushi. Noticing that she had barely covered herself with the blanket, her long legs exposed. Concluding that it mattered little whether Jiang Yushi was covered or not, she decided to leave the blanket with Guyu. Next, she thought to find a jacket for her sister to keep her warm. As she rummaged through the closet, she felt satisfied with her choice. Approaching 9 o'clock, she wondered when Guyu might awaken and contemplated whether or not to prepare breakfast. However, she was uncertain about what to make. Her culinary skills were limited to porridge, She had no knowledge of preparing buns or fried dough. Perhaps she could cook a bowl of porridge for Guyu, and if he did not fancy it, she would eat it herself. Making her way to the kitchen, Jiang Yimian measured half a cup of rice, rinsed it, and placed it in the rice cooker. During her parents' absence, she had often prepared porridge, so she felt confident in her abilities. There was also some fish soup left over from the previous night that she could reheat. Jiang Yunyang once again took out the fish soup, heating it in another pot, and then devoted herself to cooking the porridge, stirring continuously to prevent it from sticking. Once the porridge became thick and sticky, Jiang Yunyang turned off the heat, tasted it, and found it acceptable, though the absence of ingredients such as cabbage, carrots, and corn made it less delightful. The fish soup was also warmed up, retaining the flavor from the previous evening. She covered the pot to prevent it from cooling and exited the kitchen. At that moment, she was uncertain of what to do next. Guyu had not yet awakened, nor had Jiang Yushi. Bored, she sat beside Guyu, waiting. Chapter 38. You two won't starve me before long. Guyu stretched lazily, feeling the weight of the thick covering over him. Upon opening his eyes, his gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Yunyang, who was watching him with wide eyes. Caught in the act, Jiang Yunyang felt a sudden shyness and lowered her head, unable to meet Guyu's gaze. Guyu sat up, glancing at the blanket draped over him, pondering when this girl had covered him. Jiang Yunyang then spoke. Guyu, I made porridge. Would you like to try some? Made porridge? Guyu was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Jiang Yunyang, momentarily mistaking her for Jiang Yushi, wondering if this girl truly knew how to make porridge. This blanket? I covered you this morning. It hasn't been long, Jiang Yunyang explained. All right then. Guyu further inquired, has your sister awakened? Upon hearing Guyu's failure to recognize her, Jiang Yunyang responded with a hint of annoyance. I'm the younger sister. My elder sister is still asleep. Oh, you are the younger sister. Guyu scratched his head awkwardly and clarified. When you looked at me just now, you appeared quite innocent and a bit dazed. I thought you were Jiang Yushi. I apologize for not recognizing you. Noticing Jiang Yunyang's disappointment, Guyu hastily explained and apologized. Jiang Yunyang's mood lightened considerably. It's all right. Sometimes, even our parents can't tell me apart from my sister. Come on, let us see the porridge you made. It must be delicious. Guyu rose and led Jiang Yunyang to the kitchen. Upon lifting the lid of the pot, a plume of steam escaped. It's still warm. It seems you just finished it not long ago. It smells wonderful. Excellent. But is it a bit little? Did you only make this much? Jiang Yunyang nodded yes. I made just enough for you. I didn't know when you would wake up, and with my sister still asleep, I was afraid there wouldn't be enough. Very well. Guyu took 2 bowls and served the porridge, finding it to be a reasonable amount. Go check if Jiang Yushi has awakened. Okay. Jiang Yunyang ran to the doorway of the room, casting a brief glance at Jiang Yushi before returning to Guyu's side. Sister, hasn't he woken up? All right then, we shall eat. Guyu, thinking Jiang Yushi was merely a heavy sleeper, remained unaware that she was already awake, having just been lying on the bed stretching her legs, which Jiang Yunyang had not noticed. You even warmed the soup. How thoughtful. Guyu then brought out the leftover braised pork from yesterday to enjoy alongside the porridge with Jiang Yunyang. With a simple bowl of porridge, Guyu paired it with a piece of meat and consumed it in one gulp. He then filled a large bowl with soup, also finishing it in a single sip. Noticing Jiang Yunyang staring at him, seemingly on the verge of speaking, Guyu took the initiative to say, eat slowly, no need to watch me. Oh. Jiang Yunyang remained silent, continuing her meal. Suddenly, Guyu glanced towards the doorway and spotted Jiang Yushi emerging from her room, still clad in her nightgown. Appearing as if she had just awakened, her eyes barely open, rubbing them with her small hands. What as for breakfast? Jiang Yushi approached, bending over to inspect the table. This bend was quite revealing, and Guyu, with just a fleeting glance, found himself seeing more than he intended. Sit down, he said, unable to mention the earlier scene. He gently pulled Jiang Yushi by the arm, urging her to take a seat, and added, I haven't made your breakfast. I'll take you out to eat. Oh, that is all right. Jiang Yushi, unaware that it was Jiang Yunyang who had prepared the meal, mistakenly thought it was Guyu's doing. Had she known her sister hadn't cooked for her, she would have surely found a moment to tease her. Let us go out for a meal. And Jiang Yunyang can join us. It's past 10, so we can have lunch as well. Guyu grabbed Jiang Yushi's arm and escorted her to her room. You should change your clothes first. Returning to the dining table, Guyu noticed the half bowl of porridge in Jiang Yunyang's bowl and said, don't eat that. Let us go out. Jiang Yunyang refused. No, it would be wasteful not to finish it. After a moment of contemplation, Guyu suggested, "How about I finish it? And then we can go eat something else later?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang's mind began to wander. Would Guyu not find the porridge she had consumed to his liking? Observing the expression on her face, Guyu quickly retracted his statement, "I was just joking. Take your time." He underestimated her shyness, realizing it might be prudent to maintain some distance in the future. Once Jiang Yushi emerged from her room, fully dressed and holding a comb, she began to tidy her hair. Watching her, Guyu felt a sudden urge to assist, justifying to himself that it was merely a hassle for her to do it alone, nothing more. After Jiang Yunyang finished her meal, Guyu planned to clean up the dishes. But Jiang Yunyang preempted him, taking the dishes to the kitchen. He could only sigh internally at her determination. "All right, what do you want for lunch?" The trio soon departed. It was already 10:30, so calling it lunch was appropriate. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang expressed their willingness to eat anything. "Let us just wander around. There are plenty of small shops nearby. Let me know what you desire." Guyu led the two out of the community. This was the first time Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had ventured out since returning to Guyu's home. The community was bustling, and after a few steps, they arrived at a narrow street, resembling a quaint alleyway. Inside the alley, there were food vendors selling various snacks and unassuming restaurants. "Is there anything you'd like to eat? How about some fried skewers?" Guyu paused in front of a fried skewer shop, noticing the two remained silent. "Feel free to choose whatever you want." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni whispered to each other, selecting 2 skewers before turning to Guyu. "Guyu, why don't you choose some as well?" "All right," Guyu replied, picking about 10 skewers, which were quite affordable at just 1 yuan each. After they were fried to perfection, the 3 of them strolled along, savoring their snacks. At that moment, Jiang Yuni thought it prudent not to spend excessively. So she leaned closer to Guyu and said, "While dining, we can be frugal. My sister and I are content with anything. So there's no need for you to overspend on our behalf." Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Guyu, earning money isn't easy for you. And we cannot squander it. If we wish to repay you, it may take us quite a while." Faced with the girl's kindness, Guyu smiled and reassured them. "Rest assured, I can afford our meals. You two can indulge without concern. Ordinary meals won't bankrupt me. And as for repayment, there's no rush. With a promissory note, I'm not worried about you defaulting. By the way, Guyu, we do have a promissory note. My sister and I will write it for you when we get home," Jiang Yuni exclaimed, realizing she had only been talking without actually providing the note. "No hurry. We can discuss it once we return home." Guyu continued leading the 2 girls as they exited the alley and arrived at a bustling street. "How about some rice noodles for lunch?" "Sounds great," they replied in unison. Guyu guided them into a rice noodle shop where, at this hour, only 1 table was occupied. "What flavor would you like?" Jiang Yushi called out. "I want the golden broth crossing the bridge rice noodles." "I'll have the clay pot rice noodles," Jiang Yuni added. Guyu opted for a tomato rice noodle and then inquired, "What should I add?" "No need." Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni replied simultaneously, eager to save Guyu some money. Observing their determination, Guyu glanced at the available toppings and said, "Then I'll add a chicken leg." After they took their seats, the rice noodles were served promptly, silky and delightful in texture. Guyu ate rather quickly, finishing his bowl in mere minutes, while Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni savored their food slowly. After all, a lady should not eat as ravenously as a man. Guyu occupied himself with videos while waiting. "Guyu, are you full?" "I might not finish mine," Jiang Yuni remarked. Guyu, uncertain whether she was serious, replied, "Just eat. If you can't finish, let me know." Jiang Yushi chimed in. "Guyu, I might not be able to finish mine either. You have a bigger appetite than your sister. Go ahead and eat," Guyu observed, noting that Jiang Yushi indeed had a larger appetite than Jiang Yuni. Despite their similar figures, Jiang Yushi's character suggested she had a fondness for food, while Guyu somewhat believed Jiang Yuni's claim of being unable to finish. He was more skeptical of Jiang Yushi's assertion. "Guyu, would you like to try some?" After a few minutes, Jiang Yuni's small hand reached towards him. Glancing into her bowl, Guyu noted there was indeed little left. "I've had my fill, but don't starve yourself." Jiang Yunyang replied in a soft and delicate voice that she would not go hungry. Guyu then took Jiang Yunyang's bowl of rice noodles, and within a couple of bites, it was finished. Jiang Yushi also wished to speak, but Guyu interrupted her directly, stating that she should eat on her own. As he was aware of her appetite, she had consumed 2 large bowls of rice the previous day. "Oh," Jiang Yushi pouted, feeling somewhat unconvinced. She had eaten more the night before solely because it had been a long time since she had savored braised pork, and it was exceedingly delicious. She typically did not eat that much. After their meal, Guyu took the two girls out, contemplating whether to take them for some entertainment or head home. If they were to play, where exactly would they go? Do either of you have a place in mind for entertainment? Guyu inquired. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang shook their heads, indicating they had no particular desires for amusement. What about items you wish to purchase? Perhaps clothing? You likely did not bring much from home. And what about school supplies or practice materials? Do you need any small hair ties? Guyu glanced at Jiang Yushi's hair, which was held up by a single black hair tie, somewhat plain. Do we need any? Jiang Yushi looked toward Jiang Yunyang. Jiang Yunyang shook her head, asserting that they had brought all necessary study materials and lacked nothing. Very well, then we shall meander home. Guyu, having never been in a romantic relationship, was uncertain about where to take girls for entertainment. He felt somewhat lost without their suggestions. Taking an alternate route home, Guyu led Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang past a sizable supermarket, thinking it might be nice to browse. Previously, he had lived alone and had little to eat, often purchasing snacks online, particularly spicy strips. He assumed girls must enjoy milk. Otherwise, how could their voices be so sweet and gentle, making one feel warm inside? As they strolled along the street, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang held hands, observing their surroundings. Sister, we have been here before. Our home is in that direction. Yes, I remember, Jiang Yunyang replied, a wave of sadness washing over her as she realized that their home would no longer be in that direction. Jiang Yushi, feeling disheartened, lowered her head, the joy she had felt earlier dissipating. With their parents gone, there was no returning home. Guyu had been quietly observing the two of them, feeling their transition from happiness to sorrow. Their emotions evoked a protective instinct within him. That direction? Guyu mused, glancing towards where Jiang Yushi had pointed, contemplating discussing their housing situation with the girls. If necessary, he would cover the mortgage himself. He had initially considered renting, but with the costs amounting to 20 to 30,000 a year, it seemed more prudent to pay off the mortgage for the two girls instead. However, he would not bear the expenses without some form of acknowledgement from them. Do not be sad. I have a surprise for you both when we get home. Guyu gently patted Jiang Yushi on the back of her head. She looked up, and upon hearing the word surprise, the sorrow in her eyes faded significantly. Indeed, a surprise awaits, but you both must smile. Do you understand? With that, Jiang Yushi broke into a smile, albeit not one that radiated genuine joy. Yet it remained sweet nonetheless. Jiang Yuni also mirrored this sentiment, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, as she eagerly anticipated the surprise that Guyu had mentioned. Let us first procure some items, Guyu declared as they approached the entrance of the supermarket, guiding the two of them inside. Purchase whatever you desire. He retrieved a shopping cart and led them to the snack aisle, addressing them directly. I have nothing in mind, Jiang Yuni replied, tugging at Guyu's arm, reluctant to spend any money. How can that be? Guyu questioned incredulously. After all, what girl does not relish snacks? Jiang Yushi, you choose, he urged. I have no preference either, Jiang Yushi shyly responded, although she too had a yearning for snacks. However, buying them would require spending money. And as she lacked the means to earn any, she felt compelled to suppress her desires, knowing she would be using Guyu's funds. None of you wish to indulge, it seems. Guyu exclaimed in exasperation, realizing that these two girls consistently opposed him. Am I to push this cart only for it to return empty? At this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni felt a twinge of embarrassment. How about we simply purchase a bag of chips? Jiang Yuni suggested. I will handle it myself, Guyu retorted, opting to cease conversation with them. He pushed the cart forward, casually selecting various delectable snacks. Before long, the cart was filled to the brim. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuni and Jiang Yushi lagged behind. Sister, should we not tell Guyu to stop buying? This is already quite sufficient, Jiang Yuni proposed. Jiang Yushi replied. You go ahead and say it. We both declined earlier. Guyu seemed a bit upset. Shall I be the one to approach him? Jiang Yuni hesitated, fearing Guyu's displeasure. She shook her head, deciding against it, thinking that snacks do not spoil easily. They could savor them gradually, and if they took their time, Guyu might not buy as many next time. After selecting an ample assortment of items, Guyu concluded that it was sufficient and decided to buy 2 boxes of milk for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. However, upon turning around, he noticed they had wandered quite a distance away. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, Guyu called out, and they promptly rushed back to his side. Take a look and decide which one you would like. Before them lay an array of milk brands, and Guyu, unfamiliar with their flavors, thought it best to let them choose. Do not even utter the words "not buying," he exclaimed sternly, silencing Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. Why are we concerned with the milk and its price? He added with irritation. Well, the quality is quite similar across brands, Jiang Yuni replied, attempting to reason with him. That is a valid point, Guyu conceded, realizing that the fundamental components of milk are generally alike, as long as there are no additives. Very well then. Let us consider both the price and the ingredient list. Agreed, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni said in unison as they began to compare options. Ultimately, they settled on a selection price just over 30 yuan for a box containing 24 cartons, which they deemed quite economical. As they approached the checkout, Guyu noticed the person ahead of them carrying a basin, and it suddenly struck him that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were in need of daily necessities. Ah, indeed. He should procure some essentials for them. He took both of them to the household goods section, where he diligently selected items: towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, and cosmetics, though he decided to postpone the latter until he could browse online later. Observing Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang's faces, he noted that they were naturally beautiful without makeup, with skin so fair and tender that one could almost see the moisture beneath the surface. Is there anything else you require? Guyu pondered, unable to think of additional items, and thus led Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang to the checkout before heading home. Upon their return, he emptied the bags and said, "Feel free to indulge in the snacks. Don't hold back." Jiang Yunyang replied that she wouldn't. "I was merely concerned that you might not eat," Guyu remarked, as he unwrapped a lollipop and offered it to Jiang Yunyang. She hesitated for a moment before parting her soft, pink lips to take the lollipop into her mouth. Guyu then unwrapped another for Jiang Yushi, who accepted it with much more enthusiasm. "Guyu, you should have one too," Jiang Yunyang insisted, watching him closely. After he had unwrapped lollipops for both her and her sister, he neglected to take one for himself, prompting her to hand him one. This girl, Guyu thought, feeling helpless yet amused by her kindness. "I have a question for you both. Are you aware of how much mortgage remains on your house?" Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang exchanged glances, puzzled by his inquiry. Jiang Yunyang proposed, "Sister, shall we tell Guyu?" Jiang Yushi readily agreed. "Yes. There are still 160,000 left, as an uncle from the court informed us, and even provided a document. I'll fetch it for you to see." As Jiang Yunyang dashed into the room, Jiang Yushi moved closer to Guyu, leaning in intimately. "Guyu, why do you ask this?" she inquired. "You mentioned you would surprise us when we got home. Does it pertain to our house?" Jiang Yushi's eyes widened in anticipation as she gazed at him, her heart secretly wishing that if Guyu had the means, he could redeem their home. It was the dwelling where she had lived for over a decade, shared with her parents, and she did not wish to lose it. In fact, she thought, if Guyu could indeed recover the house, she wouldn't mind even if he teased her. "How astute you are. If only your studies reflected such cleverness," Guyu teased, pinching Jiang Yushi's cheek, which was delightfully soft to the touch. This girl was far from foolish. She immediately grasped his intentions. Upon hearing the remaining mortgage amount, Guyu contemplated whether it might be possible to redeem the house. For a sum of merely over 100,000 was not substantial in his eyes. Currently, the house is merely in a state of default. It is still too soon for it to reach the auction stage. One could seek the court to settle the mortgage and reclaim the property, which should not prove too difficult. During the brief days spent with the two girls, although it has only been a short while, Guyu does not wish for them to truly be left homeless. After all, he will be helping them in the future. Offering a bit more assistance is of no consequence. "Really?" Jiang Yushi exclaimed excitedly, her small hand gripping Guyu's tightly. "Guyu, is it truly connected to my family's house? Can you really help retrieve it?" "Guyu," she continued, "that house was left to my sister and me by our parents. If you can get it back, I would consider you my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Guyu's eyelids fluttered, and he promptly covered Jiang Yushi's mouth. "Do not speak such nonsense, and besides, it's still uncertain whether we can reclaim the house." Jiang Yushi, her smile unwavering, continued to hold on to Guyu's hand. Her small fingers intertwined with his, refusing to let go. Even though Guyu had not given a definitive answer, she firmly believed that with someone as kind as him, he would undoubtedly assist her and her sister in reclaiming their home. "What is happening?" At that moment, Jiang Enian emerged, having heard her sister's exclamation from within the room. Confused, she inquired about the commotion. Jiang Yushi, shaking Guyu's hand with enthusiasm, declared, "Guyu said he would help us get our house back." Jiang Yinian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Gu Yu with disbelief, a mixture of excitement and anticipation coursing through her, rendering her momentarily speechless. All right, I'm merely inquiring. It remains to be seen if we can retrieve it, Gu Yu said, beckoning Jiang Yinian to join them. She settled beside him, her hand joining the other in Gu Yu's grasp. Jiang Yushi's small hand, soft and snug within his, had caused him to momentarily forget to ask her to release it. Oh, Jiang Yushi loosened her grip, though afterward, she was uncertain where to place her hand. Gu Yu examined the documents before him. One was a seizure notice, and the other, a notification of overdue payments. Jiang Yinian, did they leave any contact numbers we could use? None, she replied. They just went to our house. But for the past 3 months, the bank has been calling us daily, demanding repayment. Please provide me with the bank's contact number, Gu Yu requested. Is it a customer service line or something else? Jiang Yushi replied. No, they said it was a manager from the bank, but we weren't clear on the specifics. This is the phone number. Gu Yu noted the number and proceeded to dial. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yinian watched the phone with bated breath, hopeful for the return of their home. The phone rang for a while, but was met with a busy tone. Gu Yu pondered that perhaps it was Saturday and the office was closed. There's no hurry. It might be closed on Sunday as well. If it's a work line that's unreachable, we shall try again on Monday. The address of the bank is listed here, and the court that issued the seizure is noted as well. I will inquire there on Monday, Gu Yu contemplated. All right, we need not rush. Initially, the house was lost and was certainly heading for auction, but now there is a glimmer of hope, which is certainly more comforting than the previous despair. Shall we indulge in a couple of rounds of gaming? Gu Yu could discern the anxious excitement within Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian. Thus he refrained from insisting they complete their assignments. Very well. The three engaged in their game, and after 2 rounds, the 2 sisters turned to their studies while Gu Yu commenced his work. Chapter 41. First write 10,000, then save it. Gu Yu, shall we draft an IOU for you? Just before dinner, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunnan approached him. Gu Yu readily acquiesced. After all, having only recently met these 2 girls, it was essential to formalize the IOU to prevent any financial misunderstandings. Certainly, just write an IOU for the amount indicated above. However, you may choose to write it on Monday, as I cannot be entirely certain. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunnan had already conferred while working on their assignments and decided it was best to write it now. All right, you shall decide. Once Gu Yu finished speaking, they produced a sheet of paper and began searching online for the proper format for an IOU. Within moments, Gu Yu observed as they completed the document and inscribed their names upon it. Jiang Yushi then slid the IOU across the table to Gu Yu, commenting that it lacked a fingerprint. Gu Yu was unconcerned, assuring them that it was sufficient to have the document written and the fingerprint could be addressed later. He did not perceive the sisters as the type to renege on their promise, nor did he believe their current behavior would change in the future, even if circumstances shifted. This IOU would suffice without the need for a fingerprint. What shall we have for dinner? Anything will do. Gu Yu, don't prepare too many dishes. 1 is enough for the 2 of us. Jiang Yunnan replied, to which Gu Yu teased, What? Are you trying to save me money? Jiang Yunnan lowered her head, a hint of shyness creeping in as she softly murmured in agreement. Gu Yu chuckled wryly and teased again. Silly girl, you both should contribute. Don't forget your debt to me. Oh, that's fine then. We'll write you an IOU, and we'll treat you to dinner. Yes, we'll write an IOU, and we'll treat you. Seeing the 2 girls taking it seriously, Gu Yu broke into laughter, replying, All right, you 2 shall treat me. Jiang Yunnan then stood up, declaring, We'll go fetch some paper to write the IOU. Are you really going? Gu Yu hastily grabbed Jiang Yunnan's arm, saying, No need to rush. Let us save it up for now. If we write an IOU for every meal, won't that be a bother? Jiang Yushi, displaying her cleverness, suggested, Gu Yu, we could write a larger amount, say 10,000, and then save it. She felt assured that Gu Yu was a good person and would not simply forget about her and her sister after the IOU was written. If he were to neglect them, he would not have acted as he did that very evening. If he intended to deceive them, how could he have kept her from speaking, thus proving his sincerity? Enough of that. We can discuss it later. Let us proceed to dinner. As the 3 ventured out, Gu Yu felt a hint of worry, uncertain of where to take the 2 girls for their meal. A night market lies over a kilometer away, a distance that necessitates at least a 15-minute walk. Riding an electric scooter permits only 1 passenger. Gu Yu has contemplated the idea of purchasing a vehicle. Just yesterday, he visited the schools of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, which are also not nearby, approximately 3 kilometers away. In the future, when they attend school. They will either take the bus or hail a taxi. If he were to procure a car, he could conveniently transport the two of them to school each day. By the way, the school does offer accommodations, doesn't it? Guyu suddenly pondered this, questioning why Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni did not opt for school lodging when they had nowhere else to go. Surely the accommodation fees are not exorbitant. Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, why don't you both stay at school when you lack a place to go? It must be preferable to residing under a bridge, wouldn't it? Jiang Yuni looked up at Guyu and replied, we have considered it, but the accommodation fee is payable annually and cannot be settled monthly. For an entire year, encompassing 2 semesters, it amounts to 2,000 yuan, which is pricier than renting elsewhere. I see, Guyu thought. He refrained from further comment, inwardly cursing the rigid policies of the school. Given their circumstances, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni could easily qualify as impoverished students, yet exceptions are seldom granted. Is there anything you wish to eat? Guyu asked as he led them a considerable distance without hearing a word from either of them, compelling him to inquire. Anything is fine. Guyu, whatever you prefer, we shall eat, they responded. Truly, it seems I must make all the decisions. Guyu playfully tapped both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni on the head. After doing so, he affectionately rubbed their little hands, their charming demeanor prompting another sigh of admiration from him. Let us have roasted goose rice. This fast food establishment, which Guyu had frequented a few times, offered affordable prices, even cheaper than his own school's dining options, and appeared quite hygienic. Upon entering, Guyu inquired, what would you both like to eat? Jiang Yushi promptly declared, roasted goose with spare ribs. Jiang Yuni quickly followed suit, saying, I'll have roasted goose with barbecued pork. After they placed their orders, Guyu requested roasted goose with hand-shredded chicken for himself. Within minutes of sitting down, their meals were served, accompanied by 3 bowls of complimentary soup. Is it good? Delicious. Rich and fatty, Jiang Yushi said, offering Guyu a piece of spare rib. Here, try the spare rib. The barbecued pork is delightful as well, Jiang Yuni added, handing Guyu 2 pieces, while he reciprocated by sharing some hand-shredded chicken with both of them. After finishing their meal, the trio returned home without any particular plans. On Sunday, Guyu had set his alarm for around 8 in the morning, intending to explore the prospect of purchasing a vehicle. In truth, he had long desired to buy a car, but had consistently deemed it unnecessary, as he could manage with his electric scooter, thus postponing the purchase. Rising that morning, Guyu noticed the living room was empty. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni were undoubtedly still asleep. He picked up a piece of paper from the table and left a note before stepping outside. Hey, are you awake? Not yet, Honda replied. What's up? Is there something going on? What time is it? It is 9 o'clock. I am heading to your school to pick you up and take you to see some cars. See cars? Honda instantly perked up at the mention of those words. Are you planning to buy a car? Indeed, I am considering a purchase. Hence the desire to take a look. Honda, upon hearing this, became quite excited. All right, I'm already up. He scrambled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom to tidy himself up. If he was going to see cars, he must present himself in a respectable manner. Looking disheveled simply would not do. Guyu was about to buy a car, and he couldn't help but wonder when he would be able to afford one himself. As he washed up, he couldn't help but express his envy, having previously admired Guyu's ability to earn money through his studies. Now, with Guyu on the verge of purchasing a car, his envy only intensified. Shortly after 9, Guyu arrived at Honda's school gate, having waited there for some time. Upon seeing Guyu, Honda rushed over. Guyu, what kind of car do you intend to buy? Guyu, uncertain, replied. I have no specific idea, just thought I would browse. Do you have any recommendations? Just as Honda was about to respond, Guyu added, but let us avoid foreign brands. Please don't suggest any. Oh, I'm not fond of foreign brands either. Their configurations are so lacking. Some don't even have a large onboard screen. Who would buy a foreign car? Honda retorted before continuing. As for domestic options, there are many good choices. If you're looking for an electric vehicle, you might consider BYD. If not, the options multiply. I once liked Geely, but now I favor Chang'an. And if your budget allows, perhaps you could even buy a tank. Chapter 42. No time for laziness. By the way, what is your budget for the car? Honda mused, thinking perhaps Guyu would be looking at something under 100,000 yuan. Nevertheless, even a car in that price range would be quite commendable. After all, it would mean being a car owner. Guyu replied, under 300,000. 300,000. Honda was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Guyu. Where did you amass such wealth? Did you win the lottery? Guyu smiled lightly and replied, not at all. I've earned a bit from my part-time work this year, including writing novels. However, most of it comes from the money I earned back in middle school when I endured hardships. All right then, Honda responded dejectedly, reflecting on their shared upbringing in a children's welfare institution. His good friend was now able to afford a car worth $300,000 while he still had to rely on his parents for tuition fees. He sighed. Guyu patted Honda on the shoulder, asking, "What's wrong? Why the long face? Have you been discouraged?" Honda nodded slightly, a bit, "But tell me honestly, do you earn more now or back then?" "Back then," Guyu replied. "Currently, I'm not making much. My side job writing code often yields no clients. Or sometimes I only get a few hundred yuan for an assignment that takes days to complete. Writing novels isn't lucrative either, mostly. It's the money I earned back then." All right then. Honda felt less envious, well aware of how difficult Guyu's past had been, constantly bearing the marks of hardship. Just the thought of it made him wince. "Let us venture to admire the vehicles. With 300,000. We shall directly head for the Mercedes-Benz. Driving a Benz, we could perhaps find a girlfriend, and you, my friend, would have a life fulfilled." Honda promptly hopped onto Guyu's electric scooter, his chatter unabated. "Shall I look up a dealership on the map?" Guyu replied with exasperation. "We shan't consider the Benz, nor the BMW or Audi. None of those will do." Upon hearing this, Honda immediately concurred. "Indeed, our domestic brands have risen, rendering those cars rather mundane. We shall not look at them." 300,000. Let me ponder, Guyu continued. "What do you think of the Su-7? It accelerates to 103 seconds and possesses a pleasing aesthetic. Isn't it touted online as the first car for the youth? Moreover, it fits perfectly within our budget. Then there's the Yao Yaoling 7, but its sales are dismal, so let us disregard that," Guyu said. "If you desire a sedan, I can suggest alternatives." Guyu replied, "I prefer sedans. I do not wish to purchase my first car as a hatchback. Sedans appeal to me more." Honda echoed his sentiment. "Yes, my first car will also be a sedan. The others are simply unattractive and do not align with our status. Do you wish to buy a petrol or an electric vehicle?" Guyu contemplated briefly and responded, "Either would suffice. How about we go and check the Su-7? Honda instantly agreed. "Certainly. I have only seen it online. I have glimpsed one on the street. And there's a striking purple one at our school that I admire, but feel too shy to approach. Let us go. I will search for directions." Honda activated the navigation, then handed his phone to Guyu. "It's 6 kilometers away. Is your scooter charged?" "Yes. I charged it the day before yesterday and did not use it yesterday. It is still fully powered," Guyu replied. Honda waved his hand grandly. "Then let us set off." Guyu echoed the sentiment, and with the throttle fully engaged, they sped away. After nearly 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at the Su-7 dealership. Upon arrival, Guyu inquired at the entrance, "May we ride the scooter inside?" The security guard responded affirmatively, "Yes. Just turn left upon entry. There is a designated area for electric scooters at the end." "Thank you," Guyu said as he rode inside, where he immediately spotted several Su-7s parked outside, purple, gray, and white, each hue exuding its own unique allure. Honda approached one of the vehicles, reaching out to touch it, and exclaimed dramatically, "This car is simply stunning. When you purchase it, do let me drive it for a couple of days." "All right. But I have yet to decide if I want to buy," Guyu replied. "Let us go inside and take a look." As they entered, they found the interior bustling with people. After all, it was a major city, and the number of potential buyers would naturally be higher. "Let us see which car is unaccompanied. We can sit in it and explore," Honda suggested. "The salespeople are not required to assist us with the Su-7. We can browse freely. As you can see, they are letting others look without supervision." Honda led Guyu through the expansive showroom, where the vehicles were scattered throughout. After a circuit of the area, they noticed that each car had admirers gathered around it. "There are indeed many people interested in these cars," Honda remarked, glancing at Guyu. "What shall we do? Shall we wait? We cannot simply ask others to vacate, can we?" Guyu found himself in a predicament, having no choice but to reply that they should wait and perhaps take a stroll, as they might see someone coming down, allowing them to go up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang awoke from their slumber. Both had stayed up late the previous night, filled with excitement knowing that Guyu would assist them in reclaiming their home, rendering them unable to sleep. "Sister, I had a dream last night," Jiang Yushi remarked, stretching her arms. "What was it about?" Jiang Yunyang inquired. "I dreamt that we returned home, and everything was just as it used to be. I even dreamt of our parents." As she spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Yushi. "But we were home, and Guyu was with us. When our parents asked who Guyu was, I sensed something amiss, and then the dream vanished. Jiang Yunyang responded, I did not dream at all. By the way, what time is it? Jiang Yushi reached for her phone, glanced at the time, and exclaimed in surprise, it's 10 o'clock. Upon hearing the time, Jiang Yunyang quickly sat up, astonished that she and her sister had lingered in bed until 10. Guyu, observing that they were still asleep after such a long time, might not express it himself, but surely he had been waiting for quite a while. In a flurry, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang got out of bed, dressed, and rushed outside. Guyu. Jiang Yushi instinctively called out, only to realize that Guyu was absent from the sofa. Is he in the kitchen? She pondered, darting towards the kitchen, which was also empty. The bathroom? The house was small enough to survey at a glance, and there was no one else around, leaving only the bathroom as a possibility, or perhaps he had stepped out. Sister, Guyu must have gone out, Jiang Yunyang suggested, approaching Jiang Yushi. You called out just now, and he didn't respond. He must not be home. Guyu, are you here? Jiang Yushi called again, but once more, there was no reply, indicating he was indeed not at home. They peered into the bathroom and, as expected, found it vacant. Sister, let us wash up first. Guyu might have had something to attend to. Jiang Yunyang thought that they couldn't afford delays about any longer, lest they remain oblivious to Guyu's departure. What could Guyu be doing at this hour? It was Sunday, and there were no classes. As she pondered, after finishing their morning routines, Jiang Yunyang said, Sister, let us study. Oh, Jiang Yushi was not particularly inclined to study, as she had just awakened, preferring to linger and play for a while. Chapter 43. The third coincidence. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of paper on the coffee table and hurried over to retrieve it. Yin Yin. Guyu mentioned he had to step out. Jiang Yunyang rushed over as well, reading the note that stated, I have something to attend to and will return by noon. If I am not back by 11, I will message you both. If I am not back by then, you two should go out for a meal. After reading the message, Jiang Yunyang said, Sister, shall we go out for lunch? Or we could prepare something at home. Jiang Yushi replied, Cook? It seems we have no ingredients. There's leftover food. The braised pork from the night before last is in the fridge. We didn't eat it yesterday. All right. Just a brief warm-up. Let's see if Guyu returns at noon. After a discussion, Jiang Yunyang pulled Jiang Yushi to the dining table, observing her reluctance to study. Jiang Yunyang remarked that if Guyu saw her having written nothing, she would have to provide a good explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi immediately resolved to study diligently, seizing her papers and diving into her work. Meanwhile, Guyu spent over an hour at the dealership before finally settling into the car. Finally aboard, he exclaimed. Once Honda entered, he began to explore the interior of the vehicle, commenting on the pleasant texture, suspecting it to be leather. Classmate Xiao Ai. The front passenger seat is yours, he announced. Uncertain of what to say, Honda muttered, nothing much, just thought I'd call you. Guyu was also examining the interior. He had previously sat in the back seat with Honda and found the space quite ample. However, now seated in the driver's position, he felt the seat might not be perfectly suited for him, as the steering wheel seemed a tad low. Having acquired his driver's license but not driven since, he was unsure of the standard. This is quite nice. I think it would be even better if we could take it for a test drive, Guyu mused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it would be best to inquire with the staff shortly. As they conversed, Guyu adjusted the seat on the large screen, finding it much more comfortable. He noted that the steering wheel should also be adjustable, having observed that many models offer this feature. And the SU-7 would surely be no exception. Classmate Xiao Ai, please instruct us, he prompted. How do you adjust the steering wheel? You can simply tell me if you want it higher or lower, she replied. Raise it a bit, Honda interjected, watching Xiao Ai operate the controls. Wow, this is advanced. It can do that too? It should be possible, though I'm not sure if all models feature it, she responded. I'm going to check, Honda said, beginning to poke around the touchscreen, eager to explore every detail. At that moment, two girls approached the car, speaking sweetly to Guyu. Hello, handsome. Have you finished looking? Guyu looked up to see that both girls were quite attractive, one scoring an 8 out of 10 for her delightful appearance and gentle demeanor, while the other, slightly taller, was equally appealing, perhaps a 7.5. Yes, we've seen enough, Honda replied, grinning foolishly at the two girls. Ladies, please take a seat, we're done. After Guyu exited the car, the girls politely expressed their gratitude. Seizing the opportunity, Honda mustered his courage to engage them. No need to thank us. Are you both interested in purchasing a SU-7? Not really, we are still students. We just admire it and came to take a look today, one of them replied. Ah, I see, Honda said, scratching his head. Like Guyu. He had never been in a romantic relationship and had little experience conversing with girls. His moment of bravery had led him to speak. Yet now he found himself at a loss for words. Guyu discerned that Honda was attempting to strike up a conversation. Initially, he had no intention of engaging. As the young woman appeared to be affluent enough to afford a car, a luxury he could not indulge in himself. However, upon learning that she was a student, Guyu contemplated that there might still be a glimmer of opportunity. He thus initiated dialogue. You are students? We are as well. I attend Chuanhai University. While he is from Chuanhai University of Science and Technology. The two young women were taken aback, exclaiming, Really? We are also from Chuanhai University of Science and Technology. Honda's heart raced at this revelation. What a coincidence! He exclaimed. Guyu quickly interjected, teasing, Honda, you fool. Do you not realize they might be leading you on? Why would you question the veracity of it? Don't you feel foolish? I am Guyu, he introduced himself. Following suit, Honda introduced himself as well, stating, I am Honda, a junior majoring in automation. The young woman in the driver's seat responded, Hello. I am Lu Yuding, majoring in accounting, also a junior. The other young woman chimed in, I am Bai, and like her, I too am studying accounting. How fortuitous. Honda acknowledged, nodding in agreement after being playfully chastised by Guyu. Guyu seized the moment to assist further, by the way, my buddy is single. If you two lovely ladies are also unattached, that would be the third coincidence of the day. Lu Yuding smiled lightly, replying, We are single as well. Guyu inquired, What about you? You've introduced your friend, but failed to mention yourself. Guyu replied, I already have a girlfriend. Honda looked at him in confusion, prompting Guyu to add, What a coincidence. We could have lunch together, and then head back to school this afternoon. That works, Lu Yuding replied, nodding, somewhat shyly. Bai, after introducing herself, remained mostly silent. Guyu nudged Honda again, saying, Weren't you just acting all familiar? Why don't you tell the young ladies more about the car? Honda scratched his head, his face flushed, and stammered, This car is quite advanced. Do you want to see what AI can do? It can adjust the seats, the steering wheel, and has many, many features. Guyu observed Honda's awkward presentation. Shaking his head in disbelief, he could sense the palpable discomfort in the air. He suspected the two young women felt equally uneasy, responding with forced comments. Nevertheless, he thought it might be beneficial for Honda to gain some experience. If this attempt at conversation didn't yield success, there would surely be future opportunities. With time, success would follow. If it didn't work out this time, it could simply be regarded as a learning experience. There was no other recourse. All right, let us move on and allow others a turn, Guyu concluded. As Lu Yuding and Bai exited the vehicle, they inquired, Are you here to purchase a car? Or are you just browsing like us? Honda responded, My friend is considering a purchase. I accompanied him. Hearing this, Lu Yuding and Bai turned their gaze toward Guyu, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Lu Yuding remarked, How fortunate. I wish to buy one too. But I suppose it will take quite some time to save enough money to afford it. Guyu smiled and replied, I'm just taking a look. If I were to buy, it would only be through a loan. I certainly cannot afford to pay in full. Chapter 44. He hasn't encountered any trouble, has he? A loan is quite commendable. However, you are still in university. How would you manage to repay it? Upon hearing this, Guyu realized she was likely assuming her family would purchase it for her, a thought that any reasonable person would entertain. After all, as college students, why should I be idling in class while you're earning money? I'll hold off on buying for now, just looking. By the time of our internships in our senior year, I will have the funds. That makes sense. Guyu glanced at the time, noting it was past 11, and inquired, Do you still want to look around? Lu Yuding checked her phone and replied, Sure, we'd like to take a few photos. Guyu offered his assistance once more. That sounds good. Honda can edit the photos for you. After taking the pictures, have him send them over. Otherwise, with so many people around, the aesthetics of the photos may be compromised. Honda can remove the other individuals from the pictures. Upon hearing this, Honda looked at Guyu, thinking to himself that he was not skilled in editing. He hardly knew how to take decent photographs, let alone edit them. Lu Yuding turned to Honda with excitement and asked, Can you really edit? Can you remove other people from the images? The last time I tried to edit some photos, they turned out blurry. Could I possibly ask you for a few more? Honda scratched his head and replied, Sure. At this moment, he thought that if it came down to it, he could always find someone on an online marketplace to help him out. For now, he would just agree. Thank you so much, Lu Yuding said sweetly. Hearing her voice, Honda's thoughts shifted dramatically. He had to learn to edit. whether he knew how or not. Shall we take some pictures then? Can you both take photos? Not really. We haven't taken pictures of girls before. But we can give it a try. That's fine. As noon approached, the crowd in the store diminished significantly. Guyu and the others sought out a less crowded car to take pictures of the two girls. Crouched down like this. Guyu even began to instruct Honda. Although he himself was inexperienced, he had seen explanations on his phone and figured crouching would make one appear taller. After snapping several photos, the four ventured outside, where a few cars stood vacant, allowing them the freedom to take pictures as they pleased. That's enough. We captured plenty. Liu Yuding and Baiyu approached, and Honda quickly suggested, how about we find a place to eat? Is there anywhere to eat around here? Guyu responded. There's a mall a little over a kilometer away. We can head there. Liu Yuding nodded. Great. Shall we go now? You three can take a taxi. I rode my electric bike here. I'll meet you there shortly. At this moment, Honda finally had an epiphany. All right, we'll head over and wait for you. Back home, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian anxiously watched the clock, wondering why Guyu had yet to message them. Could he be preoccupied with something else? Or perhaps he had simply forgotten. Nian, should we ask Guyu what is going on? Jiang Yunyang suggested that they wait until 12 o'clock. If Guyu failed to message them by then, they would proceed to cook. That seemed agreeable. Jiang Yushi rested her head on the table, having waited since 11. Her motivation for studying completely diminished. Nian, shall we rise early tomorrow? Otherwise, we might not know if Guyu goes out. Tomorrow, they had school to attend. All right. Jiang Yushi replied, continuing to lean on the table, feeling rather disinterested and somewhat agitated. Guyu had promised to send a message by 11. Why had he not done so? Was something amiss? Jiang Yunyang felt equally restless, her mood unfit for studying as she twirled her pen, yearning for her phone to ring. Suddenly, the phone screen illuminated, and both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang reached for it simultaneously, leaning closer to read the message from Guyu. You two must have been anxiously waiting, he remarked. Having parted ways with Honda, he promptly texted them, certain that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had yet to eat. I have plans at noon and won't be home. You two should go out to eat. We understand, Jiang Yushi replied, then turned to Jiang Yunyang, asking, should we inquire what he's up to? Jiang Yunyang hesitated. Is that appropriate? Guyu hasn't shared. Perhaps he wishes to keep it private. Besides, it is his personal matter. All right then. Another message from Guyu arrived. Haven't you eaten yet? The two girls replied honestly, not yet. Hurry and eat. I will transfer you some money. After sending the message, Guyu suddenly recalled that their card could not be used as the funds were frozen. He added, there is a backpack in the cupboard. Inside, you will find a black wallet with some cash. Understood. We have our own money as well, they responded. All right, quickly eat. And I will bring you something delicious this afternoon. Having kept them waiting for so long, he felt obliged to make amends with a treat. In the kitchen, Jiang Yunyang washed the rice, while Jiang Yushi retrieved the leftover food to reheat. How much water should we add to the rice? Jiang Yunyang pondered, poking her finger into the grains. The internet suggested using 1 finger's worth, but she doubted its accuracy, as her previous attempts had either been too much or too little. No matter, it's just for us, so it doesn't need to be perfect. Meanwhile, Honda and the others arrived at the shopping mall. He inquired, should we go in first, or wait for Guyu? Liu Yuding suggested, let's wait a moment. He is your friend, right? He won't mind if you don't wait for him. Honda shook his head. It's fine. We have grown up together and share a close bond. Very well. The trio found a spot outside the mall to wait, and soon after, Guyu arrived, completing their group. What shall we have for lunch? He asked. You and I are fine with anything. What about you? Guyu replied, you all choose. I have a difficult time making decisions. Honda also chimed in, suggesting that they could eat whatever they desired, as neither he nor his companion knew what they wanted. Shall we take a look inside first? He proposed. Upon entering the mall, the four of them proceeded upstairs. Guyu remarked, I just saw online that the dining area is on the 3rd floor. All right, they agreed. Once they reached the 3rd floor, they spotted a promotional sign for an arcade to their left. Guyu glanced in that direction, noting the arcade was situated there. He then sent a message to Honda, suggesting that after their meal, he could invite the girls to the arcade for some fun, perhaps to play claw machines. Meanwhile, Honda led the way, incessantly inquiring about the girls' dining preferences. Baiyu suddenly interjected, how about we go for a buffet? It's been ages since I had one. I just checked on my phone, and the buffet here is quite affordable, 76 per person. Honda concurred, sure, I think a buffet sounds great. We can eat whatever we like. Upon arriving at the buffet restaurant, Honda approached the front desk and inquired, How much per person? The attendant replied, 89 per person, with a 2-hour dining limit and a deposit of 20 each. After hearing the price, Bayu suggested, let's purchase a group deal. I noticed the price was 76 when I walked over. They agreed, and the group accessed the group purchase, each settling their payment. Once inside, Liu Yuding asked, shall we go get our food? Yes, Guyu responded, taking Hondo aside. There's an arcade over there. If you wish to learn more, you could propose going there after our meal. Honda thought that was a good idea, but wondered aloud, do you think either of them would be interested in me? Guyu was taken aback by his friend's comment. Those two. You're quite the charmer. If you can manage one, I wouldn't dare say, but two? That's certainly a stretch. Honda hastily clarified, that's not what I meant. I was asking which one seems more promising. Guyu pondered, recalling that Liu Yuding had been the more talkative one while Bayu appeared somewhat reserved, perhaps even aloof, hardly engaging in conversation. He sensed Liu Yuding's responses were somewhat perfunctory, possibly attending out of reluctance to refuse. It's hard to say. Who do you like? Honda analyzed. Liu Yuding is quite attractive and charming. Her demeanor is gentle. As for Bayu, I haven't exchanged many words with her. She seems difficult to approach. Guyu patted Honda on the shoulder. I don't know. Just follow your instincts. If it doesn't work out, don't fret. Just give it your best shot. Feeling uncertain, Honda pondered whether the girls would even find him appealing. He considered his average looks, his ordinary height, and his family situation, realizing that he would have to rely on his own efforts to provide a dowry in the future. As these thoughts swirled, he felt increasingly insecure, contemplating the possibility of giving up. Meanwhile, after parting ways, Liu Yuding and Bayu engaged in conversation. Bayu asked, what do you think of that guy? Liu Yuding, somewhat indifferent, replied, I don't know. I just don't feel anything. Guyu is indeed quite handsome, and he is considering purchasing a car, which suggests his family is reasonably affluent. Furthermore, he is a student at Chuanhai University, indicating he is academically inclined and likely to earn a substantial income in the future. What do you think? Bayu remarked that he seems acceptable, but Guyu's striking looks lead her to believe he has likely been involved in numerous romantic relationships, and she suspects he might be a cad. How did you come to that conclusion? Analyze it. Handsome individuals online are often regarded as cads. Moreover, Guyu's looks are not merely enhanced by filters or makeup. Unlike many online personas, he is genuinely attractive. One can only imagine how many girls might call out to him on the street. Liu Yuding pondered this and agreed. Well, I suppose we can consider him a friend. I don't feel much towards Honda. His looks are ordinary, and his major is quite unremarkable. I've heard that this field leads to factory jobs, and I have no desire to date someone who works in a factory. Bayu refrained from further comment, as she found Honda to be quite decent and seemingly inexperienced in romantic relationships. During their earlier conversation, she could sense his nervousness. His face turned red. His major is respectable, and given the current job market, factory work can be lucrative. Guyu and Honda returned with their items, and shortly thereafter, Liu Yuding and Bayu arrived back. Observing the various items they carried, it was evident they had made thoughtful selections, unlike herself and Honda, who had haphazardly grabbed several items. Liu Yuding sat down and suggested they begin eating, stating they could always fetch more if needed. No problem. Guyu placed the slices of meat into the pot, while Honda grilled the meat nearby. This establishment offered both hot pot and barbecue, which was rather delightful. During the meal, the four of them engaged in minimal conversation, only commenting on which dishes were delicious when the meat was cooked, or when the barbecue was ready. No other exchanges occurred. Once they finished eating, Liu Yuding announced their intention to explore other places in the afternoon, opting not to return to school with them. Honda, upon hearing this, realized that their plan to visit the arcade had been dashed. However, it didn't matter much. It was clear that she hadn't taken an interest in him, and he felt that any overtures on his part would likely be futile. As they prepared to leave, Bayu suggested they exchange contact information, as they hadn't done so earlier. She requested that they send the photos taken during their outing, but if it was too much trouble, it was unnecessary. Agreed. The four exchanged contact details and then went their separate ways. Noticing Honda's slight disappointment, Guyu comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, assuring him that it was all right. Failure is the mother of success, and besides, they hadn't truly failed, had they? They had only just met and shared a meal together, something that many other boys wouldn't have accomplished. Oh, Honda replied simply, then inquired about their next destination. Are we heading back to school? I'll give you a ride. Guyu rode his electric scooter to take Honda back to school, then headed to a dessert shop, intending to buy some sweets. Earlier, during their time at the buffet, he noticed Bai Yu had picked up many small cakes. And he thought that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni would surely enjoy them as well. He had promised to bring them something delicious, and he intended to keep that promise. Upon entering the dessert shop, it was, to be honest, Gu Yu's first visit. He had never been there before. How expensive! Having perused the prices of various desserts, Gu Yu furrowed his brow. A cake the size of a palm cost 10 yuan, while a larger one commanded 30, and a serving of tiramisu was priced at over 20. Such extravagance was hardly affordable for the average person. Gu Yu made a modest selection, spending a little over 100 yuan on an especially charming cake. After placing the cake securely, he rode home, contemplating how delighted the two girls would be upon seeing the cake he had purchased for them. With a creak, Gu Yu opened the front door. At the dining table, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian, who were diligently working on their homework, turned their heads at the sound of the door. As the door swung open, Gu Yu's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Gu Yu! Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian exclaimed in unison, rising to rush to the entrance. Close the door, Gu Yu called out, still holding the items in his hands. It was then that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian noticed the delightful cake he was carrying. Why had Gu Yu bought a cake? Could it be his birthday? Had he gone out to celebrate with friends? Jiang Yushi felt a pang of sadness at the thought that Gu Yu hadn't invited her and her sister to his birthday celebration. Jiang Yunian, too, was puzzled about the cake. She wondered why Gu Yu had purchased it. Did he have a penchant for cakes? Why was he so silent? Gu Yu stood there, bewildered, wondering why the two girls displayed no excitement. Should they not be overjoyed to see the cake he had brought for them? Jiang Yushi broke the silence, asking, "Is it your birthday today?" Her question sparked a realization in Jiang Yunian. Of course, one buys a cake for a birthday. So today must indeed be Gu Yu's special day. Gu Yu, happy birthday! Jiang Yunian exclaimed, led by Jiang Yushi's line of thought. And I wish you a happy birthday too. Jiang Yushi chimed in, also influenced by her sister. Gu Yu was at a loss for words. These two girls certainly had vivid imaginations. He set the cake down on the coffee table and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "What do you mean it's my birthday? If it were, wouldn't I have told you to? I bought this for you. I mentioned at lunch that I would bring you something delicious." For us? Jiang Yushi pointed at herself, her expression one of disbelief. Jiang Yunian mirrored her astonishment, utterly surprised that Gu Yu had bought a cake for both her and her sister. "You're so kind, Gu Yu." Once she realized the truth, Jiang Yushi rushed to his side and tugged at his arm excitedly. Gu Yu found himself somewhat unprepared for this reaction. While he had anticipated their joy, the actual enthusiasm left him feeling a bit out of sorts. "All right, let us eat the cake. What did you two have for lunch?" Gu Yu inquired. Jiang Yushi pouted, admitting they had leftovers and did not go out to eat, wanting to keep that from Gu Yu. Sensing her downcast demeanor, Gu Yu understood and asked, "Did you eat at home?" She replied. Jiang Yushi responded softly, and Gu Yu refrained from asking further, sensing their possible embarrassment. "Come, let us eat the cake. I'm uncertain if you both enjoy it." "I do," Jiang Yushi replied briskly, her voice clear and melodious. Gu Yu pulled Jiang Yushi to sit down and then gently tugged at Jiang Yunyang's arm, inviting her to sit beside him as well. The cake, modest in size at only 5 inches, should suffice for the three of them. "There are also other desserts available for you to enjoy." Jiang Yushi assured him that it would be enough, suggesting they share the cake and save some for the evening. "All right, go ahead and open it," Gu Yu encouraged. With joy, Jiang Yushi unveiled the cake, which was beautifully adorned with an array of tiny candies, a thoughtful selection by Gu Yu. "It's so lovely," she exclaimed, gazing at the cake with a hint of reluctance to eat it, as it was a gift from Gu Yu for himself and his sister. "No, I must take a photo." "Gu Yu, may I?" "Of course." With his consent, Jiang Yushi rose to retrieve her phone, returning to capture the delightful cake in a series of photos. "All right, let us eat. Did you have enough for lunch?" Gu Yu inquired. Jiang Yushi shook her head in response, affirming she was satisfied. Gu Yu then turned to Jiang Yunyang, who had remained silent, realizing he had unintentionally sidelined her while conversing with Jiang Yushi. "Here, a fork for you to enjoy the cake." "Okay," Jiang Yunyang responded, placing her small hand on Gu Yu's arm. "This cake must be expensive, right?" Gu Yu wondered if she was concerned about the cost, and replied, "Not at all. Feel free to indulge." "Oh," Jiang Yushi had already sliced the cake and placed a piece on a small plate, offering it to Gu Yu. "You eat first." Gu Yu opened his mouth, and Jiang Yushi fed him a piece of cake. "That's enough. You don't need to feed me. You should eat too." Unperturbed, Jiang Yushi again offered the fork to Gu Yu, insisting, "You bought the cake. You should have the first bite." With a sigh, Gu Yu complied but insisted. I can eat on my own. You both enjoy it too. He then cut a piece for Jiang Yunyang and handed it to her. I can manage on my own, she replied, turning away as Jiang Yushi offered the fork to her own mouth, leaving Gu Yu slightly bewildered. Eat it yourself, or I'll be cross with you. Gu Yu took another bite and playfully retorted to Jiang Yushi, I understand. Jiang Yushi began to eat, taking a sweet bite that made her little head sway with delight. Gu Yu, would you like to try some of mine? Jiang Yunyang asked nervously, to which Gu Yu did not refuse, taking a bite. Is it delicious? Jiang Yunyang nodded. It's tasty, but it must be quite pricey, right? Actually, my sister and I could forego it. Gu Yu remained silent, contemplating that he intended to say he would buy them more in the future, but the thought was left unvoiced. We bought it to eat. It's not about the money for just one cake. Or rather, I find myself yearning for cake. Is that permissible? Of course, you may indulge, Gu Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi lifted the plate and offered a slice to Gu Yu's lips. You should eat it yourself. Gu Yu, feeling vexed, lightly tapped her head. Not believing that she could genuinely misunderstand his intent, she was simply being playful. Jiang Yushi, perturbed by the tap, pouted and playfully huffed, her small hand theatrically rubbing her forehead. Gu Yu, waiting for her to lower her hand, seized the moment when she was blissfully eating the cake to give her another gentle tap on the head. That as for your little huffs, do you dare to show displeasure? Jiang Yushi, her head lightly struck, turned her gaze towards him as he questioned her, still huffing? Oh, no more huffs, she replied softly, thinking to herself, is he trying to make me foolish with these taps? Next time, I shall ignore him. Humph. Noticing her pout, Gu Yu mused that she still held on to her pride. After finishing the cake, she abruptly set the plate aside, prompting Gu Yu to inquire. I'm feeling overwhelmed. The cream is quite rich, she replied. Gu Yu concurred, admitting that he too had lost his appetite, finding the cake base delightful, yet overwhelmed by the cream. Especially after a hearty lunch at the buffet. Gu Yu, I must return to my studies. There are still numerous assignments left unfinished. Very well, go ahead. Jiang Yushi made no move to leave, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her mouth still busy savoring the cake. Gu Yu, would you care for a bite? No, thank you. Oh. As Jiang Yushi continued to indulge, Gu Yu retrieved his phone and noticed a message from Honda. He opened it to find, Gu Yu, how do I edit this photo? I'm at a loss. Send it to Yuhan Feng. I'll speak with him. Honda, puzzled, replied, Yuhan Feng can edit? Not really, but since we take on side projects that require page designs, I had him seek out an illustrator. They surely possess the skills. Oh, will it cost anything? It's a flat fee arrangement, so essentially, no extra charge. Consider it my treat. I'll take you out for a meal another day. Gu Yu then opened the chat with Yuhan Feng to discuss the matter. Noticing Jiang Yushi peering intently at his phone, Gu Yu turned to her, prompting her to quickly retract her head. What are you peering at? Jiang Yushi muttered defiantly. I wasn't peering at anything. It's you who is hiding things from me. Gu Yu chose to remain silent, which only encouraged her to lean in closer. Gu Yu, what were you discussing about editing? Suddenly, Gu Yu recalled an important matter regarding his car purchase. The model was decided, yet the color remained uncertain. Earlier, I visited a dealership with a friend and encountered two young ladies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi instinctively inquired, those two ladies? They didn't do anything to you. Did they? What are you thinking? Gu Yuxing exclaimed, lightly tapping Jiang Yushi on the head in irritation. This girl seemed rather lacking in intelligence. He continued, those two girls are from the same school as my friend, and since he doesn't have a girlfriend, I thought I might play matchmaker. I took some photos for the girls, claiming my friend would appreciate them and would send them back after editing. That's not what matters, Jiang Yushi interrupted, prompting a glare from Gu Yuxing. What is important? He asked. Jiang Yushi struggled to articulate her thoughts, simply insisting, it just is. Are the two girls attractive? Did you get their contact information? You didn't mention that. And, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly, Jiang Yushi recalled a question that had previously crossed her mind. She had subconsciously assumed Gu Yuxing was single, though he had never explicitly stated it. Moreover, he had never mentioned if he had a crush on anyone. What was she thinking? If Gu Yuxing had someone he liked, then he might. She needed to focus on the matter at hand. Gu Yuxing, meanwhile, contemplated whether Jiang Yushi might be feeling jealous upon hearing about other girls. It was best to maintain some distance from those two girls. Oh, what is the matter? Jiang Yushi asked, shaking off her thoughts. When she looked up, Gu Yuxing noticed her face had turned quite red. I'm thinking of buying a car. Have you heard of the Su7? Jiang Yushi nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I know it. It's beautiful. I absolutely adore it. With excitement, she exclaimed, Gu Yuxing, are you really going to buy the Su-7? Exactly. You're quite perceptive, Gu Yuxing replied, instinctively raising his hand to pat Jiang Yuxi's head, but he awkwardly lowered it, reminding himself to keep some distance from her. Jiang Yuxi tilted her head. What were you going to do just now? Why did you put your hand down? Your expression seems a bit off. Jiang Yinian, are you still working on your problems? Come over here. Oh, Jiang Yinian immediately stood up and walked over. She had overheard the conversation between Gu Yuxing and Jiang Yuxi and wanted to join, but felt it inappropriate to approach since Gu Yuxing hadn't called her directly. Sitting beside Gu Yuxing, she said, I'm considering buying a car, possibly the Su-7. I thought I'd ask for your opinions. Of course, I'm not entirely decided yet. I just looked at the car with a friend today. I've always thought it was quite nice, and now that I'm thinking of buying a car, I looked at the Su-7. What do you think? How do you feel about the Su-7? Or do you have any other sedan recommendations? Jiang Yinian replied, the Su-7 is excellent, particularly stunning. I like it a lot. As for other cars, I'm not sure what else is out there. I don't really follow cars. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuxi wrapped her arms around Gu Yuxing's, saying, Gu Yuxing, please buy the Su-7. I really like it. And you, Jiang Yinian? Do you like it? I do. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Yu decided against considering other vehicles, for he too held a fondness for the car in question. All three of them shared an appreciation for it, though, truth be told, the preferences of the two young ladies were of little consequence to him. It was paramount that he chose a vehicle he adored. Thus, they would focus on the Su-7. Gu Yu took out his phone and searched for the various colors available for the Su-7, inquiring, if we were to purchase it, which color would be most suitable? Of course, it must be purple. I absolutely adore purple. Just look how splendid it is. It's utterly beautiful, Jiang Yuxi exclaimed, extending her small hand to swipe at the photos excitedly. Sister, you cannot always choose based on your own preferences. You should consider what Gu Yu likes as well. Jiang Yunian interjected, addressing Jiang Yuxi. Jiang Yuxi, feeling quite indignant, retorted, but didn't Gu Yu just ask me which color I thought was best? What is wrong with my answer being purple? All right, let us not quarrel, Gu Yu said, concerned that the two sisters might escalate into an argument due to Jiang Yuxi's fervor. No fighting, he insisted, realizing his previous tone was perhaps too gentle. However, Jiang Yuxi had firmly wrapped her arms around his, causing him to feel a bit bashful and, in turn, adopt a softer demeanor. Purple is indeed lovely. Yet, I have noticed that many online prefer gray, blue, or even orange, which leans more towards a sporty aesthetic, Gu Yu admitted, genuinely torn, for once a color was chosen. It would be irrevocable. Jiang Yunan, what color do you prefer? Jiang Yunan glanced at her phone and, in a hushed tone, asked, You mean, what do I like? Gu Yu nodded, encouraging her to rank her preferences. All right then, I think orange is the brightest, though it can be quite glaring. Next is purple, which is truly beautiful. Gray is also appealing. I'm not fond of blue as it pales in comparison to orange. As for white and black, they seem incompatible with the Su-7. Then it's settled, just choose purple. Jiang Yuxi chimed in, wrapping her arms around Gu Yu's again, prompting him to lightly tap her head in exasperation. Release me. A young lady shouldn't cling to another man's arm. Oh, Jiang Yuxi realized her misstep and let go, though she still leaned closely against Gu Yu. After a brief silence, Gu Yu finally declared, Purple is acceptable. Let us proceed with ordering the purple one. Jiang Yuxi beamed with satisfaction. Gu Yu, following my advice is sure to be the right choice. As for the wheels, Gu Yu interjected, this decision shall be mine alone. I let you two choose. Let us choose. Jiang Yuxi insisted, slipping her arm back into the crook of Gu Yu's. Gu Yu, bewildered, retorted, there are only two models and sizes. There's little choice to be made. Oh, Jiang Yuxi acknowledged, realizing the truth in his words. If Gu Yu opted for the plum blossom design, she would be delighted with that as well. Now, we must decide on the interior color, white, black, red, or purple. Which shall it be? Without hesitation, Jiang Yuxi exclaimed, purple. All you think about is purple, Gu Yu remarked with a hint of amusement. Gu Yu lightly tapped Jiang Yuxi's head once more. What do you think, Jiang Yuni? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuni responded, I believe purple is the way to go. Aren't you considering a purple car? A purple vehicle with a matching purple interior would certainly complement each other. Gu Yu murmured in response, but I'm not particularly fond of purple. Today, he had perused the selection at the dealership, and indeed, the purple car was striking. However, he also found the gray option appealing, as those were his two favorite colors. As for orange, it possessed a dazzling allure, though he feared it might become tiresome over time. In Chapter 48, Guyu expressed his preference for white interiors, which appeared exceptionally attractive, clean, and tidy. While purple indeed matched the exterior paint, it rendered the interior rather dim, lacking the bright allure he desired. Jiang Yuni inquired, "What color do you prefer?" "White," he replied. "I observe that the white option is particularly appealing. It looks neat and spacious, unlike the darker purple, which doesn't compare favorably to white." Jiang Yushi chimed in, "But we opted for a purple car. Wouldn't a white interior clash?" "I doubt it," Guyu reassured. "Many vehicles at the dealership feature white interiors. Other colors are scarce." Suddenly, he proposed, "Let us search for some videos online to help us decide." "That sounds good." They agreed. Before long, Guyu discovered a video about selecting interior colors, and the trio gathered around his phone. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni leaned in closely, nearly nestled against Guyu, prompting a sigh from him. What a silly girl, completely unaware of the need to keep some distance from boys. Upon finishing the video, Jiang Yushi remarked, "Actually, white looks quite nice. It certainly appears cleaner and brighter than purple." Jiang Yuni nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also think white is the better choice." Seeing their consensus, Guyu decisively declared, "Let us go with white then." He then recalled, "By the way, I remember we can choose a car refrigerator. Should we opt for that? It will cost an additional 2,000. Jiang Yushi eagerly responded, "Yes, we definitely should." "You want everything," Guyu teased, reaching out playfully. Jiang Yushi instinctively recoiled, "Don't hit me. That hurts. You'll knock me silly." Observing her slightly aggrieved expression, Guyu lowered his hand and gently reassured, "I won't tap you anymore." Jiang Yushi muttered defiantly, "You better not. I might really become foolish." Guyu ignored her, turning to Jiang Yuni for her thoughts. Jiang Yuni pondered. Having a small refrigerator in the car could be useful, but 2,000 seems a bit steep. Guyu stroked his chin, contemplating. "I'm not short on money. Let us select the refrigerator. Who cares if it's useful or not?" He then inquired, "Is there anything else we can choose?" "That appears to be it," Jiang Yuni replied. Guyu resumed his online search, mentioning, "There's also a sound system, but that seems unnecessary. It already comes with built-in speakers. Would adding another really enhance the sound?" Jiang Yushi wholeheartedly agreed, pondering the necessity of it all. "How much does the sound system cost?" 6,000, came the reply. Jiang Yushi shook her head, opting not to choose it. Guyu also had no intention of selecting it. Jiang Inian prodded Guyu, inquiring, "What price range are you considering for your purchase?" Guyu responded confidently, 300,000, for the top configuration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Inian voiced her concern. "That's a substantial amount. Do you have enough funds?" Guyu chuckled, boasting with self-assurance. A mere 300,000 is insignificant. However, after his boast, he glanced at his shabby accommodation, costing over 1,000 a month, and realized he hardly resembled someone capable of affording 300,000. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he quickly clarified, "Well, I am frugal. My living conditions are modest, but I have saved a bit from my earnings over the years." "All right then." Jiang Yinian refrained from probing further, though curiosity lingered in her mind about Guyu's financial situation. He had mentioned being an orphan and was still in school. Where could he have earned such money? "Now that we've made our selections, you two should focus on your studies. School begins tomorrow. Education is paramount." Guyu shooed Jiang Yushi and Jiang Inian away, reclining on the sofa to watch some videos on Su 7, hoping to glean any pertinent information. After a while attempting to finalize his car order on his phone, Guyu discovered that the car's sound system did not require an additional selection, saving him 6,000. Yet, the 21-inch rims were tempting. He was again plagued by indecision, always yearning for the best. However, the price was considerably higher, and should he incur a flat tire, the repair costs would surely escalate. What to do? Should he work harder to earn money? Guyu resolved to commence work immediately, recognizing that diligent effort was the true path to success. By 5 in the afternoon, Guyu closed his notebook and approached Jiang Yushi and Jiang Inian, who were engrossed in their studies, one diligently, the other begrudgingly. "I'm heading out to buy groceries. Would either of you care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I'll go. I'm quite adept at grocery shopping. Please take me along." She sprang from her chair and clasped Guyu's arm. Guyu gently removed her hand, stating, "You need to stay home and finish your homework. Jiang Inian will accompany me. From now on, anyone who neglects their studies will remain at home." With that, he took hold of Jiang Inian's arm and departed, leaving Jiang Yushi feeling crestfallen. As they reached the door, Guyu turned around, and Jiang Yushi thought to herself, I knew it. Guyu would never leave me home alone. Observing Jiang Yushi's beaming smile, Guyu found himself puzzled by her inexplicable joy. Though it was of no concern to him, he sternly remarked, I've seen how much you've written. If you haven't completed at least one test paper by the time I return, you'll go without dinner. Ah! Jiang Yushi's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a visage of despondency. Having departed, I shall return to check. Guyu disregarded her and led Jiang Yuni out the door. Watching it close, Jiang Yushi, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot in place, vexed with Guyu for choosing to take Jiang Yuni along. Jiang Yuni, too, was disheartened. What kind of sister was this, failing to utter even a single kind word on her behalf? Such a sister, she deemed, was best left unbothered. Guyu and Jiang Yuni descended to the ground floor, where they boarded an electric scooter. Guyu patted the back seat, instructing her to mount slowly. With a nod, Jiang Yuni steadied herself on Guyu's shoulder as they set off for the market. Upon arrival, Guyu inquired if she had any cravings for dinner. Jiang Yuni shook her head, expressing her indifference. She would be content with whatever was available. All right then, let us meander aimlessly, Guyu replied. The marketplace, bustling with patrons at mealtime, was predominantly filled with elderly folk, rendering the youthful duo somewhat conspicuous. Spotting a stall selling beef, Guyu pondered preparing a dish of boiled beef and asked, Do you and Jiang Yushi eat beef? Yes, came her reply. Very well, we shall have boiled beef tonight. Approaching the stall, Guyu addressed the vendor. I'd like 30 yuan worth of beef, sliced for boiled beef, please. Certainly, the vendor responded, swiftly slicing a portion of meat before cutting it into pieces. After procuring the beef, Guyu contemplated what else to purchase, but lacking inspiration, he decided to wander about with Jiang Yuni. Chapter 49. No change next time. If only we could bring Jiang Yushi along. That girl would surely express her desires. Unlike Jiang Yuni, who is far too sensible and asks for nothing. Yet, Jiang Yushi struggled with her studies, often dawdling for 10 minutes out of 30 while attempting to complete an assignment. Were it not for Jiang Yuni keeping an eye on her, she might have languished in distraction for 20 minutes. Vendor, I'll take 15 large shrimp, and please assist with cleaning the shrimp veins. The large shrimp here were quite costly, averaging nearly 3 yuan apiece, an expense Guyu typically could not afford. Guyu, shall we buy more? Jiang Yuni tugged at his arm, noting that they already had plenty of ingredients. No more purchases, but we must acquire some greens to accompany the boiled beef before heading home. All right. On their return journey, Guyu spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn and halted the scooter, realizing his intent to buy some. Jiang Yuni suspected he would purchase treats for both herself and her sister. What kind do you want? As anticipated, he was indeed buying for them both. Hawthorn will suffice, Jiang Yuni replied, knowing it was the most economical choice. And what does your sister prefer? She likes hawthorn as well. Upon hearing this, Guyu shot Jiang Yuni a disapproving glance. You little rascal, are you only thinking of saving money? Should you behave this way again, I shall give you a tap on the head, do you understand? Jiang Yuni lowered her gaze, unable to meet Guyu's eyes, though in her heart she resolved that she would not change her ways next time. The lack of financial resources for both myself and my sister was already a pressing concern, and yet Guyu insisted on reclaiming our house and providing for our meals. If I were to squander money carelessly, how would I differ from those enchanting figures one encounters online? Excuse me, sir, how much for the hawthorn and strawberry? I inquired, as the vendor began to prepare the candied fruit. That will be 25 in total, he replied. I glared at him in disbelief and repeated my question. What did you say? Noticing the intensity of my gaze, he elaborated, the hawthorn is 7 and the strawberry costs 18. I assure you, this candied fruit is worth every bite. Hey, young man, come back. I have it all ready for you, the vendor called out, without waiting for him to finish. I urged Jiang Yunyang to sit tight and accelerated away. How utterly ridiculous. The price of 5 yuan for hawthorn had inflated to 7, and the 12 yuan strawberry had jumped to 18, all because he assumed the girl seated behind me would compel me to purchase them. Had Jiang Yunyang not been there, I would have confronted the vendor directly. Observing my immediate departure upon hearing the prices, Jiang Yunyang felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Her joy stemmed from the exorbitant prices of the candied fruit, which meant I chose not to buy them. Yet she felt a pang of disappointment at the absence of the treat. Guyu, the candied fruit is far too expensive. My sister and I don't particularly enjoy it. So there's no need to buy any, she stated. Indeed, the vendor is simply overcharging, as if I were unaware of the prices. Let us find another shop. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyang quickly interjected, no, really, my sister and I don't care for it. However, I was not swayed by her protests and firmly told her, I enjoy it. Oh, she replied. I rode my electric bike to another store, where I placed an order through a group purchase, significantly lowering the cost to just 12 for 2 skewers, despite the 2-kilometer journey I had to undertake. Upon returning home, I opened the door only to find Jiang Yushi not even glancing my way. I pondered whether she was feigning concentration on her studies or sulking over my failure to take her out. I approached and asked, let me see how much you've written. I pulled up a chair beside Jiang Yushi, but she remained silent, turning her head away. Clearly, she was upset. In an instant, I confirmed my suspicions. You've written quite a lot. Well done. I gently ruffled her hair, but she seemed displeased and shifted away slightly. I bought you some candied fruit, strawberry flavored. Oh, she responded, lifting her head only at the mention of the treat. I turned to Jiang Yunyang and said, you two stay here. I'll prepare dinner. Just save 1 piece of candied fruit for me. The rest are yours. As I headed into the kitchen, Jiang Yunyang placed the candied fruit down and remarked, Sister, Guyu specifically bought this for you. I'll go help him with his tasks now. Humph. That girl only cares about Guyu. You might as well marry him, Jiang Yushi retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 skewers of candied fruit. She took out the strawberry one, took a bite, and found it sweet and utterly delightful. I'll wait for Guyu to finish cooking before I eat. Jiang Yushi did not indulge too much, fearing she might succumb to temptation, and placed the candied hawthorn on the coffee table in the living room. After dinner, Guyu noticed the untouched candied hawthorn on the table and took it out, offering it to Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian. You two enjoy first. Just leave one for me. You have one first. Jiang Yunian brought the candied hawthorn to Guyu's lips. Initially reluctant to offer it to him, after some internal struggle, Jiang Yushi decided to share it. Guyu took a bite, then refrained from eating more, patiently waiting for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian to save one for him. After finishing the candied hawthorn, the sisters turned to their studies, knowing they had school the next day. Guyu, mindful of their need for rest, sent them to their rooms by 9 o'clock. Sister, can you guess how much money Guyu has? Jiang Yunian suddenly posed this question as they lay down. Jiang Yushi looked at her sister, puzzled. What's the matter? Jiang Yunian explained that Guyu intended to help them reclaim their house and was now looking to buy a car, seemingly quite affluent. However, Guyu was an orphan, still attending school. How could he earn such wealth? You know, that money is considerable, she added. Intrigued, Jiang Yushi pondered. Well, he does work often, so he must be earning something, though I'm not sure how much. Gazing at the ceiling, Jiang Yunian reflected, it seems Guyu is quite remarkable. He has been an orphan since childhood, raised in a children's welfare institution, without parents, yet he has managed to earn so much. Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement. Yes, he is impressive, but we must also strive to earn money during university, otherwise, we won't even have tuition fees. Upon mentioning tuition, Jiang Yushi fell silent, realizing their remaining funds might only suffice for one person's fees. What about the other? Jiang Yunian shared her concern, wondering if they would need to borrow money from Guyu when the time came for university. But if they didn't borrow from him, where would they find such substantial sums? Sister, you must study diligently. Otherwise, how could you face Guyu to ask for tuition? Time for sleep. Jiang Yushi, who had been melancholic just a moment before, turned away from Jiang Yunian and lay down on her side, thinking to herself that always citing her studies was merely a matter of slightly better grades. Chapter 50. My classmate relationship. Ding ding ding. The alarm rang at 7 in the morning, prompting Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian to leap from their beds, for today was a school day. After rising, Jiang Yunian swiftly dressed and said, Sister, I'll go check if Guyu is awake. All right. As she stepped outside, she glanced toward the sofa where Guyu sat with his head bowed, his eyes still closed. He had spent the previous night writing a novel, experiencing a creative surge, and had only fallen asleep at 2 in the morning. Now, with the alarm rousing him at 7, he was still groggy. Guyu, are you still not awake? Guyu shook his head and looked up at Jiang Yunyang, who was clad in her school uniform, radiating youthful exuberance. You should freshen up first. Once you're done, we shall dine out, he suggested. However, he realized he had neglected to inquire about the lunch arrangements for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang. Will you two be having lunch at school? He asked. Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, the school has a cafeteria. Guyu further inquired about their plans for the evening. What time do you finish school? At 8:30. We have evening study sessions. All right, I see, he replied. After Jiang Yushi emerged from the bathroom, Gu Yu entered their room, contemplating that meals at school likely required cash or meal cards. Thus, he decided to give the two girls some money. 500 should suffice, he thought, as meals at school were reasonably priced, averaging a little over 10 yuan per meal, which would surely last a week. When Jiang Yunyang returned from the restroom, Gu Yu handed her the money. This is for your meals. Do you use a meal card? He asked. Yes, but we don't need so much. I brought my own money. My sister and I have some saved up, she replied, avoiding his gaze. Noticing her reluctance to accept the money, Gu Yu gently pulled her arm and placed the money in her hand. Just take it. You mustn't tea refuse. Make sure to enjoy some decent meals. Studying is exhausting. And good food will give you energy. Don't skimp on it, he advised earnestly, uncertain if the girls would heed his words. Let us go eat first. And then I'll take you both in a taxi. Jiang Yunyang quickly interjected. No need. My sister and I can take the bus. Taxi, Gu Yu insisted firmly, leading the two out. After they had breakfast, he watched them head to school. Once Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had departed, Gu Yu suddenly remembered he had forgotten to mention that he would pick them up in the evening. Since neither of them carried a mobile phone, prohibited by the school, they would need to take the bus home after their classes ended at 8:30. Given that his own neighborhood lacked a subway, they would have no choice but to rely on the bus. Gu Yu resolved to arrive early that evening to wait for them and arrange a taxi for their return, even if they ended up taking the bus. Upon arriving at school, Yu Hanfeng approached Gu Yu. Gu Yu, are you certain about signing up for the competition? Yes. I'll join you, Gu Yu replied. Great, I'll go register with the academic committee, Yu Hanfeng said before leaving. He approached the committee and said, I'm here to register for the computer competition along with Gu Yu. Xia Xiaotong glanced at Yu Hanfeng and then opened her notebook. Yu Hanfeng noticed that several students had already signed up, making a total of 6, including himself and Gu Yu, which meant there were now 8 participants. The teacher mentioned that only 5 are needed. What will happen to the extra 3? Just as Xia Xiaotong was about to write down some names, Shi Yuner turned around from the front and said, Why isn't Gu Yu here to sign up himself? Tell him to come over, or we want to register him. Oh, I'll go get Gu Yu, Yu Hanfeng replied, initially intending to ask a question but hurriedly left upon Shi Yuner's insistence. Yuna, why did you call Gu Yu over? Didn't you say it had nothing to do with him? Shi Yuna replied with a displeased expression. It's not that it has nothing to do with him, but I have to register myself. Otherwise, can I just say I'm helping the whole class register? Xia Xiaotong chuckled and joked. Sure. I'll just write down the names, right? Ignoring her, Shi Yuna turned away, internally grumbling. Damn Gu Yu. After that incident, he didn't even send me a message. Did I suffer for nothing? Humph. What a rogue. For the past couple of days, she had been explaining, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. Not even apologizing. It was infuriating. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, yet she felt powerless against Gu Yu. What could she do? Beat him up? That didn't seem feasible either. Gu Yu, go register yourself, Shi Yuna called out. What? Gu Yu, still engrossed in his phone, was bewildered by the sudden remark from Yu Hanfeng, who had just returned. Why is Shi Yuna calling me? Isn't she the class committee member? Yu Hanfeng replied nervously. I didn't dare to ask. You should just go, otherwise, she might get angry. Fine, Gu Yu conceded, knowing this was deliberate on Shi Yuna's part. However, given what he had done a couple of days ago, he felt he could not be angry with her. He had to maintain a smile. Upon reaching Xia Xiaodong, Gu Yu glanced at Shi Yuna in front of him and found himself at a loss for words. Please help me register, he said. Xia Xiaotong remained silent, looking at Shi Yuna, pondering whether she should register. It seemed unfair that she called someone over only to turn away, leaving him in a state of confusion. Let me see. Gu Yu noticed there were quite a few names on the registration sheet. He picked it up and saw that Shi Yuna's name was also on it. Her academic performance was commendable, so it was not surprising for her to be listed. Setting the sheet down, Gu Yu approached Shi Yuna, but she immediately turned her head away. Do you want some milk tea? I can buy you a cup after class. I don't want any, stay away from me. Shi Yuna pushed Gu Yu away, leaving him no choice but to return to his seat. What's wrong? Are you still angry? As soon as he sat down, Zhong Qingyu leaned over to inquire. Gu Yu shot him an irritated glance. Go away, stop talking nonsense. We're just classmates. Zhong Qingyu feigned understanding. Oh, I see. Gu Yu was too lazy to roll his eyes this time. He simply laid his head down on the desk to catch a few moments of sleep. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang also arrived at school, parting ways to their respective classes. Upon entering her classroom, several friends gathered around Jiang Yushi's seat, as she had many friends in class. Yushi, what have you been up to these days? Yeah, you haven't been to school for so long. A very handsome guy came to ask for your leave a few days ago, saying he was your cousin. How old is your cousin? Faced with their questions, Jiang Yushi replied, I didn't want to talk about it earlier, but I had a fever last week. And you? Qiu Rue, why are you asking about my cousin? How old is he? Do you want me to introduce you to him? Qiu Rue promptly began to explain, I was merely inquiring. You never mentioned having a cousin before, and I was curious. Humph, do not harbor any intentions towards my cousin. As if I would care. So what did you ask just now? Just for fun. Chapter 51 We're classmates, yet you aspire to be my boyfriend. Shishi, I brought you a warm pack and some snacks. As class was about to commence, a boy placed several warm packs on Jiang Yushi's desk, accompanied by a few bags of snacks. I don't want it. Jiang Yushi glanced at the boy and pushed the items back towards him. Shishi, please take it. You are unwell, and this will keep you warm. I was worried since you didn't reply to my messages earlier. The boy was a suitor of Jiang Yushi, who had started pursuing her shortly after the class division. Once again, Jiang Yushi returned the items he had placed on her desk, replying, Thank you for your concern, but you truly need not worry about me. And Su Jiang, I've already told you not to keep bringing me things, and please refrain from calling me Shishi. If you say it once more, I shall promptly inform the teacher that you are disturbing my studies. Su Jiang, feeling a bit humbled, replied, Shishi. Please don't be angry, I mean no harm. I understand that you wish to focus on your studies and are not interested in a relationship, and I assure you, neither am I. Please, just accept this. Jiang Yushi stood up, shouting in frustration, Su Jiang, I just told you not to call me Shishi. Yet you still do. If you utter it one more time, I will go directly to the teacher. Hearing this, Su Jiang apologized and turned to leave. Another day of being dismissed. Returning to his seat, Su Jiang reminisced about the early days after the class division. Back then, she sat diagonally in front of him, and it was she who had initiated the greeting. She was so beautiful, her smile captivating and sweet, that he felt a twinge of hesitation in approaching her. However, she was exceptionally kind. She would buy snacks and inquire if he wanted any, even playfully teasing him. Whenever he brought snacks, she would eagerly take a handful, eating with delight. She had even accepted breakfast from him on occasion. Yet, gradually, she approached him to express her disinterest, requesting that he refrain from buying her gifts, stating that she did not wish to pursue a romantic relationship. Subsequently, she began to ignore him, no longer coming over to share snacks. When he offered, she would decline, and her temper towards him seemed to grow increasingly irritable. During the seating rearrangements in class, she even warned him not to sit near her. Su Jiang, did you fail to deliver again? Su Jiang nodded. Yes, I've reiterated numerous times that I have no interest in a relationship, yet she continues to ignore me. Of course, why would she pay you any mind? I told you before that you were being overly sentimental, yet you wouldn't believe it. Look at the other boys. Jiang Yushi engages with them effortlessly. Why does she not do the same with you? Everyone is classmates, yet you dare to desire a boyfriend. How naive. Su Jiang felt indignant, but he recalled how he had treated me better than other boys. When snacks were present, I was the first boy he asked if I wanted some, not anyone else. Jiang Yushi must be ignoring me out of fear of hindering her studies. When we reached university, my deskmate shook her head at this statement. The boy closest to her was indeed you, yet she would inquire of other boys first. Su Jiang exclaimed, Impossible. The teacher is coming. I know it's unlikely. Let's discuss this after class. Jiang Yushi faced a similar dilemma. Nian Nian, your cousin is quite handsome. I caught a glimpse of him entering the classroom to bring you something. He is indeed quite striking. Does your cousin have a girlfriend? Jiang Yushi replied while organizing her papers, I don't know. Aren't you close with him? Not really. Bailey pondered for a moment, realizing she might genuinely not know him, as Jiang Yushi had never mentioned him before. After the second class, Guyu climbed up from his desk and left the classroom. Where's Guyu going? I don't know, probably to the restroom. Outside the teaching building, Guyu mounted his electric bike and rode to a nearby milk tea shop. Contemplating buying a cup of milk tea for Yuner, he decided to buy just one cup, as he could not afford more. And he wondered whether he should also buy for her roommate or friends. Ultimately, he settled on a cup of strawberry taro grape. Unsure of its taste, but aware it was not inexpensive, costing as much as 2 of his meals. Upon returning to the classroom, Guyu entered from the back, hoping to avoid drawing attention to himself with the milk tea. Yu Hanfeng, please place this on Yuner's desk, Guyu instructed, not intending to deliver it himself for fear of gossip. All right. As Yu Hanfeng departed, Zhong Qingyu approached. Wait, you only bought one cup? Gu Yu retorted. Are you expecting another? Zhong Qingyu scratched his head, feigning shyness as he responded. Well, that's not entirely impossible. Fine. One day I'll buy you a pack of milk tea powder. You can make your own. Hearing this, Zhong Qingyu sat alone, sighing. Once there's a woman, the brotherhood is forgotten. Gu Yu observed this and nonchalantly remarked, the milk tea powder is also gone. Zhong Qingyu promptly fell silent, leaning closer with a flattering demeanor. That's fine. Bring several packs. One isn't enough. Gu Yu ignored him, focusing intently on Yu Hanfeng, who walked over to Shi Yuner, silently placing the milk tea down before returning. Shi Yuner was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Gu Yu looking at her, causing her to angrily turn away. Yuner, Gu Yu bought this for you. Indeed, he just asked this morning and immediately went out to get it for you. How considerate. Shi Yuner placed the milk tea aside, nonchalantly stating, I don't like it. Whoever wants it can have it. Moreover, this was gifted by Yu Hanfeng. What connection does it have with Gu Yu? You need not speak nonsensically. Ah, I see. Since it was given by Yu Hanfeng, it implies that it is permissible to drink, as it was not a present from Gu Yu. Indeed. Yuner, do take your first sip and allow me a taste as well. This milk tea appears rather exquisite. A luxury I seldom indulge in. I refuse to drink. Shi Yuner, still sulking, eventually relented under the persistent encouragement of her roommates and took a sip. It was rather delightful. However, the rogue Gu Yu, that scoundrel, I shall not forgive you for a mere cup of milk tea. Gu Yu, what is the status? When can we secure this? Zhong Qingyu placed his hand once more on Gu Yu's shoulder, inquiring like an inquisitive child. Gu Yu shot him a fierce glare, warning. Speak carelessly again, and I shall give you a beating. Do you believe that? Oh, for a moment. Zhong Qingyu was genuinely frightened by Gu Yu and retreated in his seat. Chapter 52. Presenting oneself, Yu Hanfeng returned to his seat and remarked, Gu Yu, I left it on her desk. I saw it. By the way, the project we discussed last week is complete. I have tested it thoroughly, and there are no issues. I will send it to you at noon, and you can forward it to the client. Gu Yu replied, all right, when the payment arrives. Shall we split it 6-4? Yu Hanfeng firmly declined, stating, no, we agreed on 50-50. You need not always look out for me. Gu Yu patted Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder, saying, 50-50, but in the future, once you start working or if you venture into entrepreneurship, do not hesitate to claim what is rightfully yours. Yu Hanfeng nodded, of course. By the way, the photos that Honda sent me yesterday, I had the graphic designer handle them, but she seemed somewhat discontent, stating that it was beyond our agreement and warned me not to approach her again, as she would not assist in future endeavors. Very well. Gu Yu was unaware of the terms Yu Hanfeng had established with her, as she was not someone he had chosen, so he resolved not to consult her again. Gu Yu, what photos are you referring to? Zhong Qingyu inquired. Leaning in once more, Gu Yu responded, I intend to purchase a car. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qingyu's eyes widened, mirroring Han Da's shock from yesterday, as he exclaimed, what? You are buying a car? Noticing Gu Yu's unfriendly gaze, Zhong Qingyu scratched his head. Was my voice too loud? He glanced around, noticing several classmates now staring curiously in their direction. Gu Yu, unfazed, thought that once he procured the vehicle, aside from picking up Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni from school, he would also drive it to class, and they would undoubtedly see it. Gu Yu, what kind of car do you plan to buy? Zhong Qingyu asked, this time in a hushed tone, while Yu Hanfeng also regarded Gu Yu with keen interest. Having seen the photos from yesterday, which featured various models from the SU-7 dealership, he wondered if Gu Yu was considering purchasing a SU-7, a car that certainly does not come cheap, ranging from 200,000 to 300,000. Among the photos from yesterday, there were two lovely girls who seemed to accompany Gu Yu to view cars. He was quite curious about their relationship with him. However, it is likely that their connection is more with Honda. Gu Yu is currently pursuing Shi Yuner, who is significantly more attractive than those two girls. She is the belle of the class, even deserving the title of the department's flower. You know SU-7, right? Of course, how could one not know about SU-7? Zhong Qingyu gazed at Gu Yu in disbelief. Are you planning to buy a SU-7? That's quite a sum. Even the base model costs at least 200,000. Where do you intend to procure such funds? Alone? Not wishing to disclose his financial status, Gu Yu simply nodded, yes, alone. Zhong Qingyu stroked his chin, contemplating. If it's a loan, that's feasible. What is the down payment? I'm not sure. I just want to buy it, but I haven't decided yet. Gu Yu had no idea how much the down payment would be, so he fabricated a response. All right, but what made you think of buying a car? Zhong Qingyu was deep in thought, but upon reflection, he suddenly realized. Your girlfriend. He looked at Shi Yun'er ahead as if everything had become clear. Shi Yun'er is strikingly beautiful, and many suitors have sought her affection in the past, yet she has never accepted any. Now that Guyu wishes to pursue her. Even though he is quite handsome, he is aware that other attractive suitors have previously courted her, including wealthy heirs. For Guyu to succeed, he must enhance his image. Purchasing a car is undoubtedly the first step in that endeavor. After all, it wouldn't he do to ride an electric bike for dates with Shi Yun'er? Women tend to care about appearances, and she might look down upon such an arrangement. Thus, his desire to buy a car is purely for this reason. I understand. After a thorough analysis, Zhong Qingyu patted Guyu on the shoulder with an expression of comprehension. You've grasped it. Guyu was at a loss for words. Thinking that Zhong Qingyu seemed to understand everything while being less discerning than the foolish son of a landlord. Do you truly understand? Guyu then turned to Yuhan Feng, who nodded. I comprehend a bit. If you lack funds, I have some living expenses, though it's only a little over 3,000. I could lend it to you. Forget it. What do you understand? I simply want to buy a car. At that moment, the classroom fell silent as Guyu noticed the teacher entering. He felt no inclination to explain himself to the two, nor was there a need to do so, and thus he began to focus on his studies. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Guyu and the others stood up, preparing to head to the computer lab for the next session. Guyu Yuhanfeng, come here for a moment. Guyu turned and approached Xia Xiaotong, inquiring, what is the matter? It's about the competition. Please hold on a moment. Xia Xiaotong called over several other classmates, totaling 8 individuals, with an even mix of 4 boys and 4 girls. Guyu, are you planning to buy a car? With a tone of disdain, Guyu glanced at Ouyang Yunxin, who had initiated the conversation. Ouyang, the class monitor, possessed an ordinary appearance but hailed from a well-off family, embodying the traits of a minor affluent heir, even owning a vehicle. Their relationship was far from amicable. During their freshman year, Guyu had heard that serving as a class committee member came with perks, such as garnering the instructor's favor and aiding in the pursuit of scholarships. Thus, he decided to run for the position. Ouyang Yunxin, harboring similar ambitions, found himself in direct competition with Guyu for the role of class leader, ultimately losing to him, which soured his view of Guyu ever since. Observing Ouyang's demeanor today, Guyu surmised that his approach, which seemed unusually friendly, likely concealed ulterior motives. He speculated that Ouyang's visit might be related to Shi Yun'er. This young man, emboldened by his family's wealth, had attempted to flirt with Shi Yun'er on the very first day of school, believing success was assured. However, Shi Yun'er had ignored him, leaving him rather embarrassed. Rumors circulated within the class about Guyu's pursuit of Shi Yun'er, especially after she had gifted him a box of pastries. And the incident during physical education class might have further fueled Ouyang's jealousy. Contemplating the purchase of a car, are we? Ouyang inquired, feigning indifference. As the class monitor, I feel it my duty to express concern for my classmates. While I understand your desire for a vehicle, one must act within their means. It would be unwise to rush into such a commitment without due consideration, lest you find yourself in a predicament, lamenting your choices. Pausing momentarily, Ouyang added with a mocking smirk, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to advise against making such a purchase solely for the sake of appearances, especially if it involves online loans. Imagine the embarrassment if you are unable to repay and the debt collectors start calling our instructor's phone. Guyu responded nonchalantly, oh, understood. At that moment, Shi Yun'er observed the exchange between the two. Ouyang's earlier jibe had incensed her, fearing that Guyu might retaliate. To her surprise, Guyu remained remarkably composed, unlike his previous self. Ouyang, too, was taken aback by Guyu's calmness, his terse reply followed by a deliberate turn of his head. Avoiding eye contact entirely, Ouyang felt a profound insult, as if his words had landed on a punching bag, ineffective and rebuffed. Guyu, you are mistaken. I was merely offering a well-intentioned warning, yet you seem oblivious. Ouyang resumed his lecture, eliciting mild irritation from Guyu. Thank you for your kind reminder. Guyu replied with a hint of detachment, then turned his attention to Xia Xiaotong. If there is something to discuss, please do so quickly, otherwise, we'll be late for the next class. Guyu's demeanor further irked Ouyang, who clenched his teeth in frustration but found himself powerless to change the situation. Left only to seethe in silence, Xia Xiaotong promptly stated, here is the situation. There are 8 participants registered for this competition, but only 5 can compete. Therefore, our teacher has announced that there will be an examination next Wednesday, and the top 5 will qualify for the event. Understood, I'll take my leave now. Gu Yu replied, departing with Yuhan Feng, while Zhong Qingyu, who had been waiting nearby, followed suit. Ouyang Yunshin cast a glance at Gu Yu's retreating figure, his expression darkening as he silently vowed, "So you wish to compete, do you? I shall ensure you are unable to participate." Upon exiting the classroom, Zhong Qingyu glanced back and muttered, "Ouyang Yunshin is truly insufferable. I can't stand him." Gu Yu merely chuckled and asked, "If a dog bites you, would you bite back?" After a moment, he added, "Biting back is certainly not an option. Next time, I'll retaliate." Zhong Qingyu nodded vigorously, declaring, "Yes, we must retaliate. I find him intolerable in our class. He may have some money at home, but he looks down on others, as if suffering from cataracts. You ignored him just now, and he sought trouble himself. It's quite bothersome. Let us move on and not dwell on him." Gu Yu responded nonchalantly, having never regarded Ouyang Yunshin with any seriousness. At that moment, Shi Yuner caught up from behind, prompting Gu Yu to halt and turn to her. Shi Yuner spoke, "Don't take Ouyang Yunshin's words to heart." Gu Yu replied with a faint smile, "Do you think I would?" Observing Gu Yu's expression, Shi Yuner pouted, "Whether you care or not. I came over to check on you, and you questioned me in return. I'm leaving." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. "Gu Yu, what on earth are you doing? Speak with her properly." Zhong Qingyu began to chastise Gu Yu, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Hurry, go after her. Girls need to be appeased quickly, or it will be difficult later on. She keeps track of these things." Gu Yu shoved Zhong Qingyu aside, exclaiming, "I said it's fine, stop rambling. And you've never been in a relationship, what do you know?" At this, Zhong Qingyu protested, "How can you say I've never had a relationship? I had several during high school." Gu Yu scoffed, uninterested in his boasting. By noon, while Gu Yu was having lunch, his thoughts were consumed by Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian. They should be out of class by now. I wonder if they've had lunch. What are they eating? Gu Yu was concerned that the two girls might be skimping on meals to save money. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian had just finished their class and made their way to the cafeteria to queue for food. "Yunian, what would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine. You choose first." When Jiang Yushi reached the serving counter, she surveyed the day's offerings and said, "I'll have fried chicken, stir-fried mushrooms, and a portion of rice." Jiang Yunian followed suit, selecting 2 dishes, and together they found a place to sit and enjoy their meal. "Yunian, do you think Gu Yu has eaten by now?" "He should have by now." Jiang Yunyang remarked that they would finish class at 11:40. And Gu Yu should also be free at that time, presumably having his meal. Jiang Yushi mumbled, uncertain whether Gu Yu had attended to their house. Throughout the class, she had been preoccupied with this matter, leading to a tumultuous state of mind that hindered her ability to absorb the teacher's words. Surely he must have. Jiang Yunyang felt a wave of anxiety, fearing they might not reclaim their property. "We must place our trust in Gu Yu." Jiang Yushi nodded in agreement, affirming that they should indeed trust him. Around 2 in the afternoon, Gu Yu, having no classes, exited his dormitory and headed to the bank. Upon arriving at the bank's entrance, he retrieved the phone number Jiang Yunyang had provided and dialed it. The first call did not connect, but he persevered and called again. This time, after a few rings, it was answered. "Hello, is this the bank manager?" he inquired. "Yes, what can I assist you with?" came the response. Gu Yu explained, "I have a property that has been overdue for 2 months and has been seized by the bank. I wish to settle the loan. Would that be possible?" The bank manager furrowed his brow upon hearing this and asked, "How long has it been seized? Has the court notified you about an auction?" "About a week. No auction notice has been issued yet." "A week? Well, that's manageable, but the process can be cumbersome. Please come to the bank. I'm right outside. I'll be in shortly." "Are you at the bank?" Gu Yu confirmed. "Yes, come in," the manager replied. As Gu Yu entered the bank, the manager approached him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a suit, with an unwelcoming demeanor. "Let me first gather some information." Gu Yu sat down with the manager and recounted everything he knew. "So, you wish to repay the entire loan in one go, correct?" the manager inquired. Gu Yu nodded. "Yes, I've checked, and it seems feasible." The bank manager stated, "It is indeed possible, but it can be quite troublesome. You see, we have already submitted the overdue account to the court, and the property has been sealed, so the process is quite laborious and entails various fees." As the discussion continued, Gu Yu sensed an unsettling undertone. It seemed the manager was deliberately trying to intimidate him. "Manager, I'm not entirely clear on what you've mentioned. How about this? I'll return tomorrow with 2 classmates who study law. That way, communication will be more straightforward," he suggested. Law students? The manager questioned. Guyu affirmed. Yes, I am a student at Chuanhai University, and I have a few friends who are studying law. Chuanhai University, you say? The manager scrutinized Guyu, who appeared quite youthful, and perhaps he was being truthful. Let's do this. There's no need to bring anyone along. What I mentioned earlier was the worst-case scenario. I'll check with the court. Just wait a moment. It might not be as complicated as it seems. Guyu politely replied, Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 54, Do you like me? Before long, the bank manager returned, holding several sheets of paper. Brother, may I ask what your relationship is to the property owner? Guyu was momentarily taken aback before responding. It's my uncle's house. He has left now. Very well, he continued. But, brother, this house is rather complicated. The overdue period has been quite lengthy, and we have already submitted the necessary documents. If we are to re-execute the contract now, the cost will likely be substantial. Take a look. Guyu took the list, glanced over the terms, and felt a twinge of apprehension. The amount was considerable, even surpassing the mortgage owed on the house. He snapped a photo and inquired of the manager. This seems rather excessive. Is there any possibility of reducing it? The bank manager furrowed his brow and shook his head, displaying a countenance of difficulty. It is quite challenging, and we will need to seek approval from higher authorities. Guyu resolved to consult someone for advice, saying, All right, I will go raise the funds. I cannot afford such a sum at the moment. Observing his predicament, the bank employee asked, Do you happen to know any classmates working at the courthouse? If so, the expenses might be reduced. Guyu shook his head. I do not know anyone. I am not from the law school, and I only have a few acquaintances studying law. Well, in that case, there isn't much that can be done. However, I can initiate an application on your behalf, but time is of the essence, as the house is about to enter the auction process, and that would be too late. Understood. I will expedite this, Guyu replied. The bank manager remained silent for several moments before urging, Please act swiftly. You have just a couple of days. Or else the house will be irretrievable. Thank you. I will go gather the funds, Guyu said, clutching the documents as he departed the bank. At that moment, another staff member approached the previous employee and inquired, How did it go? I am not certain, but it should be fine. I reviewed the house's documentation and discovered that the original owner has vacated, leaving behind 2 daughters who are still in school. They clearly cannot afford to pay. After some analysis, though he was unaware of the exact relationship between Guyu and the property, it was mentioned that they were relatives. And Guyu must have come to reclaim the house. Otherwise, the 2 young girls would have nowhere to go. Thus, the concern about the house being reclaimed dissipated. The staff member noted Guyu's naivety, reflecting that if he had mentioned having a few friends in the courthouse, he might have indeed received a discount. Once outside, Guyu mounted his electric scooter and rode home. Staring at the list on his phone, he felt a wave of distress. While he had the means to spend, the sum was exorbitant, over 100,000 yuan, and he found it unreasonable, strongly suspecting that the bank manager had deliberately inflated the costs to ensnare him. For instance, was it truly necessary to hire a lawyer for the application to the court? And why should the lawyer's fees exceed 60,000 yuan? Guyu pondered that he could not allow himself to be taken advantage of and opened an envelope, contemplating whom to consult. Who could he turn to? His acquaintances in law were few, and their connections were tenuous at best. Perhaps he should seek a lawyer? Reclining on the sofa, he felt a twinge of worry and, after much contemplation, concluded that hiring a lawyer would be a waste of money, especially regarding local attorneys. Although the river and sea are vast, there is no assurance that lawyers will advocate for their own interests when faced with banks. Senior, are you there? Good afternoon. I would like to trouble you with a matter. Here's the situation. I have a cousin whose parents have unexpectedly passed away, and due to financial constraints, their house is on the verge of foreclosure. Now they have nowhere to go. I intend to assist her in repaying the mortgage, and the bank has provided me with a fee statement. Could you please take a look at it for me? After sending the message along with the bank statement, Guyu opened the transfer option and sent over 1,000 yuan, with a note, treating you to milk tea, senior. The recipient is a senior he met during his freshman year, who is exceptionally kind and beautiful, one of the most stunning figures on the campus beauty list. The reason for reaching out is that Guyu had maintained a good rapport with her, and she had once looked after him. Moreover, she jokingly introduced one of her friends to him as a potential girlfriend. In any case, she is the law student he shares the deepest connection with. After sending the message, Guyu waited for a moment without a response. Was it that she hadn't seen it? Or perhaps she chose not to reply. While messaging earlier, he had feared that Lin Yihe might have deleted him, but fortunately, He had not been removed. He decided to wait. Perhaps she was busy at the moment and would respond later in the evening. If not, he would have to consider spending more money tomorrow or perhaps even hiring a lawyer. At around 6 in the evening, while Guyu was engrossed in a game, a message appeared on his screen. Little you, what prompted you to message me after more than a year? You didn't even send a single greeting during the new year. Upon seeing the message, Guyu promptly exited the game. Just as he entered the chat interface, another message from Lin Yihe arrived. Oh, so you have something to discuss with me? Seeing this, Guyu quickly formulated his response. Another message followed. You usually don't check in on me. I've been interning. And you never ask if I found a job, if I'm tired from work, or if I'm happy. Now that you have something on your mind, you remember me. That makes me a bit sad. Guyu felt a slight discomfort from her words. While he sensed that Lin Yihe was teasing him, there was a possibility she was genuinely expressing her feelings. He hurriedly apologized. Senior, I'm truly sorry. I was afraid of disturbing you. But I've realized my mistake and will make it a point to send you greetings regularly from now on. At that moment, upon noticing Guyu's message, Lin Yihe has ceased typing and sent a voice message instead. Guyu clicked to answer, cheerfully greeting, Hello, Senior. So, what have you been up to lately? She asked. Not much, just attending classes. How about you? Where are you interning? Is the work exhausting? Please make sure to rest well. Guyu babbled in an attempt to flatter her. After he finished, Lin Yihe replied coolly, Guyu, if I hadn't said those things, would you have even asked me about them? Upon hearing this, Guyu immediately retorted with a serious tone, How could that be? I have always been thinking about you. Senior, but I was afraid of disturbing you, which is why I have hesitated to message you. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Yihe pretended to be quite annoyed and exclaimed, What do you think about me? She then teased, Do you like me? Guyu hurriedly clarified, No, Senior. It's not that kind of thinking. It's concern, a genuine worry. Please don't tease me. At that moment, Lin Yihe, lounging on her bed, stretched lazily and huffed. What do you mean teasing? You haven't messaged me in over a year to check on me, and now you suddenly talk about concern? Truly, the words of a man are deceiving. Chapter 55. Have you started dating? Guyu felt extremely awkward and was at a loss for words. Moreover, it wasn't true that he hadn't messaged her in over a year. He recalled that the last message he sent was 9 months ago, hardly a year. Lin Yihe's voice broke through his thoughts. Hey, speak up. Senior, I admit my fault. I apologize. Is that acceptable? Not really. Then how about I treat you to a meal? Lin Yihe retorted, You're dreaming. Do you have any idea how many handsome, wealthy second-generation heirs are vying for my attention? You think you can take advantage of me? Guyu replied, Of course, Senior. You are stunningly beautiful, the top belle of Chuanhai University, with suitors in abundance. It's just me who's daydreaming. However, not only are you beautiful, but you are also kind-hearted. Otherwise, how could I have had the fortune to know you? It was thanks to your recognition that I could join the student council. So you are not just beautiful, but also possess a benevolent heart. Those handsome heirs who wish to dine with you are merely fortunate. Stop, don't flatter me excessively. Lin Yihe interrupted Guyu, pausing for a few seconds before contemplatively asking, Guyu, are you dating someone? Huh, no. Why do you ask, Senior? Guyu queried. Puzzled by Lin Yihe's question, she replied, Oh, it's nothing. You just wouldn't have complimented others like this before. Had you done so earlier, I would have definitely introduced Roro to you as a potential girlfriend. Senior, please don't joke around. It scares me. Lin Yihe scoffed. You're just pretending to be scared. Oh, I see. Is there something you want from me, which is why you're so eloquent? Perhaps? What do you mean perhaps? Lin Yihe exclaimed furiously. Yes, Guyu affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yihe, irate, retorted, I want help. If you need something, you know to find me. But if there's nothing, not even a greeting? Guyu scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Was Lin Yihe always like this? Could it be she had experienced a heartbreak? Senior, please stop joking. You've made me so nervous I'm saying the wrong things. Just think about it. With so many handsome, wealthy heirs pursuing you, yet you choose to call me. How could I not be anxious? You can't just use words to trap me. That is not fair. I don't care whether it's right or wrong. It has to be right. Fine, whether right or wrong, it's all the same. Lin Yihe, noticing that Guyu had fallen silent and no longer wished to jest, inquired about the matter at hand. Please, enlighten me regarding this situation. Guyu recounted the events to Lin Yihe, who, upon hearing the tale, expressed her confusion. Aren't you an orphan? Where did this cousin come from? Have you found your parents? Not exactly, Guyu replied, having already devised an excuse earlier that afternoon. Their parents were compassionate individuals who once cared for me at an orphanage during my childhood. I referred to them as uncle and aunt, thus considering her my cousin. I see. Well then, Lin Yi said thoughtfully. Do you really need to pay that much? It seems excessive. No, we need not worry, she continued. The bank manager clearly has ulterior motives. We only need to repay the loan. The rest of the funds are unnecessary. The two girls are rather unfortunate. So I will assist you with this. I'll inquire further tomorrow. Thank you, senior. I owe you a meal. I shall decline, she replied. That's fine. Just let me know whenever you wish to dine. I am always at your service. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Lin Yi began to suspect he might be in a romantic relationship. You've become quite eloquent. To be honest, have you been dating this past year? Guyu sighed. Why do you always fixate on my love life? I swear, I haven't been seeing anyone. Oh, Lin Yi accepted his oath, urging, you should hurry and find a girlfriend. It would be a shame to waste such good looks. All right, I shall heed your advice. Lin Yi then proposed. What if I introduce someone to you? No need. Guyu promptly rejected the offer without a hint of hesitation. None of Lin Yi's friends hailed from ordinary families. Herself included, during her university days, a Rolls-Royce would pick her up from the school gates, and her own vehicle was of a luxury caliber. His outright refusal saddened her. Fine, I shall hang up and indulge in my sorrow for a moment. With that, Lin Yi ended the call. Upon hearing the phone disconnect with a buzz, Guyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Conversing with her was indeed exhausting. Please send me the documents. I should have a notification from the court. Certainly, I will send them immediately. After forwarding the documents, Lin Yi remarked, all right, await my news tomorrow. By the way, am I short by 1,000 yuan? Guyu sent a playful emoji, replying, I have erred again, senior. I've already slapped myself several times over that. Lin Yi responded with a satisfied emoji. That's more like it. Guyu continued, this amount is for treating you to milk tea. Please accept it. No, treat me to milk tea next time instead. Sending money seems insincere. All right, it is my mistake. I shall treat you to milk tea next time. As Guyu reclined on the sofa and stretched, he mused that the housing issue had been resolved. Surely, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan would be elated upon returning home to this news. By the way, what time is it? Guyu suddenly realized it must be quite late and glanced at the clock. It was 7:30 in the evening. Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan finished school at 8:30, riding their electric scooter for 10 minutes, allowing time for dinner. Guyu is yet to dine. He often finds himself too lazy to cook, and sometimes, engrossed in work or writing, he neglects to eat until the late hours, when the night market stalls are nearly closing, prompting him to venture out for a meal. Reflecting on this, Guyu feels fortunate that he had left for dinner later that day, especially since it rained, causing the vendors to disperse, which led him to that barbecue restaurant. Yet, whether it was mere luck or fate, such coincidences unfold naturally. Having prepared himself, Guyu rides his electric scooter to a local street vendor area. Boss, one fried chicken leg, please. After ordering a fried chicken leg and a portion of fried rice, he begins to eat, finishing his meal in a little over 10 minutes. He arrives at Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan's school by 8:10, after waiting for 20 minutes, during which he scrolls through videos and plays games. His patience wears thin as he sits on the roadside. Finally, the school bell rings. Guyu brushes off his pants and walks to the school entrance to await Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan. Inside, the sisters are busy packing their belongings. Once finished, they gather together. Sister, shall we take the bus home tonight? Jiang Yuxi asks. Yes, let us take the bus. I borrowed some change from a friend this morning. Jiang Yuxi pulls out her borrowed coins. I borrowed some too, for yuan. As they chat and walk towards the school exit, the conversation soon shifts to a particular topic. Guyu should have gone to see our house by now, right? Jiang Yunyan remarks. Sister, let us not inquire when we get home. It might seem like we're pressuring Guyu. She adds, and Guyu has classes too. He may not have the time, so we shouldn't ask. All right. Jiang Yuxi concedes, her curiosity piqued, but understanding that Guyu is not obliged to assist them. If she presses him, she feels it would be inappropriate and off-putting. Exiting the school gates, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan walk casually towards the bus stop, when suddenly a familiar voice calls out. Jiang Yuxi, Jiang Yunyan, over here. Guyu stands at the forefront, scanning the departing students, easily recognizing them due to their striking beauty and tall figures, even in their uniforms. As soon as the sisters emerge, Guyu calls out to them. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyan look around and spot him waving from a short distance. They immediately rush towards him, their faces lighting up with bright smiles. Guyu, what brings you here? Jiang Yushi asks joyfully as she approaches. I came to pick you two up. Let us go, Guyu replies. With two individuals in tow, Guyu led them to the roadside and declared, I will call a taxi for you both to return. What about you? Jiang Yunyang inquired upon noticing Guyu's omission of himself. Guyu clarified, I rode here on my electric bike. Then we shall also take the electric bike back, Jiang Yushi stated. At this, Guyu playfully tapped her forehead, exclaiming, Are you foolish? An electric bike cannot unlawfully carry two passengers. What if an accident were to occur? Then we will take the bus, she retorted. Guyu turned to Jiang Yunyang and said, We can discuss the bus tomorrow. For today, we shall take a taxi. His fingers deftly navigated his phone, swiftly securing a ride with a driver who promptly accepted the request. Observing Guyu's phone, Jiang Yunyang fell silent, understanding that any further protest would be futile. Have you two adjusted well after such a long absence from class? Both responded affirmatively. Yes, it was fine, just like before. That's good to hear, Guyu continued. By the way, I have some delightful news for you both. Delightful news? Jiang Yushi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Guyu. Jiang Yunyang mirrored her excitement, eagerly hoping for the revelation. Is it that we can reclaim our house? Jiang Yushi had already wrapped her arms around Guyu, tugging him toward her eagerly. Guyu, amused, playfully tapped her head again, scolding, Out here in public, you shouldn't be so reckless, pulling on a boy like that. Oh, Jiang Yushi replied, rubbing her head, her hands loosening but her expression still brimming with excitement. Let us discuss it at home. All right, they both agreed, refraining from further inquiries, for they already sensed the answer. If Guyu spoke of good news, it must pertain to their house. He would never deceive them. As the vehicle arrived, Guyu ushered Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang into the car. After they had departed, he mounted his electric bike and hurried homeward. On his way, he pondered the necessity of securing a car that very evening, as he was in dire need of one. Had those two girls eaten dinner? As he passed a street lined with food stalls, Guyu suddenly recalled whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had dined. They must have eaten. But if dinner had been at 5:30, they were likely hungry by now. Glancing about, he decided to purchase a serving of grilled cold noodles and a fried egg pancake for them as a late-night snack. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had disembarked and were not entering the community, but waiting at the entrance for Guyu. Shortly thereafter, Guyu arrived at the community gate, spotting them standing by the roadside. Why are you two waiting for me instead of going home? He asked. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang lowered their heads, hesitant to respond. Guyu was not scolding them intentionally. He simply found their waiting unnecessary. Let us go home, he said as he rode off on his electric bike, with Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang walking beside him until they all returned home together. As Guyu arrived at the doorstep, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to give the keys to Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. Even if they returned, they would be unable to enter the house. At that moment, Jiang Yushi spoke up. You didn't give the keys, so my sister and I decided to wait for you at the entrance of the neighborhood. Oh, my mistake. I apologize, Guyu replied, opening the door. Upon entering, he handed the snacks he had purchased to the two of them. This is for you. Consider it a late-night snack. Thank you, Jiang Yushi said as she accepted the food and placed it on the dining table. She then gazed at Guyu, her jewel-like eyes sparkling captivatingly. What are you staring at? Are you bored? Your backpack, isn't it heavy to carry? Oh. Jiang Yushi took off her backpack and placed it on the sofa, and Jiang Yuni followed suit. Do you have homework tonight? Yes, Jiang Yuni replied, already starting to take out her things. Don't write yet. You two should eat what I bought first. Jiang Yushi watched Guyu as he retrieved the food, and as soon as he returned, she promptly sat beside him. By the way, you can take back your house. With that, Jiang Yushi suddenly lunged towards Guyu, arms wide open. Guyu, you are so wonderful. Guyu was taken aback by her unexpected embrace, caught off guard. Be gentle. He pinched Jiang Yushi's cheek, but it did nothing to diminish the smile on her face. Guyu, you're truly great. When can we go home? Let us wait a few more days. I only mentioned that you can take it back, but it hasn't been retrieved yet. By this time, Guyu had gently pushed Jiang Yushi's arms away, feeling his heart race from the sudden affection. Oh, it's all the same. Jiang Yushi reached out again, and Guyu sighed internally, pushing her arms away once more. Eat this and hurry to do your homework. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi smiled and replied, all right. She picked up the grilled cold noodles from the table, opened the package, and found it still warm, inserting a large piece into her mouth while looking at Guyu. I can manage on my own. Guyu immediately understood her intentions and took the grilled cold noodles from her, taking a bite himself. Should I have another bite of this pancake? Jiang Yuni nodded yes. Guyu, you go ahead and eat first. Guyu took a bite and then stood up. You two eat. I'll go check on the moon. Chapter 57. I had an expensive feast. As he approached the window, Guyu discovered that the moon was absent tonight, with the sky overcast, seemingly on the verge of rain. Sure enough, upon checking the weather forecast, he confirmed that rain was indeed expected at 4 in the morning. Guyu, when did you have dinner? Within a minute, Jiang Yuni and Jiang Yushi had joined him by the window. Just now, at 8 o'clock. I had fried rice while picking you up, and I also bought a large chicken leg. Guyu's manner of reporting his work resembled that of a formal briefing. Otherwise, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang would have to inquire further. What did you both have for lunch and dinner? He asked. For lunch, we had fried chicken frames, stir-fried mushrooms, garlic shoots with meat, and shredded pork in garlic sauce, replied Jiang Yushi. After hearing this, Guyu thought that 2 of the dishes were quite sufficient for the 2 girls. Well, don't skimp on meals. Eat what you desire, understood? Jiang Yushi nodded, assuring him, rest easy, I definitely will. Hearing her affirm this, Guyu genuinely felt relieved. He trusted that she would not deprive herself when it came to meals. Guyu, this is the last piece. There are 6 pieces in total, and Yunyang and I have already eaten 2 each. Jiang Yushi passed him the grilled cold noodles. Guyu, feeling a bit lazy to respond, took another bite. After Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang finished their meal, they rushed to the dining table to begin their homework. Guyu settled onto the sofa, intent on finalizing the purchase of his car. Taking out his phone, Guyu swiftly navigated through the necessary steps. He had already decided on everything in advance, so it took him less than 3 minutes to complete the configuration. After finalizing, he double-checked to ensure everything was accurate. One could not afford to be careless, for mistakes could lead to prolonged regret. No issues, he confirmed. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, he clicked on the words place order. After completing the payment, Guyu was still elated, for soon he would possess his very first car. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he opened his notebook and began to focus on earning money. Regardless of the time, making money was the true path to success. On Tuesday, a gentle rain fell. Guyu awoke to a dimly lit room, indicating that it was likely still raining outside. Approaching the window, he observed the darkened sky, unable to discern whether it was indeed raining. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were roused from their slumber by the alarm clock. The room was shrouded in darkness, prompting Jiang Yunyang to rise and turn on the lights. It feels quite chilly, exclaimed Jiang Yushi as she sat up, instinctively rubbing her arms for warmth. Sister, hurry up and get out of bed, don't dawdle. Jiang Yunyang had already begun dressing and soon made her way outside. Just as Guyu emerged from the bathroom, go wash up, it seems to be raining outside. After we freshen up, we'll head out for breakfast. All right, Jiang Yunyang replied as she entered the bathroom. Soon after, Jiang Yushi exited her room, prompting Guyu to enter and retrieve an umbrella. Once Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were ready, the 3 of them stepped outside. Descending to the ground floor, they were greeted by a light drizzle. Guyu handed the umbrella to Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang, saying, there's only one umbrella. My jacket has a hood, so you 2 take it. Fine. Jiang Yunyang accepted the umbrella, opened it, and they walked side by side out of the community. While having breakfast, Guyu suggested, I'll take you 2 by taxi to school later. From now on, you can take a taxi in the morning and return by bus in the evening. How does that sound? Jiang Yunyang replied to Guyu. Actually, we could have taken the bus this morning. We merely needed to rise a little earlier. No need. You are currently inundated with studies. It's sufficient to travel by car. I shall not concern myself with you this evening. Guyu was quite insistent, and Jiang Yunyang refrained from further argument. After their meal, the 2 boarded the vehicle and made their way to school, with no classes during the first period. Guyu returned home after the 2 girls departed, intending to catch up on some much-needed rest. Previously, he had awakened at 7:40. Now, he had to rise at 7, leaving him somewhat sleep-deprived. Buzzing. As Guyu drifted into slumber, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Lin Yiha. He hastily answered, Hello, Senior, good morning. Lin Yiha replied, Your matter has been resolved. When you have time, please visit the bank. I will provide you with a phone number. It belongs to the bank manager. Once you arrive, just give him a call. I have already communicated with them. You need only to repay the outstanding amount. The process for unfreezing the property requires a few steps, which I have expedited. It should take approximately 7 working days. Upon hearing this, Guyu felt a sense of disbelief. How could it be so swift? He recalled making the call at 6 the previous evening. And now it was just 10 past 9 in the morning. Typically, courts and banks commence operations at 8:30, meaning that within a mere 40 minutes, likely even less, this had transpired. Remarkable. Thank you, Senior. You are truly wonderful. Whenever you have time, allow me to treat you to a lavish meal. Lin Iha responded. I have been quite busy these days, perhaps in a couple of days. Prepare some funds. My idea of a feast is rather expensive. Guyu chuckled. Rest assured, Senior. I can certainly manage the expense for our meal. All right, goodbye. After ending the call, Lin Iha sent over a phone number. Guyu glanced at it and noted that it was not the number of the bank manager he had previously encountered. What kind of business does Lin Iha's family engage in? It was 8:30 in the morning, and now it was 10 past 9, so swift indeed. Matters like these are generally quite cumbersome, requiring various documents, reports, and processes, often resulting in vague timelines for notifications. Clearly, he had underestimated Lin Iha in the past. While he had previously been aware of her family's wealth, it now seemed to extend into realms of influence. Guyu resolved to proceed directly to the bank to finalize the matter, lest the night bring unforeseen complications. Upon arriving at the bank, he dialed the number Lin Iha had provided. Before long, a middle-aged gentleman emerged, not the same person from yesterday, but a different representative. It raised the question, are there that many managers in a single bank? Or perhaps it was merely for show, with anyone assuming the title of manager. The newcomer spoke with a friendly demeanor. You must be Guyu, correct? Please, follow me. Guyu followed him into a room where the man poured 2 cups of tea and then handed him several sheets of paper. Please take a look. Miss Lin has already made the necessary arrangements, and all inappropriate fees have been waived. Guyu held a sum that appeared to be significantly less than what the man had given him the previous day, a difference of several tens of thousands. Aside from the loan, the remaining expenses amounted to merely a few thousand. I can settle this loan in one payment, correct? Indeed, once you've made up your mind. I can assist you with the process. Guyu nodded and began to complete the necessary paperwork with the bank manager. The efficiency was rather commendable, concluding in just over 10 minutes. Here are all the receipts. Please keep them safe. Additionally, the property is still registered under the names of 2 young women as parents. When you have the opportunity, please take them to amend this. Thank you. I will take them when I can. Chapter 58. Are you not happy? Upon exiting the bank, despite having spent a considerable sum, Guyu's spirits remained high. His thoughts drifted to the delighted expressions of Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni that evening. They were so joyful yesterday. The prospect of returning home in a week's time was almost unfathomable. Would Jiang Yushi, in her excitement, perhaps plan a kiss on him? Smack. Guyu chastised himself with a slap, realizing he was indulging in fanciful thoughts, which was unbecoming. That evening, as Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni finished school, they stood outside the school gate, scanning the area. After several minutes of searching, they could not find Guyu. He mentioned that we should take the bus home on our own. He probably won't come, Jiang Yushi remarked. All right, sister, let's take the bus then. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni made their way to the bus stop, and upon the arrival of the bus, they boarded it to return home. Meanwhile, Guyu had also left his home, arriving at the nearby bus stop in the community, intending to greet Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. He left at 8:40. Checked the bus route, which comprised only 7 stops, estimating the journey to take approximately 15 minutes, thus timing his departure perfectly. First, he decided to buy a late-night snack for the girls. Studying diligently every day was exhausting, and with dinner being early, they would surely be hungry without a late-night bite. Guyu rode his electric scooter to the night market, purchasing a bowl of wontons and a braised meat roll before returning to the bus stop to wait. Before long, a bus arrived, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni, laden with their school bags, disembarked, spotting Guyu sitting on his scooter. Guyu! Jiang Yushi exclaimed joyfully, and she hurried over to his side. Guyu! Hee, she giggled, at a loss for words, her laughter infectious, causing Guyu to smile in return. Let's go home. All right. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni walked alongside him, while Guyu rode his scooter beside them, the girls animatedly discussing their day at school. Guyu! We have an exam tomorrow, a weekly test. A weekly test? Guyu paused, taken aback by the term. Weren't there only monthly exams? What on earth was a weekly test? He had never encountered such a thing during his own schooling. Jiang Yuni nodded. Yes, a weekly test. Our school conducts them during weeks that lack monthly or mock exams. Oh, We didn't have that where I studied. Perhaps my school wasn't very good. At that time, Guyu's school was indeed quite ordinary. He had only ranked among the top 30 in his school to gain admission to Chuanhai University, which was indicative of his academic standing. Jiang Yushi, how did you perform in your previous examinations? Jiang Yushi glanced at Guyu, feeling no desire to answer this question. Instead, Jiang Yuni interjected, stating that her sister usually ranked between 100 and 150. Guyu then turned to Jiang Yuni and inquired about her performance. I ranked 57 in the last mock exam, typically around 50 in the school, with my best being 26, while my sister has reached over 80 in her best efforts. I achieved 81, which is quite commendable, Jiang Yushi chimed in indignantly, inwardly grumbling that her sister couldn't stop boasting about her academic prowess whenever grades were mentioned. That's impressive, being over 80. You should be able to get into Chuanhai University, right? Jiang Yuni nodded, affirming it was possible. But her sister might not perform well this time since we have not attended school for a week, and I am in the same boat. Guyu contemplated for a moment and proposed that he would study with the two of them upon returning home. Hearing this, Jiang Yushi's lips curled into a smile, suggesting, "All right, Guyu, teach me." Guyu, upon hearing this, shot a fierce glance at Jiang Yushi, warning, "My temper is quite poor when teaching, so don't blame me if I scold you." Oh, Jiang Yushi fell silent, tugging at the strap of her backpack with her small hands. Upon arriving home, Guyu placed the snacks he had purchased on the coffee table, announcing that they should have a late-night snack before tackling their homework. Oh, noticing her sister had not moved, Jiang Yuni took the initiative to open the food and glanced at Guyu, urging, "Guyu, you should eat too. I'll just have a couple of wontons." Guyu scooped one with a spoon and placed it directly into his mouth, nearly spitting it out the moment it touched his tongue. Goodness, that's hot. The wonton spun around in Guyu's mouth for several seconds before he managed to swallow it. It's quite hot. You two should blow on it while eating. I want to have any. Guyu poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. By the way, here's the receipt for the house. I've paid off the loan, so we can go to the property bureau to transfer the ownership soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni immediately looked up, their gazes fixed on Guyu. Guyu, you are truly wonderful. Seeing Jiang Yushi rise, Guyu instinctively took a step back, fearing the girl might rush into his arms. He quickly added, "All right, stop." Guyu extended his hand, placing it firmly on Jiang Yushi's head to halt her advance, and only then did he exhale in relief, gently patting her hair. "I know you're happy, but as a girl, you shouldn't always run towards boys, understand? If I hadn't stopped you just now, would you have dashed into my embrace, you silly girl?" At Guyu's remark, Jiang Yushi blushed instantly, feeling her cheeks warm considerably. "I wouldn't have leaped into your arms," Jiang Yushi retorted, retreating while still murmuring about Guyu's faults in her heart. "I merely wish to express my gratitude, yet you seem to be avoiding me. Humph. It's not as if I am unattractive. Even if I were to fall into your embrace, it would be you who benefits, and yet you appear displeased." Jiang Yushi pouted, clearly not in high spirits at the moment. "Guyu, I sincerely thank you. My sister and I will undoubtedly repay you in kind in the future," Jiang Yuni said, standing beside Guyu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "All right, I understand." The moment Guyu gazed into Jiang Yuni's eyes, he swiftly reached out to gently caress her cheek, admonishing, "You mustn't cry over something joyous." "Hee, I won't cry," Jiang Yuni replied, though she remained at a loss for words to convey her emotions. The departure of their parents was indeed a tragedy, yet encountering Guyu was a stroke of fortune for her and her sister. Guyu was truly exceptional, beyond measure. "Thank you, Guyu." Jiang Yuni took 2 steps back and bowed to Guyu, a gesture that took him by surprise. "I truly appreciate your repeated assistance to both my sister and me." As she lifted her gaze again, tears had already begun to cascade down her cheeks, and her voice trembled with emotion, rendering her speechless. "Don't cry. Didn't we agree not to?" Guyu rushed forward to wipe Jiang Yuni's small face. Her tearful visage was utterly heart-wrenching, causing him a pang of sorrow. Chapter 59. You must stay at my home, please. Do try not to cry, all right? Just as Guyu had managed to dab away Jiang Yuni's tears, another droplet escaped the corner of her eye, heightening his anxiety. Each tear she shed tugged at his heartstrings. "Jiang Yushi, come comfort your sister," Guyu implored, turning to the seated Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yushi, seemingly indifferent, replied nonchalantly, "She'll be fine after a moment of crying. After all, she often speaks ill of me and expects me to console her. Impossible." Yet, I too feel the urge to cry. Observing Guyu's large hand tenderly brushing Jiang Yunyi's face, Jiang Yushi felt a twinge of discontent, wishing for Guyu's comfort as well. However, she feared that feigning tears would only provoke his sharp tongue. Guyu, I won't cry anymore, Jiang Yunyi declared, wiping her tears with her small hands. Guyu smiled upon hearing this. That's better. If your lovely face becomes a mess from crying, you won't appear as beautiful. Come now, the wontons remain uneaten. And there are chicken rolls too. Hurry and eat. Guyu guided Jiang Yunyi to sit on the sofa, presenting her with a packed box and offering a wonton to her lips. Jiang Yunyi parted her lips slightly, taking a bite, and at that moment, her face finally lit up with a smile. Her flushed cheeks, red from crying, transformed into a vision of beauty, akin to flowers blooming after a heavy rain. Here, you should have one too. With a spirit of fairness, Guyu filled a wonton for Jiang Yushi as well. Though Jiang Yushi was not particularly keen on eating, she found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly opened her delicate lips. Is this child unhappy? Guyu noticed that Jiang Yushi's expression was amiss. Could it be that she was upset by his earlier jest about her leaping into his arms? While he had indeed intended that implication, he had meant it purely in jest. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss it. This girl was carefree and would surely forget such trivialities in no time. Over the past few days, Guyu had come to understand the personalities of the two girls quite well. Jiang Yushi was rather carefree, and such matters would likely not weigh heavily on her mind. Moreover, he had not finished speaking before she rushed to his side. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang looked at Guyu, suddenly tensing up. Had he not finished speaking because there was bad news? Guyu explained, the loan has been repaid, and the house has been retrieved. However, it must go through the necessary procedures, which will take 7 working days. Therefore, you will not be able to return to your home until next week. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yushi responded, Guyu, it's all the same to me. Whenever Yunyang and I can return home is fine. We aren't concerned about the timing. During their stay with Guyu, she had grown fond of this place and had become accustomed to the days spent in his company. Jiang Yunyang felt the same. The thought of leaving Guyu now filled her with reluctance. Guyu, what's wrong? Jiang Yunyang inquired, noticing a hint of melancholy in his expression. Nothing, Guyu replied, remaining silent as he leaned against the wall. His initial thought had been that since they needed to rent a house anyway, it would be better to help Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang reclaim their home. This would not only bring joy to them, granting them a small haven of their own, but it would also spare him the necessity of renting a place, as he could simply move into their home instead of sleeping on a sofa every night. However, once he had actually retrieved the house, he began to feel that it was somewhat inappropriate. As a young man, moving into the home of 2 girls felt fundamentally wrong. Initially, he had entertained the idea of living with them, while also providing some care. Yet, after contemplating for a considerable time that afternoon, he realized that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang's parents had been away for 3 months. Aside from the issue of the house being in foreclosure, they seemed to be managing quite well. Furthermore, as a young man, what right did he have to care for them, or under what identity could he do so? It felt somewhat unjustifiable. Guyu, what's the matter? Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Yushi approached him and tugged at his arm. Guyu gazed at Jiang Yushi's face. She truly seemed oblivious to the distinctions between genders, her delicate features merely 5 centimeters away from his. Why are you so close? Guyu instinctively recoiled, saying, I should probably tell you both something. After some contemplation, Guyu decided that he would have to speak sooner or later. Once the house was unsealed, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang would undoubtedly want to return home. And there was little difference between saying it now or in a few days. Guyu, please, just tell us already, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, practically shaking his arm in her urgency, with Jiang Yunyang leaning in closer. I will, he began, but how should I put this? Previously, I contemplated renting an apartment, as my current living situation is rather cramped, just a single room. You both occupy the bedroom while I am relegated to the sofa. Thus, I considered leasing a place. However, upon reflecting on your home, a new idea emerged. I could simply move into your residence. Of course, Guyu, you can come to my house. I have 2 rooms, I proposed. Before Guyu could finish his thoughts, Jiang Yushi interrupted him. Jiang Yunyi nodded in agreement, saying, yes. Guyu, you must stay at my house, especially since you helped my sister and me reclaim our home. Jiang Yushi took over the conversation, insisting, just come to my place. We have everything you need. What do you think about staying in our parents' room? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunyi pondered the matter. realizing that it might be inappropriate for Guyu to occupy their parents' room, especially since they had moved away. She suggested to Jiang Yushi, "How about Guyu stays in our room, and we take our parents' room instead?" "That sounds good," Jiang Yushi replied, her gaze returning to Guyu. She leaned in closer. "So, you would stay in the room with me and my sister, while we occupy our parents' room?" Guyu felt a sense of confusion as the two girls expressed their enthusiasm. He was unaccustomed to such fervent warmth. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, I've thought it over. And as a young man, it might not be appropriate for me to live in your home. I believe it would be best if you both return to your apartment, while I continue to stay here but will visit you often." "Absolutely not," Jiang Yushi exclaimed loudly in rejection. In that moment, Guyu felt Jiang Yushi wrap her arms around his, causing his heart to race. "Let go quickly," he instinctively responded, attempting to withdraw his arm. However, Jiang Yushi held on tightly, insisting, "No, you must live at my house." "Yuni, quickly hold on to Guyu. If he doesn't agree, he won't let go." Upon hearing this, Guyu instinctively tried to free his other arm, but it was too late. Jiang Yuni had also embraced his arm. Feeling a twinge of jealousy after witnessing her sister's actions, Guyu was rendered speechless, caught in the clutches of these two young girls. His arms were firmly held, and he felt utterly helpless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yushi, intently gazing at Guyu's face, noticed his reddened cheeks. She, too, felt a warmth rising in her own face, as her feelings were even more intense. "Guyu, you must stay at my house. Please say yes," Jiang Yushi pleaded sweetly. Jiang Yuni joined in, addressing Guyu with a soft tone, "You have helped my sister and me. Renting a place would incur unnecessary expenses. Please, just stay at my house." At this moment, Guyu felt no psychological burden and responded, "All right, I agree, you may release me." Jiang Yushi loosened her grip on Guyu's arm, and so did Jiang Yuni. Casting a glance at the two girls, Guyu noticed their delicate faces were slightly flushed. As for himself, he felt his heart racing and a warmth enveloping him. He wasn't quite sure if he was blushing. If these two girls managed to make him blush, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. This was his first experience being so close to girls, albeit two young ones. Yet, these two young ladies were certainly not insignificant. "Go to your homework. What time is it? Are you two still planning to study?" Guyu withdrew his arm from Jiang Yuni's grasp and checked the time on his phone. It was 9:40. Time had flown by. They had finished school at 8:30, and the girls would not reach the bus station until around 9. After some idle chatter, it had already become 9:40. Reflecting on his own school days, he recalled that he often returned home late, studied for a bit, and then had to sleep early to rise at dawn the next day. They often said that working was tiring. Yet at least one could work from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, or 9 to 9. It was nothing compared to school days, which required waking at 7 in the morning and finishing classes at 9 in the evening. Especially hearing tales of the 4 provinces of Shanhua, where conditions were even more daunting. "Hurry up and study, or I'll have to resort to force." Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni still lingered, dawdling, until Guyu, feigning severity, stood up and began gathering his things to study at the dining table. He followed suit, sitting next to Jiang Yushi as they both delved into their studies. With Guyu beside her, Jiang Yushi focused much more intently, fearing laziness would earn her reprimand. "For this, you can just write it down, just memorize the formulas." "Can you not even remember the formulas?" Jiang Yushi timidly replied, "I can, but I just happened to forget." Noticing this, Guyu turned to Jiang Yuni and inquired, "Do you have any notes? Any formulas or such?" "I do," Jiang Yuni replied, pulling out a notebook. Upon opening it, Guyu saw it was filled to the brim with formulas, several pages for each subject. "For this, you can plug it in like this." Guyu guided Jiang Yushi through the formulas, gradually recalling the problems he had encountered during high school. After studying until 11 at night, Guyu said, "It's time for bed. Do you two need to shower?" Jiang Yushi remembered she hadn't bathed the previous day, so she took Jiang Yuni with her into the bathroom. Soon, the two emerged from the shower, dressed in adorable nightgowns. Guyu's gaze instinctively fell upon their long, slender legs, which were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of figures from a Douyin video. However, these two girls were undeniably real, unlike many in videos that were often exaggerated. "Go dry your hair, then head to bed." Guyu had already prepared the hairdryer for them, having turned it on earlier. Now it emitted warm air. Watching the two dry each other's hair, a smile crept onto Guyu's lips. If these two were to live stream this moment, it would surely attract a multitude of viewers. As soon as their hair was dried, Guyu produced a thick, plush quilt and said, This is a new quilt I purchased. You two can use it while I will take the old one in the room. Jiang Yushi felt the quilt that Guyu had pressed into her arms. Its texture remarkably smooth, and immediately protested. No. Guyu, you should use the new one. Nian Nian and I will stick with the old one. Jiang Yushi Nian also expressed her disapproval, wanting to return the quilt. It's not that I refuse to use it. It's just that you two should take it first. This quilt is exceptionally large, and even if I sleep on the sofa, it will touch the floor, get dirty, and require washing. As for the old one, if it gets dirty, I can simply discard it. Hence, you two should enjoy the new quilt for a few days. I've provided my reasoning. You cannot refuse again. After saying this, Guyu rushed to his room to retrieve his own quilt, disregarding their protests, and ushered them into the room. Every time, he had to engage in this polite exchange. Sai, focus on your exams. Jiang Yushi nodded, affirmatively, observing her demeanor. Guyu added, if you don't perform well, I won't feed you. Oh, Jiang Yushi fell silent instantly, disinclined to converse with Guyu, who always frightened her. Watching the two girls ride to school, Guyu also hopped on his electric bike to attend class. Guyu, are you prepared for the exam this afternoon? Facing Han Feng's question, Guyu felt somewhat speechless. Did one need to prepare for this? With our skills, we could easily outperform the others. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly, yet internally he remained anxious. At that moment, Zhong Qingyu inquired, how are things between you and Shi Yuner? Guyu merely brushed him off, engrossed in his computer. This session was a computer class held in the computer lab. Noticing this, Zhong Qingyu refrained from making himself a nuisance and began tinkering with his own computer. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom and commenced the lesson. Guyu always approached this subject with utmost seriousness. Sometimes the teacher introduced new concepts, and if one was not attentive, it could lead to genuine confusion later. After the class concluded, Guyu, lost in thought, pondered over Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yushi Nian. They must have completed an exam by now. Guyu, hearing a voice beside him, Guyu looked up to find class representative Xia Xiaotong. The first class this afternoon is an exam in the adjacent classroom. The teacher will provide the questions. Guyu smiled and replied, okay, understood. Once Xia Xiaotong departed, Ouyang Yunshin, not far away, wore a faint smile. Smile now? You won't be smiling by afternoon. At noon, in the cafeteria, Guyu asked, what are you two having? Han Feng responded, I'll just grab a dish. Guyu, uninterested in the cafeteria's self-service options, glanced at other stalls and declared, I'm going for spicy hot pot. Zhong Qingyu, would you care to join me? Are you treating me? Zhong Qingyu asked, but Guyu turned and walked away. What do you think you are? A female college student? Even if you were a female college student, that wouldn't suffice. As Guyu arrived at the spicy hot pot stall, he was abruptly prodded in the waist just as he was selecting his vegetables. Behind him, Tong Jintang, while picking her ingredients, noticed Guyu's silhouette, which increasingly resembled the person who had collided with her the previous week, primarily due to their identical attire. Upon closer examination, she concluded that it was indeed the same person who had bumped into her last week. What a coincidence it was to encounter him here. A smirk formed on her lips as she thought to herself that she had finally caught him today. She turned to her friend Kong Jianai, who was also selecting ingredients, and inquired, Jianai, do you see that person in front? Which one? Kong Jianai replied, her gaze wandering, yet it frequently fell upon Guyu. The reason was simple. She had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Guyu's profile and instantly recognized him as a handsome young man. Were it not for her own reserved nature, she would have approached him for his contact information. That one, dressed in black. As Kong Jianai spotted Guyu in his black attire, she became somewhat excited, exclaiming, I see him. I've noticed him for a while. He even turned around just now. He is quite handsome. Observing her friend's infatuated expression, Tong Jintang felt a surge of annoyance. She muttered under her breath, handsome? Are your eyes deceiving you? What's wrong? Kong Jianai asked, perplexed by Tong Jintang's sudden hostility. Remember the guy who bumped into me at school last week? Last week, Kong Jianai murmured, suddenly raising her head and exclaiming, is it him? Shoo! Keep your voice down, Tong Jintang urged, casting a glance at Guyu, who was oblivious to their stares. Guyu had indeed heard Kong Jianai's astonished exclamation, but he wasn't interested in the commotion, especially not involving girls. After all, a single glance from her could lead to misunderstandings that would be impossible to rectify. Let us go over and confront him, Kong Jianai said, tugging at Tong Jintang's arm in an attempt to approach Guyu. However, she noticed that Tong Jintang had not moved an inch. Are we not going to confront him? Kong Jianai asked, puzzled by her friend's hesitation. Tong Jintang retorted. This is the cafeteria. Confronting him here would be embarrassing for me. Besides, it was just a minor collision. There's no need for insults. However, he would certainly feel more embarrassed. Let us at least make him treat us to a meal. We can take advantage of him for a change. Sounds good. The prospect of someone else paying for their meal excited Kong Jianai, but then she reconsidered, adding, "Isn't that a bit too lenient on him?" "Not at all. Just trust my judgment." Tong Jintang reflected that she herself had unexpectedly emerged from a side path, so it wasn't entirely Gu Yu's fault. Her irritation stemmed from her own inability to confront him at that moment. Thus, the two approached Gu Yu from behind, with Tong Jintang poking him in the waist. Upon turning around and seeing Tong Jintang, Gu Yu was taken aback, stumbling back 2 steps. "What a coincidence. Are you also here for spicy hot pot?" When approached by others, Gu Yu found himself unable to evade the encounter and had no choice but to initiate a greeting, albeit in a rather awkward manner. He hoped that this girl would not behave as unreasonably as she had before. Otherwise, a public quarrel would surely land him in the trending searches of the school. Tong Jintang smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. I am also enjoying some spicy hot pot." Seeing the smile on her lips, Gu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, she was not there to create trouble. "How about I treat you?" he suggested. Tong Jintang's eyes sparkled with surprise at his unexpected generosity. Gu Yu, internally musing, thought, "What choice do I have? If I refuse, I would face public condemnation." Despite his trepidation, he bravely added, "Let us agree to set aside the misunderstanding regarding the incident where you bumped into me last time." "What do you mean by the incident where you bumped into me?" Tong Jintang immediately protested. Although she recognized that she might have been the one to collide with Gu Yu, it was unacceptable for him to voice it. "Shoo," Gu Yu urged, "let's focus on our meal, shall we?" "Humph." With many people around, Tong Jintang was also wary of drawing attention. She planned to confront Gu Yu later and thought, what harm is there in admitting a minor fault? Gu Yu then glanced over at Kong Jianai, who stood behind Tong Jintang. "Is she your friend?" he inquired. "Hello, I am Tong Jintang's roommate," Kong Jianai replied. Kong Jianai seemed eager to continue the conversation, but was quickly silenced by a gentle pinch from Tong Jintang at her waist. "She's an adversary," Tong Jintang thought. "And a handsome one at that. Have you made your selections?" Gu Yu asked. "Not yet," Tong Jintang responded, continuing to deliberate with Kong Jianai. Gu Yu waited patiently, feeling somewhat exasperated. Even a simple meal seemed to come with complications, and today was proving to be rather unfortunate. At that moment, Yu Hanfeng and Zhong Qingyu had collected their meals and were approaching the spicy hot pot area to check on Gu Yu. "Why is Gu Yu standing behind those 2 girls?" Zhong Qingyu immediately sensed something amiss. Yu Hanfeng, however, remained oblivious, focusing solely on Gu Yu and dismissing any connection between him and the 2 girls. Gu Yu had always kept a distance from girls, often rejecting those who approached him. It was indeed peculiar for him to be standing so close to them. "Let us go take a look," Zhong Qingyu suggested. "Gu Yu, what are you doing standing there? Have you finished choosing?" Upon seeing them approach, Gu Yu replied, "I have something to attend to. You 2 can go eat without waiting for me." At that moment, Tong Jintang turned her head to glance at them, realizing they were likely Gu Yu's roommates. "What is going on?" Zhong Qingyu asked as he pulled Gu Yu aside, positioning him so he faced away from Tong Jintang. He whispered, "Why do I feel like you have some connection with those 2 girls?" As he spoke, Zhong Qingyu glanced back and noticed that Tong Jintang and Kong Jianai were also looking in their direction, which only solidified his suspicions. "And those girls are quite attractive," he added. One of them was undeniably as captivating as Shi Yun, with large, expressive eyes, while the other, though slightly less striking, was still exceptionally beautiful, sporting an adorably charming outfit. Gu Yu, aware that merely stating a friend would not convince Zhong Qingyu, elaborated, "A friend? A friend?" Zhong Qingyu glanced back once more. Those 2 girls were remarkably attractive. How had he been unaware of Gu Yu's stunning acquaintances before? Such beautiful friends, how come I never knew? I will explain later. For now, you should find a place to dine, Gu Yu urged, nudging Zhong Qingyu aside before approaching Tong Jintang, inquiring, "Have you made your choice?" "I have," she replied. The trio proceeded to the counter, where Tong Jintang declared, "I would like mine mildly spicy." "Me too, mildly spicy," Gu Yu echoed, then retrieved his phone to complete the payment, after which each received a number tag. Meanwhile, Zhong Qingyu and Yu Hanfeng lingered, observing intently. "Hey, what do you think Gu Yu's relationship is with those 2 girls?" Yu Hanfeng shook his head, "I don't know." After a moment, He urged, let us go. Zhong Qingyu remained stationary, contemplating. I feel like Guyu is becoming increasingly enigmatic. First Shiyun, and now dining with two such lovely ladies. It seems this fellow has some secrets. Chapter 62. What does being single have to do with me? Has he awakened? Or has he been possessed? Zhong Qingyu murmured, while Yu Hanfeng, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I think you've been reading too many novels. What do you mean by that? Zhong Qingyu retorted, pointing at Guyu. Just look, he is paying the bill. Indeed, he is. Those two girls didn't pay. Guyu is treating them. Yu Hanfeng observed this with curiosity. Yet sensing Guyu's reluctance to share details, he chose to remain silent. Guyu noticed Zhong Qingyu had not yet left and felt exasperated, almost wishing to give him a nudge. Are those two your friends? Guyu nodded. Roommates. He added, they are both single. Upon hearing this, Tong Jintang exclaimed, what does being single have to do with me? This girl certainly had a fiery temperament. Guyu thought to himself, choosing not to respond. Deciding that treating her to this meal would be the last encounter. Next time, she would be nothing more than a stranger. After all, she had collided with him last time on the narrow path, and now he was the one treating her to a meal. His patience was commendable. Otherwise, he might have given her an earful. Why don't you two find a place to sit? I'll go find my roommates, he suggested. Tong Jintang pondered for a moment, not wishing to stay with Guyu, and nodded. That works. Seeing her agreement, Guyu sighed inwardly, finally free from her presence. Goodbye, and next time we meet, let us pretend we don't know each other, and please refrain from mentioning that incident, or my temper may not hold. With that, Guyu swiftly departed, prompting Tong Jintang to feel irked. I will bring it up. What if your temper is bad? Mine's not great either, she retorted. Jinai, let us go, she said, pulling Kong Jinai away. As Zhong Qingyu and Yu Hanfeng turned their backs on Guyu, they began to search for a place to dine, glancing back with every step. Upon seeing Guyu approach, Zhong Qingyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, what brings you back? She recounted an incident from the previous week, where a strikingly beautiful girl had bumped into her, insisting that it was Zhong Qingyu who had collided with her, displaying an unreasonable demeanor. Now, this girl demanded that Zhong Qingyu treat her to a meal. After explaining, Zhong Qingyu remained skeptical, suspecting that Guyu was merely concocting excuses. Even Yu Hanfeng shared this disbelief, pondering how such an enchanting girl could behave in such a manner. Guyu, you have changed. Zhong Qingyu finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Guyu, taken aback, asked, in what way have I changed? After another moment of silence, Zhong Qingyu confidently declared, without a doubt, you are yearning for romance, striving to escape the single life. I'm absolutely certain of it. Moreover, you have been quite the rogue, first with Shiyuner, and then with those two girls. Suddenly, Zhong Qingyu slammed his hand on the table, startling both Guyu and Yu Hanfeng, and pointed an accusing finger at Guyu, exclaiming, you are trying to be a playboy. How dare you? Guyu retorted, delivering a swift kick to Zhong Qingyu. If you continue to spread such rumors, we shall settle this outside. Dusting off his pants, Zhong Qingyu asserted, see? My intuition was correct, you are flustered. Guyu, now disinclined to engage further, simply stated, let us discuss this outside the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qingyu remembered Guyu's earlier encounter with Tong Fei and hesitated. He was not keen on facing Guyu in a confrontation, so he buried himself in his meal instead. This cannot stand. Guyu is bound to find a partner. After all, he is quite handsome, and girls are drawn to someone tall and attractive like him. If he succeeds in dating, it will leave only Yu Hanfeng and me as the last single men in the dormitory. What if Yu Hanfeng secretly starts dating someone? No, I must meet girls too. I cannot be the last one to find a partner. Besides, we are already in our 3rd year, and I have yet to experience a relationship, which is somewhat embarrassing. As he pondered whom to approach, Zhong Qingyu thought of the girls in their class. However, having not spoken to any of them over the past 2 years, it felt inappropriate to suddenly pursue someone now. Yet, he realized he had no acquaintances among the female students. Rubbing his head in frustration, he felt his meal had lost its flavor. What was that girl's name again? He wondered. What was it? That one. Tong Jintang pointed towards Guyu, and Kong Jinai nodded. Yes, you don't actually not know her name, do you? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Tong Jintang admitted, I haven't asked Guyu for his name, and I even told him mine last time. I will go ask him, she decided, noticing there was still a seat available at Guyu's table. She and Kong Jinai approached him. Upon arriving before Guyu, he frowned, questioning why she had come over. May we sit with you? She asked. Yes, he replied. Tong Jintang and Kong Jinai sat down opposite Gu Yu, instantly causing Zhong Qingyu to feel an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Gu Yu and Yu Hanfeng occupied the opposite side, leaving him alone on one end, and naturally, Tong Jintang and her companion settled beside him. In that moment, Zhong Qingyu's demeanor shifted to one of awkward elegance, as he found himself uncertain whether to eat or even greet them. Stealing a glance at the stunning Kong Jinai, whom he had previously encountered, he began to fantasize about romance, pondering if the deity of love had heard his silent wish and orchestrated this serendipitous encounter. After the two had settled, Gu Yu remained silent, seemingly curious about Tong Jintang's conversation. Without hesitation, Tong Jintang spoke up, inquiring about his name. Gu Yu, he replied, and she echoed it, affirming her memory. I am Kong Jinai. She introduced herself with a smile, finding Gu Yu rather agreeable. Handsome, tall, and effortlessly cool, he was far from unpleasant. Jinai, what a lovely name, Gu Yu complimented, causing Kong Jinai to beam even brighter. You are quite handsome as well. At that moment, Zhong Qingyu's voice broke the flow, prompting all eyes to turn towards him, and Gu Yu quickly noticed the flush creeping onto his face. How peculiar. Was he truly blushing? What could be the cause? Did he have an aversion to the female presence? It seemed illogical, as he had never mentioned such a thing before. Was it simply shyness in the wake of a girl sitting beside him? Under the scrutiny of his peers, Zhong Qingyu became increasingly flustered, his face growing even warmer as he stammered, I am Zhong Qingyu, Gu Yu's roommate. Hello. He dared to glance at Kong Jinai, only to swiftly avert his gaze once more. In an instant, Gu Yu comprehended the situation. It appeared that Zhong Qingyu had developed an infatuation at first sight. Hello, Kong Jinai replied, noting Zhong Qingyu's rosy cheeks, but choosing to focus her attention on Yu Hanfeng instead. In contrast to Zhong Qingyu, she found Yu Hanfeng more appealing. Chapter 63. Until next time, I am Yu Hanfeng. Pleased to meet you, he stated, catching Kong Jinai's gaze and introducing himself with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Numbers 91, 92, and 93. Please proceed to the spicy hot pot window. Gu Yu rose, prompting Tong Jintang and Kong Jinai to follow suit, and the trio departed together. Zhong Qingyu, feeling the heat radiating from his face, instinctively touched it, realizing how flushed he had become. He turned to Yu Hanfeng, asking, Is my face red? Yu Hanfeng nodded, affirming, Yes, a little. Embarrassed by this revelation, Zhong Qingyu wished to disappear into the ground. Why did a simple greeting evoke such a reaction? What would the girl think upon noticing his crimson cheeks? He berated himself for being so inept, but his desire to escape was even stronger. Yu Hanfeng, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Feeling that remaining there would only deepen his embarrassment, Zhong Qingyu hastily took his meal tray and departed. Yu Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his sudden urgency. At the spicy hot pot counter, Gu Yu collected his portion, adding a sprinkle of cilantro and sesame sauce. He glanced over at Tong Jintang and Kong Jinai, who merely added a few scallions, seemingly disinclined toward cilantro. It appeared that girls generally did not favor cilantro. He was uncertain whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni shared the same sentiment. Where are you two dining? Will you join me? Tong Jintang surveyed the restaurant, noting that it was peak dining time and seating was scarce. She felt it would be somewhat inconsiderate to accept Gu Yu's invitation and then leave, so she replied, I'll join you. Very well. The trio returned to their seats, and upon noticing Zhong Qingyu's absence, Gu Yu inquired of Yu Hanfeng, where did Zhong Qingyu go? He said he had something to attend to and left, Yu Hanfeng replied. Gu Yu, puzzled, thought, what on earth? I intended to introduce him. Despite Tong Jintang's rather unreasonable demeanor, Gu Yu found Kong Jinai to be quite amiable. Her appearance could easily earn an 8 out of 10, standing at approximately 166 centimeters. She dressed adorably and exuded a cheerful and lively spirit, though he wondered if she had a boyfriend. Likely not, otherwise, she would be dining with him. I should finish up too, Yu Hanfeng mused, feeling that his presence might hinder Gu Yu, and contemplated leaving. Let us return together later, Gu Yu suggested, compelling Yu Hanfeng to remain seated. Although he felt somewhat awkward, he had no other choice. As they ate, Kong Jinai initiated the conversation. Gu Yu, what is your major? Computer science. What about you? Digital media arts. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu was momentarily unsure of the specifics of the major, but politely remarked that it sounded quite admirable. Tong Jintang sensed his politeness but harbored doubts regarding his understanding of the field. Do you know what our major entails? Somewhat. Digital media, journalism. And I've heard that beauty is also a factor in your field, which should bode well for you both, Guyu replied. Tong Jintang shot him an incredulous look, as if he were foolish. Soon after, Yu Hanfeng nudged him and whispered, Guyu, that's not journalism. It's more aligned with design. Design? Guyu questioned, puzzled. Yu Hanfeng nodded. Yes, the graphic designer I consulted studied this, so I have some knowledge. Kong Jinai added, Yu Hanfeng is correct. We're not in journalism. It's more about design, or you could say fine arts, taking illustrations from paper and rendering them digitally. Guyu, quick to respond, praised. That sounds even more impressive. Your future salaries must be quite substantial. Tong Jintang once again rolled her eyes at Guyu, indifferent to whether he noticed. Your major is also quite commendable. Computer science salaries are higher, she countered. That cannot be. You must earn more than we do, Guyu insisted. As they chatted, their meal came to an end. Tong Jintang pulled Kong Jianai to her feet and said, We shall take our leave now, until we meet again. Until we do not meet again, Tong Jintang retorted. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance. After dragging Kong Jianai away, she began to voice her grievances. You, my dear, are so taken with handsome faces that your conversations never cease. Do they? Should I accompany you to procure a contact? What nonsense. I thought it would be awkward not to chat, and besides, he is quite amiable, Kong Jinai defended. Have you taken a liking to him? Not at all, she replied, turning her head aside. Observing her reaction, Tong Jintang probed more fiercely. Let us head back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhong Qingyu lay on his bed, having heard the sound of someone entering. He set his phone aside and began to contemplate his choices in silence. Zhong Qingyu, are you asleep? Guyu asked as he noticed him lying there, motionless. Receiving no reply, Guyu mused that the lad must have left suddenly out of embarrassment in front of the girl. Wake up. That girl just asked why you left so abruptly and mentioned wanting to add you as a contact. It's a pity you left. At this, Zhong Qingyu sat up abruptly, startling Guyu, who took a step back. Really? Guyu, are you not deceiving me? Guyu, seeing Zhong Qingyu's reaction, confirmed that the boy was indeed too shy to speak to the girl and had fled. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Hanfeng. Yu Hanfeng was taken aback, silently wondering what this had to do with him. She asked about your sudden departure. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with regret for having left so suddenly. Why did I leave? The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, delivering a slap against the wall. Fortunately, he retained enough sense not to strike with his fist, as that would only bring pain. All right, next time, I shall introduce you to two lovely girls, Guyu remarked. Zhong Qingyu remained silent, unbothered by his friend's words, and returned to his seat. As the clock neared 2 in the afternoon, Guyu glanced over at Zhong Qingyu, who still lay there, perhaps still asleep. I'm off, Guyu called to Yu Hanfeng, and the two exited the dormitory. Upon arriving at the examination room, several classmates had already gathered. Spotting Guyu's entrance, Ouyang Yunshin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Guyu, I inquired with the teacher, and he mentioned that this exam will be quite challenging. Should you fail to secure a place in the competition, do not be too disheartened. Guyu, unfazed by Ouyang Yunshin's provocation, replied nonchalantly, It's quite all right. I merely sought to participate for the sake of it. Whether I compete or not is inconsequential. But you, class monitor, when I was in your position, our class consistently ranked first. I have faith you can achieve the same. Ouyang Yunshin laughed heartily, declaring, Of course. I will be first. Care to wager? Guyu shook his head. I believe in the class monitor. I shall not gamble. Chapter 64. I shall no longer concern myself with you. The nonchalant demeanor of Ouyang Yunshin incensed Guyu, who felt as though his efforts were akin to striking a pillow. Observing Ouyang Yunshin's expression, Guyu surmised that he was undoubtedly furious. At that moment, Guyu contemplated how he could draw blood from Ouyang Yunshin, who had dared to provoke him time and again, as if he were an easy target. Just as Ouyang Yunshin turned to leave, head held high, an idea struck Guyu. Class monitor, Ouyang Yunshin turned back, inquiring, Is there something you need? With a smile, Guyu replied, Class monitor, didn't you just suggest a wager? I am curious to know what you propose. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshin's spirits soared, and he began to ponder what stakes might entice Guyu while simultaneously inflicting pain upon him. As for his own confidence in securing the top spot, Ouyang Yunshin was unwavering. Just a couple of days prior, he had approached a teacher, offering 2 bottles of liquor and some cigarettes. ensuring that Gu Yu and Yu Hanfeng would face the most challenging questions, while he had already acquired his examination paper. Achieving full marks was merely at his fingertips. What shall we bet on? It cannot be a gamble, Shi Yuner interjected as she approached, fearing that Gu Yu might act impulsively and end up regretting it. Ouyang Yunshin appeared to be brimming with confidence, perhaps employing some underhanded tactics. His academic performance was mediocre at best, barely scraping into the top 10 of the class. And even then, it was largely due to the additional points awarded by teachers for his assistance in various tasks. Naturally, his regular scores exceeded those of his peers. Yet, when it came to actual academic prowess, Ouyang Yunshin's capabilities were quite ordinary. Shi Yuner believed that merely achieving a middle-ranking position was commendable. Given all this, the thought of competing with Gu Yu in a wager seemed absurd to Shi Yuner. She doubted that Ouyang Yunshin was without ulterior motives, especially considering his repeated provocations towards Gu Yu, which could lead to real repercussions. Gu Yu, come with me, Shi Yuner urged, pulling him away from the classroom. Ouyang Yunshin, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of envy. Ah, so they truly are together, he thought bitterly. When I pursued you, you showed me no interest. And now you are with this worthless Gu Yu. Clenching his fists, driven by pride, Ouyang Yunshin yearned to humiliate Gu Yu publicly. It wasn't enough for Gu Yu to merely lose face. He craved for him to plead and abase himself before him. Once outside the classroom, Shi Yuner confronted Gu Yu. Why stoop to his level? What if you lose? She gestured towards Ouyang Yunshin, who emanated an air of certainty. Do you think he would dare to act so boldly without some form of assurance? Consider the possibility that he may have a trick up his sleeve, which emboldens him to claim he will undoubtedly prevail. Shi Yuner spoke earnestly, and as Gu Yu observed her anxious expression, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Why was she suddenly so concerned for his well-being? Was it that morning when I shielded her from Tong Fei? Or was it that afternoon when I once again bested him? Is that the extent of my interactions with Shi Yuner? Just these two incidents. Can they truly warrant such feelings from a girl? Gu Yu, speak up. Shi Yuner was so incensed that she felt like kicking Gu Yu. Do not be hasty. I have my own confidence, Gu Yu reassured her. Hearing this, Shi Yuner inquired, what confidence do you possess? Gu Yu replied, do you know what the competition will entail? Shi Yuner shook her head. How could she possibly know? Only the teacher was privy to that information. Yet, if she maintained a good rapport with the teacher, suddenly awakening to a thought, she exclaimed, I don't know. But the exam questions are set by the teacher. What if Ouyang Yunshin has bribed the teacher? Ouyang Yunshin was so self-assured, claiming he would undoubtedly rank first. Perhaps he had indeed sweet-talked the teacher and might already be aware of the questions. That made sense. Gu Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. If he were to offer the teacher a couple of cigarettes, acquiring a question from him wouldn't be too difficult. However, Gu Yu's concern was not that Ouyang Yunshin knew the questions, but rather that the teacher would assist him in securing the top position. On his own, even if he got hold of the questions, he still had ways to handle the situation. But if the teacher intervened on his behalf, the outcome would be uncertain, and he would almost certainly lose. Yet, he believed the teacher wouldn't do that. Gu Yu found himself in a quandary. Should he gamble with Ouyang Yunshin? Or perhaps just a small wager? All right, I understand. A minor bet should be acceptable, right? No gambling at all. You must heed my advice, Shi Yuner pouted. Having reached this point, Gu Yu still wouldn't listen. Was his pride truly that paramount? Gu Yu leaned in closer, prompting Shi Yuner to instinctively retreat, her mind racing with curiosity about his intentions. I know you mean well, but just a small bet. I assure you, I won't get carried away. Gu Yu insisted before entering the classroom, glancing at the clock. The teacher should be arriving soon. As Shi Yuner watched Gu Yu dash away, she stamped her foot in frustration. Whether you listen or not is your choice. I won't concern myself with you anymore. Gu Yu hadn't always been like this. Especially during his freshman year when he served as class monitor, his demeanor was exceedingly amiable. Back then, Ouyang Yunshin had approached him with grievances. Yet Gu Yu had never engaged in a quarrel with him. How had he changed so drastically? Wasn't it said that men mature over time? Shi Yuner felt that Gu Yu had become increasingly childish. Upon seeing Gu Yu enter, Ouyang Yunshin strode directly up to him, provocatively asking, have you made your decision? If you're afraid to gamble, just admit that you're a waste. Gu Yu dismissed Ouyang Yunshin's taunts with a sigh. Ouyang Yunshin, perplexed, attempted to mask his provocations with feigned civility, saying, have you come to realize your mistake? As the class monitor, I am magnanimous. Just apologize. With so many classmates watching, I cannot allow you to lose face. After speaking, He turned to the other classmates and stated with utmost seriousness that this matter should be laid to rest. He cautioned them not to spread rumors in class about Guyu's impulsive decision to challenge him for the sake of pride. Understood, class leader. We are all classmates. Rest assured, we will keep this confidential. The class leader reassured him, I won't say anything either. However, he admonished Guyu, advising him not to act rashly in a bid to display heroism. Fortunately, this occurred in class. Had it been outside, it would have been embarrassing, not just for you, but for everyone who knows you belong to our class, including our classmates and the counselor. The two speakers included Ouyang Yunshin's roommate and a fellow classmate who joined in the mockery. Xia Xiaotong could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, How has Guyu brought shame upon himself? He merely asked what the wager was. You all can't articulate your thoughts properly. Enough. No need to quarrel, Guyu interjected. Then turned to Ouyang Yunshin. Class leader, my earlier sigh was not intended in that manner. You misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Ouyang Yunshin's gaze returned to Guyu. What do you mean? Chapter 65. Struggling without resources. Infuriating me, Guyu replied. This is my thought. Let us have a small wager, aiming to win some money, which can then be used as a prize for our classmates participating in the competition. What do you think? That sounds good. Ouyang Yunshin, hearing about the wager, readily agreed. As he had no shortage of money, he responded promptly, I support this. How can we represent our class in the competition without some form of prize? I believe the prize cannot be too meager. After all, we are striving for glory for our class. I think 10,000 yuan would be just right. What do you think, Guyu? 10,000 yuan had been well considered by Ouyang Yunshin, as he feared that stating an amount too high might scare Guyu away from the wager altogether. Upon hearing such a sum, Shi Yuner immediately objected, No, 10,000 yuan is excessive. Xia Xiaodong also chimed in, Class leader, I concur, 10,000 is too much. A smaller amount, like 200 or 300, would be more appropriate. Ouyang Yunshin would not acquiesce to such a proposal. A few hundred yuan? He desired Guyu to truly invest in this. He retorted, A few hundred yuan? What can that accomplish? It wouldn't even suffice to treat the classmates participating in the competition to a meal. He insisted, this prize is essential. 10,000 yuan is already a modest figure. It should be in the tens of thousands, enough to provide each representative of our class with a new laptop. What is most needed in our field of study, which is computer science? A laptop, of course. I was still considering Guyu's position. But even if he chooses not to wager with me, I am willing to contribute tens of thousands for each classmate participating in the competition to receive a laptop. As Ouyang Yunshin spoke, he began to stray from his original intention, yet to maintain his lofty demeanor, he persisted in this line of thought. Upon hearing this, Guyu felt elated, thinking to himself how Ouyang Yunshin truly lacked discernment. All right, let us applaud. Class leader, you are magnificent. Thank you for preparing a laptop for each student participating in the competition. Guyu spoke, and he began to applaud. Upon witnessing this, Yu Hanfeng immediately joined in the applause. Shi Yuner also grasped the purpose behind Guyu's clapping and expressed her gratitude to the class leader for rewarding each student who participated in the competition with a laptop, prompting further applause from the others. In that moment, several classmates joined in the clamor of applause. Guyu and Ouyang Yunshin had engaged in a conflict, and they emerged as the greatest beneficiaries of the situation. After all, they had nothing to lose. Moreover, they felt a tinge of gratitude towards Guyu. Without him, the laptops would not have materialized. Although Ouyang Yunshin might reconsider later, they understood him well. For the sake of his pride, the likelihood of him retracting was minimal. As Ouyang Yunshin listened to the applause, his face turned pale. He found himself truly cornered this time. Damn Guyu. Ouyang Yunshin glared at Guyu with a murderous intent, his fists clenched and veins bulging on his arms. However, at that moment, Guyu spoke up, Class leader. Allow me to express my thanks on behalf of everyone. However, this expense should not be borne solely by you, as I was the one who suggested it. Guyu feigned pulling out his phone and continued, Class leader, I only have a little over 500 in my monthly allowance. Yu Hanfeng, how much do you have left? Could you lend me some? Guyu requested Yu Hanfeng's phone, addressing the group. Would it be alright if I borrowed 300 from you? Yu Hanfeng nodded affirmatively. Shi Yuner, how much do you have left? Can you lend me a bit as well? Not a chance. Shi Yuner crossed her arms and shot Guyu a glare, seething with frustration. At that moment, if it weren't for the others, she would have unleashed her ire upon Guyu. Are you out of your mind? That guy Ouyang Yunshin has already said he would pay for everyone's laptops. You've already taken advantage of him. So why do you need to take money for yourself? Borrowing money when you're broke and still acting tough. It's infuriating. Observing this, Guyu turned to Xia Xiaotong. Xiaotong, do you have any surplus in your allowance? Could you lend me some? Xia Xiaotong hesitated and replied, I still have 700. May I borrow 300? Xia Xiaotong glanced at Shi Yuner, uncertain whether to lend the money, as Shi Yuner seemed quite upset. If she agreed to lend it, would Shi Yuner be angry with her later? Yet, refusing to lend would be too unkind towards Guyu. I'm short on my allowance, but I can lend you 200. After Xia Xiaotong agreed, Guyu and several other classmates proceeded to borrow small amounts, each taking 100 or 200. Ouyang Yunshin, watching Guyu borrow money, seethed with resentment. Such a paltry sum was hardly sufficient. Once the borrowing was complete, Guyu turned to Ouyang Yunshin. Class leader, I can only contribute this much. The remaining funds are in your hands. The amount Guyu borrowed barely totaled 1,500, while Ouyang Yunshin was required to provide at least 20 to 30,000, leaving him feeling distinctly unbalanced. Class leader, you wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Guyu even borrowed money to purchase laptops for his classmates participating in the competition. Shi Yuner's voice resonated, leaving Ouyang Yunshin without a valid excuse. He had just spoken aloud, and now, considering that Guyu was willing to lend money for the sake of his classmates, if he were to decline or claim he lacked funds, he would surely embarrass himself in front of the entire class. Finally, gritting his teeth, Ouyang Yunshin replied affirmatively, stating that as the class monitor, he should indeed offer encouragement to his peers participating in the contest. As an exemplary class leader, allow us to entrust this money to the class committee for safekeeping. When the time comes, the specific type of laptop will be decided through a vote by the students representing our class. Guyu then turned to Xia Xiaodong, prompting her to open her payment code. Oh, she complied, and Guyu swiftly transferred all the funds. He then looked back at Ouyang Yunshin, who appeared both furious and somewhat dazed. Class monitor, could you transfer 20,000 for now? Would that be acceptable? Ouyang Yunshin glared at Guyu with gritted teeth and enunciated each word. Guyu, you truly are something. What do you mean? Guyu scratched his head, feigning innocence, as if he genuinely did not comprehend. This gesture only further infuriated Ouyang Yunshin, who nearly choked on his anger, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could strike Guyu's infuriating face at that moment. It's nothing. Ouyang Yunshin released his fists, the anger that had surged within him subsiding as clarity returned. He had already ensured that he would excel in the upcoming exam, having arranged everything with the teacher and obtained the questions in advance. A perfect score was guaranteed. There was no way Guyu could surpass him. Moreover, he had even requested the teacher to assign Guyu the most challenging question, ensuring his defeat. Previously, he had only been focused on how to make Guyu suffer, but in that moment, he had allowed Guyu to lead him astray, causing him to forget to strategize. Chapter 66. Does Guyu truly have a chance? Upon reflection, he realized he was undeniably in the advantageous position. It was merely that he had not managed to ensure Guyu's complete failure. Speculating on the most improbable outcome, even if Guyu were to win in the end, it would not result in significant loss for him. 8 students were participating in this examination, including Guyu, Yu Hanfeng, Shi Yuner, and Xia Xiaodong. The remaining 3 included one from his dormitory and another with whom he had a good rapport, along with a girl who once aspired to be his girlfriend. Though he found her appearance lacking, at least 3 of these individuals were on his side. They would have no desire for the laptops and would not dare to ask for them. Guyu and Yu Hanfeng would undoubtedly be eliminated, leaving only the possibility of either Xia Xiaotong or Shi Yuner receiving a laptop. He was not particularly concerned about the monetary aspect. However, Ouyang Yunshin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction for not having made Guyu pay a steeper price. After transferring money to Xia Xiaotong, the teacher then entered the classroom. Upon seeing this, everyone approached eagerly. Everyone has arrived. Let us proceed to draw the questions. In this examination, each individual will face a distinct question, with varying degrees of difficulty determined solely by chance. Is everyone ready? Ouyang Yunshin stepped forward, responding to the teacher, "We are all prepared." Subsequently, his 2 companions echoed, "We are fine too, teacher." Guyu also chimed in, yet upon hearing the teacher's words, he began to harbor suspicions about the integrity of the questions. Nevertheless, he refrained from debating with the teacher. Shi Yuner tugged at Guyu's arm, but she too found herself at a loss for words. Guyu turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, I am confident." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuner scoffed. "What confidence do you possess?" Ouyang Yinshin must surely have some arrangement with the teacher, while you remain utterly oblivious and still claim assurance. It was wise of me not to lend you any money. Let us see how you manage when you find yourself broke and unable to afford instant noodles. Reflecting on Gu Yu's earlier request for money, Shi Yuner felt a surge of frustration. She thought to herself that she should not have to spend so much, especially since he had borrowed from others. Now, with her own finances strained, she would have to repay. Just do not come to me for money later, even if you are reduced to eating steamed buns daily. I shall not lend you a single coin. Now, let us draw the questions. The teacher switched on the computer, and the group gathered around as the screen displayed the lottery results. Gu Yu speculated that the drawing tool had likely been created by the teacher, suggesting that the assignments had already been predetermined. There were a total of 8 questions for their review. Standing beside the teacher, Gu Yu glanced at the screen and immediately noticed 2 questions that were significantly more challenging than the rest. Of course, there was also one question that stood out as the simplest of all. Shi Yuner, positioned next to Gu Yu, nudged him aside and noticed the discrepancies in the questions as well. Fortunately, she let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the 2 most difficult questions were not exceedingly tough. However, even so, compared to the simplest question, their difficulty was at least 3-fold greater. Shi Yuner contemplated this. Gu Yu would have to tackle questions that were 3 times more challenging than those faced by Ouyang Yinshin. While Gu Yu was indeed a diligent student, and despite Ouyang Yinshin's academic shortcomings, could Gu Yu truly secure victory given such a substantial gap in difficulty? Additionally, the duration for this examination would be 2 hours. I understand that 2 hours may seem brief, the teacher explained, but during school competitions, each contest also lasts for 2 hours. Hence, I have set this time frame in order to assess your speed and efficiency. Otherwise, if I were to grant you 5 hours, given your capabilities, you would likely complete the tasks, rendering this examination devoid of significance. It is time to commence the drawing. With a tap of the teacher's finger, the names of Gu Yu and his peers began to swirl upon the screen. After a brief pause, it was no surprise that Gu Yu tackled the most challenging question, and Yu Hanfeng did as well. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yinshin's name conspicuously lingered beside the simplest problem. At that moment, a smirk emerged at the corners of Ouyang Yinshin's lips as he provocatively gazed at Gu Yu, who, however, remained oblivious, rendering his taunt ineffective. Gu Yu, are you not witnessing this? If Ouyang Yinshin lacked confidence, would he dare to provoke you so boldly? This time, let this serve as a lesson. I wonder if you will still be so reckless next time. Yu Yuner mused, feeling irked by Gu Yu's demeanor. Were it anyone else, she would not have been so perturbed. All right, disperse and take your seats. You cannot sit together. The classroom is spacious enough to keep some distance, the teacher announced. Afterward, Gu Yu stepped down from the podium, surveyed the room, and seated himself in the back. Ouyang Yinshin caught sight of Gu Yu in the rear and smirked triumphantly. Do you wish to conceal your tears from the last row? Observing this, Yu Yuner chose a seat not far opposite Gu Yu, ensuring she could see him at all times. Once everyone settled and the computers were checked, the teacher proclaimed the commencement of the examination. Each student had only 2 hours. Or rather, Gu Yu might have even less than that. To secure victory, he needed to complete the exam within an hour, or even less to execute his subsequent plans. From the onset of the test, Gu Yu's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, his speed astonishing. Over the past year, he had undertaken various assignments and indulged in numerous programming endeavors, honing his coding skills to perfection. As time elapsed, Gu Yu had completed approximately half of the questions. At that moment, Ouyang Yinshin stretched languidly in his seat, having finished ahead of time. His gaze shifted towards Gu Yu, who was still fervently typing away, and a mocking smile graced his lips. Save your effort. That question cannot be completed in less than 3 hours. What significance does your struggle hold? Teacher, I'm finished. Ouyang Yinshin suddenly raised his hand, capturing the attention of the few still immersed in the exam. The teacher nodded appreciatively, praising him. Well done. Although your question wasn't the most difficult, completing it in just over an hour shows your dedication to your studies. You may move about freely, but do not disturb your classmates, the teacher added. No problem, teacher, Ouyang Yinshin replied, casting another glance at Gu Yu, only to find him still engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Right on, the outcome is already determined. What purpose does it serve for you to continue? Do you aspire to be among the top 5? Ridiculous. If you can finish within 2 hours, I shall take your surname, Ouyang Yinshin declared with a smirk. Chapter 67. Teacher, did you not see correctly? Ouyang Yunshin inwardly ridiculed Guyu, believing it somehow enhanced his own sense of superiority. Soon, Guyu ceased his rhythmic tapping on the keyboard. This modest workload posed no challenge to him, a mere trifle. Lifting his gaze to glance at Ouyang Yunshin, he found him watching as well. Upon meeting his eyes, Ouyang's lips curled into a derisive grin, his gaze lofty and disdainful. Noticing that Ouyang Yunshin was not focused on his computer, Guyu took another look at their teacher, who was engrossed in his phone, the computer at the podium having been turned off by him. Truly, fortune favored me. Guyu immediately began to manipulate the computer, aware that the devices in this computer lab were all interconnected. During lectures, the teacher often controlled all the computers from a single terminal. This knowledge fortified his confidence. Guyu had previously discreetly experimented with how to control all the computers. It was not difficult and was, in fact, quite simple for him. As Guyu navigated the system, the display on his screen swiftly mirrored that of the main computer. With a deft motion, his fingers struck the keys. And in an instant, all the screens went black. A collective gasp erupted among the students. Yet before they could react, the screens returned to normal. They dismissed the brief blackout. After all, the school's computers were ancient and frequently encountered minor issues, a momentary blackout hardly meriting concern. On Guyu's screen, however, was the display of Ouyang Yunshin's computer, his examination questions laid bare before Guyu. Bribing the teacher, was it? One could only surmise that it cost a pretty penny. But unfortunately for him, it was money wasted. Guyu's fingers flew across the keyboard, and within 2 or 3 minutes, he had revised the code that Ouyang Yunshin had written. Mission accomplished. Subsequently, all computers flickered to black for a second before returning to normal. What a wretched computer. Constantly malfunctioning. Some students silently cursed the school's technology, muttering to themselves that if it blacked out again, they would have to report it to the teacher. After all, if it happened again, would they even be able to sit for the exam? Teacher, I'm finished too. Guyu raised his hand, drawing the attention of his peers. Impossible. A low growl erupted from Ouyang Yunshin. He glared at Guyu, exclaiming, that question was so difficult. You could not have completed it so swiftly. Is that so? Guyu replied with a devilish smile. Class monitor, thank you for the reminder. Perhaps I overlooked part of the question. Let me double check. Ouyang Yunshin stared intently at Guyu, utterly disbelieving that he could finish so quickly. It must be a ruse. Guyu likely knew he could not complete it and was deliberately trying to provoke him. Huh. Guyu, am I so easily agitated? Let you revel for a moment longer. Soon enough, you will find yourself unable to do so. Within 2 minutes of Guyu's completion, Yuner too finished, followed by one classmate after another. Teacher, I have also finished. As the last student raised their hand, the teacher stood up from their seat and praised the class for their commendable speed. First and foremost, I would like to commend Ouyang Yunshin, the first student in our class to complete the assignment. As the teacher's voice faded, 2 students began to applaud, yet it was only a handful of them. Guyu, Yu Hafeng, and Yuner remained silent, while Xia Xiaotong merely clapped half-heartedly, rendering the applause somewhat awkward. The teacher refrained from further comment and inquired who among them wished to share their work first. Upon this question, none of the 8 raised their hands. Not even Ouyang Yunshin. The protagonist often appears last, and Ouyang Yunshin had long considered himself as such. Guyu, would it be acceptable for everyone to see your work first? After Ouyang Yunshin spoke, Yuner chimed in, Teacher, let us take a look at mine. Upon hearing Yuner, Ouyang Yunshin smirked disdainfully, thinking, what good is it to shield Guyu? Will they not look at his work afterward? All right, let us begin with Yuner's submission. The teacher led the class to Yuner's computer, and they all gathered around, eyes fixed on the screen. Very well done, the teacher remarked. However, there are a few flaws here. The teacher pointed out several mistakes and continued, on a scale of 100. I shall give you 81, Yuner. Do you have any objections? None, Yuner replied, shaking her head. An 81 was already quite commendable. As for a perfect score, it was nearly impossible, as no one's code was devoid of minor issues. Xia Xiaotong then interjected, Teacher, may I be next? Certainly. The group moved to Xia Xiaotong's computer, where the teacher quickly assigned a score of 86. Though Xia Xiaotong was slightly slower, unlike Yuner, who raised her hand immediately upon finishing, she had diligently reviewed her work. Yu Hanfeng, well done, 85. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing Yu Hanfeng's score of 85, Ouyang Yunshin's eyes widened in disbelief as he pushed his way to the front, exclaiming, How is this possible? Teacher, did you not make a mistake? The teacher glanced at Ouyang Yunshin. Despite the gifts he had presented, he could not afford to grade unfairly in front of the entire class. No problem. Though it took a bit longer, Yu Hanfeng's work was exceptional. Ouyang Yunshin remained unconvinced, gripping the mouse tightly as he scrutinized the screen. The more he observed, the more anxious he became. How could this be? Completed in 2 hours, and it was of such high quality. Ouyang Yunshin tightened his grip on the mouse, realizing that if Yu Hanfeng had succeeded, then Guyu could potentially do the same. No, absolutely not. Teacher, I suspect Yu Hanfeng has cheated. This task could not possibly be completed in 2 hours, and certainly not to such a high standard. Upon hearing this, the teacher furrowed his brow, finding himself in a difficult position. Cheating? How could one even investigate that? Checking for similarities? Absurd. Haha, Guyu chuckled, while Ouyang Yunshin cast a resentful glance in his direction. What are you laughing at? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just accustomed to the class monitor handling simple tasks. So it seems impossible to me, Guyu replied, patting Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder. Come on, show him what you can do. Yu Hanfeng glanced at the teacher, who nodded in approval. He then took a seat and began to strike the keyboard with remarkable speed. How can he type so fast? Is he not even thinking? The entire class was left astounded by Yu Hanfeng's rapidity. Even the teacher found himself comparing his own abilities with Yu Hanfeng's, realizing that despite his deeper understanding of complex programming, he could not match this pace on simpler tasks. Chapter 68. This is the 3rd time we've done this. Yu Hanfeng, how do you write so quickly? Asked Shi Yuner, intrigued. Yu Hanfeng stood up, scratching his head, and replied, My family isn't well off, so I wanted to earn some money. Then Guyu told me there are tasks to take online, so I started picking them up. However, the payment for online tasks is quite low, which compelled me to write faster. Gradually, my speed improved. The others looked at Yu Hanfeng in astonishment, realizing that while they were busy playing games, he was already making money by completing tasks. Good job, keep it up. The teacher patted Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder before asking, Who's next? Let it be me. The class monitor must make a grand entrance, Guyu declared, leading the teacher and others to his computer. Ouyang Yunshin, overhearing this, smirked. I must make a grand entrance as well. You're surprisingly sensible this time. But it won't matter, you're too late. As he stood at the front, Ouyang Yunshin muttered to himself, Yu Hanfeng is making money from tasks every day? I refuse to believe Guyu is doing the same. However, when he actually saw Guyu's code, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his fists clenched tightly, nearly succumbing to the urge to smash the computer before him. Well done, 89 points, the teacher announced after grading. Ouyang Yunshin glared daggers at Guyu. Seeing this, Guyu smiled and remarked, Class monitor, with skills like yours, you must be in first place. Ouyang Yunshin shrugged off his arm and proclaimed, I don't need you to tell me. I know it myself. Guyu, you've gained an advantage this time, but wait until next time. I'll make you regret it. As the teacher approached Ouyang Yunshin's computer, he scrolled the mouse, but soon noticed something amiss. Ouyang Yunshin, however, was too preoccupied, not paying attention to his computer as he plotted how to embarrass Guyu next time. The teacher furrowed his brow further, wondering what Ouyang Yunshin was up to. He has been given the questions, and he still can't write them? What am I supposed to do with this? Teacher, what has the class leader written? It's completely nonsensical, Guyu muttered. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshin immediately pointed at Guyu and scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? My writing is 100 times better than yours. 100 times? Let us see for ourselves, Guyu responded with a dismissive smile, stepping back to relinquish his seat. What is wrong with me looking for myself? Ouyang Yunshin turned to the computer and shouted at Guyu, Where's my writing flawed? Come, point it out. All right. Class leader, you asked me to point it out. Guyu said to the teacher, Teacher, the mouse. The teacher, standing upright and not relinquishing the mouse, replied, All right. No need to point. Ouyang Yunshin, 85 points. What? Ouyang Yunshin exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the score. Teacher, where did I go wrong? Why am I receiving 85 points? The teacher, now speechless, thought to himself, 85 points? This writing is so poor it doesn't even merit 50. 85 is already a generous assessment. Class leader, let us examine this. I'll analyze it for you, Guyu suggested, taking the mouse. Class leader, doesn't it seem like you're missing some elements here and below? Ouyang Yunshin focused intently, suddenly bewildered. I didn't write it like this. Class leader, and here as well. There are issues here too. Guyu pointed out more than 10 discrepancies, prompting Ouyang Yunshin to shout, Guyu, you're being deceitful. You must have tampered with it. I clearly wrote it without any issues. You must have employed some trickery. Guyu, you're truly shameless. Upon seeing so many errors, not only was Ouyang Yunshin astonished, but several classmates also found it hard to believe. Logically, even if Ouyang Yunshin hadn't studied diligently, he shouldn't have made this many mistakes. Shi Yuner, stroking her smooth chin, recalled having seen the code Ouyang Yunshin wrote earlier, feeling something was amiss. Normally, Ouyang Yunshin would have bribed the teacher to assign Guyu and Yu Hanfeng the two most difficult questions, while he received the simplest. Surely he could have obtained the questions in advance from the teacher, but how could there be so many errors? Could it truly be Guyu's doing? But how could Guyu have accomplished this? Guyu, not wishing to quarrel with Ouyang Yunshin, stepped aside and simply replied, "Class leader, I haven't offended you. Why do you always accuse me? Who else could it be but you? I wrote it without any problems. Tell me, how did it end up like this?" Ouyang Yunshin shouted furiously, resembling a madman. Guyu replied nonchalantly, "How would I know? Besides, I've never touched your computer. What could I possibly have tampered with?" Ouyang Yunshin was about to retort when the teacher interrupted. "All right, Ouyang Yunshin, this is indeed due to your poor writing. However, keep working hard and prove yourself in the upcoming school competition. Guyu, just you wait." Ouyang Yunshin, infuriated, stormed out. Observing this, the teacher refrained from commenting and instead announced the names of the top 5 students. First place, Guyu. Second place, Xia Xiaotong. Third place, Yu Hanfeng. Fourth place, Ouyang Yunshin. Fifth place, Shi Yuner. All right, that's enough for today. You 5 should convene and prepare for the school competition in half a month, the teacher instructed. Understood, teacher. Once the teacher departed, Shi Yuner immediately grabbed Guyu's arm, saying, "Come with me." Outside, Shi Yuner inquired, "How did you manage to achieve that?" Guyu feigned ignorance and countered, "What do you mean by achieve that?" "Ah, that hurts." Guyu quickly removed the small hand from his waist. Shi Yuner, exasperated, exclaimed, "Don't tell me that Ouyang Yunshin's code has nothing to do with you. Even if he is incompetent, it's impossible for there to be so many issues without your involvement." "Hee, clever girl," Guyu admitted, prompting Shi Yuner to pinch him again, causing him to yelp. "Why are you pinching me again?" Guyu protested. Shi Yuner retorted angrily, "You clearly have a way to do this. Why didn't you share it with me? I've been worried for so long." Guyu sighed. "I wasn't sure if it would succeed. What if I told you and it failed? You would just end up laughing at me." "You." Shi Yuner, frustrated, reached out again, but this time Guyu was quick to grasp her arm. He wondered what it was with girls and their pinching. It hurt immensely, and he had no desire to endure a third time. "This is the third time you're doing this," Guyu pointed out. Shi Yuner, with a sense of justification, asked, "So what if it's the third time?" Guyu replied helplessly, "Nothing, it just hurts. Come on, just tell me how you did it," she urged impatiently. Guyu surveyed the surroundings, noting no one was around, and said, "You know the computers in the school's computer lab are all interconnected, right?" Shi Yuner looked perplexed. "What do you mean by interconnected? One computer can control all the others in the classroom." Upon hearing this explanation, realization dawned on Shi Yuner. "Guyu, did you control Ouyang Yunshin's computer?" She then recalled her own computer had blacked out twice, which must have been his doing. "Did you also cause my computer to black out?" Guyu smiled. "You're quite astute." Now, Shi Yuner understood why Guyu had the audacity to gamble with Ouyang Yunshin. However, she remained curious about how Guyu had managed to complete the task so swiftly and infiltrate the system to control Ouyang's computer. "Guyu, do you have more questions?" she asked. "How did you write so quickly? And controlling Ouyang Yunshin's computer must not have been easy, right? Could you really finish writing the problems and controlling the computer in just 2 hours?" Guyu explained. You heard Yu Hanfeng say I introduced him to some tasks, right? Well, I'm quite similar. I often take on tasks to earn money. Moreover, you are aware that I am an orphan. Thus, I must devise ways to earn a living on my own. Yu Hanfeng has parents to cover his tuition, but I must toil to gather my own funds for education. Consequently, I have dabbled in various pursuits, primarily out of curiosity about their potential profitability, as I have ventured into unfamiliar skills. As for controlling computers, I had previously dabbled in writing intrusion codes, which, in truth, is not particularly challenging. Hence, I easily managed to take control of Ouyang Yunshin's computer. Is that so? Shi Yuner harbored a sense of admiration for Guyu. He relies solely on himself and excels in all his endeavors. All right, let us change the subject. We have company following us. Guyu glanced back and noticed Yu Hanfeng and Xia Xiaotong trailing not far behind. Oh, Shi Yuner followed Gu Yu as they proceeded, while Yu Hanfeng and Xia Xiaotong hastened to catch up. Xia Xiaotong inquired of Gu Yu, "What about the funds from you and Ouyang Yunshin? They are still with me. How shall we proceed?" Gu Yu pondered for a moment and murmured, "In total, it amounts to over 20,000. We need to purchase 5 computers, averaging about 4,000 each, which surely will not yield anything of quality. Therefore, let's simply acquire a cost-effective computer. Why not take advantage of it? If not, we have no other options. We could ask Ouyang Yunshin for additional funds, but I suspect he might become quite irate. Alternatively, we could pool some extra money and each buy a computer we prefer. What do you think?" Upon hearing Gu Yu's proposal, Xia Xiaotong found herself at a loss for words. She had assumed that the funds belonging to Gu Yu and Ouyang Yunshin were merely a formality, never considering that Gu Yu was genuinely intent on purchasing computers. "Gu Yu, should I hand over the money to you first?" "No, it must remain with you," Gu Yu insisted. "Rest assured, Ouyang Yunshin will not come after you. That fellow is quite proud, and with his flashy car, he is not likely to miss this sum. At most, he may find himself short of some living expenses or have to forego inviting 2 girls to a hotel for a chat about aspirations." "Very well." Xia Xiaotong found herself somewhat resigned. She had initially been an onlooker, but now she was firmly aligned with the group. Nevertheless, it was rather pleasant that Gu Yu was ensuring she would acquire a computer. "Gu Yu, if you truly acquire a computer, I shall treat you to a seafood feast." Upon hearing Xia Xiaotong's words, Gu Yu smirked mischievously. "All right, but I have quite the appetite. I could probably consume 3 king crabs, 5 Australian lobsters, and 8 3-pound abalones, along with 10. As Gu Yu spoke, Xia Xiaotong's wide eyes fixated on him, seemingly brimming with a hint of menace. "All right, that will suffice. Just invite me to dine when you have the time." Xia Xiaotong did not respond but pursed her lips, aware that Gu Yu was jesting. Yet she felt a genuine urge to give him a light reprimand. Noticing the silence, Yu Hanfeng addressed Gu Yu. "Gu Yu, I no longer want that computer. You can keep the money." Gu Yu playfully punched him, exclaiming, "Come now, how could I accept my good friend's money? Absolutely not. Let us go? It is nearly 5 o'clock. Shall we head to the cafeteria together?" "Indeed," replied the group. The 4 of them strolled towards the cafeteria. And just as they were deliberating on their meal choices, Shi Yuner playfully pinched Gu Yu's waist once more. "What are you up to now? Gu Yu, will you speak properly?" Shi Yuner shouted at Gu Yu, momentarily making him feel as though he had just pinched her. "Shi Yuner, you pinched me, and now you won't let me speak?" Shi Yuner turned her head away, unwilling to converse with him. "Very well." Gu Yu chose silence. Yet his reticence only served to intensify Shi Yuner's frustration. She had been contemplating that Gu Yu's money was with Ouyang Yunshin, wagered against Xia Xiaotong, and he should be financially constrained. Thus, she planned to pay for dinner that evening and lend Gu Yu some money. Little did she know, a mere light pinch was met with his impatient rebuke. "Humph, let you starve. Let us see how you manage without money for food. What shall we eat? How about roasted duck? We 4 together? 1 whole duck, along with some side dishes." Xia Xiaotong replied, "I can do that." "Me too," Shi Yuner added. Gu Yu, disregarding Yu Hanfeng, led the group to the roasted duck stall. It was only 5 o'clock, the cafeteria was sparsely populated, and the roasted duck stall was deserted. "Auntie, we would like 1 portion of roasted duck, a whole duck, half a gene of beef, half a gene of tripe, and a serving of duck blood." After placing the order, Gu Yu turned and asked, "Is there anything else you all wish to eat?" Shi Yuner retorted with annoyance, "You've ordered nearly everything available. There's nothing left." Xia Xiaotong inquired, "Gu Yu, do you think we can finish all this?" "We want tea. Yu Hanfeng eats a lot." At that moment, Yu Hanfeng suddenly raised his head. "When did I become such a big eater? Besides, I was merely concerned you 2 might not have enough. I can manage with just a little, but when dining with you ladies, how could I be stingy?" Gu Yu said with a grin, to which Shi Yuner interjected, "Humph. As if lacking face would kill you. What's the matter?" Gu Yu noticed that Shi Yuner seemed to be opposing him today, as if some nerve had gone awry. Did he inadvertently offend her? Or perhaps it was stemming from the fact that he had concealed something from her earlier, leaving her anxious and upset. "Gu Yu, let us cover the meal. I can transfer the money to you," Xia Xiaotong suggested, observing Gu Yu pulling out his phone to pay. "No need. Consider it my treat for you both, but don't expect me to cover it next time, all right?" "Oh, fine. Next time I'll treat you." As Shi Yuner saw Gu Yu once again paying, she pondered whether he still needed money. Chapter 70. What do you think of Xia Xiaodong? Earlier, he had borrowed from this and that, yet now he had money, seemingly having outsmarted Ouyang Yunshin. No, there was also herself. She had been thinking about lending Guyu money, yet here he was, paying over 100 for the meal. He must have funds remaining. But what if Guyu was merely saving face, stubbornly paying that sum? Sure, Yun'er was in a quandary, wanting to inquire whether Guyu had any living expenses left, yet hesitating to voice it. Just a moment ago, I intended to initiate a conversation, yet she misinterpreted Guyu's tone as unfriendly, resulting in a rift between them. At this juncture, Sure Yun'er had entirely forgotten that Guyu had mentioned purchasing a car the previous day. Otherwise, she would not have been so entangled in her thoughts. Once the roasted duck was ready, the group found a place to sit, marking the first occasion for the four of them to dine together. There were only 2 duck legs, meant for the 2 of you. Yu Hanfeng and I shall abstain. Thank you. Xia Xiaodong unceremoniously took a duck leg. And Sure Yun'er did the same. Guyu, on the other hand, began to savor the roasted duck. The flavor of the school cafeteria's roasted duck was merely mediocre. The duck was also average, lacking the richness found in restaurants. Nonetheless, it was still roasted duck, which certainly surpassed the blandness of a communal pot meal. Guyu continued to help himself to piece after piece without any pretense of decorum, consuming 2 large bowls of rice in no time. Sure Yun'er observed Guyu devouring his meal with gusto, his handsome face taking on an endearing quality that made one want to smile. Dining with girls clearly did not faze him at all. A bit of refinement would have been commendable. However, it was equally agreeable. A boy who was overly refined might seem rather effeminate. The thought of a boy delicately eating a peach made Sure Yun'er feel nauseous. Although she internally grumbled, she secretly found Guyu's demeanor quite charming, far superior to those boys who feigned sophistication in front of girls. I'm full, Guyu declared as he was the first to finish. Within a minute, Yu Hanfeng also laid down his chopsticks. The 2 girls, Xia Xiaotong and Sure Yun'er, ate at a leisurely pace but consumed little, and soon finished their meals as well. There is still so much left, Guyu remarked, looking at the remaining food. He nudged Yu Hanfeng, saying, go get a takeout box and pack a portion of rice for Zhong Qingyu in the dormitory. Just tell him this is a reward for my top score in today's exam. Yu Hanfeng paused for a moment, thinking that this might not be quite right. It was acceptable to pack food for Zhong Qingyu, but claiming it was specially prepared seemed somewhat deceptive, didn't it? After packing the food, Guyu turned to Xia Xiaodong and Sure Yun'er, announcing, Yu Hanfeng and I are leaving now. Goodbye. Goodbye, Xia Xiaotong and Sure Yun'er responded, then made their way back to the girls' dormitory. Guyu and Yu Hanfeng headed towards the boys' dormitory. Hey, what do you think of Xia Xiaodong? Guyu inquired. Huh? Yu Hanfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Just a few days prior, Guyu was pursuing Sure Yun'er. Why was he now asking about Xia Xiaodong? How should he respond? Guyu, I think. I support you. If you like Xia Xiaodong, that is perfectly fine. She is quite beautiful and lively. But what about Sure Yun'er? Aren't you still interested in her? What sort of thinking is that? Guyu retorted, delivering a kick to Yu Hanfeng, who was left bewildered. Wasn't that what he meant? Why then was Guyu asking him about Xia Xiaodong? As Yu Hanfeng had yet to turn the corner, Guyu, with a hint of exasperation, called out, might I inquire about Xia Xiaotong? I was thinking of introducing you. What? Yu Hanfeng was taken aback. An introduction for himself? He hastily shook his head, as if confronted with a calamity. I can't. Xia Xiaotong would undoubtedly find me unworthy. There's no need for an introduction. Upon hearing this, Guyu was rendered even more speechless. Brother, must you be so self-deprecating? You haven't even tried. How can you conclude that Xia Xiaotong wouldn't be interested in you? What if? Yu Hanfeng continued to shake his head. There is no what if. Xia Xiaotong is exceptionally beautiful. She would naturally seek a handsome, capable partner, or someone from a well-to-do family. I am neither handsome nor endowed with any particular talents. My family background is quite poor, hailing from the countryside, while Xia Xiaodong seems to come from the city. She would certainly not look my way. Please, do not speak of this to her. Sighing deeply, Guyu thought to himself that this young man truly lacked faith in himself. Can't you find a modicum of confidence? Even if you were to be labeled as an average guy, at least it's something. Very well, I shall leave you be. But I must refute a few points you made earlier. Firstly, with our looks combined with your height of 1.78 meters, how can you claim to be unattractive? Secondly, who says you lack capability? Are you not earning money now? Tell me, how much do you make in a month? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Hanfeng replied, if I solely focus on my part-time coding job, I can earn around 3,000 to 4,000 a month. With weekend gigs, I could make over 4,000. See, That's quite respectable. You're still in school and managing to earn that much. Would you call that a lack of ability? And as for your family background, what does that truly matter? If you possess your own capabilities, who would care about your family's circumstances? Moreover, Yu Hanfeng interjected, dating requires expenses. Girls' items can be quite costly. Lipstick and cosmetics can easily exceed 1,000, not to mention bags that can start from several thousand. If marriage is on the horizon, one must also consider buying a house, paying a bride price, and acquiring a car. My family cannot assist me. I must earn everything myself, which could take a long time. I am not interested in dating. Well, I shan't continue this conversation, he concluded. Guyu found himself at a loss for words against Yu Hanfeng's reasoning. He wished to argue that dating was merely about companionship, not about houses and cars. Yet, Yu Hanfeng believed in not wasting a girl's time. One should only pursue a relationship when ready for marriage. As Guyu departed, he found himself reflecting on Yu Hanfeng's words. His own thoughts mirrored those of his friend. The purpose of dating should be to provide a home for the girl, not merely to engage in a frivolous romance, lest one be labeled a scoundrel. Although he was capable of affording a house and a car, and financial constraints were not an issue, he knew that the money he had was finite. Presently, his earning capacity was modest, yielding only 20,000 at most each month. Should he encounter an exceptional girl, he yearned to offer her an abundance of gifts. The lovely little dresses should fill the wardrobe. A spacious house must be acquired. Exquisite jewelry ought to be purchased for her, and carefree outings should be arranged for her enjoyment. Suddenly, Guyu felt an urge to earn more money. Now in his 3rd year of university, he would soon be interning in his 4th year. But how much could one truly earn from a job? It would also hinder his ability to work part-time. Should he venture into entrepreneurship? Yet, what would that entail? Guyu was engulfed in a wave of frustration. Chapter 71. Carrying the burden of feeding his sister around 8 in the evening, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang emerged from school. They had both performed excellently on their exams today, and their spirits were high. Not far from the school, 2 motorcycles idled nearby. Ah, the twin school beauties. Upon spotting Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang, someone leered and remarked, "Who?" One person abruptly leapt off the motorcycle, glancing towards the school entrance, and indeed, it was the twins. Li Chong immediately pulled out his phone and called Duan Lianhu. At that moment, Duan Lianhu was engrossed in a game at an internet CAF. Seeing his phone ring, he picked it up impatiently. "What is it?" "Brother Hu, I just saw those twin school beauties from that night." "Where?" "Right at the school gate." Li Chong glanced again and added, "They are waiting for the bus. Should I intercept them?" "Wait, let me think for a moment." Duan Lianhu set down his phone. Recalling that night when Guyu relentlessly pushed him into the water, rage surging through him. That guy fought fiercely, kicking someone 2 meters away. 3 or 5 opponents were no match for him, and even 6 or 7 would struggle. Should he still seek revenge? He had no idea of Guyu's background. His brutal approach suggested he was no ordinary person. Duan Lianhu's good mood for gaming dissipated instantly. Sitting in his chair, he lit an incense stick, inhaling deeply, pondering what to do. After a few moments, Duan Lianhu mused that things were different now. In the past, he was still a minor, and a fight would merely result in a reprimand. Now, however, any misstep could lead to serious consequences, and it wasn't worth it. "Brother Hu, are you still there?" Li Chong's voice broke through, as Duan Lianhu had forgotten to hang up. "Yes, what is the matter? Should I go intercept them? The bus is about to arrive." "Don't go. They go to school every day. They won't just run away. If you go now, it will alert them. Just stay put." "Understood, Brother Hu." As the bus arrived, Jiang Yuxi excitedly hopped down. Earlier, while on the bus, she had spotted Guyu waiting for her on his electric bike. The moment she disembarked, she dashed over to him. "Guyu, I feel I did exceptionally well on the exam today." "Is that so? Wonderful." "Hee." Jiang Yuxi beamed. And then she caught a whiff of something delightful. "Guyu, have you bought something delicious again? Your nose is truly remarkable, isn't it?" Guyu noticed that Jiang Yuxi had already peered into the basket. Her little mouth pursed adorably. "Let us go home and eat," he suggested. The trio strolled leisurely towards home, and upon reaching the ground floor, Guyu remarked, "Here are the keys for you too. I'll park the electric bike." "No, let us go up together," they insisted. Guyu smiled wryly, secured the bike, and ascended the stairs alongside them. However, he gently nudged Jiang Yuxi to the front, positioning himself and Jiang Yuni behind. "Jiang Yuni, was this exam difficult?" Guyu inquired, noting that he hadn't had a chance to converse with her, as Jiang Yuxi had dominated the dialogue. "It was manageable, but somewhat challenging. The teacher's questions tend to be tough," she replied. What score do you expect? Around 630, she estimated. That is quite good. Guyu recalled that he scored a little over 630 when he was admitted to Chuanhai University. Jiang Yuni might have underestimated her score, likely closer to 650, making admission to Chuanhai University virtually assured. He pondered what aspirations Jiang Yushi held for her future education, but it was quite possible that the two girls would apply to the same institution. Upon returning home, Jiang Yushi eagerly unwrapped the bag to discover the delectable treats Guyu had procured for her. Roast duck. Guyu, do you eat duck legs? She swiftly tore off a duck leg and offered it to Guyu. Observing this, he thought, if you're not going to eat it, then I shall. Thus, he opened his mouth to take a bite. Jiang Yushi proceeded to pluck another duck leg, but as she raised it towards her mouth, she recalled her sister. Momentarily stumped, she realized there were only 2 legs, one for Guyu, but what about her sister? Sister, this is for you, Jiang Yuni said. You eat it. I'm fine with just the meat, Jiang Yuni replied. However, Jiang Yushi refused, asserting, I'm the elder sister. If there's something delicious, it should go to my sister. I want to have it. Her words contradicted her actions, as she discreetly swallowed, hoping Jiang Yuni would decline, allowing her to eat the leg instead. Jiang Yuni, go ahead. It's not like she's going to eat it, Guyu interjected. All right. With Guyu's encouragement, Jiang Yuni accepted the duck leg and took a delightful bite. Silly girl, will you still give me some next time? Guyu chuckled, noticing Jiang Yushi's earlier sigh, likely a sign of regret. Without hesitation, Jiang Yushi replied, of course. Whether I eat duck legs or not doesn't matter. Fine, next time. I want to share with you, Guyu teased. No, Jiang Yushi protested, playfully tugging at Guyu's arm. I mean it. Very well, Guyu relented. Jiang Yushi pouted, realizing her earlier words had barely escaped her lips before she wished to retract them. I was just joking, she giggled, and without further ado, she reached for the roast duck. Go wash your hands. Aren't your little paws dirty? After Guyu finished speaking, Jiang Yushi opened her hands to take a look. They were fair and delicate, truly unblemished. However, Guyu had insisted that they must be washed, so she had no choice but to get up and dash to the restroom. Jiang Yuni followed suit, wishing to wash her hands as well, but was halted by Guyu, who urged her to finish eating the duck leg first. With that, Guyu pulled a particularly succulent piece of meat from the most tender part of the duck's belly for Jiang Yuni. Although the meat was fatty, it possessed a delightful chewiness, making it the most delectable portion. Here, you must savor this, or else when your sister returns, she will swiftly devour all the best parts, Guyu said, as he prepared the tasty morsel for her. Jiang Yuni felt immense joy watching Guyu serve her, a happiness that exceeded the flavor of the meat itself. As Jiang Yuni opened her mouth to accept the offering, Guyu was momentarily taken aback, his arms suspended in the air. Was she asking him to feed her? Come on, he said, noticing her shyly close her mouth again, her cheeks flushed. He quickly extended the meat towards her. This time, Jiang Yuni bashfully opened her mouth, biting down on the meat, her heart racing wildly. Just then, Jiang Yushi returned from washing her hands, and the scene before her abruptly extinguished her cheerful mood. Guyu was feeding his sister roasted duck, and Jiang Yushi felt a pang of sorrow. Guyu hadn't offered her any food, insisting she wash her hands instead, while secretly feeding Jiang Yuni. He was even using his hand to bring the food to her lips. Feeling despondent, Jiang Yushi ran away into her room. Chapter 72. He would not deceive himself. Guyu watched as Jiang Yushi fled into the room, the smile on his face fading. Did she become upset upon witnessing him feeding Jiang Yuni? Was she feeling jealous? In that moment, Guyu chastised himself for forgetting his own resolve to maintain a distance between the two girls. Jiang Yuni understood why Jiang Yushi had run away. It was akin to how she felt earlier when her sister had clung to Guyu's arm. It's all right. I'll go comfort her. You continue to eat, she reassured, knowing she must take responsibility for the situation. Guyu tore off a large piece of duck meat and entered the room. Jiang Yushi lay on the bed, her pretty face buried in the pillow, appearing quite sorrowful. Cici, Guyu gently called out as he sat on the edge of the bed. At the sound of her name, her frown softened considerably. Guyu had called her Cici for the first time. Yet, he had just been feeding Jiang Yuni and had sent her away. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I brought you a large piece of the best meat. Would you like to try some? Guyu was at a loss for how to comfort a girl, especially since appeasing one would only lead to discontent in the other. It seemed an endless cycle. Oh, Jiang Yushi revealed her face and then sat up on the bed. At a loss for words, she remained silent. Take a bite. This is the most delectable part of the roasted duck, and I have torn it for you. Thank you. Jiang Yushi did not reach out for it, wishing instead for Guyu to feed her, so she opened her mouth. Observing this, Guyu sighed internally and brought the morsel to her lips. Soon enough, Jiang Yushi had devoured several pieces of meat. Guyu inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell? If you are, you can lie down for a while. If you're fine, shall we go out to play some games?" Jiang Yushi replied in a sweet voice, "I feel fine. When you went to wash your hands earlier, I thought Jiang Yunyang hadn't finished her duck leg, so I wanted her to finish it before washing her hands," Guyu explained before leading Jiang Yushi outside. "Is that so?" Jiang Yushi mused internally. His explanation had alleviated her sadness. Guyu did not intentionally divert himself from feeding his sister the roasted duck. He certainly would not deceive himself. Upon reaching the living room, the three of them sat together, tearing into the roasted duck. Guyu also fed the two girls the tastiest bits, concerned that they might feel unhappy and cry, which would complicate matters further. After finishing the roasted duck, they each grabbed their phones to play games. Guyu had asked earlier if Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had any homework, discovering that they had none, as their teacher had generously assigned no work after their recent exams. As they entered the game, Guyu remembered to maintain a distance from the two girls, opting for a solo lane hero so he could play independently. Otherwise, if he played as a jungler, helping one would likely upset the other. Guyu felt it was quite challenging. Having rescued the two girls, he now found himself burdened with constant worry, afraid of making one or the other unhappy. He was relieved when he secured a kill, prompting Jiang Yushi to cheer. "Guyu, you're amazing." Guyu smiled awkwardly, then fell silent, focusing on the game. Before long, after 2 rounds, Guyu announced, "I'm done playing. Do you want to do something else? Perhaps watch a show or go to bed early?" Jiang Yushi replied, "I want to watch a show." "Guyu, would you like to join me?" "No, I probably won't enjoy what you girls watch." "But how will you know if you don't watch it?" Jiang Yushi insisted, tugging at Guyu's arm, only to have him evade her touch. Reminding herself not to get too close. "I'll just use the restroom. You two go ahead and watch," Guyu said. He went to the bathroom, and after finishing, took a quick shower. When he emerged, he found Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang leaning together, eagerly engrossed in their phones. Indeed, when he was absent, the two girls were quite harmonious together. Guyu quietly sat at the dining table, engrossed in his own phone, not wanting to disturb them. "Guyu, what are you doing?" Not long after, Jiang Yunyang noticed him at the dining table and approached him. After watching a few videos, Jiang Yunyang inquired if Guyu had taken a shower, noticing his damp hair. Guyu nodded, indicating he had finished, and suggested that if they wished to wash up, they should do so. Jiang Yunyang did not respond, but hurried to fetch a hairdryer from beneath the coffee table for Guyu. She was uncertain why he had not retrieved it himself, yet sensed he had his reasons, deciding it was best not to pry. "I can manage on my own," she thought. As she prepared to dry his hair, Guyu snatched the hairdryer from her grasp, remarking that it was unnecessary since his hair was nearly dry. "It must be dried," she insisted. At that moment, Jiang Yushi, who had just turned off her phone, cooed, "Guyu, I can style your hair. You might not do it well." As she attempted to take the hairdryer from Guyu, he would not yield, standing up and asserting, "It's fine. It's already dry." "Oh, fine then." Jiang Yushi's earlier enthusiasm faded as she did not get to dry Guyu's hair. Guyu found himself in a bind, needing to maintain some distance. The following day, Guyu, Jiang Yushi, and Jiang Yunyang adhered to their routine of rising early for breakfast before heading to school. Today, their examination results were released. Jiang Yushi's ranking had slipped several places, though her score remained nearly unchanged. Jiang Yunyang experienced a similar decline in ranking, yet her score still exceeded 650. Their absence from school for over a week naturally accounted for their drop in standings. However, Jiang Yushi furrowed her brow in the classroom, fretting about how to explain her results to Guyu, wondering if he would reprimand her. Guyu was quite strict regarding Jiang Yushi's studies. Understanding the significance of the matter, kindness was not an option, for otherwise, she might not take her studies seriously. "Cici, I can't solve this problem. Have you written it down?" "No," Jiang Yushi replied, promptly covering her paper and turning her head away. Su Jiang, witnessing this, felt a sense of embarrassment and chose to leave, feeling increasingly disheartened by the recurring scenario. "Cici, Su Jiang seems quite infatuated," remarked Li Qiqi. "Has Su Jiang bribed you to speak on his behalf?" Li Qiqi quickly retracted her statement. "Cici, I was wrong, all right? Next time, I'll help you shoo him away." Seeing Li Qiqi's plea for forgiveness, Jiang Yushi tempered her irritation, responding, "That's more like it. You will help me next time." Li Qiqi sighed inwardly, regretting her earlier words. That evening after school, Guyu was once again waiting for the two of them at the bus stop. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yushi, as she had the day before, skipped joyfully to Guyu's side. As she approached, Guyu caught a whiff of her scent, smiling wryly at the gluttonous girl. "Let us head home. Did today's exam results come out?" Jiang Yushi poked her small fingers together and quietly replied, "They're out." From her diminutive voice, Guyu immediately surmised that she had likely not performed well on the exam. If one performs well on the exam, it is likely that the first thing they would say upon returning would be about their score, seeking self-affirmation. Yet, in this moment of hesitation, it seems there is a fear of self-criticism. "Yan Yan, what about you?" "I did not do well either." After Jiang Yunyan spoke, Jiang Yushi turned to Guyu, nodding her head earnestly, and said, "Guyu, the exam was quite challenging, and my poor performance does not reflect a lack of diligence in my studies." Guyu did not respond to Jiang Yushi. Instead, he gently ran his fingers through Jiang Yunyan's hair, offering comfort by saying, "It's all right, it was just one exam. There's no need for self-reproach. I will surely improve next time," Jiang Yunyan declared, shaking her little fist, as Guyu's encouragement filled her with newfound confidence. Guyu is truly kind. Despite her shortcomings, he never uttered a word of criticism and instead provided solace. "What about me, Guyu?" Jiang Yushi, feeling anxious after being ignored, incessantly pointed to herself. Guyu elongated his response, feigning deep contemplation, before finally saying, "This evening, you are not permitted to play games. You must study for a full 2 hours first." "Ah!" Jiang Yushi cried out in despair. "Guyu is so biased. He always favors you. When my sister does poorly, there is no consequence, yet when I falter, I am punished by being deprived of games and must study for 2 hours. By the time we return home, it will be past 9 o'clock. Does that not mean I would be studying until 11? I want to even have time to play with my phone before sleeping." She internally lamented, "I refuse to accept this." Upon arriving home, Guyu presented the barbecued food he had purchased, deliberately stating, "Let me see your scores. Those who performed poorly shall not eat." In response, Jiang Yushi crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "If you won't let me eat, then I shan't show you my score either. If you insist that only those with poor scores cannot eat, you might as well just ask for my ID number. Why all this fuss?" "Sister, Guyu is surely just teasing you," Jiang Yunyan interjected in an attempt to console her, but Jiang Yushi remained unappreciative, turning her head away from Guyu. "Guyu, this is our class's report card." Guyu accepted the document and scanned it from top to bottom. The first place was a girl named Qin Songwan, followed by a boy named Tian Yang in second place, with the third and fourth places also occupied by boys, while Jiang Yunyan ranked fifth. Her exam score was 651, placing her over 60 in the entire school, 30 points shy of the class leader, who scored an impressive 690. "Well done," Guyu said, handing the skewers to Jiang Yunyan, who smiled as she began to eat. "Guyu, could you refrain from buying us late-night snacks in the future? Yesterday it was roasted duck, today it's skewers. It seems you spend money every day. Honestly, my sister and I could do without." "Who said I was buying for you too?" Guyu yawned lazily and replied nonchalantly, "I was simply indulging my own cravings and bought these for myself. You two are merely benefiting from my indulgence." Jiang Yunyan immediately countered, "Guyu, you are lying. Clearly, the gifts were intended for my sister and me. You merely sought an excuse to avoid discussing this matter, claiming they were for yourself." Before she could finish her words, Guyu offered another skewer, bringing it to her lips, and Jiang Yunyan promptly bit into it. "Cici, may I have a look at yours?" "No." Jiang Yushi was still irked, thinking that at the very least, he could have tried to placate her a bit. Wasn't her dignity worth something? "Can I take a look myself?" Guyu opened Jiang Yushi's backpack and retrieved the report card. The score was 615, placing her 8th in the class and 101st in the school. "Jiang Yushi, didn't you say you didn't perform well?" "Huh?" Jiang Yushi turned her head, puzzled by the implication. Although her class ranking remained unchanged, her overall school ranking had dropped by more than 10 places, undeniably signifying a poor performance. Guyu continued, "Cici, you mustn't be so modest next time. 8th in the class, and if that is considered underperforming, what does that make my own ranking of several places down? This skewer has less fat." "Oh." Jiang Yushi took the skewer and began to eat. Guyu offered her a compliment, and in that moment, Jiang Yushi's anger dissipated, though she was not as cheerful as the previous day. sharing less with him. Guyu, my sister and I are going to study. I'll join you both. Teaching Jiang Yushi personally would surely help elevate their grades a bit. So Guyu decided to study with them daily. The next day, as class concluded, Guyu was approached by Shi Yuner and Xia Xiaotong. Guyu, what shall we do about the money? It's been a day, and Ouyang Yunshin hasn't asked, but we can't just leave it with me, can we? Guyu replied, let us discuss it on the way to the cafeteria. The group departed together, and along the way, Guyu inquired of Xia Xiaotong. How much do you have in total? Over 21,000. Why? Let us divide it among 5 people and see how much each gets. Xia Xiaotong took out a calculator. And after some calculations, Guyu suggested, let us check the computers available at that price range, and then we can inform Ouyang Yunshin. We can just buy the computer directly. Ouyang Yunshin likely wouldn't question the matter, so once the computer was decided, he could simply be informed. Guyu, I know about computers, I can recommend some for you. Zhong Qingyu chimed in, suggesting various brands. Currently, there are quite a few options, like a certain leading brand, and others such as a certain prominent brand and a certain popular brand, all well known with numerous physical stores and convenient after-sales service. There are also some lesser-known brands that cater to specific niches, but with your budget of only 5,000, I would advise against them, as they tend to be mediocre at lower price points. After Zhong Qingyu made several recommendations, Guyu and the others deliberated and decided to choose from among the major brands. Shall we consider the leading brand first? That sounds good, I agree. I concur as well. Guyu and his companions all concurred, deeming it unnecessary to ponder over Ouyang Yunshin's intentions. A mere notification would suffice. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the group settled down to partake in their meal. Xia Xiaotong inquired of Guyu. The teacher mentioned we should practice together. Do we still need to rehearse? Not really. Guyu replied dismissively. There's little to practice. Just leave it to me and Yu Hanfeng when the time comes. However, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he continued. We are likely to lose this competition. That fellow Ouyang Yunshin will not allow us to win. Being in the same group as him means he will undoubtedly create disruptions for us. Therefore, we shouldn't place too much importance on this contest. Now that we all have computers, why bother? Xia Xiaotong pouted, her irritation evident as she retorted, you may not care, but what about me and Yuner? If we secure first place, we can proudly include it on our resumes, making job hunting significantly easier. The campus recruitment fair was approaching, coinciding closely with the end of the competition, which could be quite beneficial for their prospects. Moreover, exceptional students would receive recommendations from the school to enterprises. Shi Yuner chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Exactly. You only think of yourself and neglect others. Guyu felt a bit awkward, scratching his head in response. It wasn't that he didn't care, but when playing games, it was challenging for teammates to focus solely on their own efforts. Guyu, you must compensate me. Shi Yuner suddenly appeared in front of him when he seemed at a loss for what to do. Compensate? How so? He asked, bewildered. With a playful grin. Shi Yuner replied, you can take on orders for money. If you and Yu Hanfeng are partnering up, I want in as well. I also wish to earn. Could that be my compensation? Guyu considered her proposal, finding it reasonable, and was inclined to agree, yet he needed to consult Yu Hanfeng first. If Shi Yuner joined, the earnings would be divided, and he figured Yu Hanfeng would likely consent. He patted Yu Hanfeng on the shoulder, saying, if she joins, you'll have to share the profits with her. The question was suddenly thrust upon Yu Hanfeng, who paused for a moment before responding, I have no objections. All right then, but we need to discuss how we will split the earnings, Guyu stipulated. Shi Yuner readily agreed. That works for me. Observing the exchange, Xia Xiaotong hesitantly interjected, Guyu, I also wish to earn money. Guyu rubbed his forehead and replied, I have no issues with that. But you must consult Yu Hanfeng, Shi Yuner. I can manage, Yu Hanfeng affirmed. So can I, Shi Yuner added. Excellent. Now we are a team of 4. At that moment, an idea struck Guyu. With the impending internship in their senior year, he found himself devoid of any practical experience. He yearned to embark on an entrepreneurial venture but lacked the resolve and clarity on what direction to take. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. With a team in place, for individuals were sufficient. After all, the team that initially developed Black Yukon consisted of merely 5 or 6 members. But what kind of business should they pursue? Software? Or perhaps gaming? The options seemed limited. What if they established a gaming company? It might be worth exploring. Guyu fell into contemplation, recognizing that aimless actions would yield no results. It was imperative for him to secure a position at a company and gain insight into the industry. Upon returning to the dormitory, He turned to Yu Hanfeng and requested assistance in crafting an exaggerated sum. Yu Hanfeng, taken aback, exclaimed, sum? Are you seeking employment? Gu Yu nodded, articulating his thoughts. What we are doing now is certainly insufficient. Hence, I aspire to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. However, I am uncertain about the nature of the venture, so I plan to first learn from various companies across different sectors. You can wait for the campus recruitment fair, but I shall take the lead. As Gu Yu spoke, he suddenly threw a punch into the air. Observing this, Yu Hanfeng mirrored his action, declaring, Gu Yu, I'm in this with you. At that moment, Zhong Qingyu rushed over, saying, Gu Yu, don't forget about me. Honestly, I don't think I can secure a good job like this. If you establish a company, I would gladly join without requiring a salary. You said it, no salary. Gu Yu laughed. Zhong Qingyu scratched his head, adding, that's fine, but I hope I won't be left to fend for myself. Gu Yu chuckled and shifted the conversation back to the sum. Reclining on his bed, Gu Yu opened various job recruitment applications and began his search. Gu Yu, a third-year computer science student at Chuanhai University, possesses extensive experience, far exceeding that of peers with 5 years in the industry, capable of independently developing software. Open to written assessments, salary expectations are flexible. Once he submitted his information, particularly the part about salary flexibility, he swiftly received multiple interview invitations and began filtering through them. There was a company in the metaverse game development sector, another focused on intelligent automotive data services, one specializing in operating systems and tool interactions, and a firm in the medical equipment industry that dealt with testing tools. After lengthy discussions, Gu Yu found none particularly suited to him, especially when inquiries revealed a lack of transparency regarding the company's projects, merely urging him to come in. After much deliberation, Gu Yu shortlisted a few companies, one in game development, another related to big data, and a third in a different field. He had little exposure to the latter two, while the former did not align with the direction of his future entrepreneurial ambitions. He pondered that perhaps developing games could prove fruitful. When can I interview? He messaged the 3 companies, and responses arrived promptly. One was scheduled for that afternoon at 3:30, another for the following morning, and the last for the next afternoon. After finalizing his choices, he continued searching for further suitable opportunities. Gu Yu, what do you think of the sum I prepared? Yu Hanfeng approached with a laptop. After reviewing it, Gu Yu noted that the template appeared to be sourced online, containing much irrelevant information. We can discard the school experience section. It serves no purpose. For the personal skills section below, we should revise this, and you've written too conservatively. I am proficient in many areas, not just development, but also testing and operations. We should include that. Slightly incredulous, Yu Hanfeng inquired, do you truly possess all these skills? Gu Yu replied, whether or not they are similar, include them. Very well. Yu Hanfeng acquiesced. This afternoon, I shall forego attending class to attend an interview. Please assist me in requesting leave. Understood. At 3 o'clock, Gu Yu exited the school. The company he was to interview with was conveniently located nearby, within a nearby office building. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Gu Yu parked his vehicle and ventured inside. It was his inaugural visit to such a place, having only ever seen it on television. While Gu Yu was standing in the lobby, awaiting his contact, a group of 4 or 5 impeccably dressed men and women emerged, passing by him without a glance. He paid them little heed and continued toward the elevator. However, a voice from behind halted him in his tracks. Hello, Mr. Yun. I am Dian Baiquan, the business manager of Jiexing Changxing Technology. Welcome to our company for your visit. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu turned to see the group of well-dressed individuals showering compliments upon a woman. Chapter 75. We met downstairs. The woman appeared to be around 25. Exuding youth and beauty, dressed in a mature and sophisticated manner that conveyed an air of authority, typical of a corporate female executive. Gu Yu pondered her role, as the company he was interviewing with was indeed Jiexing Changxing Technology. With such a throng of admirers surrounding her, could she be an executive from the corporate headquarters? Young man, a man in his 30s, approached Gu Yu, beaming as he said, please wait a moment. Our esteemed guest is behind you. Kindly take the next elevator, and I shall send you 200 yuan shortly. Gu Yu, aware that he had an interview ahead and wishing to avoid offending anyone, complied. All right, but what makes this guest so special? He inquired. The man remained silent, gently guiding Gu Yu further back. The woman approached, casting a glance at Gu Yu, her expression replete with arrogance. The man beside her whispered, brother, don't stare. I'll send you the 200 soon. In response, Gu Yu turned away. dismissing the notion that he was in awe of such a figure. I've never encountered a female executive before, but I have two just as beautiful at home. If she doesn't want to be looked at, she ought not to appear in public. If she does, she should carry herself with grace. Guyu silently lamented as the elevator doors opened, allowing the group to enter. The man pulled out his phone, appearing ready to transfer money, casually asking, "Brother, which company are you interviewing with?" Guyu replied, "The one you just mentioned." The man scrutinized Guyu, asking, "Do you know me?" "No." "Then how do you know you're interviewing with our company?" Guyu gestured toward the entrance, explaining, "I heard you addressing your esteemed guest earlier." "Ah, I see. Very well. I work in the business department. Best of luck with your interview." The man patted Guyu on the shoulder, having just opened the scanning function on his phone, only to close it again moments later. A flicker of displeasure crossed Guyu's eyes as he pondered whether the man thought he could simply withhold payment upon learning he was there for an interview. Did he assume Guyu would refrain from asking for it, believing this interview would come to naught otherwise? The man then inquired, "Brother, which university did you graduate from? You appear quite young. Did you just finish your studies?" Guyu replied coolly, "I attended Chuanhai University, though I have yet to graduate." Upon hearing this, the man began to lecture Guyu, saying, "Not graduated yet? Finding a job these days is quite challenging, and our company holds significant strength." The woman who came in earlier was from Yunhai Group, the largest investment company in Chuanhai. "Are you familiar with Yunhai Group? They have interests in nearly every industry and are the leading conglomerate in our region. Now, they are here to evaluate our company. You should grasp the weight of this opportunity. If you join us, your future is indeed bright, so strive diligently." The man rambled on, while Guyu grew somewhat impatient, feeling that after all this talk, it boiled down to him needing to be sensible. Their company was indeed formidable, with Yunhai Group eager to invest. Thus, he should graciously overlook the matter of the 400 yuan previously mentioned. Guyu remained silent, and at that moment, the elevator doors opened, allowing the two to ascend to the upper floors. Once they stepped out, the man advised Guyu to conduct himself well in the interview and took his leave. The receptionist, noticing Guyu had entered with someone from the company, did not intervene and simply allowed him to proceed. Guyu settled in the waiting area and took out his phone to make contact. "I've arrived and am resting here," he texted, receiving a prompt reply. "Okay. Wait for me 2 minutes." Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s approached, observing that Guyu was the sole occupant of the waiting area. "Are you Guyu?" she inquired. Guyu nodded affirmatively. "All right, come with me." As they walked through the company, Guyu noted the impressive size of the establishment, with half a floor dedicated to their operations. While surveying the surroundings, he spotted the woman from earlier, now accompanied by a man around 40 years of age, guiding her through the premises. "Let us pause here for a moment," the woman instructed, clearly yielding to the group ahead. After she escorted the other visitor to a different area, she led Guyu to a conference room. Once seated, she requested, "Let me see your resume." Guyu replied, "I didn't bring it." The woman looked at him incredulously. In this day and age, there are still candidates who attend interviews without a resume? Guyu explained, "It is not that I didn't bring one. Rather, a single sheet of paper cannot possibly encapsulate my merits." Hearing this, the woman scoffed. "I know you're from Chuanhai University, but our company has students from not only Chuanhai University, but also Shuemu University and the Imperial Capital University. Do you truly believe you are superior to them?" Guyu calmly stated, "I am currently a junior. I dare say that compared to the students from these two universities in the same year and major, I excel beyond 90% of them. It is rare to encounter someone as audacious as you." As she spoke, she stood up, and Guyu thought perhaps he had been too ostentatious. Was she going to forego the interview altogether? "Wait a moment, I will fetch the written test for you. Take it while I observe," she continued. Upon hearing this, Guyu sighed with relief and confidently replied, "No problem." Hardly had he stepped out for less than half a minute when the door to the conference room swung open. Guyu glanced towards the entrance and found the same woman again. The man beside her remarked, "This must be the HR conducting interviews, Yun. Let me show you around elsewhere." The woman replied, "No need. I would like to observe your company's recruitment standards." Noticing her presence, Guyu stood up, realizing that it was rather inconsiderate to remain seated while the leader stood at the door. "Greetings, Ms. Yun." Yun Shuyu approached Guyu and responded, "Hello. Please have a seat." "All right." Guyu waited for her to sit before he took his own seat. "We encountered each other downstairs." "Yes, we did." Yun Shuyu continued. "At that time, you were waiting for the elevator ahead of us, and one of our company members spoke to you, after which you yielded the elevator to us." Guyu found himself at a loss, unfamiliar with dealing with someone of her stature. Was she probing into why he had relinquished the elevator? Surely, he couldn't disclose that someone had offered him 200 yuan, could he? Ms. Yun, the person from Jiexing Chongqing informed me that you were their esteemed guest, and they inquired whether you could take the next elevator. I, too, was in no rush, so I obliged. Ah, I see. Chapter 76. I look forward to investing in your company for the juniors. At that moment, the conference room door opened again, and the earlier figure returned. However, upon opening the door, she sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Chairman?" Realizing her error, she hastily added, "Chairman, do you wish to utilize this conference room to discuss matters with Ms. Yin? I will tidy it up for you." Turning to Gu Yu, she instructed, "Please step outside and wait for me." Gu Yu was equally surprised to learn that the man was the chairman. The individuals from Yunhai Group were indeed impressive, as company tours were conducted personally by the chairman. Just as he began to rise, the chairman stated, "No need. Ms. Yun wishes to observe our interview process. You may proceed with the interview as usual." "Oh, understood, Chairman Ms. Yun." Approaching Gu Yu, he nervously addressed the chairman. "I have already inquired about the interviewee's basic information. Should I ask again?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yu thought to himself, "Do you take me for a fool? Asking again warrants additional compensation, you know?" At that moment, Yun Shiyu interjected, "As a representative of the company, you should show adequate respect to the interviewee. Since you have already asked for their information, is it considerate to ask again simply because I am present?" Following this, she promptly apologized. "Ms. Yun, I am sorry. It was my oversight. I would like to express my perspective. You should apologize, as should the interviewer." Looking at Gu Yu, I said, "I am sorry." "It's all right," he replied. I then addressed the chairman and Yun Zong, stating, "I am now ready to administer the written test to the candidates. These are the questions from our company." This time, the questions were not directed towards the women, but were placed directly in front of Gu Yu. "Do you have your resume? I would like to take a look." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu, feeling tense and unsure of what to say, remarked, "I did not bring my resume." Yun Shiyu chose not to respond further. "Very well," she said. Ignoring the two, Gu Yu began to write. The questions appeared easy to him. They were technical in nature. He completed all 10 questions in under 10 minutes. Here you go. While his responses were not overly detailed, someone with technical knowledge would recognize their validity. After taking the paper, she also had a set of questions with answers written on them. Upon comparison, Gu Yu's answers were entirely correct. It became evident that he was not boasting. Typically, a candidate would be pleased to score 60, and many would write at a slower pace. Moreover, he had just pretended to be modest, as he had been given the most challenging questions, designed not for recent graduates, but for programmers with over 5 years of experience. "Chairman, he got all the answers right. Would you like to review them?" The chairman turned to Yun Shiyu, asking, "What do you think? You may continue the interview. I shall not intrude." She replied as she stood up. Gu Yu also rose and interjected, "Excuse me, Yun Zong, may I ask if I could have your contact information?" After contemplating for a while, he felt this was an opportunity to connect with someone from an investment company. Should he embark on his entrepreneurial journey in the future, he might require funding. As an individual lacking connections or resources, it would be challenging to engage with a company like Yunhai Group, let alone seek their investment. Yun Shiyu inquired, "Do you know what I do?" Gu Yu replied, "Not exactly, but I am aware that you are with Yunhai Group." Yun Shiyu smiled slightly. "Oh, and what do you wish to do with my contact information? Are you considering joining us at Yunhai Group?" Gu Yu shook his head and clarified, "No. While I might entertain that thought in the future, I do not have such intentions at present. I am seeking your contact information as I may venture into entrepreneurship someday. And Yunhai Group is the largest investment firm in our region. Having a connection might prove beneficial, at the very least. I would not want to find myself unable to even enter the door when seeking investment. Hence, I wish to seize this opportunity." "How old are you? Which university do you attend?" "I am 21, from Chuanhai University." A smile graced Yun Shuyu's lips, making her appear more approachable. "You are still a junior, then," she observed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu immediately realized that she was also an alumna of Chuanhai University. He promptly adjusted his address, saying, "Hello, senior. Which graduating class are you from? You seem younger than I. You must be no more than 2 years my senior." "I am a junior." "Ah, then I am your senior by 2 classes." As it happens, since she is a junior, Yin Shiyu glanced at the girl beside her, who appeared to be her assistant or secretary. Please add his contact information." Gu Yu promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." Yun Shiyu smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. I look forward to investing in your company in the future. Guyu immediately responded, "Senior, I will work diligently to ensure you receive ample returns." At that moment, the female assistant approached. She seemed quite youthful, likely around Guyu's age. "My name is Lu Yi. Please add me." Guyu introduced himself, then turned to Yin Shuyu. "Senior, I forgot to introduce myself earlier." "It's all right. My name is Yin Shuyu." Upon hearing this, Guyu flattered her further. "Senior, I just remembered. You were the campus belle from the last cohort at Chuanhai University. I had heard of you during my freshman year, and now that I've met you, I can see that you are indeed as beautiful as everyone says, even more so than described." Yun Shuyu chuckled, her words sweet as she took her leave. After she departed, Guyu pondered, "I suppose I have passed the written test? Should I seek practical experience?" The response came, "Regarding your relationship with President Yun, you will need to report to the chairman after she leaves. Is it all right if I update you tomorrow?" "No problem." Guyu, feeling quite content, left the company. He was elated to have met the daughter of an investment company. He believed she must be a prominent figure or perhaps a relative of some sort. After all, how could someone who had just graduated a year ago already hold such a significant position at Yunhai Group, overseeing investments and receiving compliments from the chairman of a respectable company? Moreover, her surname was Yun, just like the chairman of Yunhai Group. Guyu pulled out his phone and searched online, discovering that the chairman also bore the surname Yun. According to the tropes of television dramas, Yun Shuyu was undoubtedly a young lady of privilege. Even in reality, her status was likely tied to her familial connections with the chairman. Stepping outside, Guyu checked the time. It was past 4 o'clock, and he headed straight home. Upon returning, he scrolled through his phone and noticed a message from his landlord inquiring whether he intended to continue renting the apartment. Guyu calculated the timeline. Lin Iha had mentioned 7 working days, meaning the lease would be lifted by next Thursday or Friday, with his current lease set to expire in 5 days. Counting today as 1, he had 4 days remaining, indicating he needed to vacate by Wednesday. He contemplated where to stay for the 2 nights following his departure on Wednesday evening and Thursday evening. Guyu felt conflicted. He could not continue renting the apartment since it required a minimum 6-month lease. Although the payment was made monthly, the contract stipulated 6 months. Should he stay at a hotel for the remaining 2 days? He decided to proceed with that plan, hoping that the apartment might be available sooner than the anticipated 7 days. Chapter 77. Today, I had to play the role of the senior's backdrop. I will not renew the lease and will move out as scheduled. After responding to the landlord's message, Guyu ventured out on his electric bike to Jiang Yushi's residence. Upon arrival, he found the door still sealed, indicating he would have to return in a couple of days. Inside Jiexing Changxing Company, an inquiry was directed towards the chairman regarding the young man interviewed that day. Should he be hired? Yes, bring him on board. He bears a slight connection to Yun Shuyu, which may prove beneficial for Yunhai Group's investment in our company. And we are not in a position to refuse an additional employee. Understood, Chairman. I will notify him. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Guyu received a message. Congratulations. Your interview was successful. When can you start at the company? The salary offered was 16,000 per month, with a 15-month salary structure, alongside performance-based bonuses and additional housing and meal allowances. Is this acceptable? Guyu pondered if this was so straightforward. He speculated that it might be linked to Yin Shuyu. Had he not greeted her today, she likely would not have called him Junior, making the interview process much more challenging, if not impossible. The offer was quite appealing, but he needed time to consider. How about I give you a response by next Monday? Guyu thought about the interviews with 2 other companies scheduled for the following day, intending to assess his options further. Agreed. The prospect of a monthly salary of 16,000 made Guyu reconsider his entrepreneurial aspirations. A yearly income of at least 200,000 was enticing. Yet, he reminded himself that had it not been for a few exchanges with Yin Shuyu, he might not have succeeded in the interview. Thus, self-reliance was paramount. Ultimately, entrusting one's future to others could lead to unexpected dismissals, reinforcing his belief that entrepreneurship was the true path. The next morning, after Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni left for school, Guyu headed to the company where he was to interview. This firm was somewhat distant from the city center, but boasted its own office building. Upon arrival, he discovered that, aside from himself, there were 5 other candidates, 2 males and 3 females. Are you here for the interview as well? One girl, of average appearance with a bun hairstyle, inquired. Guyu nodded. Yes, I am here for the interview. Are you all as well? Yes, we are. Which school do you attend? Are you a recent graduate or still studying? Guyu replied, I am from Chuanhai University, currently in my third year. Chuanhai University? Third year? Two others exclaimed in surprise. The girl before him, astonished, asked, You're already looking for a job in your third year? Is this an internship? It seems too early for that, though. Well, it is an internship. However, there isn't much to learn at school anymore, so I thought I would try working. Upon hearing this, the other candidates regarded Gu Yu with newfound respect. Just a student from Chuanhai University. What is so impressive about a third year looking for work? I interned in my third year as well. Gu Yu turned his gaze towards the boy who had just made a sound, clad in a suit and sporting glasses reminiscent of gold-rimmed ones, albeit without the golden threads. His facial features bore a slight resemblance to a character named Gao Qixing from a certain television drama. Overall, he exuded the appearance of a male sales representative from a beauty or cosmetics company, somewhat effeminate. Noticing Gu Yu's scrutiny, he raised his head and, with an air of arrogance, inquired whether Gu Yu was there for a programmer position or another role. Gu Yu, casting a glance at him, thought to himself that this fellow was rather presumptuous. He did not respond, but retorted with a question, What about you? The girl before him replied, I am interviewing for a human resources position, though it may also involve sales. Another girl chimed in, Me too, just like her. After some conversation, Gu Yu learned that all three girls were interviewing for clerical positions, while the arrogant boy and another young man were there for programmer roles. Gu Yu stated, I am here for the programmer position. Upon hearing this, one young man displayed a troubled expression, while the previously arrogant boy exhibited a disdainful demeanor. Oh, another candidate from Chuanhai University. Is this interview doomed to fail again? Thought the boy. Chuanhai University is hardly a worthy opponent. He continued, What about you? Which university do you hail from? The troubled young man responded, I am from Chuanhai University of Technology, while the other boy, crossing his arms in a pose of superiority, replied, I am from Mushy University, pursuing my master's degree. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu understood why their expressions turned derisive when he mentioned Chuanhai University. However, the boy's attitude was rather exaggerated. Although Chuanhai University may not compare to Mushy University, it still ranks among the top 10 universities in the country, not far behind. Little did he expect to be interviewing alongside a senior from Mushy University today, likely relegating both of them to mere background figures. Xiao Tizhou, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, You need not feel disheartened. During the interview, you can glean some experience. Perhaps next time you will succeed, or if the company hires 2 or 3 individuals, you may still have a chance. Gu Yu internally scoffed, Really? You interpreted that as a sense of superiority? Nevertheless, he would not allow such arrogance to go unchallenged. With a faint smile, he replied, You are right, senior. Gaining experience is essential. We never anticipated that students from our universities would be interviewing alongside a senior from Mushy University. We must observe how you conduct yourselves during the interview. However, senior, I believe this company may not be suitable. My fellow candidate and I possess average qualifications, yet have the opportunity to interview, whereas you, a distinguished graduate student from Mushy University, should reconsider this company carefully. Xiao Tizhou, perceiving the underlying implication in Gu Yu's words, that a graduate student from Mushy University could fare poorly in this interview, was not one to miss the nuance. Thank you, but I have already made my considerations. You should also take the opportunity to learn, as chances to interview alongside me are rare. Gu Yu laughed indeed. As two individuals engaged in conversation, several others discreetly distanced themselves, unmistakably sensing a palpable tension in the air. One of them hailed from Chuanhai University and had already ventured out before even securing an internship in their junior year, likely a top achiever. The other, a graduate student from Shuemu University, bore an impressive pedigree. Neither was willing to concede ground, both apprehensive that a confrontation might ensue. Come over here, beckoned one of them. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, leading Gu Yu and a few others inside. Xiao Tizhou took the lead, exuding an air of confidence alongside. Gu Yu and another male student walked in the middle, overhearing the 3 girls behind them whispering about how the student from Shuemu University was unbearably arrogant, expressing their reluctance to interview alongside him. Chapter 78. Successful interview. As I arrived, I attempted to greet the others. But upon hearing that I was from a school and that my potential role could be in sales, they scarcely acknowledged my presence. Yet, the handsome guy's earlier retort against him had been quite satisfying. If you are so exceptional, why do you even need to interview? Why is it that no one is here to personally attend to you for your interview? How infuriating. Indeed, upon arrival, He carried himself with an air of superiority. Alas, he was a graduate student from Shuemu University. Were I in his position, I would likely adopt a similar demeanor. Despite the earlier confrontation, it was evident that he had a far greater chance of succeeding in this interview than that handsome young man. The group entered a conference room, and upon sitting down, they were instructed to submit their resumes. Unlike the previous day, Guyu had not taken the time to print a resume, which would have been rather awkward without one. After receiving the resumes, the interviewer placed Xiao tissues at the top. Xiao Tizho, I am aware of your background. Should you pass the written test, we can proceed directly to discussing salary and benefits. Absolutely, Xiao Tizho responded, casting a challenging glance at Guyu, as if to convey, do you see the disparity between us? Continuing to peruse the resumes, the interviewer looked up upon reaching Guyu's. Who among you is Guyu? I am. Guyu replied, his expression somewhat grave. Guyu, a junior, with no prior internship experience. How do you account for the skills listed here? Guyu explained, as stated. I am proficient in those areas and am open to examinations or practical assessments. Proficient? The interviewer's tone clearly conveyed skepticism. Guyu nodded affirmatively. I am proficient in over 80% of them. I have developed software part-time and have engaged in various types of projects. Very well, the interviewer replied. Moving on to inquire about others' qualifications. After completing the inquiries, they exited to fetch several sets of exam questions, distributing them to Guyu and the others. Do you also have questions? Guyu asked, glancing at the papers in the hands of the three girls. Did they require them to solve problems for a clerical personnel interview as well? Upon reviewing the questions, Guyu realized they were not related to their field of study, but rather designed to assess cognitive abilities. Turning back to his own paper, he discovered the questions were quite challenging, even more so than those from the previous day's examination. However, this challenge posed no difficulty for Guyu. In a mere 10 minutes, he completed the examination paper with remarkable accuracy and submitted it. Xiao Tizho, witnessing this, smirked with a hint of skepticism, presuming that Guyu had merely handed in a blank sheet. Shortly thereafter, he too finished his own paper and submitted it, at which point Guyu's paper had already been graded. Guyu, quite commendable. The questions on this paper are notoriously difficult. Most programmers would struggle. Yet you managed to score 80. Congratulations, you have passed the interview. Guyu smiled and expressed his gratitude. Xiao Tizho looked on in disbelief, glancing back at Guyu, pondering whether the questions were indeed as challenging as he had thought. May I take a look at those questions? Certainly, Guyu replied, handing over the paper. Upon reviewing it, Xiao Tishu's demeanor shifted dramatically. The complexity of the questions left him bewildered, as he was uncertain of the direction to take. And here was Guyu, still in his third year of university, successfully tackling them. What had he truly learned during his 3 years in graduate school? Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Xiao Tizho realized he had underestimated Guyu, only to now find himself thoroughly outmatched. Xiao Tizho, you scored 90, quite impressive. Please hold on. We shall discuss your salary shortly. Guyu, your salary details cannot be discussed just yet. I need to confer with the project department and will provide you with an update by next Monday. Guyu responded affirmatively. All right, may I leave now? Of course, came the reply, and Guyu promptly stood to depart. In the afternoon, Guyu arrived at the final company for his interview. Much like the previous day, he was the sole candidate. He tackled several questions, and a team leader from the project department approached him for a brief discussion, after which Guyu successfully passed the interview. Furthermore, they offered him a salary, a monthly wage of 7,000, with an additional 3,000 in performance bonuses and an annual bonus ranging from 10 to 20,000. Upon returning home, an old client sent Guyu a project request. This client operated a software company specializing in online promotion and software development. However, Guyu perceived this company as a mere shell, lacking technical staff and instead focusing on marketing to secure contracts, which they would then package and outsource for profit. After reviewing the requirements and pricing, Guyu responded that the demands were excessive, rendering the task cumbersome, and proposed an additional 5,000 for consideration. The client replied, Brother, we can only accept this project at the current price. We truly cannot increase it. 2,000 is our lowest offer. If that's unacceptable, feel free to seek alternatives. Guyu, confident in his position, understood that the pricing for such projects was typically not low if the company truly lacked technical personnel. Passing it to another firm would yield no profit at that rate. It was merely Guyu, a university student, particularly Yuhan Feng, who would take on any project, no matter how trivial, in pursuit of even a modest income. Very well, I shall send you the contract, he concluded. The client responded quickly, and the contract arrived shortly thereafter. After signing, Guyu messaged Yuhanfeng, informing him that he had secured a program akin to a local matchmaking service, with a satisfactory price that promised a profit. The four of us, including Shiyun and Xia Xiaodong, can complete the task in just over a week. Upon seeing the message, Yuhanfeng responded with a smiley emoji, saying, "Send it to me. I have some free time. I will create a group chat and share the details there so that the four of us can discuss how to proceed." Guyu established the group, and as Shiyun and Xia Xiaodong joined, they inquired, "Why did you create this group? Is there something we need to discuss? Aren't you both interested in working part-time with us? I've secured a project." "Really?" Xia Xiaodong sent a cute cat emoji with wide eyes, her inquisitive gaze making Guyu feel somewhat exasperated. Could these two truly handle this line of work? He harbored doubts about Xia Xiaodong and Shiyun's capabilities, worrying they might hinder Yuhanfeng's efforts. Shiyun then asked, "What kind of project is it? How much can we earn?" "It's a local matchmaking project. If we do it well, each person can earn 3,000. Xia Xiaodong queried, 3,000 each? Is that to be split?" "Yes, it's a total of 12,000, which we will divide among the three of us. However, I must clarify that I may not always be available to work alongside you. So you three will need to take on a larger share of the workload." Xia Xiaotong confidently stated, "No problem. You can take on more orders if you'd like." Shiyun agreed. "Yes, why not take on additional work?" Guyu replied, "Previously, Yuhanfeng and I divided the earnings evenly. So it makes sense for us to do the same now to avoid complications." Soon, they reached a consensus. Guyu shared the requirements in the group chat, leaving the execution to the three of them. "Yuhanfeng, please explain to Xia Xiaodong and Shiyun how to proceed and ensure they do not mishandle things." Guyu expressed his concerns to Yuhanfeng. Understood, Yuhanfeng scratched his head, pondering how to address any potential shortcomings in their performance later on. Chapter 79. Misunderstanding at School. After the final class of the day, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yuni gathered their belongings and exited the premises. It was Friday, and with no evening study session due to the weekend, they felt a sense of relief. They arrived at the bus stop and squatted by the roadside, both experiencing menstrual discomfort. "Sister, should we buy sanitary pads first or head home?" They had lost track of time, and the sudden onset of their periods left them without supplies, having borrowed pads from classmates. "Let's buy the pads first, otherwise we'll have to explain to Guyu when we get home." "That sounds reasonable." After their discussion, they boarded the bus, only to find all the seats occupied, forcing them to stand. After several stops, Jiang Yuxi, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, clutched her abdomen. The combination of her cramps and the bus's sluggish movements, along with the driver's abrupt braking and acceleration, exacerbated her discomfort, even causing a slight dizziness. Jiang Yuni fared little better, gripping the handrail tightly as she leaned against her sister for support. The bus passed by one stop after another, and Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang descended from it. The moment they disembarked, the two of them quickly found a spot by the roadside to squat down. "Sister, does your stomach hurt?" "Not too badly, it's bearable. If your stomach is really aching, I can go buy the sanitary pads myself. You should head home first." Jiang Yuxi shook her head and replied, "Let us stay together." Jiang Yunyang did not insist further. They squatted by the roadside for 5 minutes before getting up again. Jiang Yuxi remembered that the last time Guyu took them out, there was a supermarket to the right of their community. They walked along the road and, indeed, spotted the supermarket. Once inside, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang quickly located the section for sanitary pads, chose a more affordable pack, paid, and exited. Upon returning home, they knocked on the door twice, only to find it seemingly empty. "Guyu, are you home?" Jiang Yuxi called out, knocking again, but no one responded, and no one came to open the door. "Sister, perhaps Guyu is still in class." They finished classes at 5:30, and Jiang Yunyang speculated that Guyu likely had not yet finished. Alternatively, he might have other matters to attend to. "Well, let us wait." Jiang Yuxi sat down at the entrance, recalling that both she and Jiang Yunyang had forgotten to inform Guyu about their dismissal time that day. They were uncertain how long they would have to wait. Jiang Yunyang joined her, leaning against the door as they waited patiently. 5 minutes earlier, Guyu, noticing it was nearly 6 o'clock, intended to go out for dinner. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang had just disembarked from the bus and were on their way to purchase sanitary pads, causing the three to coincidentally miss each other. Guyu randomly chose a fast food restaurant to quickly resolve his dinner needs. The establishment offered decent boxed meals at a reasonable price, bustling with customers every day. With 4 dishes and a soup, the meal was filling, costing only 10 yuan, a place Guyu frequented. As he dined, Guyu pondered whether Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang had already finished their meals. He recalled having asked them before. Their school dismissed at 5:30 and allocated 30 minutes for dinner, so by now, they should be done. It was Friday, and he wondered if they would attend school the next day. Regardless, he himself had no classes. Suddenly, Guyu recalled another matter. If the 2 girls did not have classes the following day, would they still attend evening study sessions? There were boarders at the school, and it was impractical to dismiss students at 8:30 in the evening, as many would face difficulties returning home. Not to mention the inconvenience for parents coming to pick them up. Guyu glanced at his phone again, noting it was 6:10. If Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang had finished at 5:30, they must have been home by now. Realizing this, Guyu hurriedly finished his meal. Understanding that without him at home, and with them lacking keys, the girls would have to wait outside. Nian Nian, when do you think Guyu will return home? Leaning against the door, Jiang Yuxi pressed her hand to her abdomen, feeling exceedingly restless. Uncertain, it should be quite soon, thought Jiang Yunyang, analyzing the time. Guyu must have just finished class and is likely dining in the cafeteria. After his meal, he should head home. Jiang Yuxi inquired whether Guyu might linger at school for a while, or perhaps venture outside. Jiang Yunyang glanced at her sister, sensing that her sister's discomfort was the reason behind her incessant questions. Sister, do you have a stomachache? She asked. I'm all right, just a bit bored. I wonder when Guyu will return, Jiang Yuxi replied. Jiang Yunyang suggested he would be back shortly. After that, a silence enveloped them. At that moment, the hallway echoed with hurried footsteps. Jiang Yuxi resumed. Nian Nian, do you think Guyu has returned? Jiang Yunyang rose from the ground and peered down. And at that instant, Guyu's figure appeared vividly before her. She couldn't contain her excitement and called out, Guyu. Hearing the shout, Guyu looked up and confirmed. Indeed, the 2 girls had finished school unusually early today. I'm back. Wait a moment, he said, hastening up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time, reaching the floor in less than 10 seconds. Upon hearing Jiang Yunyang call out to Guyu, Jiang Yuxi quickly scrambled to her feet and awaited him at the staircase. I'm sorry, I forgot you 2 would finish early today. Guyu apologized as he reached them, noticing the smiles gracing their lips. Yet, there seemed to linger a hint of displeasure. When Guyu's gaze met Jiang Yuxi's, he observed her slight frown, as if she were reproaching him for not being home. In that moment, Guyu felt a surge of irritation. I can be very good to you both, and I just apologized. But it's not solely my fault that you couldn't get into the house, all right? Normally, school ends at 8:30. How many times have I not gone to the bus stop to pick you up? Today, you didn't mention finishing early. And now you frown at me for coming home late, he expressed, genuinely displeased. Guyu pondered how he had treated Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang with kindness. Yet they scowled at him for not anticipating their early dismissal and for their inability to enter the house. Despite arriving with a smile, he found their expressions unacceptable. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi tugged at Guyu's arm, but he, with a serious demeanor, admonished her to let go. Taken aback by his tone, Jiang Yuxi looked up in disbelief, confused as to why he had scolded her. This time, his reprimand felt genuine, unlike the previous feigned ones. Guyu opened the door and then settled onto the sofa, ignoring both Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang. Chapter 80. Encountering 2 ungrateful wolves. As Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang entered and closed the door behind them, they stood at the entrance, uncertain of how to proceed in light of Guyu's cold demeanor and irate tone. Sister, what is wrong with Guyu? Jiang Yunyang whispered. Jiang Yuxi shook her head, uncertain of the situation, sensing an air of discontent. Should we inquire? She suggested. I shall go, Jiang Yuni replied, feeling that her sister had already faced enough displeasure, and she could not allow her to bear it alone. However, just as she was about to approach, Jiang Yuni hesitated once more. Sister, how should I phrase it? I do not know, Jiang Yuni lamented, deciding to ponder it herself. She settled onto the sofa and gently poked Guyu, who was engrossed in his phone. Guyu, are you unhappy? Not at all, Guyu replied coolly, then added with indifference, please do not sit so close to me. At his words, Jiang Yuni instinctively shifted away. Observing this, Jiang Yuxi also approached, yet before she could reach Guyu, he remarked, do not come too close. Guyu, if there is something troubling you, please share it with us. We wish for you to be happy, Jiang Yuxi implored. I am not unhappy, Guyu asserted, repositioning himself. If you 2 have no business here, you might as well head to your room. Fine, I shall go to my room. You both can stay here, Guyu declared, rising to leave. He reflected on how he had merely stepped out for a brief interlude, and upon his return, found the sisters upset with him for having made them wait. Why should he continue to extend kindness towards them? He had scarcely eaten, having rushed back home, only to be met with this. The more he thought, the more irked he became. Initially, he had considered them well-behaved and understanding, even willing to treat them with a modicum of kindness. He had offered them a room, sacrificing his own comfort to sleep in the living room. They were struggling to manage their mortgage, yet he had thoughtlessly cleared it, merely desiring to see them return to a home that would bring them joy. Each school day, he would arrange transportation for them and wait at the bus station upon their return, always bringing along delightful treats. In his solitary days, he could eat whatever he pleased. But now, he found himself striving to provide them with better meals and experiences. He had even purchased a car, intending to alleviate their time spent on public transport, allowing them more moments of respite. Although the car was his, and he would have bought one eventually, it was not solely for their sake. He had planned to wait until after graduation to make such an investment. Yet now, just a few days into this arrangement, a mere moment of waiting caused them to frown and display displeasure. It felt as if he had taken in two ungrateful souls. In his mind, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni mirrored the ethereal fairies of the online realm, no matter how well he treated them. They remained oblivious and would scold him for even a slight oversight. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni sat on the sofa, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. What was troubling Guyu today? Why was he so disheartened? I do not know. What should we do? They pondered. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting the pain in their bellies as they pondered how to console Guyu. However, Guyu refused to engage with them, even demanding they keep their distance. The two sisters found themselves utterly at a loss for solutions. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the door. Upon hearing them, Guyu called out, insisting that they should not seek him out for any reason, asserting that they could simply sleep on the sofa or find another place to stay if they were unwilling to comply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni felt their hearts sink. Quick to react, Jiang Yushi suddenly remarked, Yuni, could it be that Guyu is angry with us? Why else would he ask us to leave and speak so harshly? He has never treated us like this before. Jiang Yuni began to ponder, reflecting on what might have upset Guyu. Could it be that their early return home today led him to believe they had skipped their evening study session? Sister, do you think Guyu is upset because he thinks we came home early and neglected our studies? It was a possibility, yet it seemed inconsistent with Guyu's previous demeanor. What could have caused this shift? The sisters stood at the door, helplessly staring at the closed entrance. After a brief moment of contemplation, they resolved to apologize to Guyu before addressing any other matters. Just as they rapped on the door, Guyu opened it. After reflecting on his earlier words, Guyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him regarding Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni. Despite having treated them kindly before, he now regretted his actions as he contemplated the situation. Given their current behavior, Guyu believed it was best to clarify his feelings. As the door swung open, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni stood ready to knock, their small hands poised in the air. Guyu, we are sorry, they began. Please do not be angry with us. We did not mean to upset you. Perhaps it was because we returned home early today, but we did attend evening classes. It is simply Friday. And we finished school a bit earlier than usual. Should you be upset with us, please tell us. You may scold us. We can handle it, they implored, tears streaming down their cheeks. Yet, the girls displayed remarkable resilience, wiping away their tears to suppress their sobs. Guyu observed this scene, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed a similar display of emotion before. He remembered Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni crying in the past, a sight that had caused him great distress. Yet now, he regarded them with a blank expression, devoid of any inclination to comfort them. Having grown up as an orphan, Guyu possessed a kind heart, yet it was also tempered with resilience. If someone wronged him, he was unlikely to forgive. As the saying goes, once a transgression occurs, it is often repeated. A wise horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already passed. The farmer and the snake, Mr. Donghua and the wolf. The affair involving Hao Jian and the old lady. Having experienced such events once, he would undoubtedly ensure they would not occur again. Do not obstruct the doorway, he remarked after a minute. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni quickly stepped aside, their small faces slightly flushed from tears. Seating himself on the sofa, Guyu beckoned them. Come, take a seat. Obediently, the two sisters approached and, with choked voices, implored, Guyu, My sister and I do not understand what we have done wrong. Please tell us, and we shall amend our ways. Do not be angry, all right? Chapter 81. The arrival of Aunt Flo. Guyu remained expressionless as he replied, "There is nothing wrong. There is no right or wrong. It is merely a matter of personal choice. How you choose to live your lives is your affair, and similarly, I will do as I please." He continued, "Your house will soon be unsealed. Once that happens, you may move out. As for the mortgage I have paid on your behalf, I will expect reimbursement after your university graduation. If you choose to stay here, I will not force you to leave, but do not expect a room. You may share the sofa if you can fit. If not, find your own solution. If you choose to depart, that would be preferable, as it would spare me the distress of the situation." After expressing these sentiments, Guyu reclined against the sofa, feeling a twinge of sadness. After more than a week of companionship, he genuinely believed the two girls were quite agreeable and remarkably understanding. Yet, this revelation felt like a stab to his heart. However, perhaps it was for the best. At least they had shown their true colors now, rather than later when he might have invested more emotionally and suffered greater disappointment. Guyu pondered that had the sisters not revealed themselves today, and he later moved into their home, should he ever displease them, they might demand that he leave. At that moment, he might find himself unable to restrain his temper. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni could no longer contain their tears, which cascaded down their cheeks, blurring their vision. Jiang Yushi rushed to Guyu, grasping his arm, her voice barely coherent. "Guyu, please, tell me where I have erred. Please do not send my sister and me away." Listening to Jiang Yushi's sorrowful cries and witnessing her tears, Guyu felt a pang of compassion. Yet, he knew he could not afford to be sympathetic. Enduring prolonged suffering was worse than a swift pain. Otherwise, there would be times in the future that would cause him distress. Remaining resolute, he said, "There is no need to weep. If you wish to stay here, you may do so. Once your house is unsealed, you can return home. It is of no consequence. As for your supposed mistakes, I can only say there are none. It is simply that I no longer wish for you to remain here. You are free to be yourselves. There is no fault in that." Pausing, Guyu felt discomfort in his eyes and instinctively rubbed them. "In truth, I was previously unaware of your true natures. You both presented yourselves as quite gentle, adorable, and considerate, yet I am uncertain if this is your authentic selves. Nevertheless, I wish to convey that there is no necessity for you to behave in such a manner for any particular reason." Guyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If the two young ladies did not exhibit a semblance of good behavior and understanding, they might very well find themselves expelled the following day. Had they, on their first night, boldly insisted on sleeping on the sofa upon discovering only one room in the house, Guyu suspected he would have promptly ejected them. "Enough of this," he said. "Wipe your tears. I shall return to my room." Guyu reached out to gently pry Jiang Yushi's small hand from his grasp, but she suddenly enveloped his arm tightly in an embrace, rendering him unable to break free. "Let go," Guyu exclaimed in irritation. "No, I won't," she replied, her voice trembling. "Oh, Guyu, I realize my mistakes. You may scold or strike me, but please do not ignore me and my sister." Jiang Inian rushed over, sobbing and choking on her words. "Guyu, what have we done wrong? We will amend our ways. Please do not expel us from your home. Even if you do, we are still grateful for your assistance. However, I wish to understand where we went astray, and we sincerely apologize." Hearing Jiang Inian's heartfelt plea, Guyu let out a gentle sigh. The sight of these two girls weeping profusely ultimately softened his once unyielding heart. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Inian, have I not been kind to you both?" They nodded vigorously. "Yes, Guyu, you have been exceptionally kind to us, rescuing us and providing us with shelter, even reclaiming the house at great expense." Hearing their tearful expressions of gratitude only intensified Guyu's discomfort. "Indeed, I have treated you both well. However, what of you? Today, I was unaware that you would be released from school early, which is why I was not home when you returned, leaving you to wait at the door for several minutes. And what transpired? Upon my arrival, you both appeared outwardly joyful, yet secretly furrowed your brows, displaying signs of discontent. Have I owed you anything? I have shown you kindness, yet merely because I was unaware of your early dismissal, you scowled at me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushi cried out in extreme grievance. "Guyu, I did not. I truly did not feel unhappy or displeased, nor did I frown at you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, nearly soaking his clothing. Jiang Inian echoed her sentiments, crying and insisting, "Neither my sister nor I felt that way. I swear it." Gu Yu took a deep breath and pondered. Could it be that I misinterpreted your expressions? Struggling to release his frustration, he urged, let us cease this conversation. There is no need to cry. Excessive tears are detrimental to your eyes. Gu Yu, I understand now. You have misunderstood my sister and me. Jiang Yunyang suddenly recalled her sister's abdominal pain. Her face contorted in distress, which must have led to Gu Yu's misunderstanding. It must be this way, it certainly is. Gu Yu, my sister and I are both experiencing our monthly cycle today. She feels quite uncomfortable, and I too am not entirely well. However, we truly did not frown upon your return. What? Gu Yu exclaimed, his composure faltering upon hearing this revelation. Is what you two are saying true? Jiang Yunyang raised her small hand and declared, I swear, my sister and I are absolutely not upset about coming back late. We are not, otherwise. Please, just stop. Gu Yu swiftly placed a finger over Jiang Yunyang's lips and hurriedly began to console them. I apologize, I was mistaken. I misunderstood. And I owe you both an apology. Please, do not cry. At that moment, Gu Yu was at a loss, having caused them distress with his misinterpretation, leading to their tears. Regret washed over him. He lamented not expressing himself better, and as a result, he had inadvertently hurt these two young ladies deeply. Do not cry. Do not cry. I am sorry. I will never act this way again. Chapter 82. I will carry you. Gu Yu fetched tissues from the coffee table, continuously wiping away the tears of Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang. The two girls were now weeping even more heavily. Despite his efforts, their tears flowed without cease, compelling him to repeatedly apologize. In mere seconds, Gu Yu had uttered countless apologies, yet they seemed ineffective. Each tear shed by Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang pierced his heart. Let us not cry, shall we? Can you vent your frustrations on me instead? Jiang Yuxi, through her sobs, replied, We will not hit you. We will not cry. Gu Yu insisted, You may strike me if it helps ease your feelings. I was in the wrong for not clarifying and unjustly accusing you both. I apologize. Hit me as hard as you wish, just to let it out. Jiang Yunyang shook her head, saying, No, Gu Yu, you are exceptionally kind to my sister and me. We do not blame you. As long as you are not angry with us, Gu Yu, she added. I bear no anger. The fault lies with me. You should be the ones upset, and you should strike me. We are not angry, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang said, their small hands wiping their tear-streaked faces. Their cheeks had turned a rosy hue from weeping, and Gu Yu, witnessing their plight, felt a surge of self-reproach. He continued to dab away their tears, stroking their delicate faces while offering words of comfort. After a moment, Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang's tears finally ceased, though their bodies continued to tremble with sobs. It is all my fault. Later, you two may strike me as hard as you wish. We will not hit you, Jiang Yuxi replied amidst her tears. I will not either. Gu Yu, you have done nothing wrong. Jiang Yunyang is no different. All right, when you are unhappy one day, feel free to strike me. By the way, you both have your monthly visitor. If your stomach hurts, hurry to your room and lie down. Gu Yu said this and attempted to lift Jiang Yuxi, only to find that she was crying and devoid of strength. Furthermore, her abdomen ached even more than when she had returned home, rendering her unable to stand. Gu Yu quickly inquired what was amiss. Is your stomach hurting? Gu Yu, I am fine, Jiang Yuxi insisted, forcing herself to stand, a pained expression etched on her face. Upon seeing this, Gu Yu, filled with concern, assisted her in lying down. Shall I take you both to the hospital? Jiang Yuxi firmly declined. No, I am perfectly fine. Gu Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing that for menstrual pain, the hospital might not offer much relief. Additionally, Jiang Yuxi's weakness was likely exacerbated by her recent sorrowful tears, suggesting that her condition was not severe. However, he still asked Jiang Yuxi, Don't endure it. I have the means, so we need not worry about expenses. If you're truly uncomfortable, I will take you both to the hospital now. If you can't walk, I will carry you downstairs, and money is not a concern. Jiang Yunyang. You too. It is not acceptable for girls to feel unwell without seeking medical attention. Please do not feel embarrassed. Otherwise, I will feel even guiltier. At this point, Jiang Yunyang had already stood up and said, Gu Yu, my sister and I are genuinely fine. We simply have our monthly visitor. There is truly nothing wrong. Gu Yu, I feel the same. I am all right, so please do not worry. Jiang Yunyang, fearing Gu Yu's insistence, added, I assure you, I am fine. There is no need to go to the hospital, truly. Jiang Yuxi echoed her assurance. Seeing this, Gu Yu said, All right, let us rest in the room for now. If you do not feel better soon, you both must promise to tell me immediately. We will go to the hospital. If it becomes unbearable, we will go now. And you must not pretend to be fine. Otherwise, I will not allow it. I promise. I promise to. Guyu sighed, recognizing that this was the only course of action for now. Very well, I will take you to your room. May I carry you? Jiang Yushi nodded, a hint of shyness in her response. Yes. With that, she was lifted by Guyu and brought into the room, laid gently on the bed. Jiang Yunyang followed closely behind, and Guyu urged her to lie on the bed as well, covering both with a blanket. I will fetch you some hot water. As Guyu stepped outside, he punched himself lightly, realizing he should have clarified matters beforehand. After boiling the water, he recalled that these two young ladies might need sanitary pads. Thus, he re-entered the room, where Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were lying and whispering to each other, their expressions still tinged with grievance. Upon noticing his presence, Jiang Yunyang immediately turned to him. Guyu said, I just came to ask, did you buy sanitary pads? Jiang Yunyang nodded. Yes, we did. Oh, as long as you bought them, that is good. Guyu stepped outside once more, and after a moment's reflection, he recalled that the two girls had not taken anything when they entered the room. He re-entered to inquire where it was placed, offering to fetch it for them. Jiang Yunyang replied that it was in her backpack. All right, Guyu said, as he approached the sofa and opened the girl's backpack, only to discover a solitary pack of sanitary napkins within. Upon seeing this, regret washed over him. He lamented the misunderstanding that had led to tears cascading down his cheeks, especially considering that a girl who could only afford a single pack of sanitary napkins had been the subject of his erroneous assumptions. Sighing deeply, Guyu took the sanitary napkin back inside and announced, I shall procure 2 more packs for you shortly. By the way, how much did you pay for this one? Jiang Yunyang replied softly, not much. She then added, there is no need to buy more. This should suffice. Observing her demeanor, Guyu refrained from further comment. Though he surmised that the sanitary napkins purchased by Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were likely not expensive. Please wait here. I shall return in 5 minutes, he declared, taking the sanitary napkin and placing it in the living room before hastening outside with the car keys in hand. He arrived at a nearby supermarket and, upon entering, asked, Hello, where can I find sanitary napkins for women? The young shop assistant pointed in the direction. Over there. Thank you, Guyu replied, swiftly making his way to the aisle. There, he scanned the array of sanitary napkins, a plethora of options that he admittedly did not comprehend. However, he resolved not to concern himself with his lack of knowledge. He would simply purchase the more expensive varieties in a selection of different kinds, regardless of their usability. He gathered 5 or 6 packs, and then, inspired by a thought, added a bag of brown sugar. Intending to prepare sweetened brown sugar water for Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang upon his return home. Uncertain of what else to purchase, he made his way to the checkout. Excuse me, I have a question. For a girl on her period, besides drinking brown sugar water, is there anything else one should consider? The cashier, scanning his items, responded. Not much, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you could search online for more information? All right, thank you, Guyu said, completing his payment and hastily returning home. Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yunyang. Here are the sanitary napkins I just bought. Each pack costs several dozen yuan. Please take a look and let me know if you prefer something different. I can go buy more. Meanwhile, rest easy while I prepare some brown sugar water for you. Chapter 83. Terrified emerging from the room. Guyu found that the hot water he had boiled earlier was now ready. He took 2 bowls, added some brown sugar, and dissolved it. Carrying the brown sugar water into the room, he cautioned, It's quite hot. Please let it cool a moment before drinking. Thank you, they replied. With a hint of remorse, Guyu responded, No need for thanks. I wrongly accused you both earlier. Let us not dwell on that. Take your rest. And I shall close the door. He considered that the 2 girls might require the sanitary napkins, and therefore stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Once seated on the sofa, Guyu took out his phone and began searching for information on what to consider when a girl is on her period and what remedies might alleviate discomfort. Beyond the advice of simply drinking more hot water, he was at a loss for anything else. Ginger, brown sugar, and tremella simmered into a soup. These, he discovered, might help relieve menstrual cramps. Red dates, goji berries, and brown sugar are also used in soups, similarly alleviating menstrual discomfort. Angelica, goji berries, and astragalus nourish the blood and relieve pain. Goji berries, brown sugar, ginger slices, and longan are also suitable for young women during their menstrual cycle. Guyu pondered for a considerable time, scratching his head in confusion, Why do all the videos convey such disparate information? Is there no possibility of uniformity? Helpless. Guyu scrolled through the comments section and was soon taken aback by one particular remark. Consuming brown sugar during menstruation is inadvisable as it promotes blood circulation, potentially exacerbating menstrual symptoms. Is this true? Guyu began another search, and it appeared to hold some merit. Yet, it seemed contradictory, if that were the case. Why was brown sugar featured prominently in so many videos? Furthermore, he recalled that online sources had previously suggested that girls should drink brown sugar water during their periods. Frustrated, Guyu found himself without a definitive answer. Lacking close female friends to consult, he decided to adhere to the prevailing online advice. Brown sugar is permissible in moderation. Along with tremella, goji berries, red dates, and longan, albeit in small amounts. After contemplating his departure, he remembered that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian likely hadn't had dinner yet. School dismissed at 5:30, and he guessed the cafeteria would be preparing meals that evening. Guyu then encountered another query. What foods are beneficial for women during their menstrual cycle? Thus, while riding his electric bike, he resumed his online search. After an extensive period, Guyu arrived at the local market. "Sir, I would like 3 pounds of ribs, cut into pieces," he requested. He intended to prepare a rib soup, as online sources suggested that ribs are advantageous. Once finished shopping, he wandered through the market and approached a meat stall, inquiring, "Do you have pig liver and pig blood?" "No, we've sold out," came the reply. Faced with this setback, Guyu ventured to another vendor, only to receive the same response. He continued asking from stall to stall until he finally procured a substantial piece of pig liver from one vendor. Pig liver is known for its blood-nourishing properties, and he planned to make stir-fried pig liver that evening. Regrettably, after questioning all the vendors, he found no pig blood available. While there might be packaged options in supermarkets, Guyu suspected those would be artificial, laden with colorants and food additives, offering little benefit. Restaurants likely offered similar fare, leaving him with no choice but to abandon that pursuit. However, after negotiating with one stall owner, he arranged to reserve some pig blood for the following afternoon, agreeing to pay an extra 10 yuan. "I'll take a bunch of spinach," he added, recalling that online sources suggested spinach is also good for replenishing blood. He enjoyed it himself and purchased a bundle. With these items in hand, Guyu felt satisfied and proceeded to a large supermarket. There were numerous items on his list, such as tremella, red dates, and goji berries, and he feared that smaller stores might not have them readily available. After searching the supermarket for quite some time and inquiring with several sales assistants, Guyu finally managed to gather all the necessary items. With Aunt Flo visiting for a total of 7 days, Guyu directly purchased supplies sufficient for the entire duration, spending over 200 yuan. Upon returning home, he set the items down and approached the doorway of his room, uncertain if the two girls were still in considerable discomfort. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yushi simultaneously glanced towards the door. "Guyu, you may come in." "All right." Guyu pushed the door open. Observing Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian sit up, hastily urging, "Lie down, don't sit up. I just wanted to check if your stomach aches have improved." Jiang Yuxian nodded. "Yes, it's a bit better." Concerned that the girls might not be entirely honest with him, he pointed at them sternly, saying, "You must not deceive me, understand? It really is better, a bit more than before." "Very well." Guyu then turned his attention to Jiang Yushi, who had been crying the most just moments ago. He had scolded her several times. "Is it still painful?" His tone was now exceedingly gentle, his voice soft, contrasting sharply with his earlier indifference. Jiang Yushi shook her head. "Just a little bit." Guyu sensed that she was not being truthful, yet felt powerless. All he could do was care for them. Even a visit to the hospital might bear little remedy. "Rest well. I will prepare dinner for you both." Guyu reached out to gently stroke Jiang Yushi's hair before turning to leave. Once Guyu had departed, Jiang Yushi gazed at the ceiling, reminiscing about his earlier cold demeanor, which seemed so unlike him. She understood that Guyu was a kind person, especially now, showing great concern for her. However, she pondered how he might react if she were truly at fault. He would likely become stern. "Sister, should I go outside to see Guyu? Help him with cooking?" "He will probably send you back," Jiang Yuxian replied, anticipating this response. "I know, but we should at least show our intentions, right, sister?" "All right, I will go out with you." With their minds made up, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian rose from their beds and exited the room. Meanwhile, Guyu was in the kitchen, experimenting with a soup of goji berries, red dates, longan, and white fungus when he suddenly spotted the two figures at the door. Surprised, he asked, "What are you two doing out here?" Jiang Yushi replied, "Guyu, we want to help you cook." Guyu was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by their apparent lack of understanding at times. Without further ado, he approached the kitchen doorway, grasped one of their delicate arms in each hand, and pulled them back towards the room. "Sit down, lie on the bed, and do not let me see you coming out again," Guyu commanded. And after ensuring they were settled, he exited the room. Had they been frightened by his earlier sternness? Worried that he might make them leave? He resolved to properly explain himself to the two girls later. The individual in question is typically kind-hearted, yet feels unappreciated by those he cares for, as even the slightest grievances elicit unfriendly reactions. Chapter 84. Irresistible allure. As Guyu pondered these thoughts, he diligently prepared the ingredients he had purchased, cutting and washing them with care. He poured 3 bowls of water into a pot, adding 30 grams of brown sugar. Uncertain of the precise measurement, he casually added a spoonful, having read online that too much brown sugar should be avoided. Once the water reached a boil, he added red dates and longan. He sliced 5 red dates and included a generous 10 longans, having removed their pits beforehand. After boiling for 2 minutes, he waited for the water to bubble once more before introducing the tremella, allowing it to simmer for an additional 3 minutes. Following a tutorial on his phone, Guyu replicated the steps with precision. After 3 minutes, he added goji berries. Once the goji berry, red date, longan, and tremella soup was complete, he served himself a spoonful, eager to taste its flavor. After it cooled, he sampled it and found it sweet and delightful, a surprising preference for a young man. Consequently, he filled 2 bowls and carried them to the doorway of the room. "Jiang Yushi, Jiang Yuni, I'm coming in," he announced. "All right, come in," they replied. Guyu gently kicked the door open, declaring, "I made you two some soup. I tasted it, and it's delicious. You should try it." Jiang Yuni reached out to take a bowl, but Guyu cautioned, "It's hot. Wait a moment." He had found it too hot to handle himself, having placed a few layers of tissue beneath it for safety. Setting the bowls on the bedside table, he advised, "Let it cool a bit before drinking." "Okay," Jiang Yuni responded. Jiang Yushi nestled deeper into the bed and suggested, "Guyu, why don't you sit down?" "No need, I'll be off now. You two can drink once it cools." With that, Guyu returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. There was still more than a bowl less worth of soup left in the pot, so he found a large bowl to transfer it into, contemplating reheating it for later. However, he reconsidered. He could not serve them reheated soup. It had to be freshly made. Thus, he took a spoonful for himself and began to indulge, savoring its delightful taste with each mouthful. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had no spoons. He promptly set the bowl down, washed 2 spoons, and brought them back to the room. Upon entering, he found that Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuni had yet to drink. He felt the temperature of the bowls. They were now cool enough to enjoy, having just tasted his own. "Here are your spoons," he said, handing a bowl to Jiang Yuni. At that moment, Jiang Yushi sat up. Noticing her pale complexion, Guyu hesitated briefly before asking, "Shall I feed you, or would you prefer to drink it yourself?" Jiang Yushi, lowering her head, softly replied, "Either is fine." "Then I shall feed you," he decided. Having caused her distress earlier, he felt compelled to make amends. Open wide, Guyu scooped a spoonful and brought it to Jiang Yushi's lips, who opened her mouth slightly and took a gentle sip. "Is it delicious?" Guyu inquired. Jiang Yushi nodded, affirming its delightful taste. Guyu then glanced at Jiang Yuni, who was also sipping, but her gaze remained fixed on their direction. Upon meeting her eyes, Jiang Yuni lowered her head. Would feeding one child make the other feel neglected? "Jiang Yuni, if the bowl is too hot for you, you may set it down, and I shall hold it for you later," he offered. Oh, all right," Jiang Yuni replied, placing the bowl aside. Observing her action, Guyu instantly grasped her intentions, confirming his suspicions. "Open your mouth," he instructed, continuing to feed Jiang Yushi without further ado. As Jiang Yushi basked in Guyu's tenderness, warmth enveloped her heart, alleviating the sting from earlier when he had been stern with her. Once Jiang Yushi finished her bowl, Guyu shifted to the other side, resuming his quiet feeding of Jiang Yuni. The girl too bore a pale visage, marked by traces of tears, evoking a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Upon their completion of the meal, Jiang Yushi nudged Guyu. "This is exceptionally delicious. Is there any more?" she asked eagerly. Guyu promptly replied, "Yes. I shall prepare another bowl for you." "No, that's not it," Jiang Yushi quickly interjected. "I wish for you to have some too." When you make it next time, could you please prepare a portion for yourself as well? I have. I've already eaten a bowl, he responded, observing Jiang Yushi's expression. Do you not believe me? Jiang Yushi shook her head, denying any disbelief. Gu Yuxing dashed to the kitchen and returned with the remaining bowl. See, I truly have some, he declared, consuming a few mouthfuls of the soup. Is it satisfactory now? Jiang Yushi nodded softly, replying, All right, rest for now. I shall prepare dinner for you both. As Gu Yuxing approached the door, he turned to say, You may change your clothes. And have you used the sanitary pads I bought for you? Jiang Yuni shook her head, indicating she had not yet used them. Hurry and use them. Then let me know what kind of purchase next time, Gu Yuxing instructed, closing the door before they could respond. He began by simmering pork rib soup, which required a lengthy preparation. Gu Yuxing moved with practiced ease, blanching the ribs, adding seasonings, and letting them stew. Next, he proceeded to stir-fry the pig liver, which had already been sliced at the market. After rinsing it several times in clean water to remove any blood, he heated the oil for a quick saute, as several chefs online had recommended. Gu Yuxing swiftly followed through, adding the oil, stir-frying, and then tossing in some scallions. The liver was tender, ready in less than 2 minutes. He sampled a piece, nodding in approval of its flavor. Lastly, he prepared a simple spinach dish, boiling it briefly before serving. Once finished, Gu Yuxing approached the door and knocked. A voice from inside, belonging to Jiang Yuni, called out, You may come in. Gu Yu pushed open the door and announced, I've prepared dinner. When would you both like to eat? Jiang Yuxing glanced at Jiang Yushi, who replied, We can eat now. As Jiang Yushi stood up, Gu Yu approached her, saying, If your stomach feels uneasy, you need not eat right away. Wait until you feel better. No, I can eat, Jiang Yushi insisted, prompting Gu Yu to lead both of them out. At that moment, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian had changed into a different set of nightgowns. A white one with a short hem that revealed their delicate legs. When Gu Yu had lifted the blanket earlier, he had been momentarily entranced by their allure. Please sit down, I will fetch the dishes. Do not follow me in. I shall be upset, Gu Yu cautioned, fearing the two girls might disobey him, necessitating his careful admonitions. This pig liver can nourish the blood. Do you both eat pig liver? Gu Yu inquired. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian nodded affirmatively. Then it's settled. Gu Yu then brought out the pork rib soup, stating, You may drink the soup or just enjoy the ribs. It's entirely up to you. Additionally, I made a small amount of rice. Since you both are unwell, prioritize the vegetables and eat less rice. Chapter 85. Rubbing the stomach. Jiang Yuxian observed that Gu Yu had only served 2 bowls of rice and asked, What about you? I have already eaten outside, he replied. You should eat some as well. Have some ribs and vegetables. Is that all right? Jiang Yuxian's question left Gu Yu unable to refuse, and he reluctantly took a bowl, joining the 2 girls for dinner. Watching them relish their meal brought Gu Yu a sense of relief, yet he still felt pangs of regret, recalling how heartbroken they had been just moments ago. Gu Yu, this is for you, Jiang Yuxian said, placing a piece of rib into his bowl. Gu Yu remained silent, swallowing it in one bite. Soon, dinner was finished, and Gu Yu declared, I'll clean up. You 2 go rest. Hurry, and do not say you have chores. All right. Gu Yu, you are so kind, Jiang Yuxian responded. Hearing this, Gu Yu affectionately patted Jiang Yushi's head, gently tousling her hair. I am not kind. I forgot how much I had upset you earlier, making you cry so hard. That was truly wrong of me. If you feel angry, you may hit me a couple of times now. Hit me as hard as you wish to vent your frustrations. No, Jiang Yushi shook her head in refusal, nuzzling Gu Yu's large hand. She adored this sensation of having her hair gently stroked. Although Gu Yu had inadvertently caused her tears earlier, he had misunderstood the situation. He was not that kind of person. Just like now, making soup for himself and his sister, cooking for them, all was a testament to his care. Gu Yu tenderly ran his fingers through Jiang Yushi's hair a couple of times, and then playfully ruffled Jiang Yuxian's hair, saying, All right, now go inside. If you need anything, call for me. If you feel unwell, let me know. Remember, do not hide anything from me when you are feeling unwell, or I will be upset. I want tea, they assured him. Watching Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yuxian enter their room, still obedient as ever, Gu Yu reflected on how he could have misjudged them in the past. It is truly unforgivable. As night fell, Gu Yu glanced at the time, uncertain whether Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang had drifted into slumber. At 10 o'clock, if the 2 girls were lying down to rest, they might very well be asleep. Gu Yu approached the door, gently knocking twice. If Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunyang were still awake, They would surely hear him. If they were already asleep, his knocking would likely not disturb their dreams. After the two knocks, silence ensued from within the room, leading Guyu to conclude that they must have fallen asleep. Cautiously, he pushed open the door, revealing a softly lit room where Jiang Yuxi and Jiang Yunyang lay nestled together. Jiang Yuxi was curled up, while Jiang Yunyang lay flat, her small hands resting in front of her, peacefully asleep. Observing Jiang Yuxi's expression, it was evident that she had improved considerably. After watching for a minute, Guyu gently closed the door, stepping outside to write a note. When you wake up, come find me. I'll make soup for you both. He returned to the room, placed the note on the bedside table, turned off the lamp, and exited once more. Time to rest. Guyu reclined on the sofa, setting an alarm for 2 in the morning. Earlier, he had read numerous accounts online from girls who experienced menstrual pain during the night, many of whom mentioned being awakened by discomfort. Thus, he resolved to check on them around 2 or 3. At 2 o'clock, Guyu was roused by the alarm. Stretching and feeling heavy-headed, he climbed off the sofa. Opening the door, he found the room engulfed in darkness, compelling him to step outside and switch on his phone's flashlight before re-entering. Are you feeling unwell? He crouched by the bed, observing Jiang Yuxi, who was leaning more towards Jiang Yunyang, her body curled even more than when she had first fallen asleep. As Guyu slowly raised the phone's light, he caught sight of Jiang Yuxi's face, clearly contorted in discomfort, suggesting she was in pain. What to do? Guyu felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself at a loss. Glancing at Jiang Yunyang, he noted that she too had curled up, her expression not as pained as Jiang Yuxi's, but certainly not much better. Returning to Jiang Yuxi's side, Guyu reached out to gently touch her face, his thumb brushing softly against her skin. Should he perhaps rub her abdomen? That might alleviate her discomfort. Yet, it felt inappropriate. Guyu slumped onto the floor, having considered countless ideas, yet none seemed feasible. Well then, perhaps he should rub her abdomen. Doing so over her clothing should be harmless. With trepidation, Guyu carefully slid his hand beneath the covers, his heartbeat quickening. This was his first time engaging in such an act, his first contact with a girl in this manner. To claim he was not nervous would be an understatement. He felt that if a blood pressure monitor were present, his readings might soar to 150. Guyu's hand moved slowly, mindful not to venture into areas that might cause Jiang Yuxi further discomfort, proceeding with utmost caution. As Guyu gently placed his large hand on Jiang Yuxi's belly, he took several deep breaths to calm himself. The softness of her abdomen was enchanting. It was the first time he had ever touched a girl's stomach, and his heart raced, feeling the tender texture beneath his palm, a slight protrusion evident. Jiang Yuxi, curled up in a fetal position, had some flesh that was pressed outwards, and with Guyu's gentle massage, the sensation was vividly clear. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi sensed the warmth of a large hand on her belly, her light slumber disturbed only by the discomfort of menstrual cramps. Yet, she did not awaken, remaining in a shallow dream state. As Guyu continued to knead her stomach, she felt a modicum of relief, further diminishing her desire to awaken. After a little over 10 minutes, observing the easing expression on Jiang Yuxi's face, Guyu silently thought to himself that his efforts were indeed somewhat effective. He withdrew his hand from beneath the covers and approached Jiang Yuxi, mirroring his earlier caution as he extended his hand and placed it on her small belly. Jiang Yuxi, feeling the unfamiliar sensation on her abdomen, gradually became aware of her surroundings. Someone was massaging her stomach. As she registered this, her small hand instinctively moved to rest on Guyu's larger one. The unexpected gesture startled Guyu. Had he inadvertently awakened her? Upon touching his hand, Jiang Yuxi's consciousness sharpened. Whose hand is this? Opening her eyes, she was greeted by a glimmer of light, followed by Guyu's attentive gaze. Guyu? She murmured, rubbing her eyes, questioning if she were merely dreaming. It's me. Guyu whispered softly. I noticed your stomach was hurting, so I thought to help. I didn't touch you anywhere else. With that, he withdrew his hand, and Jiang Yuxi realized this was no dream. She had fallen asleep, and Guyu had come to check on her discomfort, offering a gentle massage for her belly. Chapter 86. Blame the sister. What time is it, Guyu? Jiang Yuxi recalled that after dinner with her sister, she had retired to her room, likely falling asleep almost immediately. It's 2 o'clock, Guyu replied. 2 o'clock? Jiang Yuxi was taken aback by how long she had slept. As she pondered this, Guyu announced, Well, I should head out now. Don't go. Jiang Yuxi instinctively called out, a wave of shyness washing over her as she added softly. My stomach still hurts a bit. What should we do? Guyu scratched his head, tentatively suggesting, "How about I massage it for you?" Jiang Yuni nodded, her voice barely a whisper in agreement. Due to her quietness, Guyu almost missed her response. Realizing this, he slipped his hand back under the covers and began to gently massage Jiang Yuni's belly once more. "Guyu, would you like to lie down on the bed? I can make some space for you." "No, this is sufficient." Guyu gently massaged Jiang Yunian, knowing he could never truly take her to bed, as such actions were beyond him. After a while of silent companionship, Guyu inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Yunian responded with a soft, "Then I shall attend to your sister. You should rest well," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunian expressed a desire to visit the restroom. "Of course. The light is on outside. Allow me to assist you," Guyu replied, helping her sit up before arranging her slippers on the floor. Jiang Yunian had already pushed the covers aside, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet, exquisite as jade sprouts. Observing her don her slippers and rise to leave the room, Guyu resumed gently massaging Jiang Yushi's little belly. Jiang Yushi hummed softly, her body no longer curled up, but rather rolling over to face away from Guyu. Seeing this, Guyu settled on the edge of the bed, continuing his ministrations. This position was indeed convenient. It would be even more so if he lay down beside her. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Yunian returned from the restroom. Guyu, glancing at her, quietly asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some soup for you?" Jiang Yunian shook her head. "Not hungry, no need." Having dined at 8 in the evening and gone to sleep shortly afterward, it was now 2 o'clock. Guyu counted the hours on his fingers, 6 in total. Surely she must be hungry. He himself felt the pangs of hunger. "I shall make you some soup. Since you are awake, you likely won't fall asleep quickly. After enjoying some soup, you can return to slumber. Tomorrow is Saturday, there's no need to rise early. Besides, warm soup will surely warm your insides and ensure a more comfortable sleep. Please don't refuse. Remain here and do not follow me out. Just lie down. Or perhaps continue massaging your sister's belly." "All right, thank you," Jiang Yunian replied. Watching Guyu exit the room, she felt reassured of his enduring kindness. The events of the afternoon had merely been a misunderstanding. Otherwise, he would never have asked her and her sister to leave. In the future, she resolved to communicate immediately with Guyu, avoiding any concealment to prevent further misunderstandings. Both Jiang Yushi and Jiang Yunian had refrained from mentioning their menstrual discomfort to Guyu, fearing it might worry him. Moreover, Guyu's swift change in demeanor had offered them little opportunity to explain, resulting in his immediate anger. In the kitchen, Guyu prepared the soup while stifling yawns. Feeling somewhat fatigued, within minutes, a pot of soup was ready. He had made a generous amount, as he wished to indulge in it himself, for it was indeed delicious. He filled the bowl and carried it back to the room. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Yunian and Jiang Yushi nestled together, seemingly engaged in massaging her sister's belly. Noticing Guyu's entrance, Jiang Yunian sat up. Guyu approached her side with the bowl of soup, whispering, "It's quite hot. Let it cool for a moment before drinking." Jiang Yunian nodded in understanding and then asked, "What about my sister? Should I wake her?" Guyu, uncertain, replied, "What do you think? Should we rouse her?" Jiang Yunian shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Guyu, in exasperation, replied, "If you are unsure, then I too am at a loss. You are the younger sister. The decision rests with you." Jiang Yunian pondered, reasoning that it wouldn't be appropriate for Guyu to prepare the soup solely for her consumption. If their elder sister were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be displeased and question why Jiang Yunian had not roused her. "Guyu, why don't you wake our sister?" she suggested. "Me?" Guyu pointed to himself. Incredulous, Jiang Yunian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, if you call her, she will be delighted to arise. It is not the same when I do it." "Very well," Guyu sighed, then settled onto the bed, gazing at Jiang Yushi, contemplating how to awaken her. He found himself at a loss, staring at her delicate face. After several moments of deliberation, he tentatively reached out and gently rubbed her cheek, softly calling, "Time to rise, Yushi." Yushi awakened. He gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Responding to the summons, she stirred, stretching her arms above her head. As her jewel-like eyes opened, she was greeted by Guyu's attentive gaze. Jiang Yushi murmured softly, extending her arms to wrap around Guyu's neck, pulling him closer. This unexpected display left Guyu momentarily stunned, questioning, "What on earth? Why are you hugging me?" He quickly patted her, urging, "Wake up, get up." At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if she believed she was still dreaming. "Guyu, my stomach hurts," Jiang Yushi confessed, genuinely believing she was still in a dream. Earlier, Gu had rubbed her belly, leading her to dream of him. Now, seeing him before her, she assumed she had simply transitioned to another dream. Wake up, this isn't a dream. Not a dream? Jiang Yushi murmured, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. If it's not a dream, then, is this truly Gu? Ah, she exclaimed, only to immediately hush herself, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson at the speed of light. Gu, now sitting upright, inwardly lamented the sudden awkwardness of the situation. He glanced at Jiang Yunyang, who, sensing his gaze, lowered her head, equally surprised by the unfolding scenario. It was entirely her fault for allowing her sister to embrace Gu. Returning his attention to Jiang Yushi, he noticed she had covered her head with the blanket. I shall go serve the soup, he announced. Hastily exiting the room to give her a moment to compose herself, it was not the right time for him to remain. Gu felt exasperated. Why did she have to hug him in her dream? He too had experienced dreams with girls, yet he had always maintained a respectful distance. Rubbing his scalp, he felt warmth rising to his face, realizing this was the first time a girl had ever embraced him so. Although, he recalled a similar instance during his freshman year when Lin Iha had wrapped her arms around his neck, but that had been a more brotherly gesture, lacking the intimacy of the current moment. In high school, I was also embraced by a girl around my shoulders. However, one cannot strictly categorize it as such. It was indeed my first experience,